Chapter 1 Rebirth. Madam, we have received good news from the north. The steward of the general's residence rushed in, his face alight with excitement, a letter clutched in his hand. Su Fu took the letter from him, a faint smile gracing her lips. However, as she continued to read, her expression grew increasingly pale, the letter slipping from her grasp and falling to the ground. Seeing her mistress' wan complexion, the maid Xiao Shuang inquired, "Miss, what troubles you? Isn't it good news that the young lord has won a victory?" Su Fu's gaze became vacant as she murmured, "Xiao Shuang, he is gone. Xiao Junmo is dead." In the year 18 of Jingwen, General Xiao defeated the enemy forces of the Xiaoling Kingdom, leading to a surrender and a promise that there would be no further incursions on the borders of Nansang for the next decade. Xiao Junmo sacrificed his life for a decade of peace for Nansang, leaving his existence forever frozen in the year 18 of Jingwen. The people of Nansang lamented the loss of the young and talented General Xiao, whose life was cut tragically short. The general's residence fell into a profound silence, devoid of the vitality it once possessed. One day, Su Fu ventured into Xiao Jun's study. She had never before entered this room, as Xiao Junmo had always barred her entry. In the inner chamber, she discovered a painting of a young girl, approximately 8 years old, clad in a pink dress adorned with a vividly embroidered butterfly. The girl stood beneath a peach blossom tree, her eyes and brows alight with joy. Su Fu gazed incredulously at the painting, realizing that the girl depicted bore an uncanny resemblance to herself. A deep ache surged within her heart as she trembled, whispering, "Xiao Junmo, you foolish. And I could see that moment. A book tumbled out from behind the painting, its cover yellowed with age, revealing its antiquity. With trembling fingers, Su Fu picked up the book and began to read. "Today I nearly drowned, but thankfully a little sister saved me." She said her name was a Fu. "I regret not asking where she lived. I wonder if I will ever see her again. Today I am so happy. I met a Fu, and I wanted to speak to her, but she was surrounded by many people. I overheard them calling her Miss Su. It turns out she is the legitimate daughter of Lord Su Fu. Today, I inadvertently overheard the second prince mention that His Majesty intends to betroth the eldest daughter of the Su family to the fifth young master of the Wu Duke's household, Wu Yuan. How could she marry Wu Yuan? He is notorious in the capital for his debauchery, frequenting brothels and indulging in carnal pleasures. He is utterly unsuitable. I cannot bear to see her wed into the Wu Duke's household. Today, I entered the palace and, citing my military achievements, requested His Majesty to issue a marriage decree. He consented. However, I acted without her consent in seeking the decree, and I wonder if she will resent me for it." Tears fell drop by drop onto the paper as Su Fu gently traced each line with her fingertips, her palm tightening around the yellowed pages. Her lips trembled as she murmured, "So we had met long before. So the marriage decree was sought due to your military accomplishments. So it was." Moonlight streamed into the study, illuminating Su Fu as she sat alone in the corner. She remained quietly at the window, her gaze vacant as she looked up at the moonlit sky, memories flooding her mind, accompanied by an indescribable ache in her heart. 3 years later, the struggle for succession ensnared the Xiao family. In the 21st year of Jingwen, upon the ascension of the crown prince, the male members of the Xiao family were ruthlessly executed at the city gates, while the women were exiled. The Xiao family had steadfastly protected the people of the Nansang Kingdom and safeguarded its territory. Whether facing external invasions or internal strife, they resolutely rushed to the front lines, risking their lives to ensure the peace of the land and its citizens. However, the tragic fate that befell the Xiao family is indeed lamentable. Su Fu perished during her exile, and in her dying moments, she recalled the day she wed Xiao Junmo. The youthful general, with striking features, stood tall and composed. His gaze was resolute as a gentle breeze tousled his hair, accentuating his spirited demeanor. Such a fine young man. How could she not harbor affection for him? A tender, nostalgic smile graced Su Fu's lips as she murmured, "Xiao Junmo, if there's a next life, I shall marry you again." In the Su residence, within the Lanxiang pavilion, Miss has awakened. Xiao Shuang, Miss has awakened. The excited voice of the little maid Xiao Shui resonated from within, followed by the entrance of another maid. "Is it true that Miss has truly awakened?" Xiao Shuang asked, her disbelief evident. With reddened eyes and a voice tinged with tears, Xiao Shui affirmed, indeed. Indeed, Miss has been unconscious for 2 days and has finally awakened. Su Fu gazed at the two maids before her, momentarily bewildered. Xiao Shuang had been promised to the steward's son, but tragically passed away less than 2 years into their marriage. Xiao Shui had followed her into the general's residence, dying in the turmoil of the crown prince's power struggle while trying to protect her. What is the current situation? Is it because they have died that she can see them now? Su Fu's reverie was interrupted by Xiao Shuang's voice. Xiao Shui, quickly inform the mistress that Miss has awakened, and fetch a doctor to examine her. Yes, I will go at once. Wait. Su Fu interjected. She gently lifted the quilt, feeling the warmth of her body. Why have I been unconscious for 2 days? And Miss, do you not remember? Xiao Shuang stammered, her usual composure faltering. Miss, it was because you broke the second young lattice bracelet and were punished to kneel. Then you caught a cold in the rain, which caused you to fall into a high fever and faint for 2 days. Do you not recall? Xiao Shui spoke, her voice thick with emotion and grievance. Breaking a bracelet? Punished to kneel? Su Fu's mind raced as she processed Xiao Shui's words, her heart fluttering with excitement. Xiao Shui, what time is it now? Miss, it is already the hour of Shun. No, what year is it in Jingwen? Xiao Shuang and Xiao Shui exchanged glances, and Xiao Shui replied, it is now the 16th year of Jingwen, Miss. The 16th year of Jingwen. The 16th year of Jingwen. Su Fu murmured softly, biting her cracked lips, as the realization washed over her. She began to weep. Thank heavens for granting me this opportunity. In her past life, Su Zhe, her father, sought to marry her off to Wu Yuan for profit. Wu Yuan was notorious in the capital for his debauchery, despite his illustrious lineage. No woman wished to wed him. Had it not been for Xiao Jun's desperate plea that secured the imperial decree, she would have indeed been forced into marriage with Wu Yuan. In her previous life, Su Fu only realized at the brink of death that Wu Yuan was far more complex than he appeared. In truth, Wu Yuan had long conspired with the crown prince, frequently frequenting brothels and taverns, which serve as the meeting points for the crown prince and the people of Xiling. Years later, the crown prince conspired with Xiling to rebel, successfully ascending to the throne. Following his coronation, he bestowed the title of empress upon Su Qing, subsequently ordering the execution of all male members of the Xiao family under the pretext of their collusion with enemy forces. While the women of the Xiao family were exiled, it was only the day before her exile that Su Fu discovered that her half-sister, Su Qing, had already allied herself with the crown prince, and the Su family had long since taken the same side as him. Adorned with a phoenix crown and clad in splendid attire, Su Qing stood before her, saying, Sister, I come on behalf of our father and mother to see you. After all, it may be difficult to meet again in the future. She chuckled lightly as she spoke. Father said that since you have married into the Xiao family, you are now a woman of the Xiao clan. Now that the Xiao family dares to rebel, Father can no longer protect you. I hope you do not blame him. Perhaps having anticipated such an outcome, Su Fu felt an unexpected calmness within, devoid of resentment or anger. With a cold gaze, she lifted her eyes, her dark and profound irises fixed upon Su Qing. The Xiao family conspiring against the throne? We both know who the true traitors are. Why must you feign innocence here? Chapter 2. The art of deception. Su Qing raised her hand to smooth her neatly arranged hair. Yet what was the point? Such matters have become trivial now. Just look at yourself, and then at me. I have ascended to the status of a queen. How you once resisted our father's wishes to marry young Master Wu. And now you find yourself in this lamentable situation. It truly pains my heart for you, dear sister. After expressing her sentiments, Su Qing seemed unsatisfied and leaned closer to Su Fu, whispering deliberately, by the way, my sister, young Master Xiao, was not killed by the enemy forces of Xiling. Upon hearing this, Su Fu felt as if the taut string within her heart had suddenly snapped. It was as if a thunderclap had erupted within her mind, plunging her into a state of bewilderment. In that moment, everything around her became a blur. She stood there, dazed, her gaze vacant and lost. If only she had seen clearly in her past life. The thought of Xiao Junmo pierced her heart like 1,000 needles, causing her immense pain. She clutched her chest tightly, attempting to quell the turmoil within, Yet the image of Xiao Junmo incessantly surfaced in her mind. Thankfully, there was still time to rectify everything in this life. She vowed to protect Xiao Junmo and safeguard the general's residence. Miss, what troubles you? Xiao Shuang, noticing her mistress's distress, inquired anxiously. Perhaps we should summon a physician? Su Fu looked at her two worried maidservants and felt a surge of relief that they were still by her side. No need, I am well now. I am merely parched. Xiao Shui, please fetch me a cup of tea. At that moment, a voice from outside announced the arrival of visitors, Madam, 2nd Mississippi. Madame Zhou and Su Qing entered slowly. Upon seeing Su Fu reclining on the bed, though her complexion appeared somewhat pale, she seemed in good spirits. Elder sister, you are awake. At last, you have awakened. If you had lingered in slumber any longer, I would have been consumed by guilt. It is all my fault. I should not have confided in father, but that bracelet was a gift from grandfather. Su Qing spoke, her head lowered in an almost pitiful manner. On the verge of tears, Zhou approached and grasped Su Fu's hand with a tone that bore a hint of reproach. Fuya, how could you awaken without informing the maidservants to notify your mother? She has been deeply worried for you these past few days. Turning her gaze sternly towards Su Qing, she added, apologize to your elder sister at once. With tears glistening in her eyes, Su Qing murmured, elder sister, I am sorry. Su Fu could not help but smirk inwardly. They were clearly more concerned about her survival than her actual well-being. Were it not for her rebirth and the memories of her previous life, she might have been deceived by the impressive performances of this mother-daughter duo and believed their words. Since you both are so eager to engage in this charade, I shall not be outdone. A glimmer of cunning shone in Su Fu's eyes as her voice, tinged with a slight quiver, conveyed a sense of vulnerability. Second sister, I do not hold it against you. She deliberately elongated the phrase, I do not hold it against you, crafting an impression of someone who had endured endless grievances yet dared not speak further. From a young age, Su Fu had lost her birth mother, yet she had been fortunate to receive the affection and care of her adoptive mother over the years. Su Fu had always cherished her mother's kindness, never allowing herself to forget it. As she spoke, 2 streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks, enhancing her pitiful appearance and evoking sympathy. Outside the door stood Su, who had just returned home and heard from a maid that his eldest daughter had been in a coma for 2 days. He thought to visit Lanxiang Pavilion to see Su Fu. As he was about to enter, hearing this news and witnessing Su Fu's delicate and sorrowful demeanor, memories of his late wife stirred his emotions. It seemed as if Su Fu had just noticed Suja. She hurriedly wiped away her tears with a handkerchief, attempting to conceal her vulnerability. With a hint of trepidation, she bit her lip, striving to present a facade of strength. Father, what brings you here? Upon hearing Su Fu's words, Mrs. Zhou and Su Qing finally spotted Suja stepping inside. Sir, father, they greeted. Sutse lukt, ati sufu. His usually stern and indifferent expression softened somewhat. I heard you've been in a coma for 2 days, so I came to see you. It is good to know you have awakened. Thank you for your concern, father. Su Fu replied, her face reflecting a mix of surprise and gratitude. An awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere, leaving Suja momentarily at a loss for words. Noticing Mrs. Zhou and Su Qing's presence, he suggested, since Fu has just awakened, let us not disturb her rest any longer. We should return. With that, he led the way out. Once Suja departed, a moment later, a servant brought several boxes to him. Miss, the master said your health is quite frail, and he has sent these medicinal ingredients to help you regain your strength. They are precious items he has treasured for many years, known for their excellent restorative properties. Su Fu instructed Qiao Shuang to take the boxes from a servant. I appreciate father's thoughtfulness. Once I have recovered, I shall personally express my gratitude to him. Inside Ninghua Pavilion, Su Qing exclaimed, what did you say? Father actually sent those precious medicinal ingredients to Su Fu? She stared in disbelief at the responding maid. The last time I was injured, mother sought father's help, yet he refused. Now he gives them to Su Fu? Nearby, the maid Xiao Shui cautiously approached Su Qing with a cup of tea. Do not be upset, Mississippi. How can the eldest daughter be compared to you? She lost her birth mother at a young age and is not favored by the master. He merely feels pity for her. After a brief pause, she continued, you, however, are different. You are beautiful and intelligent, and you have always been cherished by the master and mistress. Moreover, you come from a distinguished maternal family. Countless young gentlemen are eager to seek your hand in marriage. Xiao Shui's words eased some of Su Qing's anger. Meanwhile, in Lanxiang Pavilion, Su Fu stared blankly at the boxes sent by Su Zhe, reflecting on how he had once intended to marry her off to Wu Yuan in her previous life. Was that not akin to pushing her into a fiery abyss? She also recalled his coldness when she was exiled, realizing that she had long been abandoned by the Su family, an unfortunate truth she had come to understand all too late in her previous life. Such as her father. Miss, the master has bestowed upon you such precious medicinal herbs to restore your health. It seems the master's affection for you has transformed. Unlike before, Autumn Snow remarked, her expression bright with joy. Su Fu gazed at the innocent eyes and slightly youthful face of the young maid before her, gently reaching out to pat Autumn Snow's head. You both must remember, within this estate, aside from the three of us, do not trust anyone else's words. Autumn Frost, 2 years older than Su Fu, felt as though her young mistress had suddenly matured. She was markedly different from before. The two maidservants replied in unison, "Yes, we shall heed only the mistress's words." After several days of rest, Su Fu felt her health had nearly restored, having not paid her respects to the old matriarch and Madame Zhou for some time. She decided that today would be the day to visit them. Autumn Frost presented a light green silk dress embroidered with golden flowers, inquiring, "Mistress, how about wearing this one?" "Excellent." Su Fu, fair-skinned by nature, appeared even more radiant in the green gown. The young lady donned the flowing light green silk dress, its hem sweeping gracefully across the ground like drifting clouds. The delicate hue mirrored the tender buds of early spring, evoking a sense of vitality and boundless hope. Sitting before the copper mirror, Su Fu gazed at her reflection, a youthful maiden of 15 or 16 in the prime of her life. Where none of the forthcoming events had yet unfolded, there was still ample time for everything to come. Upon arriving at the old matriarch's courtyard, she encountered Su Qing, who was also there to pay her respects. Su Qing warmly linked her arm with Su Fu's, exclaiming, "Elder sister, you too have come to visit grandmother today? You have been missed. Grandmother has been asking about you." Su Fu gently withdrew her arm from Su Qing's grasp, stating, "I do not favor such close familiarity with others." Chapter 3. The demand for dowry. Observing Su Fu's sudden aloofness, Su Qing felt a twinge of surprise. Is my elder sister still holding a grudge over the previous incident? Without a glance in Su Qing's direction, Su Fu simply bypassed her and entered the room. Su Qing stood frozen in place, her handkerchief crumpled tightly in her grasp, her expression notably displeased. The elderly matriarch sat with her eyes closed in the chamber. Noticing Su Fu's arrival, the attendant leaned in to whisper, "Madam, the eldest young lady has come." After a long pause, with no response from the matriarch, Su Fu maintained her posture of respect, standing still. Moments later, Su Qing entered, exclaiming, "Grandmother, your granddaughter has come to pay her respects." Hearing Su Qing's voice, the matriarch slowly opened her eyes, a smile gracing her features. Qinger has arrived. It seems I have only just noticed Su Fu standing there. Why are you all still standing? Come, sit by your grandmother." The matriarch, her keen eyes glinting with shrewdness, scrutinized Su Fu. Not long ago, she had heard of Su Fu's illness, yet now she appeared to be in much better spirits. "Thank you for your concern, grandmother. Your granddaughter has improved significantly. I hope you do not hold it against me for not visiting sooner. Indeed, I know you are a dutiful child. Now that you have recovered, it is only right that you come and pay your respects to this old woman." The matriarch's tone shifted, however. "Be more circumspect in your actions from now on. You must not act as recklessly as before. Should you inadvertently offend any lady of the house in the future, bringing calamity upon the Su family, I shall not forgive you." "I understand, grandmother," Su Fu replied, her demeanor one of obedience and compliance. "Observing su fuese docility." The matriarch regarded her with a measure of surprise, studying her more intently. After a while, Madame Zhou also arrived. Su Fu's visit today was not solely to pay her respects to the matriarch. Upon noticing Madame Zhou's presence, she spoke up, "Grandmother, mother, I have another matter to discuss today." Su Fu rose gracefully, her gaze composed and her voice clear and steady as she bowed to both the matriarch and Madame Zhou. Now that Su Fu had reached maturity, she felt it was time to request the dowry left behind by her late mother. She wished to learn how to manage it prior to her marriage, so that when the time came to take charge, she would not be overwhelmed or uninformed. Upon hearing Su Fu's words, the expressions of both the matriarch and Madame Zhou shifted momentarily. They exchanged glances, seemingly communicating something unspoken. The matriarch furrowed her brow, reflecting deeply before responding earnestly. "My dear Su Fu, the dowry your mother left behind has always been safeguarded by your mother and me for your benefit. As a young lady, you cannot possibly possess the energy to manage such affairs. It is best to leave these matters to your elders." Madame Zhou quickly concurred, indeed. "Su Fu, while you have reached maturity, you are yet to be betrothed. Your dowry has been managed by your grandmother and me, and it will be returned to you upon your marriage. Do you not trust me and your grandmother?" However, Su Fu, undeterred by their words, gazed with a shadow of uncertainty in her eyes, fixing her gaze upon the matriarch and Madame Zhou. "Grandmother, mother, I appreciate your kind intentions," she said. "Yet, I am acutely aware that I must eventually grow up and cannot perpetually rely on my elders. This dowry shall ultimately be entrusted to me. My father taught me that, as the young lady of the Su household, I must bear responsibility and accountability. This dowry, a cherished memento from my biological mother, will be well managed if I dedicate myself to learning, especially with the guidance of both you and mother." Upon finishing her words, a glint of determination and defiance flashed in her eyes. The matriarch and Madame Zhou's expressions dimmed, as Su Fu's declaration effectively closed off their avenues of persuasion. Suing, listening from the sidelines, felt anxious. Why was Su Fu suddenly insisting on reclaiming her dowry? After all, she had taken numerous items from it, and if Su Fu were to retrieve them, it would be akin to severing her lifeline. The matriarch, seated in her armchair with a cup of steaming tea in hand, had a flicker of uncertainty in her gaze. She contemplated the significant sum of wealth left by Su Fu's mother. If Su Fu were to take it back, the Su family's livelihood would undoubtedly be affected. No, even at the cost of her dignity, she could not allow Su Fu to reclaim her dowry. Taking a delicate sip of tea, she suppressed her growing frustration, her countenance gradually hardening. "Your assertion is misguided. Your dowry, until your marriage, belongs to the Su family. Every aspect of your sustenance comes from the Su household. Would you even exist in your current form without us? You not only lack gratitude, but also dare to dispute matters with your grandmother and mother." With that, the matriarch slammed the teacup onto the table, her chest heaving as if Su Fu's words had incited her ire. After composing herself with several deep breaths, she continued, "You are not yet betrothed. Once your engagement is established, it will not be too late to learn how to manage your dowry." In her heart, however, she resolved to find a suitable suitor for Su Fu without delay. Su Fu had never intended to reclaim her dowry all at once, but witnessing the matriarch's demeanor truly repulsed her. She reflected on her own thoughtlessness, recognizing the effort her grandmother and mother had invested in managing her dowry. Gratitude lingered in her heart, for she believed that this dowry would surely be well cared for in their capable hands. Upon hearing Su Fu's words, Madame Zhou recalled the land and shops included in Su Fu's dowry, particularly the fertile fields and the bustling storefronts that she had discreetly withheld for Su Qing's future dowry. A momentary stiffness settled on her smile. Yet in an instant, her expression reverted to its usual nurturing facade, and she spoke gently. "Rest assured, dear, the dowry I intended for you shall be returned in full upon your marriage." The matriarch massaged her temples, appearing somewhat weary as she waved her hand dismissively. "Enough, everyone. You may leave now. I'm feeling rather fatigued." Once they had departed, the matriarch straightened her posture. The weariness of moments prior vanished. She instructed the nearby aunt and to summon her as soon as the eldest returned. "Yes, madam." Upon returning to the orchid fragrance pavilion, Su Fu inquired, "Xiao Shuang, do you have the dowry list my mother left for me?" "Yes, miss. It is kept in the box beneath your dressing table." Su Fu felt a surge of joy at the thought of having the dowry list, for it would facilitate matters. In her previous life, she had never paid much attention to the dowry her mother had bestowed upon her, nor did she know its true worth. When she married into the general's residence, the dowry prepared by the Zhou family appeared substantial on the surface, seemingly encompassing everything one could desire. However, this was merely a fade. The contents were composed of items of little value. After entering the general's household, she had been subjected to ridicule from the servants regarding her dowry, but at that time, her indifference towards Xiao Junmo rendered her unbothered by their taunts. Yet, this time was different. She had numerous objectives to pursue in this life, and she understood all too well that lacking funds would be utterly untenable. Furthermore, she would not allow the dowry left by her biological mother to be squandered on unworthy individuals. Chapter 4. Anticipating the first encounter, Su Fu's mother hailed from a prominent family of merchants in Jiangnan, and she had often envisioned the generous dowry that her mother would bestow upon her. However, when Xiao Shuang presented her with the detailed list of the dowry, the quantities inscribed left her utterly astonished. With estates and shops listed among the treasures, the sheer opulence far surpassed Su Fu's initial expectations. She recalled that these very properties had belonged to Su Qing in her past life, and, as her fingers delicately traced the items on the list, a glimmer of cold determination flickered in her eyes. In this lifetime, they shall not take a single thing from me. Xiao Shui, standing by her side, spoke with indignation. Miss, you should have reclaimed your dowry long ago. The jade hairpin adorned with rubies that the second young lady wears was left by the late madam. It was rightfully yours. Everything you have worn and used over the years has merely been leftovers chosen by the second young lady for our Lanshan pavilion. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, for it was clear that Miss was the true eldest daughter of the Su family. Even the usually reticent Xiao Shuang found her voice, stating, outsiders claim that the current madam treats you well, but this is merely a facade. I have been by your side all along and can see the truth, now that you have reached adulthood. I fear the old madam and the madam may hastily arrange a marriage for you. In the past, Xiao Shuang would never have spoken such words. For even if she had, Su Fu would not have believed her. However, today, having observed Su Fu's transformation in recent days, she felt an unsettling sense that her mistress was no longer the same. Su Fu couldn't help but marvel at how much clearer these two maidservants saw compared to her past self. The dowry left to me by my mother shall certainly be reclaimed. They cannot simply marry me off and seize what is rightfully mine. In this life, I shall wed only Xiao Junmo. The mere thought of Xiao Junmo softened Su Fu's previously aloof expression. At present, he was still in the northern wilderness, and by her calculations, it would be another 3 months before he returned. Su Fu's heart began to flutter with anticipation for their first encounter. At the hour of you, Suja had just returned from the Ministry of Revenue when he was halted by Mama and who had been waiting in the outer courtyard. Master, the old madam requests your presence. Noticing the anxious demeanor of Mama, and Suja felt a twinge of curiosity. What could be so urgent? I'm unaware, but you will find out upon your arrival, she replied. When Suja entered, he found the old madam reclining on a couch, a young maid gently massaging her shoulders. Upon seeing Suja, she instructed the maid to fetch the soup that had been prepared for him in the kitchen. After taking a sip of tea, Suja inquired, Mother, did you summon me for a specific reason? The old madam composed herself, stating, Today, Su Fu came to pay her respects to me. She has recovered and ought to have come to greet you. Is there anything amiss? Suja, puzzled, replied, There seems to be nothing unusual about that. The old madam's gaze hardened slightly. While this may seem normal, do you know what else she said today? As she spoke, her wrinkled, yellowed hand gently moved the beads on her wrist. She expressed her desire to reclaim the dowry left by her birth mother, and you are well aware of the considerable sum involved. Although you hold the esteemed position of a fourth-rank Minister of Revenue, your monthly salary is insufficient to support the current expenses of the Su family. Furthermore, you must also allocate funds for the various intrigues of the court, which adds to your financial burdens. Thus, her dowry is something we cannot allow her to take back. Suja paused momentarily in the act of lifting his teacup, astonished. What? She intends to reclaim her dowry? However, Mother, that dowry is under her name, and now that she has reached maturity, if she truly wishes to take it back, we may find it difficult to refuse her. Hence, I have come to consult you about this matter." The old matriarch's gaze was fierce. Now that the girl has come of age, she is ready for marriage. You must pay close attention to suitable candidates in the near future. When she is wed, we shall provide her with a modest dowry to ensure a smooth union, thereby avoiding any scandalous gossip from outsiders. She is merely a young girl. Can we not manage her affairs? Suja found this proposition rather agreeable, his previously furrowed brow relaxing. "Mother, this idea is indeed commendable. I shall keep an eye out for appropriate suitors." What a pair of greedy and shameless mother and son. Their repugnant demeanor mirrored one another perfectly. On one hand, they covet the bountiful dowry, wishing to claim it entirely for themselves. On the other hand, they feign integrity, striving for a respectable reputation, all while presenting a facade of moral superiority, an epitome of hypocrisy. Such behavior, seeking both advantage and a facade of propriety, is truly repulsive. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Qing was discussing the dowry with Zhou Shi. Su Qing tugged at Zhou Shi's arm, playfully asserting, "Mother, we absolutely cannot allow Su Fu to take back her dowry. It all rightfully belongs to me. After all, I am destined to become the crown princess, and my dowry must not be lacking. You may speak of this to your mother, but be careful not to let outsiders hear, lest it jeopardize your father's grand plans," Zhou Shi cautioned. Gently patting Su Qing's hand, her eyes gleamed with shrewdness as she added, "Rest assured, your grandmother is even more anxious than we are. Your father has just returned home and has been summoned by her, so we need only observe the situation." As Zhou Shi currently managed the domestic affairs of the Su household, she was quickly informed of any developments once Suja visited the old matriarch. Meanwhile, the subject of their discussion, Su Fu, was leisurely seated in the courtyard, enjoying the autumn breeze while capturing fireflies. Though summer had arrived, the night remained oppressively warm. On this particular evening, a maid delivered ice to the orchid fragrance pavilion. "Miss, this is freshly distributed ice. The lady instructed me to bring it to you." Su Fu cast a cold, piercing glance at the meager ice cubes the maid had placed on the ground, a slight smirk playing on her lips, laced with an almost imperceptible irony. "Is our household truly in such decline that we receive only this paltry amount of ice?" The maid felt a pang of anxiety, her heart racing, yet she maintained her composure and boldly responded, in answer to the eldest young lady, "This is indeed what the lady has just allocated." Each courtyard received an equal share. Su Fu raised her hand, seemingly admiring the freshly dyed cochineal, and casually remarked, "Oh, is that so? Then I must inquire with my mother to see if it is indeed as you claim." Without waiting for the maid's response, Su Fu stepped out of the room. At that moment, Madame Zhou was seated in a grand armchair, engrossed in her reading, when she heard the maid announce, "Madam, the eldest young lady has arrived." Before Madame Zhou could respond, Su Fu entered. "Mother," she greeted. Madame Zhou welcomed her with a smile. "Fu, what brings you here at this late hour?" Su Fu cast a glance at the several pots of ice arranged within the room, noting that there were even more than in other households, truly a display of extravagance. In this era, ice was a luxury that ordinary families could scarcely afford, and with Suja's current monthly salary, it was improbable for Madame Zhou to procure so many basins of ice at once. It was evident that she was indulging in her dowry funds. Su Fu secretly contemplated that she needed to reclaim her dowry swiftly. She could not allow these ungrateful individuals to benefit from it without justification. Chapter 5. Punishing the maidservant, the depths of Su Fu's eyes were filled with concern as she gently inquired of Madame Zhou, "Mother, I sense an unease within my heart and have come to ask if our household has encountered any troubles recently." Su Fu's words left Madame Zhou puzzled. She furrowed her brow, contemplating why Su Fu would ask such a question. "No, our household has been quite well lately. There is nothing amiss. Why do you inquire so?" Su Fu feigned confusion. "It is indeed strange. Today a maidservant delivered but a basin of ice to the Lanxiang pavilion, and I presumed it was due to some hardship that has befallen our household, resulting in a reduction of provisions across the various courtyards. Thus I sought to consult you." "Mother," She then innocently pointed towards the numerous basins of ice displayed in Madame Zhou's chamber. Yet, seeing so many basins here, it seems our household has not faced any difficulties after all. Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment crossed Madame Zhou's face, and she cleared her throat softly. Internally, she pondered why, in the past, when ice was sent to the Lanxiang Pavilion in such quantities, Su Fu had never voiced any concerns. Why, then, had she suddenly come to her with this issue now? Madame Zhou's expression turned to one of surprise, her voice rising slightly. What? Only one basin was sent to you? I distinctly ordered that each courtyard send 3 basins. Could that maidservant have miscounted? 3 basins? But the maidservant delivered only one to the Lanxiang Pavilion. She claimed this was your command, and that all courtyards were to provide the same share. Suddenly, Su Fu seemed to have an epiphany, her voice rising in pitch. Mother, it must be that the maidservant has selfishly kept the rest for herself. How dare she slander you, nearly causing me to misjudge you? Mother, such a maidservant is utterly unworthy of remaining. Though Madame Zhou internally cursed Su Fu, she maintained an appearance of maternal affection. Gently patting Su Fu's hand, she spoke softly. You are right, my dear. A maidservant who betrays her master cannot be allowed to remain in her household. However, we cannot lay all the blame upon her. Perhaps she acted out of momentary confusion, and we should grant her a chance for redemption. Upon hearing these words, Su Fu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if she bore a great injustice. Mother, if even a mere maidservant dares to withhold items from the Lanxiang Pavilion, it is evident that she is taking advantage of my position as one without a mother as protection since childhood, bold enough to bully me in this manner. If we do not punish this maidservant now, will others not perceive me as easy prey? How shall I ever establish myself in this household thereafter? I beseech you, mother, to stand up for me. As Su Fu's agitation grew, her eyes brimmed with tears, gazing at Madame Zhou with a look of deep grievance. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Madame Zhou understood that if the maidservant was not dealt with today, appeasing Su Fu would be impossible. She could not afford to sever ties with her daughter at this juncture, to maintain her role as a benevolent mother in Su Fu's eyes. She would have to sacrifice the maidservant. Madame Zhou produced a handkerchief, tenderly wiping the tears from Su Fu's face. Oh, dear Su, do not cry. Your mother feels your pain, and I shall take matters into my own hands. With that, she turned her gaze towards the door, her expression steely, her voice low yet authoritative as she commanded, Bring forth the maidservant who delivered ice to the Lanxiang Pavilion today. Expel her from the Su residence at once. In the Su residence, we shall not tolerate the existence of wicked servants who steal from their masters and bully them. Just as the maid at the entrance was about to take her leave, the voice of Su Fu echoed in her ears. Wait, how can we simply expel her from the estate? Mother, I remember that according to the family rules of the Su household, she should be punished with 30 strokes and then expelled. I know you have always been kind-hearted, but without rules, chaos ensues. If we do not impose a severe punishment on that maid today, who knows what others might dare to do to you in the future? After having just cried, Su Fu's voice still held a hint of tenderness. Zhou's stern expression nearly faltered. How troublesome this wretched girl has become today. The maid was someone she had brought from her family and had served her for many years. She was indeed her confidant. Zhou gritted her teeth, realizing Su Fu was right. Without rules, there can be no order. In the past, she had been too lenient with them. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her fury and continued. Punish that maid with 30 strokes and expel her from the Su residence. At this, Su Fu felt a sense of satisfaction. Remembering her past life, that maid had bullied her mercilessly. Listening to the maid's cries from the courtyard, Su Fu lowered her head slightly, a subtle smile gracing her lips, completely devoid of the tears and aggrieved expression she had just moments ago. Zhou, hearing the screams outside, grew increasingly agitated. After all, that maid had been with her for so long. Su Fu rose from her seat, kneeling to bid farewell to Zhou. I shall take my leave now, mother. Please rest early. Be careful on your way back. Tomorrow, I will have the maid bring an ice basin to the Lanxiang Pavilion, Zhou replied. Thank you, mother. Once Su Fu departed, Zhou could no longer contain her anger and slammed the teacup on the table, shattering it on the floor. The tender smile she had worn while addressing Su Fu vanished instantly. The maid, Xiao Tao, was so frightened that she fell to her knees, her voice trembling. "Madam, please do not be angry. It's not worth it to ruin your health." "How can I not be angry? Yunqing has been with me since my days in the Zhou residence, and now, because of that wretched Su Fu, she is facing punishment and expulsion. I cannot swallow this grievance." Zhou's eyes darkened with malice. Had she known better, she would never have kept that little wretch. Upon returning to the Lanxiang pavilion, Qiu Shui could hardly contain her excitement, her already bright eyes now shimmering with delight. "Miss, that was so satisfying. You have no idea. Whenever Yunqing delivered items to our Lanxiang pavilion, the quantity was always less than what was sent to other courtyards. And they often deliberately made things difficult for me and Sister Qiu Shuang. Suffugently pate end in consolation. From now on, if anyone bullies you, do not hesitate to retaliate. The more we tolerate, the more they will perceive us as easy targets." Yet, Qiu Shuang appeared worried. "Miss, having the madam punish Yunqing today, she may hold a grudge against you. Now that she holds the power of the household, I fear your future days may be difficult." Su Fu delicately traced the floral patterns on her teacup, casually responding, "Even if I acted as I always have, pretending nothing occurred, she would still make my life difficult. If that is the case, why should I not seek to make my current days a little more pleasant?" Upon finishing her words, she cast a glance outside the door, her indifferent eyes deepening with contemplation. "Whatever strategies they might devise to confront me in the future, let them come. I am prepared." Su Fu turned to the two maidservants, advising them to exercise caution in their actions henceforth, lest others take advantage of any missteps. Qiu Shuang and Qiu Shui responded in unison, "Miss, rest assured we understand." In the days that followed, Su Fu enjoyed a period of tranquility, believing that the Zhou family would remain inactive. However, the Zhou family had other intentions. One day, while Su Fu was in the courtyard tending to the flowers and trimming their branches, Zhou Shi and Su Qing unexpectedly arrived. Upon seeing her, Su Qing eagerly approached, linking her arm and exclaiming, "Elder sister." The moment she recognized the pair of mother and daughter, Su Fu sensed that trouble was surely imminent. "Mother, second sister, what brings you here?" Chapter 6. Marriage. As soon as she settled into the room, Mrs. Zhou beamed and exclaimed, "Good news." She cast a glance at the enchanting Qiu Shuang, standing beside Su Fu. "Look at Qiu Shuang, my dear. She has blossomed into such a graceful maiden. And as she matures, it is indeed the right time to consider her future marriage. As your mother, I must take it upon myself to ensure her lifelong happiness. After all, you are still young and not yet betrothed, so you may not have given this matter the thorough consideration it deserves. Thus, I have taken the liberty of selecting a suitable match for her." A chill ran through Su Fu at the thought of her previous life. Recalling that Qiu Shuang had met an untimely demise shortly after marrying Qi Chuan, the son of the steward. No, this time, she could not allow Qiu Shuang to wed Qi Chuan. Qiu Shuang, upon hearing the mention of marriage, momentarily froze in surprise. A smile graced Su Fu's lips as she pondered who her mother had in mind. Noticing Su Fu's lack of immediate rejection, Mrs. Zhou felt a sense of relief. Qiu Shuang had served Su Fu since childhood, and her contract of servitude was in Su Fu's hands. If Su Fu disapproved, the matter would indeed prove complicated. "It is, of course, our steward's son, Qi Chuan. You have met him before, and rest assured, I have inquired about him. He is a fine young man. Once Qiu Shuang is married, he will certainly treat her well." Understanding dawned upon Su Fu. It was indeed Qi Chuan. In her past life, she had been deceived by Mrs. Zhou's assurances, believing Qi Chuan to be a good man, which led her to marry Qiu Shuang to him, resulting in Qiu Shuang's early and tragic death. Qi Chuan worked in the outer courtyard of the Su residence, and though he appeared honest, Qiu Shuang never complained about him after their marriage, which misled her into thinking he was kind. It was only after Qiu Shuang's death that Su Fu learned of Qi Chuan's gambling addiction. When he lost everything and was unable to repay his debts, the gambling den owner, having learned of Qi Chuan's beautiful wife, demanded Qiu Shuang as collateral. In his gambling frenzy, Qi Chuan had consented without a second thought. When the owner came to collect, Qiu Shuang, refusing to comply, tragically took her own life. Haunted by memories of Xiao Shuang's grim fate, Su Fu felt a deep sense of guilt. Had she not consented to the marriage with Qi Chuan, Xiao Shuang would not have suffered such a dire end. With a steely gaze, Su Fu met Mrs. Zhou's eyes, resolute in her thoughts. Xiao Shuang was a gift from her late mother, who had passed away many years ago. Throughout these years, Xiao Shuang had remained by her side, and Su Fu had come to regard her as family. She wished to keep Xiao Shuang close for a few more years and did not desire for her to marry so soon. Suddenly, Xiao Shuang, who had remained silent, knelt before Su Fu and sincerely implored, "I beg of you, miss, please allow me to remain by your side. I have no desire to marry. I only wish to serve you." Su Qing interjected gently, "Dear sister, Qi Chuan has good prospects and is an honest man. Marrying him would be an elevation for Xiao Shuang. Moreover, even if she were married, she could still visit you often." Su Fu rolled her eyes internally at Su Qing. If Qi Chuan were indeed so admirable, they wouldn't be discussing this matter here in the Lanxiang Pavilion. With a slight upward curve of her lips and a hint of an enigmatic smile, Su Fu spoke in a detached tone, "Xiao Shuang is my personal maid. Her future is a matter I prefer to decide without the concerns of my mother or younger sister." Su Qing opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something more. But upon meeting Zhou's gaze, she swallowed the words back. Zhou sighed, wearing an expression of selfless benevolence that went unappreciated. "I initially intended to seek a suitable match for Xiao Shuang. Since you are unwilling, so be it." After Zhou and Su Qing departed, Xiao Shuang knelt before Su Fu with a thud, bowing deeply in gratitude. Her face radiated appreciation as she thanked the young lady for advocating on her behalf. Su Fu gently lifted her up, simultaneously taking the hands of Xiao Shuang and Xiao Shui. "You both have been by my side since childhood. Naturally, I shall protect you. Should you encounter suitable suitors in the future and wish to marry, simply tell me, and I shall take care of it. I shall not marry. I wish to stay by the young lady's side forever," Xiao Shui said earnestly, her large eyes blinking. Xiao Shuang echoed her sentiment, asserting her unwillingness to wed. "Very well, let's not dwell on that for now. I did not acquiesce to Zhou's request, and she will undoubtedly not let this matter rest. She will surely devise another scheme. Therefore, Xiao Shuang, since you have little to do lately, it would be prudent to avoid Lanxiang Pavilion, lest they find an opportunity to exploit." As soon as Zhou and Su Qing returned to their quarters, Su Qing, filled with indignation, confronted Zhou, saying, "Mother, why did you not allow me to continue speaking just now? Is this matter to be dismissed? You promised the steward that you would resolve it." Zhou waved her hand to dismiss the nearby servants, pulling Su Qing down beside her, her eyes glinting with calculation. "Do not be hasty. After all, Xiao Shuang's contract of servitude lies in Su Fu's hands. If we were to force her to marry Qi Chuan today, she would certainly harbor resentment towards us in the future. We have not yet secured the dowry. It is not wise to sever ties with her just yet." Su Qing pouted, still somewhat vexed. "What then shall we do?" Zhou's eyes flickered with a cunning light, a hint of a meticulously crafted scheme forming in her mind. Her lips curling into a dangerous smile as she spoke in a low tone. "While it may not be prudent for us to confront her openly, that does not preclude us from taking actions behind the scenes." Remembering Yun Qing, who had been beaten and expelled from the residence, Zhou's anger flared anew. "If she dares to punish my maid, then I shall retaliate against hers." Observing Zhou's demeanor, Su Qing realized that she indeed had a plan. The following day, when Su Fu came to pay her respects to Zhou, the latter appeared as she always did, embodying the image of a loving mother. Su Fu carefully scrutinized her for any signs of discord, but found none. Yet, the more normal Zhou seemed, the more uneasy Su Fu felt. A tranquil half-month passed, and the Su residents prepared to celebrate the matriarch's birthday. The banquet was set in the Chengsong courtyard. Today, many guests were present at the Su residence, and fearing a shortage of hands, Zhou assigned some of the outer courtyard staff to assist in the Chengsong courtyard, among whom was Qi Chuan. At this moment, Qi Chuan was stealthily lurking in a corner, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Shuang, who was busily pouring tea for Su Fu not far away. Upon beholding the delicate and enchanting visage of Xiao Shuang, radiant like a blooming flower, An uncontrollable wave of joy surged within him. Indeed, I have not been deceived. This young lady's companion, Xiao Shuang, is truly a beauty. Qi Chuan pondered quietly, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Today, the residence was bustling with numerous guests, and Su Fu had specifically instructed both Xiao Shuang and Xiao Shui to refrain from wandering about, lest they fall prey to those with ulterior motives, specifically the Zhou family. Elder sister, a youthful voice reached Su Fu's ears. She withdrew her gaze from the performance stage and turned towards the source of the voice. The young man's features bore a resemblance to Su Qing, prompting Su Fu to offer a faint and distant smile as she called out, "Third brother." Su Zian, noticing Su Fu's aloof demeanor, felt a pang of confusion. In the past, Su Fu had been warm and affectionate towards him, treating him like a true brother, always reserving the finest things for him. What could have transpired during his absence that led to such emotional distance? Chapter 7. The Zhou family. Su Zian, the son of the Zhou family, is a year younger than Su Fu and currently attends Hang Sung Academy. He has returned this time to celebrate the birthday of the matriarch. With a smile, Su Zian gracefully took the empty seat beside Su Fu. "Elder sister, I returned yesterday and heard from mother that you were unwell a few days ago. I was quite worried. Now that I see you are well, I am at ease." Su Fu silently mocked him, thinking if you were truly concerned, would you have waited until now to inquire? She did not even glance at him, simply responding with a curt, "Thank you." Not perturbed by Su Fu's demeanor, Su Zian maintained his poise, embodying the elegance of a scholar. "Then I shall not interrupt your enjoyment of the performance," he said with a smile before rising and departing. As the moment for presenting birthday gifts arrived, the guests began to present their prepared offerings. When it was time for the grandchildren to present their gifts, Su Fu, as the eldest daughter of the Su family, was the first to step forward. Su Fu reached for the scroll from Xiao Shuang's hands and slowly unfurled it. "Grandmother, I present you with a painting I created, wishing you longevity and health." As the crowd gazed closely, they discovered that Su Fu had gifted a landscape painting. The artwork depicted towering mountains shrouded in mist, with a crystal-clear stream gently flowing amidst them. At the foot of the mountains stood several robust pine trees by the bank, their sturdy trunks exuding a sense of vitality, as if each branch possessed an indomitable spirit. This painting was nothing short of lifelike, transporting onlookers to a realm of nature. Everyone present was astonished at Su Fu's remarkable artistic skill, offering praises in abundance. Some remarked that the painting imparted a sense of tranquility and peace, while others noted that the pine trees were exceptionally rendered, adding vibrancy and life to the entire piece. Even Su Zhe, who typically paid little attention to Su Fu, was momentarily taken aback by the artwork. The expressions of Zhou Shi and her daughter darkened further. Su Qing, vexed at being outshone by Su Fu, stamped her foot and whispered to Zhou Shi, "Mother, when did Su Fu acquire such painting skills? Has she been learning in secret?" Zhou Shi was equally perplexed, narrowing her eyes. "This little wretch continues to surprise me. Could it be that she has been deceiving us all along?" A lady present, who had connections with the Su family, remarked, "I had previously heard that the second daughter of the Su family was talented, but I rarely heard anything about the eldest daughter. I never imagined she was equally remarkable. The matriarch is truly fortunate." Upon hearing her granddaughter praised, the matriarch beamed with delight, the creases at the corners of her eyes deepening with joy. "Ha ha ha! You flatter me, madam. My eldest granddaughter is rather reserved and seldom ventures out, which is why you may not have heard of her." Next, it was Su Qing's turn to present her gift. She retrieved a string of sandalwood prayer beads from an exquisite box. "Grandmother, I present you with a string of sandalwood prayer beads, which I personally sought from Henzhan Temple. It is said that wearing them brings safety and enhances blessings. I hope these beads will bring you good fortune and health." The matriarch accepted the prayer beads, examining each bead closely. They emitted a faint fragrance, with their deep and understated hue. Her smile grew increasingly radiant. "Good child, you are thoughtful. With such filial piety, grandmother will surely enjoy a long life." With Su Fu's gift preceding hers, the guests found no novelty in Su Qing's offering, merely praising her for her filial spirit. Following her was Su Zian. And after him came several illegitimate sons and daughters of Su Zhe, along with the collateral branches of the Su family. Throughout the day, Su Fu maintained a heightened vigilance, carefully observing the every move of the Zhou mother and daughter. She was acutely aware of their deep cunning and insidious methods. Thus she dared not let her guard down for even a moment. As the banquet gradually approached its conclusion and all the guests were seen off, the Zhou pair exhibited no unusual behavior, which slightly eased Su Fu's anxiety. At that moment, Su Qing sauntered over to Su Fu, her eyes seemingly sparkling with curiosity. "Elder sister, the painting you gifted grandmother today was truly remarkable. How did I never know that you were such an adept artist?" In response to Su Qing's praise, Su Fu merely smiled faintly, replying in a calm tone, "It is merely the result of idle time spent dabbling in art." With that, she turned her head slightly, no longer engaging with Su Qing. Observing Su Fu's demeanor, Su Qing felt no anger as she had in the past. Remembering her mother's plan, she covered her upward-curving lips with her handkerchief. Upon returning to Lanxiang Pavilion, Su Fu finally relaxed her tense thoughts after a day of vigilance. It was now dark outside. Feeling particularly fatigued, she attributed it to the day's exertions. After letting Qiu Shuang and Qiu Xue assist her with her bathing and changing, Su Fu asked Qiu Xue to keep watch that night, allowing Qiu Shuang to retire for rest. Lying in bed, Su Fu's eyelids grew heavy, and she felt an overwhelming drowsiness. The more she pondered, the more something felt amiss. She sensed that something was wrong, yet could not pinpoint what it was. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She had been preoccupied with the idea that the Zhou family would take advantage of the crowded celebration to act, but she had overlooked one crucial detail. She quickly sat up in bed and softly called out to the already sleeping Qiu Xue. "Qiu Xue, Qiu Xue." After calling her twice without response, Su Fu hurriedly got out of bed and shook Qiu Xue awake. Still groggy, Qiu Xue rubbed her bleary eyes and asked, "Miss, how did I fall asleep so suddenly?" Su Fu placed a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. She poured 2 cups of tea, finishing one in a single gulp before handing the other to Qiu Xue. Her expression was grave as she whispered urgently in Qiu Xue's ear, "There's trouble." After drinking the tea Su Fu handed her, Qiu Xue's mind cleared considerably, and she sensed that something was indeed wrong, her heart racing with apprehension. "Miss, what should we do?" Su Fu, regaining air composure, replied, "Stay calm. Tell me." "Today we all went to Changsong Courtyard. Who remains in our courtyard?" Qiu Xue thought for a moment and replied, "All the maids and servants in our courtyard were summoned by Madame to help at Changsong Courtyard." Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she recalled someone. "Miss, there's Xiao Chun." She didn't go. This morning, she mentioned feeling unwell, and Sister Qiu Shuang let her stay to watch over Lanxiang Pavilion. Xiao Chun? Su Fu contemplated for a moment, and a vision of a young maid appeared in her mind. Xiao Chun, the maid responsible for sweeping the courtyard, was usually reticent, and Su Fu had seldom paid her any heed. With a grave expression unprecedented in her demeanor, Su Fu grasped Qiu Xue's arm and whispered instructions into her ear. Qiu Xue diligently noted down the directives, assuring her mistress that she would attend to it immediately. However, Su Fu, still apprehensive, reiterated her urgency, insisting that it must be done swiftly. If her suspicions were correct, the Zhou family would soon be arriving. Together, Su Fu and Qiu Xue gently pushed open the door, stepping out with utmost caution before closing it behind them. Once outside, they separated to execute their respective tasks. Qiu Xue turned down a lengthy corridor, arriving at the door of Qiu Shuang's chamber. She carefully punctured a small hole in the window, and, using the items provided by Su Fu, she exhaled a few breaths into the room. After a brief pause, she gently pushed the door open and entered. Chapter 8. The flood at Lanxiang Pavilion. Upon discovering Qiu Shuang peacefully slumbering in her bed, Qiu Xue exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful for her timely arrival. She retrieved the medicinal pill given by Su Fu from her bosom and administered it to Qiu Shuang. After a brief interval, Qiu Shuang awoke, her expression one of confusion as she observed Qiu Xue in her chamber. "Aren't you supposed to be keeping watch over the young lady tonight? What are you doing here?" Qiu Xue did not respond. Instead, she began to search the room, seemingly in pursuit of something. Eventually, she stumbled upon a large chest in the corner. With utmost caution, she opened it to reveal Qi Chuan, who was under the influence of the drug and unconscious. Realizing the implications, a cold sweat broke out on Xiao Shuang's back. At that moment, Su Fu staggered in, carrying Xiao Chun on his back. "Quick, lend a hand. We must get her onto the bed." Su Fu felt fortunate for his considerable strength at this juncture. Xiao Shuang and Xiao Xue hurried to assist, together lifting Xiao Chun onto the bed, and subsequently hoisting Qi Chuan as well. Afterward, Su Fu administered a pill to both individuals lying on the bed. Once the task was completed, he turned to Xiao Shuang and Xiao Xue. "All done. We must leave quickly. Someone is coming." Just as the trio returned to Su Fu's quarters, a loud cry echoed from outside. "Oh no! Langxiang Pavilion is flooding. Quick, someone call for help." Su Zhe, who had taken refuge at the Zhou residence that night, was roused by the commotion. He inquired, "What is happening outside? Why such a disturbance?" Zhou Shi had been eagerly awaiting this moment. Upon hearing the uproar, she furrowed her brow in concern. "My lord, it seems they're saying Langxiang Pavilion is flooding. We must get up and investigate. Su Fu is still inside." As she spoke, she donned an outer garment and helped Su Zhe into his as well, together with a host of maids and servants. They hastily made their way to Langxiang Pavilion. Upon their arrival, Su Qing had already reached the scene first. Seeing Zhou Shi and Su Zhe approach, she stepped forward to greet them. "Father, mother, you have come too." After a sigh of relief, she continued, "Fortunately, the fire is not severe. It has only consumed a maid's room, and the flames have already been extinguished." Noticing the fire was out, Su Zhe contemplated returning home. Just then, a commotion arose from the maid's quarters, a sound that those who had experienced it would instantly recognize. Su Zhe's expression darkened, his countenance grave as he suppressed his fury. Addressing the matter in a strained voice, "What sort of management does Su Fu exhibit? How could she permit her servants to engage in such disgraceful conduct in the courtyard?" At that moment, Zhou Shi felt a sense of satisfaction, and upon witnessing Su Zhe's anger, she interjected, "My lord, please do not be enraged. This cannot be entirely attributed to Su Fu. She is young and lacks understanding, and her negligence in managing the servants is not solely her fault." Suyin, as if just remembering, glanced around and exclaimed, with such a ruckus, "Why has the eldest sister not yet emerged?" It dawned on everyone that they had yet to catch sight of Su Fu. How could she dare to show her face after such disgraceful acts conducted by her own maids in our courtyard? Su Zhe bellowed in exasperation. "I must see who possesses such audacity to engage in such lewd acts within the Su residence." After Su Zhe finished speaking, he strode towards the source of the disturbance in the adjoining room, his sleeves brushing against the air with urgency. The steward, following closely behind, felt a pang of worry for his son, given Su Zhe's evident fury. Upon noticing this, Madame Zhou nodded slightly at him, offering a reassuring glance. Upon reaching the doorway, Su Zhe signaled for the servants to kick the door open. Just as the door was forcefully swung open, a voice emerged from behind him, "Su Fu." She appeared as if she had just awakened, her hair in disarray. Spotting Zhou and Su Zhe, she hurriedly approached, bowing, "Father, mother." Her expression carried a hint of apology as she continued, "I just woke up and heard from the servants that there was a commotion here, so I rushed over, not realizing I had disturbed you both." Madame Tho, Suyin, and the steward were taken aback and found it hard to believe that Xiao Shuang was standing unharmed behind Su Fu. Madame Zhou could hardly comprehend the scene before her. She had meticulously arranged everything. So how could it have come to this? If the person inside was not Xiao Shuang, then who could it be? Su Fu observed the varied expressions of those present, feigning a cough as she pressed a handkerchief to the corners of her mouth. Seeing Su Fu arrive at this moment only fueled Su Zhe's ire, and he coldly remarked, "Oh, you only arrived now? Are you aware that a maid in your courtyard has committed such disgraceful acts, rendering you too ashamed to show your face?" Su Fu wore a puzzled and innocent expression. "Father, you've wronged your daughter. I returned from Chengsong courtyard and went to rest, and for some reason, I felt unusually drowsy tonight. If not for a maid coming in to rouse me just now, I might still be asleep." Seemingly recalling Su Zhe's earlier mention of disgraceful acts, she continued with a frown, "What do you mean by disgraceful acts?" At that moment, A woman's piercing scream erupted from inside the room. The onlookers craned their necks to peer inside, where they beheld a disheveled woman seated on the bed, her attire in disarray, and beside her lay a naked man, his head concealed beneath the covers, obscuring his features. The floor was strewn with torn garments, a testament to the tumultuous events that had just transpired. Steward, lift the covers for me. I demand to see who possesses such audacity. The steward, startled by the command, hesitated momentarily, glancing towards Madame Zhou for assistance. Her gaze averted. She grasped Suja's sleeve, pleading, "My lord, it is late, and you have had a long day. Why not return and rest? Allow me to handle this matter, so it does not offend your eyes." Su Qing quickly chimed in. "Indeed, father, let mother take care of the household matters. She is sure to resolve this issue proficiently." Suja glared at Madame Zhou, shaking off her hand with resentment. "Look at the situation before us. I entrust the household affairs to you. And this is what your daughter refers to as being capable?" Madame Zhou, feeling guilty, lowered her head in silence. Suja then shouted at the steward once more, "Steward, are you deaf? Or have you grown too feeble to move?" With no choice but to comply, the steward steeled himself and stepped into the room, pulling the covers away, finally revealing the man's face to the assembly. Without a hint of surprise, the figure cowering beneath the covers was none other than the butler's son, Qi Chuan. As the blanket was lifted, Qi Chuan hastily grabbed a nearby bedsheet to cover his lower half. Su Fu and Su Qing averted their gazes, reluctant to glance into the room. Upon recognizing the young man's countenance, Butler Su delivered a resounding slap to Qi Chuan's face, displaying a mix of disappointment and frustration. "You ungrateful wretch! How could you commit such an act? You have utterly tarnished my reputation." Although Qi Chuan was in a state of panic, he adhered to the prearranged narrative, mustering the courage to declare, "Father, I have already pledged my troth to Xiao Shuang. It was she who summoned me here tonight." Inwardly cursing him, Zhou could not help but think, "Fool." Su Fu's gaze was icy, her tone devoid of emotion. "Oh, you and Xiao Shuang have pledged your troth?" "Xiao Shuang is presently keeping vigil in my chamber, having remained by my side the entire night. Are you perhaps experiencing hallucinations?" Chapter 9. Nightmares. At this moment, Xiao Shuang, who had been standing behind Su Fu, stepped forward and addressed Suja, saying, "My lord, although I am but a lowly maid, I cannot allow my integrity to be tarnished by others. I implore you to stand up for me." Upon seeing Xiao Shuang, Qi Chuan was taken aback. He quickly turned to look at the woman inside the bed, nearly leaping in astonishment. "Xiao Chun, how could it be you?" At that moment, Xiao Chun was weeping uncontrollably, unable to articulate a single word. Suja's face darkened to an extreme as he turned to Su Fu, demanding an explanation for the events that had transpired in her courtyard. "Daughter, when I returned from Chengsong courtyard, it was nearly the hour of the dog. After washing up as usual, I retired for the night. I usually have a light sleep, yet I was inexplicably not awakened by the commotion of the fire. Even Xiao Shuang and Xiao Shui, who were keeping watch in my room, failed to wake up in time." Su Fu's gaze flickered as she seemingly nonchalantly glanced at Madame Zhou and Su Qing, then continued, "Father, I sense that there is something amiss in this matter, and I hope you will investigate it thoroughly." Upon hearing Su Fu's words, Suja realized that the situation might not be as straightforward as it appeared. He composed himself and instructed a nearby servant to check the young lady's room for any suspicious items. Madame Zhou hastily interjected, "My lord, in my humble opinion, this matter appears to be a clandestine rendezvous between the young maid and the servant, driven by mutual affection. Although it is true that Su Fu has not managed her servants properly, leading to this grave consequence. If this scandal were to escalate and become public, what would become of the Su family's reputation?" Madame Zhou feigned concern for the Su household, continuing, "Therefore, it would be wise to choose an auspicious day for Qi Chuan to marry Xiao Chun, thereby quelling this incident." Having been married to Madame Zhou for many years, Suja was well aware of her character. Seeing her current demeanor, he understood that this matter must be connected to her. However, she did speak with some reason. It was indeed unwise to let this escalate. After much contemplation, Suja finally declared, "In light of the housekeeper's years of diligent service to the Su household, We shall not pursue this matter further. From this day forth, let no one speak of it again. Since it has come to this, let us select a propitious day for Chi Chuan to take Xiao Chun away." With that, Su Zhu waved his sleeves and departed. Su Fu walked slowly to Madame Zhou's side, her voice lowered to a chilling whisper that sent shivers down one's spine. Unlike her usual demeanor, her tone was now devoid of warmth, replaced by an icy chill that penetrated to the core. Pausing for a moment by Madame Zhou, she leaned in and spoke each word with deliberate clarity. "Are you satisfied with tonight's events, madam?" Having spoken, her expression reverted to its customary coldness as she gracefully made her way back to her own quarters, leaving Madame Zhou frozen in place. Madame Zhou clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. This wretched girl has indeed been feigning all along. It appears that her previous demeanor was but a ruse. Upon hearing the news of his impending marriage to Xiao Chun, Chi Chuan immediately expressed his distress, exclaiming, "Madam, I do not wish to wed Xiao Chun." Mrs. Zhou, infuriated, pointed at Chi Chuan and berated him. "You are truly a fool. I have arranged everything for you, yet you cannot even discern who shares your bed." Faced with such circumstances, Chi Chuan, albeit reluctantly, had no choice but to marry Xiao Chun. He consoled himself inwardly, reassured that Xiao Chun was not without her merits, though she paled in comparison to Qiu Shuang. A few days later, Qiu Shuang donned a somewhat worn bridal gown, gathered her belongings, and was escorted away through the back gate of the Su residence, leaving without a single piece of decent jewelry. On the day Xiao Chun departed, Qiu Xue inquired of Su Fu, "Miss, Xiao Chun has betrayed you, and you are allowing her to leave so easily?" Su Fu cast her dark gaze upon the flowers and plants in the courtyard, her lips parting slightly as she replied, "Marrying Chi Chuan is her greatest punishment." "Sister," the voice accompanied by the figure of Su Zian, clad in a blue robe, entered. "Sister, I have come to bid you farewell. I shall return to Hengxing Academy." Upon hearing this, Su Fu's expression remained tranquil, her demeanor as graceful and composed as ever. She nodded slightly, acknowledging his words, and replied softly, "Be careful on your journey." Su Zian waited with a glimmer of hope in his heart, yearning to see Su Fu, as in the past, prepare numerous precious gifts for him upon his departure. However, this time, he was destined for disappointment. Noticing the hint of disillusionment on Su Zian's face, Su Fu silently mocked him in her heart. Was he so accustomed to receiving gifts from others that he expected her to shower him with treasures, as before? Seeing Su Fu elegantly sipping tea in her chair, seemingly indifferent to the conversation, Su Zian could only bid her a reluctant farewell. As he turned to leave, a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. He went to Mrs. Zhou's quarters, exclaiming, "Mother, Su Fu is vastly different now. You must pay her closer attention from now on." Mrs. Zhou, understanding, reassured him, "Do not worry about the affairs of the household. Focus on your studies at the academy. I now manage the inner chambers of the estate. What need have I to fear a mere little maid?" Remembering the previous incident with Xiao Chun, Mrs. Zhou's expression darkened with resentment as she gritted her teeth, declaring, "That little wretch is likely no longer under our control. I truly underestimated her in the past." On this day, Su Fu anxiously awaited Qiu Xue's return from her outing. After a while, Qiu Xue burst through the door, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat from her hurried departure. Breathlessly, she approached Su Fu, neglecting to wipe the perspiration from her brow as she eagerly reported, "Miss, the tea houses and taverns along the main roads of the capital are absolutely teeming with people today. Everyone is clamoring to reserve their spots for tomorrow. Fortunately, you instructed me to go early, otherwise we might have missed out on a good position." Finally, Su Fu's anxious heart was at ease, knowing she would soon see Xiao Junmo, a mix of excitement and nervousness stirring within her. That night, as Su Fu lay in bed, she tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. After much struggle, I finally succumbed to slumber, only to find myself immersed in a dream depicting the tragic demise of Xiao Junmo in a past life. In this reverie, Xiao Junmo was drenched in blood, his hairpins scattered, and his flowing ebony locks danced with the wind. He clung to the last vestiges of life, driving his sword deep into the chest of an enemy commander. Yet, soon after, his body could bear no more, and he sank to one knee upon the ground. His bloodshot eyes, teeming with anguish, now bore an unfamiliar softness, and a faint smile graced his lips. Fu, I fear I shall no longer be able to protect you. Xiao Junmo. Su Fu awoke with a start, beads of sweat cascading from her forehead down her cheeks. Hearing the commotion, the night watch, Qiao Shuang, hurried in to inquire, Miss, what troubles you? Su Fu inhaled deeply and replied, It is nothing, merely a distressing dream I just experienced. Chapter 10. The Grand Army returns to the capital. Autumn frost poured a cup of tea for Su Fu, who reclined once more after sipping it. Yet, the scenes from her dreams lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. Su Fu recalled the words spoken by Su Qing before her exile in her previous life. Xiao Junmo was not slain by the enemy. Since her rebirth, Su Fu had pondered this matter, convinced that the crown prince, who conspired with the kingdom of Xiling, was most likely the one to harm Xiao Junmo. As dawn approached, utterly fatigued, Su Fu finally succumbed to slumber, albeit restlessly, her brow furrowed in distress. On this day, the 6th of August, the esteemed General Xiao Yinghua returned to the capital with 50,000 elite troops, accompanied by his eldest son, Xiao Junmo. Xiao Junmo was the firstborn of General Xiao Yinghua and Princess Yongping, the younger sister of Emperor Jingwen. Today, Su Fu adorned herself in a dark red gown embroidered with silver and gold threads, the vibrant hue enhancing her cool, ethereal beauty, making her resemble a blooming flower. The intricate silver patterns on her dress shimmered faintly, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky. A delicate silk ribbon cinched her slender waist, tied into a bow, accentuating her graceful figure. You look truly exquisite today, miss. Autumn Snow exclaimed. Su Fu smiled softly. Let us go. Autumn Snow whispered to Autumn Frost behind her, Sister Qiao. The miss seems to be in splendid spirits today. Upon reaching the gates of the Su residence, they encountered Su Qing. Surprised by Su Fu's splendid attire, Su Qing felt a twinge of envy, having also made an effort to look her best today. She had been quite pleased with her appearance until she saw Su Fu, who effortlessly outshone her. With a bright smile, Su Qing approached. Elder sister, are you also venturing out today? Su Fu paused. Indeed, the general returns to the capital today, and the citizens are eager to welcome him. I wish to witness such a grand occasion. Glancing at Su Qing's finely curated ensemble, Su Fu quickly deduced the reason behind her sister's effort. With the general's return, Emperor Jingwen had decreed that the crown prince and other princes should greet him at the city gates. In her previous life, Su Qing had already established a private connection with the crown prince. Thus, she was surely going to see him today. Previously, Su Fu had noticed her elder sister's disinterest in such outings, so why the sudden eagerness to join the festivities? A newfound solemnity graced Su Fu's previously indifferent countenance as she spoke. The general and his valiant soldiers have forsaken the splendor and clamor of the capital, leaving behind their families to brave the harshness of the northern wilderness. They do this to safeguard every inch of our southern Sang's territory and to protect countless innocent citizens from foreign incursions. Now that they return, it is only right for us, as subjects of southern Sang, to extend our welcome. Su Fu's words caught the attention of Su Jia, who was returning home to retrieve something, his eyes widening in surprise. He was taken aback that his daughter, whom he had always deemed insignificant, could articulate such sentiments. As he observed the carriage of Su Fu and Su Qing retreating, Su Jia found himself in deep contemplation. Upon arriving at the bustling thoroughfare, Su Qing was the first to alight, exclaiming, Elder sister, I wish to explore that direction. With that, she hastily departed with her maid, Xiao Shui. Su Fu, albeit reluctantly, followed suit, supporting Qiao Shuang's hand as she descended from the carriage. Qiao Shui then escorted her to the private room of the tea house they had reserved the day prior. The location was splendid, positioned alongside the main road, allowing a clear view of the approaching army as they entered the city. At that moment, the sweltering heat of the afternoon did little to quell the fervor of the onlookers. The streets were already lined with eager citizens, awaiting the spectacle. Suddenly, a resounding cry erupted from below. The Grand General has returned. This exclamation reverberated like thunder across the air, echoing through the streets. In an instant, The previously tranquil crowd erupted into a frenzy, akin to a powder keg igniting. People began to rise on their toes, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the legendary Grand General. Among the throng, some longed for sons who had been away for too long, while others yearned for husbands whose returns had been delayed. Tears of excitement welled in their eyes. At that very moment, a battalion of soldiers clad in imposing black armor, disciplined and resolute, appeared at the city gate. Each soldier radiated an indomitable strength, displaying an unyielding spirit. The formidable army advanced with synchronized precision, stirring up clouds of dust in their wake. Leading the charge was the National Protector General, Xiao Junmo, astride a powerful black steed, brandishing a long spear. His penetrating gaze seemingly capable of perceiving all, instilling a sense of awe in those who beheld him. Su Fu's eyes were drawn to Xiao Junmo, who rode alongside Xiao Junmo on a striking red horse. Clad in black armor, he possessed a tall, commanding stature, with his hair elegantly secured by a jade crown. Among the crowd of individuals with darker complexions, he stood out distinctly with his fair skin, hardly resembling a seasoned warrior accustomed to the rigors of battle. Stripped of his fearsome battlefield demeanor, he appeared more akin to a young noble raised in the capital. At that moment, Xiao Junmo's deep black eyes were intently focused ahead, occasionally raising his hand to acknowledge the enthusiastic citizens lining the road. The crowd buzzed with murmurs regarding the youthful general. "This is the young general, indeed. He is quite handsome," one voice chimed in. "I've heard he has accomplished great feats. It is said that he single-handedly led 5,000 armored troops to capture a city from the western Ling Kingdom in the northern desert." Another voice, filled with urgency, interjected, "My son serves under the young general. He told me that last month, when famine struck the northern desert, the young general selflessly distributed half of the army's provisions to the victims, then personally led his soldiers to forage for wild vegetables and hunt game, ensuring that no lives were lost during the calamity." Upon hearing this, a woman sighed in admiration. The young general truly is a benevolent soul, deeply concerned for the welfare of the people. With such a noble status, he has achieved so much for the common folk. Another person responded, "No wonder I heard my nephew, who does business in the northern desert, say that the young general is deeply adored by the people there." Amidst the crowd, several unmarried young women, upon noticing Xiao Junmo beckoning in their direction, quietly lowered their heads, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Su Fu remained seated by the window, gazing at the approaching army while listening to the praises of Xiao Junmo from the townsfolk below. A surge of inexplicable excitement and pride welled up within her. The one she cherished was indeed such an admirable person. Xiao Junmo felt as though a pair of ardent eyes were following him, and with his keen perception, he soon discovered the source of that intense gaze. He lifted his head towards the tea house, and when his deep-set eyes met Su Fu's, both were momentarily taken aback. How could it be her? Chapter 11. Yes. I like him, though several years had elapsed since their last encounter. Xiao Junmo recognized Su Fu at a glance. Before he departed from the capital to accompany his father to the northern desert, he had clandestinely slipped into the Su residence to see Su Fu. At that time, she had yet to reach maturity, her face still adorned with the lingering innocence and youthful exuberance of girlhood, a stark contrast to the composed and serene demeanor she exhibited now. Presently, Su Fu's enchanting phoenix eyes were fixed upon him, unwavering, and as their gazes met, she bestowed upon him a faint smile. Observing the gentle curve of her lips and the sparkle in her eyes, Xiao Junmo hastily averted his gaze, feeling an unexpected flutter of nervousness. Internally, he chastised himself for his weakness. He had never felt such trepidation even in the heat of battle. He took a discreet breath to steady his racing heart. He then pondered, under ordinary circumstances, Su Fu should not recognize him. So what had just transpired? Riding beside him, Song Yu noted Xiao Junmo's unusual demeanor and teased, "My lord, your ears appear to be flushed. Have you perhaps taken a liking to a certain young lady?" After a moment, he added with a mock seriousness, "It seems our esteemed heir has reached the age of courtship. Even I, as your humble servant, feel a sense of urgency on your behalf regarding the princess." Xiao Junmo turned, casting a frosty glance at Song Yu. who felt a chill run down his spine and quickly suppressed his playful expression. I acknowledge my misstep. Meanwhile, in the tea house, Su Fu's heart raced as she remained fixated on the retreating figure of Xiao Junmo until she heard Xiao Shui calling her. Miss, they have already departed. Xiao Shui stifled a giggle. Su Fu finally regained her composure and withdrew her gaze. Xiao Shui remarked, Miss, the general truly possesses an extraordinary presence, as the rumors suggest. And the young general, I must say, is the most handsome man I have ever seen. Seeing Xiao Shui's animated chatter, Su Fu smiled and shook her head. After a moment as contemplation, Xiao Shuang ventured, Miss, do you harbor feelings for the young general? Surprised by the inquiry, Su Fu regarded the two with earnestness. She viewed Xiao Shuang and Xiao Shui as family, and there was little to conceal, considering her inevitable future as a bride in the general's household. Indeed, I like him. Xiao Shuang and Xiao Shui were taken aback by Su Fu's admission, yet it seemed a reasonable sentiment. After all, it was only natural to be drawn to someone as exceptional as the young general. In high spirits, Su Fu noted the daylight was still ample, and, relishing the rare opportunity to be out, she led Xiao Shuang and Xiao Shui on a leisurely stroll. The trio arrived at the capital's largest and most renowned jewelry establishment, the Falling Flower Pavilion. As they entered, a young attendant eagerly approached, welcoming them. Miss, please come in. What type of jewelry are you searching for? I'll browse casually. Of course. Please follow me upstairs, where you may sip tea while you select. We offer every kind of jewelry at Falling Flower Pavilion. Su Fu followed the attendant upstairs, where the second floor was bustling with patrons. The attendant guided her to a secluded spot before retrieving an array of exquisite jewelry for her selection. Su Fu's gaze landed upon a radiant white jade bracelet within a box, just as she reached out to grasp it. A delicate and slender hand swiftly grasped the bracelet before hers. What a beautiful bracelet! I shall take it, exclaimed the young lady. Xiao Shui hastily interjected, but this bracelet was first spotted by my young miss. He Minju's face contorted with displeasure. You have not purchased it yet. Whoever buys it first shall claim it. After stating this, she turned to the attendant beside her, declaring, I shall buy this bracelet. The attendant appeared somewhat conflicted, recognizing the young lady as the eldest daughter of the Duke of Zhenghua, rumored to possess a rather tempestuous temperament. Noticing the attendant's dilemma, Su Fu interjected, It is merely a bracelet. If you desire it, you may have it. Upon hearing Su Fu's words, He Minju felt a twinge of embarrassment. Very well, you may have it. My mother has always said one should not use their status to take from others. After a moment's hesitation, He Minju cast a significant glance at her maid. Hong Ye quickly leaned in to whisper, to take what others cherish. He Minju affirmed, Yes, exactly. I shall let you have this bracelet. Su Fu smiled gently. I appreciate your kindness, young lady. He Minju scrutinized Su Fu, noting her attire, which suggested she was of noble descent, yet she had never encountered her in the capital. Which household do you belong to? I have never seen you in the capital before. I am Su Fu, the daughter of Suja, the Minister of Revenue. Upon hearing this, He Minju rested her chin on her hand, contemplating. So you are from the Su family. However, I have only heard of Minister Su's daughter named Su Qing, not knowing he had another daughter. In response to He Minju's curiosity, Su Fu smiled softly and replied, Su Qing is indeed my younger sister. Her tone was calm and gentle, as if she were indifferent to the matter. He Minju, intrigued by Su Fu, introduced herself. I am He Minju. My father is the Duke of Zhenghua. Although Su Fu had surmised that He Minju hailed from a prominent family, she was surprised to learn she was the eldest daughter of the Duke of Zhenghua. In her previous life, she rarely ventured out before her marriage, and after marrying into the general's household, she had even more limited contact with the outside world. Hence, she had never encountered He Minju or heard of her before. However, Su Fu suspected that the Duke of Zhenghua would share a fate similar to the general's family during the prince's rebellion. The eldest daughter of the Duke of Zhenghua, Su Fu mused, finding He Minju's straightforward nature refreshing, devoid of the usual pretentiousness typical of noble ladies. He Minju, intrigued by Su Fu, probed further. Did you rarely go out before? How is it that I have never seen you? I am not in the best of health and prefer not to attend various gatherings, hence my infrequent outings. He Minju's eyes sparkled. You dislike attending banquets as well? I too find them distasteful. Those so-called literati and scholars merely indulge in poetic displays while secretly engaging in scheming. It is utterly hypocritical. Her tone dripped with disdain and sarcasm. Unlike the valiant soldiers clad in armor, boldly charging into battle and confronting the enemy with unwavering courage, they stand guard over the sacred land of our nation, safeguarding the peaceful lives of countless citizens. Such individuals are truly deserving of our utmost admiration. He Minju spoke with eyes filled with reverence and longing. Su Fu was taken aback by He Minju's words, feeling a newfound admiration for her. She was indeed different from other young ladies of high birth. After leaving the Falling Blossom Pavilion, Su Fu noticed the day was growing late and decided it was time to return. As she walked towards the carriage, Xiao Shui suddenly pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Miss, look at all those people. It's quite lively over there." Following Xiao Shui's gesture, Su Fu glanced in the indicated direction and saw the large characters Manxiang Lu inscribed on the sign above the entrance. Su Fu was momentarily taken aback. She was aware that Manxiang Lu was a brothel, owned by none other than the Crown Prince. In her previous life, this place served as a point of contact between the Crown Prince and the Xiao Kingdom. Who would have imagined that the esteemed Crown Prince would operate such a grand establishment here? The thought that Xiao Junmo's demise might be linked to the Crown Prince made Su Fu's hand tighten slightly within her wide sleeves. Just then, she spotted a familiar figure emerging from Manxiang Lu quickly. Su Fu turned and took a different path. In this lifetime, she wished to avoid any entanglement with Wu Yuan. Chapter 12. Attending the imperial banquet upon returning to the carriage, Su Fu found that Su Qing had not yet arrived. She sat quietly within the carriage, her eyes closed in repose. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Su Qing returned, accompanied by Xiao Shui, burdened with a plethora of items. As they arrived at the Su residence, dusk had begun to settle in. Su Fu and Su Qing proceeded to pay their respects to the matriarch. Upon entering the Chengsong courtyard, it was evident that the old lady's countenance was less than favorable. She sat in her grand chair, languidly inquiring, "What brings you back so late?" Su Fu replied candidly, "My younger sister wished to purchase numerous items, which caused me to wait longer than anticipated." Su Qing shot a disapproving glance at Su Fu before stepping forward to link her arm with the matriarch's, playfully declaring, "Grandmother, I returned late because I was selecting gifts for you." As she spoke, she gestured for Xiao Shui to present the items, extracting a ruby hairpin from a box. "Grandmother, look, this is a fine ruby. The shopkeeper mentioned it is fresh stock that just arrived today. Do you like it?" The old lady's previously stern expression softened upon seeing the hairpin, her eyes radiating affection as she gently stroked Su Qing's head. "Oh, to think you would remember your grandmother on such a rare outing. Indeed, my love for you has not been in vain." She then cast a pointed glance at Su Fu, insinuating, unlike some individuals who are solely self-serving, truly a thankless wretch. Su Fu feigned ignorance, unperturbed by the remark. Su Qing's eyebrows lifted slightly as she interjected, "Grandmother, do not blame my sister. She must have simply forgotten in the moment. It is not a reflection of her filial piety towards you." "I harbor no expectations that she will honor this old woman," the matriarch retorted. "I merely hope that, considering how the Su family has raised her, she might lend assistance to our household in the future." The old lady's eyes glinted with shrewd calculation. With a smile in her eyes, Su Fu replied, "What you say is quite unfounded, grandmother. I am a daughter of the Su family and shall undoubtedly support our household. However, the manner in which I will assist remains uncertain." At that moment, a servant's voice was heard from outside, announcing, "Master." As soon as the words fell, Suja entered the room. Son pays respects to his mother. "Why have you come at this hour? Is there something amiss?" The matriarch inquired. "Today, General Xiao has returned to the capital with his army. His Majesty has decreed that a banquet will be held in the palace tomorrow to welcome them, and officials of the 5th rank and below may bring their families to attend the banquet." The old lady turned her gaze towards Su Qing. "Then you shall accompany Qing to the palace." Suja concurred, recognizing the rare opportunity for Su Qing to interact with the crown prince. Su Qing's heart raced with excitement. Entering the palace was no trivial matter. Just as she contemplated what attire to don for the occasion, Su Fu's voice unexpectedly broke in. "Father, I too wish to attend the imperial banquet." The others in the room paused, their gazes shifting towards Su Fu. It was no wonder they were taken aback. In the past, Su Fu had shown little enthusiasm for such gatherings. Yet now she expressed a desire to attend the imperial banquet. Suju was the first to respond. "What did you say? You wish to enter the palace for the banquet?" "Yes, I wish to attend the imperial banquet," Su Fu affirmed, her tone resolute, devoid of jest. Su Fu was well aware that with the army's return, Emperor Jingwen would be hosting a banquet, and she had been waiting for Suju's arrival. Moreover, the prospect of seeing Xiao Junmo in the palace was simply irresistible. The elderly matron slammed her hand on the table and admonished sharply, "Nonsense! Do you think entering the palace is merely a frivolous affair? You have never even attended a banquet. Should you inadvertently offend a noble during the palace feast, can you bear the consequences? In such a case, our entire Su residence could suffer." Su Qing nodded anxiously in agreement. "Grandmother speaks the truth. Elder sister, if you wish to attend the banquet, wait until the next time an invitation arrives for me, and I will take you along." "Father, may I go?" A sudden impulse surged in Suju's mind as he recalled the words spoken by Su Fu upon returning to the estate. For reasons unknown, he found himself agreeing to Su Fu's request. "Very well, you may attend the palace banquet. However, remember that the court is governed by strict protocols. Do not wander aimlessly or speak recklessly. Once inside, you must closely follow your sister's lead. Above all, do not bring any trouble or misfortune upon the Su family." With a stern gaze, he warned, "If you cause any calamity for the Su household, do not expect to remain the esteemed young lady of the Su family." Fuming, Su Qing rushed to the courtyard of the Zhou family to share her grievances. "Mother, Father actually permitted Su Fu to attend the palace banquet after expressing her discontent." She noticed Zhou Shi calmly sipping tea and exclaimed in frustration, "Mother, why are you not worried at all?" Zhou Shi set down her teacup leisurely and replied, "What is there to fret about? In what way are you inferior to her? Do you fear being overshadowed?" She drew Su Qing closer and said, "Remember, your father and your grandfather have high hopes for you. You are destined to become the crown princess. In times of trouble, you must not act with such impatience as you do now." Su Fu has never attended a banquet, nor has anyone taught her the most fundamental courtesies. If she were to cause a scandal in the palace, your father would certainly not let her off lightly. Su Qing's anxious heart began to calm, as if she could already envision Su Fu embarrassing herself at the banquet, and a smile crept upon her lips. "You are right, mother. I shall heed your teachings." "That's the spirit," Zhou Shi replied. "What you should be contemplating now is how to shine brilliantly before His Royal Highness the Crown Prince at tomorrow's palace gathering." Meanwhile, Su Fu was also preparing for her upcoming visit to the palace. In her previous life, after marrying into the general's household, she had attended the royal court, where the Princess Yongping had specially instructed her maid to teach her court etiquette. "Miss, how about wearing this lotus-pink satin dress for tomorrow's palace visit?" Qiu Shuang inquired, holding up a colorful gown. "Perfect." The following day, as dawn broke, Qiu Shuang gently approached Su Fu's bedside. Noting her still, slumbering form, she softly called, "Miss, it is time to rise." Su Fu slowly opened her drowsy eyes and rose with Qiu Shuang's assistance. After washing and dressing, she sat before the bronze mirror as her two maids styled her hair and adorned her. Once everything was in order, the morning light began to illuminate the sky. Su Fu turned to Qiu Shui and said, "You stay at the estate today. Qiu Shuang will accompany me to the palace." Qiu Shui lacked the composure of Qiu Shuang, and Su Fu feared that bringing her might invite unnecessary trouble. Understood, Mississippi. As the young lady entered the palace for the first time, she proceeded with utmost caution, while her maidservants awaited her return. Upon Su Fu's arrival at the gates of the Su residence, 2 carriages were already stationed there, awaiting her. Just as Su Fu arrived, Suju appeared, and upon noticing Su Fu's attire for the day, he felt a sense of quiet satisfaction within himself. Meanwhile, Su Qing approached with hurried steps, adorned in a flowing gown of purple, floral-patterned gauze, resembling a blooming violet, radiant and vibrant. I apologize for keeping you waiting, father. Let us board the carriage without delay, she exclaimed. Suja climbed into the front carriage, while Su Fu and Su Qing together entered the rear one. The coachman cracked his whip, urging the horses onward as they slowly made their way toward the imperial palace. Seated in the carriage, Su Qing's gaze was firmly fixed upon Su Fu, scrutinizing her attire with great attention. Chapter 13. The charming young master Xiao, Su Fu donned a delicate, pale lotus-colored brocade gown, its soft hues reminiscent of a freshly blossomed lotus, exuding both freshness and elegance. Adorning her hair was a finely crafted white jade hairpin with a bamboo segment design, enhancing her ethereal and serene demeanor. Around her slender wrist, she wore a lustrous white jade bracelet, which added a touch of graceful beauty to her overall appearance. This attire was not only simple, but also elegantly appropriate, leaving no room for criticism. Su Qing hummed softly, "Elder sister, once we enter the palace, do ensure you stay close to me. The palace has many rules, and since you have never been here before, should you inadvertently offend any noble, I would be unable to assist you." Su Qing expressed her concern for Su Fu with earnestness. Su Fu withdrew her hand from the carriage curtain and cast an impassive glance at Su Qing. "Sister, you ought to focus on yourself first. Consider how you should conduct yourself at the banquet to win the favor of the young gentlemen from esteemed families. My affairs do not require your worry." Su Fu, you. Stung by the truth of her words, Su Qing was so vexed that she no longer addressed her as elder sister. Her gaze filled with resentment directed at Su Fu. "If you stir up trouble, do not blame me for not having warned you." Upon disembarking the carriage, a palace maid guided them to the venue for today's banquet, located at Guangxiu Palace. Before parting ways, Suja expressed his concerns to Su Fu, urging her to be cautious and to avoid causing any trouble. By the time the maid led them to Guangxiu Palace, several ladies had already gathered within. As soon as Su Qing arrived, she sought out her familiar friends for conversation, while Su Fu chose a quieter corner to sit alone. One lady conversing with Su Qing inquired, "Who was that person who entered with you just now? I've never seen her before." Glancing at Su Fu, who sat in solitude, Su Qing's eyes flickered with a hint of derision. "She is my elder sister. Her health has not been good, which is why she has never attended any gatherings before. Today, my father asked me to bring her to the palace banquet and repeatedly instructed me to keep an eye on her, fearing she might cause trouble. Now it makes sense. No wonder she looks like a sheltered girl who has never seen the world." The other lady flattered Su Qing. Su Fu remained quietly sipping her tea, unperturbed by the curious or disdainful glances cast her way. Her purpose for attending the palace banquet was not to socialize with these ladies. She gazed toward the men's seating area, noting that Xiao Junmo had yet to arrive. "Su Fu." The newly arrived He Minju called out uncertainly. As she approached, her surprise was palpable. "It truly is you. What brings you here today?" The Duchess of Zhenghua, standing beside He Minju, inquired curiously, "Minju, which young lady is this? How do you know each other?" "Mother, this is Su Fu, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, Su Derun. We became acquainted yesterday at the Luohua Pavilion." He Minju replied naturally, linking her arm with Su Fu's. "Su Fu, this is my mother." Su Fu executed a slight bow to the Duchess of Zhenghua, introducing herself. "I am Su Fu, a humble young lady, honored to meet you." "Duchess." The Duchess, observing Su Fu's graceful and proper demeanor, could not help but feel a twinge of curiosity. She frequently attends various banquets, yet I have never encountered the young lady of the Su residence. However, the second Miss Su is a familiar sight and often spoken of. He Minju remarked, "Mother, I'm already seated here with Su Fu. I had no desire to attend the palace banquet, yet you insisted I come. It's quieter here. I have no wish to mingle with those people. It is utterly tiresome." The lady of the Duke of Zhenghua, shaking her head in resignation, replied, "You must behave yourself today. Do not cause any trouble." He Minju waved her hand dismissively and urged, "I understand, mother. I promise to remain right here and go nowhere. Please do go." Once the lady of the Duke departed, He Minju pulled Su Fu to sit beside her and inquired, "Aren't you usually averse to attending banquets? What brings you to the palace banquet today?" Su Fu hesitated, pondering their level of acquaintance. "Yesterday, My father returned home and mentioned that His Majesty is hosting a banquet in the palace for the returning general and the esteemed soldiers. So I thought I would come and take a look. As soon as Su Fu finished speaking, a commotion erupted within the hall. The general had arrived. "Look, young master, Xiao has come as well." Xiao Junmo, tall and slender, was dressed in a stone-blue brocade robe adorned with intricate patterns, the deep, subdued hue harmonizing perfectly with his composed demeanor. The exquisite brocade design lent him an air of mystery and nobility. A jade pendant of Hatian hung from his waist, its texture smooth as cream, glimmering softly, clearly a treasure of considerable worth. His eyes resembled tranquil depths, inscrutable and profound, making it challenging to discern the emotions within. Upon finding his place, Xiao Junmo gracefully settled down. The rules of Nansang Kingdom were not overly strict. Although men and women could not sit together, they could occupy the same hall, merely separated on either side. From the moment Xiao Junmo entered, he became the center of attention. Men discreetly assessed him, questioning whether the rumors were true, that at such a young age, he could lead 5,000 soldiers to capture a city from the western Ling Kingdom. Meanwhile, women covertly observed him, whispering to their companions, "I must say, everyone claims the crown prince is the most handsome man in the capital, but I now believe young master Xiao surpasses him. Indeed, the crown prince is deemed the most handsome, but that is only because young master Xiao was absent before. However, the crown prince's status is higher than that of young master Xiao. Marrying him would mean becoming the empress." Upon hearing the whispers, He Minju nudged Su Fu, asking, "Who do you think is more handsome, the crown prince or young master Xiao?" Without hesitation, Su Fu replied, "Young master Xiao is more handsome." "I agree. Young master Xiao is a valiant young general, renowned for his countless victories on the battlefield." Su Fu glanced over at the men's section, specifically towards where Xiao Junmo was seated. At that moment, Xiao Junmo lifted his gaze and their eyes met. Su Fu raised her teacup, offering him a slight smile and nod. After a brief moment of surprise, Xiao Junmo subtly nodded back in acknowledgement, his gesture barely perceptible to others. His movements were minimal, as if he feared attracting the attention of others, and thereby causing Su Fu unnecessary trouble. Xiao Junmo's response took Su Fu by surprise. At that moment, Xiao Junmo was unaware that she had learned of the incident from their childhood when she had saved him. Su Fu had lived a muddled life in her past, and in this life, she resolved to be more proactive. It turned out that Xiao Junmo had always regarded her differently. A twinge of discomfort stirred within Su Fu. Xiao Junmo's dark eyes swiftly scanned Su Fu, noticing a hint of subtle sorrow on her face, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Just as Xiao Junmo was lost in thought, someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. Yearned is Xiao Junmo's nickname. Turning around, he saw that it was the third prince, Si Bei-chun. Si Bei-chun sat down beside Xiao Junmo, remarking, "It's been years since we last met. You've grown quite a bit taller than I." He chuckled. "When we were children, you were much shorter than I." After years apart, it seemed the prince had become considerably more composed. Si Bei-chun's playful demeanor faded as he acknowledged the constraints of royal life. Xiao Junmo remained silent, lips pursed. At that moment, a eunuch's voice rang out, announcing, "The emperor has arrived. The empress has arrived. The princess Yongping has arrived." Chapter 14. Encounter at the palace. Emperor Jingwen, clad in a dragon robe and adorned with a golden crown, sat majestically upon the throne in the grand hall. His demeanor exuded an awe-inspiring authority. Beside him sat the empress, while the princess Yongping occupied a position of prominence just above the crown prince. This arrangement underscored Emperor Jingwen's affection and esteem for his sister. Once comfortably seated, a gentle smile graced the emperor's face, radiating both the confidence of a sovereign and the warmth of a caring leader towards those assembled in the court. He raised a goblet from the dragon table, his deep and resonant voice reverberating throughout the hall. "Let us raise our glasses in honor of the grand general and these valiant soldiers. They have defended our nation's borders and endured the harsh conditions of the frontier, standing resolute against foreign invasions with their very flesh and blood. I, on behalf of the people of Nansang, toast to them." The crowd rose, glasses aloft, proclaiming, "Your Majesty's wisdom is a blessing to the people." In that moment, the atmosphere within the hall shifted to one of solemnity and reverence, with all present donning expressions of gravity. Setting down his goblet, Emperor Jingwen turned to Xiao Yinghuai with a smile. "Minister Xiao, I hear that Yunnan exhibits quite the prowess akin to your own in the northern deserts. At such a tender age, he has already achieved remarkable feats in battle. Your Majesty bestows too much praise upon me. He still has a ways to go compared to my youth." Xiao Yinghuai replied with a hearty laugh. The emperor, amused, shifted his gaze to Xiao Junmo. "Yunnan, you have accomplished great deeds this time. Speak, what reward do you desire?" Xiao Junmo rose, clasping his hands in salute. "Your Majesty, I have yet to ponder on that. Might I present my request once I have given it due thought?" The emperor chuckled. "Ah, my dear lad, do inform me when your thoughts are clear." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Xiao Junmo responded gratefully. Addressing the Princess Yongping, the emperor remarked, "Sister, your son has truly grown into an exceptional young man. I see many noble ladies in the capital vying to become his bride." The princess smiled lightly. "I too wish for him to marry soon. Yet he insists he is not ready for such commitments, leaving me quite helpless." The crown prince, seated to the left of the princess, observed the emperor's affectionate treatment of the general's household, coupled with the formidable power wielded by Xiao Yinghuai and the burgeoning influence of the general's estate. A wave of unease and trepidation washed over him. As the offspring of the late empress, who passed shortly after his birth, the current empress, though kind, was not his biological mother, and she had not borne any children of her own, raised in her care since childhood. The crown prince felt his maternal lineage's decline as a growing concern, for his own power was waning. Should the general's estate continue to flourish unchecked, it would undoubtedly pose the greatest obstacle to his future ascension to the throne. The patriarch of his Xiao family had once been Emperor Jingwen's mentor. Although he had long since retired from court affairs, the emperor held him in high regard. Occasionally, when disputes arose in the court, he would summon the elder Xiao to seek his counsel. The crown prince furrowed his brow in contemplation. Recognizing the deep-rooted influence of the general's estate in court and the emperor's distinctive treatment towards them, weakening their power would not be an easy endeavor. A misstep could ignite dire consequences, perhaps even inciting the emperor's wrath. In the present moment, feeling somewhat isolated and powerless, one must seek assistance. The crown prince lifted his gaze towards Su Qing, who had been observing him intently from her seat among the ladies. He furrowed his brow in contemplation. Although Su Qing's father held the modest rank of a fourth-grade deputy minister of revenue, her maternal grandfather was a second-grade left censor of the censorate. While censors wield no military power, their words can sometimes lead to dire consequences. The crown prince's lips curled into a warm smile directed at Su Qing. On the other side, Su Qing felt her cheeks flush at the sight of the crown prince's smile, her heart racing with embarrassment as she lowered her head. Su Fu, feeling a bit stifled in the hall, whispered to Minju, "I shall step outside for a moment. Would you like me to accompany you?" Su Fu waved yearned. "No need, I shall return shortly." She exited the hall and walked along a narrow path on the right. As she strolled, she found herself behind a rockery, in a somewhat secluded spot. A hint of concern crossed Xiao Shuang's face. "Miss, we ought to return. It would be troublesome if we were to encounter someone here." Just as the two were about to turn back, they heard faint footsteps approaching. "What should we do, miss?" Just as Su Fu prepared to pull Xiao Shuang behind the rockery, a figure appeared before them. Stunned for a moment upon recognizing Xiao Junmo, Su Fu exhaled softly, feeling a slight relief. She quickly bowed. "I pay my respects to the young master." "What brings Miss Su here? And what brings the young master here?" they both asked in unison. Xiao Junmo's lips curved imperceptibly as he lowered his gaze to Su Fu. "You speak first. I felt it was too stuffy in the hall, so I thought I'd take a stroll," Su Fu replied candidly. She gazed directly at Xiao Junmo, pondering why he would be here at such a time, when he ought to be inside receiving toasts from the officials. Avoiding the toasts, he replied. Su Fu blinked her bright phoenix eyes, a smile playing on her lips, realizing that the young master was merely seeking respite. "Isn't Miss Su also here to escape the tedium?" A glimmer of unrecognized clarity flickered in Xiao Junmo's dark eyes. Miss Su, you ought to return. It is not good for you to linger outside for too long, he advised. Very well. She understood that it was indeed unwise to remain outside for too long. Although she yearned to spend more time with Xiao Junmo, being in the imperial palace posed risks. Should they be seen together, it could reflect poorly on both their reputations. You go ahead. I shall stay here for a while. Xiao Junmo was acutely aware that if others were to witness her with Su Fu, it could tarnish Su Fu's standing. Su Fu recognized his intentions, feeling a warm sensation in her heart. All right. Upon returning to her seat in the hall, He Minju inquired, "Why were you gone for so long?" Su Fu cleared her throat. The palace is quite vast, and I lost my way on my return. Shortly after she settled back, Xiao Junmo also returned to his place. At that moment, the empress, seated at the head of the table, smiled and addressed the young ladies present. Since all the esteemed daughters of various households are here today, why not engage in a friendly competition of talents? Thus, not only can this add a touch of amusement to the banquet, but it also allows those present today to broaden their horizons. The individual who ultimately emerges victorious shall receive a golden butterfly hairpin, a treasured gift from the empress. After a moment of contemplation, the empress continued, stating that she and Princess Yongping shall serve as judges. She glanced towards Princess Yongping, inquiring, "Sister, what are your thoughts?" Although Princess Yongping was not particularly fond of such activities, she could not refuse the empress's request. "This is indeed an excellent idea, dear sister. Since you have offered a prize, I shall present my cherished golden phoenix bracelet as a reward as well." As Princess Yongping concluded her statement, the atmosphere in the hall shifted to one of tension and fervor, with the young ladies from various households eagerly anticipating the opportunity to showcase their talents and attain this unparalleled honor. For them, this was not merely a competition of skills, but a chance to shine in the presence of the empress and the princess. Chapter 15. Securing the lead, the hall was enveloped in a silent competition, as if one could hear the rapid beating of hearts echoing within. The first to perform was the esteemed daughter of the minister's residence, showcasing her skill on the qin. The melodies flowed gracefully, reminiscent of babbling brooks and the whisper of pine trees atop lofty mountains, fluctuating in pitch and rhythm, transporting the audience to a serene realm. As her performance concluded, applause erupted throughout the hall. Subsequently, other young ladies took their turns, displaying their talents in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Su Fu, will you participate in the contest? The winner will receive exquisite phoenix hairpins and bracelets from Her Majesty and the Princess of Yongping. He Minju inquired, glancing at Su Fu. "I have no interest." "You should go," Su Fu replied. He Minju, feeling somewhat disheartened, lamented, "I wish to participate, but I lack any proficiency in these arts. Since childhood, I have never felt the slightest inclination towards them." "What are your interests then?" Su Fu asked. "I am fond of martial arts, and since childhood, I have possessed greater strength than the average girl. My mother always said I did not resemble a typical female." He Minju pouted. "Martial arts are quite commendable. They not only protect oneself, but also enhance physical fitness." He Minju's eyes brightened. "Really? You are the first to tell me that martial arts are beneficial for women." Su Fu gazed towards the seat of the Princess of Yongping, her tone imbued with respect. "I have heard that the princess has also practiced martial arts since childhood and even fought alongside the general on the battlefield in her youth. I had no idea the princess had seen battle. Truly a remarkable woman. She shall be my role model." He Minju's eyes sparkled with admiration and aspiration. Next, it was time for Su Qing to take the stage, performing a meticulously prepared dance. Confidence radiated from her as she entered the center of the hall. As the music commenced, colorful ribbons swiftly emerged from her sleeves, her hands gracefully manipulating them. Her movements were elegant and light, akin to flowing springs, while her voluminous skirt swirled enchantingly, captivating the audience with her every gesture. The crown prince was equally mesmerized by Su Qing's dance. "Su Fu, your sister dances remarkably well," He Minju exclaimed. "Indeed, she does." Upon the conclusion of Su Qing's performance, the empress was the first to commend her. "Miss Su, you are indeed renowned in the capital for your talents. This dance has truly opened my eyes." Su Qing, filled with pride, replied humbly, "Your Majesty is too kind. I am overwhelmed." Suja was also pleased with Su Qing's performance, especially as he had noticed the crown prince's rapt attention fixated on her. Just as he reveled in his daughter's accolades, Su Qing's soft voice resonated within the hall once more. Your Majesty, in truth, my dancing pales in comparison to that of my elder sister. Su Fu's gaze darkened. Su Qing was up to her tricks again. It seemed her desire for tranquility was about to be thwarted. The Empress, intrigued, asked, "Oh, is your elder sister present today?" Eagerly anticipating Su Fu's embarrassment, Su Qing pointed, "My elder sister is over there." He Minju cast a worried glance at Su Fu, who responded with a reassuring wink. Rising gracefully, Su Fu walked to the center of the grand hall, her demeanor poised. Your Majesty, this humble servant, Su Fu, pays her respects. The Empress scrutinized Su Fu before her, noting her slender figure and elegant comportment, which exuded a sense of dignified composure, devoid of any of the fluster typically associated with a first encounter with royalty. You are the eldest daughter of the Su family? Indeed, I am. Just moments ago, your sister claimed that your dancing skills surpass hers. Might we have the pleasure of witnessing them today? In truth, Su Fu was not proficient in dance, yet faced with the Empress's inquiry. To admit her inability would surely lead the Empress to perceive it as a refusal, incurring her wrath. How vexing it was that Su Qing had placed her in such a predicament. At that moment, Suja felt his heart leap into his throat. Acutely aware that offending the Empress could result in her ire being unleashed upon the entire Su household. Meanwhile, Xiao Junmo also fretted for Su Fu, contemplating that if all else failed, he would personally intervene to extricate her from this dilemma. Just as he pondered how to assist Su Fu, her calm voice resonated once more. Your Majesty, today's banquet is held to celebrate the return of the Grand General and his troops. Perhaps I might offer my humble contribution by creating a painting for them? The Empress furrowed her brow, appearing somewhat displeased. However, the previously silent Princess Yongping took an interest, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, I believe this proposal has merit. The second miss of the Su family has already demonstrated exceptional dancing skills. Let's now see how the eldest miss of the Su family fares in painting." With the Princess Yongping finally speaking up, the Empress felt compelled to acquiesce, smiling. Very well. Then, Miss Su, let us behold your artistic talents. A palace maid brought forth brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone, while Su Fu pondered briefly before swiftly setting to work. After approximately half an hour, she gently set down her brush. Two palace maids lifted the painting for all in the hall to admire. The artwork depicted valiant soldiers on the battlefield, fiercely wielding their swords amidst bloodshed and smoke. Above, the flag of the southern Nansang Kingdom fluttered in the wind, as if proclaiming to the enemy that they would staunchly defend their city, undaunted by peril or death. Below, numerous soldiers fought valiantly, unflinching in their bloody struggle. In the lower right corner, a striking general on horseback, clad in armor, commanded attention. His face was smeared with blood, and his once neat hair now lay disheveled, strands blowing gently across his resolute features. Despite his grievous injuries, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to plunge his sword into the chest of an enemy commander. All present in the hall were enraptured by the painting. As if transported to the very battlefield, their expressions grave, none daring to disrupt the solemn silence. At that moment, the emotions of the assembled soldiers surged. Some bit their lips, and even the most stalwart among them could not hold back tears. The hall was enveloped in silence, with no one daring to utter a sound. Xiao Junmo, for reasons unknown, felt a pang of sorrow upon gazing at the painting. Emperor Jingwen also found his emotions stirred by the artwork, exclaiming, "I believe this painting deserves to claim the top prize today." The Princess Yongping concurred, stating, "My royal sister also believes this painting should be awarded first place." The Empress, with a beaming smile, remarked, "Miss Su truly has opened our eyes today. Minister Su has indeed raised two remarkable daughters." Little did Suja know the roller coaster of emotions he experienced that day. His heart had just leapt to his throat. Upon hearing the Empress's mention, he hastily rose, respectfully bowing, a humble smile gracing his face as he said, "Your Majesty, you flatter me. My daughter merely possesses a modest understanding of literature. It is already a great fortune to present her work here. I hope it does not dampen the spirits of everyone present." After receiving the accolades from the Empress and the Princess, Su Fu expressed her gratitude and returned to her seat. Chapter 16. Provoking Su Qing at this moment. Su Qing's mood was far from pleasant. She had initially intended to use this opportunity to embarrass Su Fu publicly, but unexpectedly, it had provided Su Fu a chance to shine. Su Qing was filled with regret for her earlier thoughts. Now, she had lost the rewards from the Empress and the Grand Princess, and instead had given Su Fu the opportunity to gain favor in front of the many nobles. In the carriage returning home, Su Fu observed Su Qing, whose face was twisted with resentment. She took out the phoenix hairpin and bracelet bestowed upon her by the Empress and the Grand Princess that day, and said with a smile, "I must thank you, dear sister. If it weren't for you giving me this opportunity, I might not have received such rewards from the Empress and the Grand Princess. It is a pity, though, that after all your preparations, you ended up with nothing." Su Qing's eyes blazed with fury as she raised her hand to strike Su Fu. Noticing her movement, Su Fu quickly seized Su Qing's wrist, her gaze emanating a cold intensity. "Do you wish to strike me? Unfortunately, I am no longer the Su Fu who was easily manipulated by you." With that, she forcefully shook off Su Qing's hand. Su Qing had never witnessed Su Fu in such a manner, and a wave of fear washed over her. With wide eyes, she glared at Su Fu. "Don't get too proud. Both grandmother and father disapprove of you. Do you really think your future will be any better?" Su Fu chuckled coldly. "Though grandmother and father may not favor me, if I prove to be of use to them, if I can bring benefits to the Su family, that may not hold true." At that moment, Su Qing felt an undercurrent of anxiety rising within her. She was acutely aware of the threat Su Fu posed to her. She understood that the affection her grandmother and father had for her was not solely based on familial bonds. In their eyes, the interests of the Su family took precedence above all else. Moreover, there was another crucial point: her distinguished maternal grandfather, the left censorate Grand Minister. A sense of panic gripped Su Qing. If her father were to suddenly realize that Su Fu was a more suitable candidate for the position of crown princess than she was, everything she currently possessed would crumble away like a fleeting dream. No, she could not allow such a thing to happen. "Su Fu, do not think you can usurp what is rightfully mine. My grandfather is the current left censorate Grand Minister, whereas you have nothing. What do you have to contest with me?" Su Fu leaned closer to Su Qing. "Then what is it that you are so anxious and fearful about?" Su Qing retreated, her back pressed against the carriage wall. "I'm not afraid of you." Upon returning to the Su residence, Suja summoned both Su Fu and Su Qing to his study. Reflecting on the events of the day, he felt quite pleased, even harboring a slight change of heart towards Su Fu. The warmth of the Duke of Wu's apparent affection for him made him reconsider the daughter he had once deemed unworthy. Perhaps she could indeed bring some value to the Su family. "You both performed admirably in the palace today, which brings me great joy, especially you, Fuer. Your commendation from His Majesty, the Empress and the Grand Princess has brought honor to our Su family, and I am truly gratified." Su Fu's expression remained serene, making it difficult to discern her true emotions and thoughts. As a daughter of the Su family, bringing glory to her family was simply her duty. Her tone was calm, as if discussing the most ordinary of matters. Her response brought greater satisfaction to Suja, who rarely showed a hint of a smile toward Su Fu. "It is good that you think this way. As daughters of the Su family, your well-being hinges on the family's prosperity. Remember, in all your future endeavors, the interests of the family must take precedence." Upon hearing Suja praise Su Fu, Su Qing felt an increasing sense of unease, as if something precious in her grasp was slipping away. Noticing Su Qing's evident discontent, Suja softened his tone to offer comfort. "My dear, your performance today was commendable. You have not disappointed the expectations I have for you." "Thank you, father. I shall continue to strive diligently, so as not to let you down." In truth, Su Qing found little solace in his words. Instead, her worries deepened. As soon as Su Qing left Suja's study, she hurried to find Zhou Shi. Observing Su Qing's troubled expression, Zhou Shi asked with concern, "Qing, what troubles you? Did something occur in the palace today?" Su Qing recounted her experiences in the palace, including Su Fu's words during their carriage ride. With narrowed eyes, she declared, "Mother, Su Fu has indeed changed. She is no longer the malleable Su Fu of the past. Even father has begun to regard her differently. He just praised her." Zhou Shi reclined gently in her armchair, her eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "It seems we can no longer afford to keep that little wretch Su Fu in our household. We must find a suitable match for her and marry her off swiftly. No one shall obstruct your path to becoming the crown princess. Who do you think would be a suitable match for her, mother?" Zhou Shi took a sip from her teacup, her eyes glimmering with calculation. "I have heard from your grandfather that the Duke of Wu has been drawing closer to your father lately." Su Qing furrowed her brow in contemplation, then her eyes brightened. "Are you referring to the fifth young master of the Duke of Wu's household, Wu Yuan?" Zhou Shi smiled. "My daughter is astute." Meanwhile, upon returning to the Orchid Fragrance Pavilion, Su Fu spotted Xiao Shui waiting at the gate. Seeing Su Fu return unharmed, Xiao Shui's anxious heart finally eased. "Miss, why have you returned so late? I was nearly beside myself with worry." Su Fu smiled and pulled her inside, explaining, "I was called to the study by father, which delayed my return." Knowing Su Fu must be exhausted after her day, Xiao Shui hurriedly prepared a bath for her. Afterward, she helped dry Su Fu's hair and assisted her bed. Lying there, Su Fu closed her eyes in comfort, recalling the events of her past life. According to the trajectory of that life, Su Zhu would soon arrange her marriage to Wu Yuan, and upon learning this, Xiao Junmo would seek a decree from the emperor to sanction the union. Thus, her provocation of Su Qing in the carriage was a deliberate attempt to hasten this outcome. Slowly opening her eyes, the elegant phoenix-like glimmer in her gaze curved slightly as she mused, "Do not disappoint me." That day, Su Zhi visited Zhou Shi's chamber, where she tentatively inquired, "My lord, Su Fu has now reached an age suitable for betrothal. Should we not consider her lifelong happiness? This matter of engagement is rather uncertain. As a younger sister, it would be inappropriate for me to overstep my elder sister. Indeed, I have been contemplating this issue lately, yet I have not encountered a suitable candidate as of now. Thus, it is imperative that we do not act hastily. I have heard from my father that the Duke of Wu has recently been drawing closer to our esteemed lord." After speaking, Zhou scrutinized Su Zhi's expression intently. Chapter 17. Encountering Wu Yuan, Su Zhi cast a fleeting glance at Zhou Shi. He had sought her counsel twice, yet their discussions merely revolved around matters of state. So there was no need for her to fret. "You need only manage the household," he declared. "I shall visit Aunt by tonight." With that, he departed. Zhou Shi felt a pang of anger in her chest, muttering that one should not act in haste. It seemed that now, seeing Su Fu's potential utility, he was contemplating how best to leverage her for his own gain. Her eyes darkened, and she scoffed, "No one shall obstruct my daughter's path." Zhou Shi resolved that she must find an opportunity to visit her father at her maternal home in the coming days. Su Fu waited for several days. Yet the household remained curiously silent regarding her marriage prospects, and no imperial decree had arrived. Perplexed, she thought to herself, "This is strange." Feeling somewhat vexed, she recalled the letter from He Minju, inviting her to dine at a newly opened restaurant, and decided it would be a pleasant diversion to leave the estate. The restaurant was situated in a bustling marketplace, and at that moment, the first floor was filled with patrons, leaving no vacant seats. Had it not been for He Minju's prior reservation, they would have faced a long wait. The waiter led Su Fu and her maid to a private room on the second floor, where He Minju and her maid, Hong Yi, were already waiting. Upon seeing Su Fu arrive, He Minju exclaimed excitedly, "Waiter, you may serve the dishes now?" "Certainly. Please wait a moment, ladies." The waiter called as he hurried downstairs to prepare the meal. Noticing Su Fu's arrival, Hong Yi let out a sigh of relief. "Miss Su, you have finally graced us with your presence. If you had delayed any longer, my mistress would have sent me back to Su Manor to fetch you." He Minju feigned a strike at Hong Yi, playfully chiding, "You audacious girl, how dare you jest with me?" "I'm merely speaking the truth," replied the maid, her tone light-hearted. Watching the playful exchange between the two, Su Fu could only shake her head in amusement. Before long, the waiter returned with the dishes. "Ladies, your meal is served. Please enjoy, and call upon me should you require anything further." Su Fu pointed to the array of dishes on the table as she introduced them to He Minju. Crispy pork ribs, fragrant whole chicken, braised meat with assorted vegetables, osmanthus cake, milk white jujube cake, and a red date and fish head tofu soup. Do try these. They are the restaurant's specialties. The room was filled with delectable aromas that heightened their appetites. Su Fu picked up her chopsticks and sampled a piece of rib. Its outer layer crisp while the meat remained tender. Delicious, she exclaimed. After they had eaten their fill, Hong Yi could no longer contain her concern. Miss, we should return to the manor. You slipped out secretly today. If we are found out by the master and mistress, we shall be in trouble. He Minju, still savoring the moment, was reluctant to leave so soon, yet she recognized that if her father discovered her absence, she would surely face his wrath. Su Fu reassured her, you should head back. Next time, I shall be the one to invite you out. He Minju's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Since witnessing Su Fu's painting at the last palace banquet, her admiration for Su Fu had only deepened. Su Fu smiled and nodded. Indeed. Then are we friends now? He Minju inquired eagerly. Of course, Miss He. You have treated me to a meal. Su Fu held a favorable impression of He Minju, a distinguished lady whose status was unique compared to other noblewomen. In her previous life, she had few friends, so encountering a friend as singular as He Minju in this life felt quite delightful. He Minju said, I shall take my leave now. Do remember to invite me next time. Rest assured, Su Fu replied, glancing at the early evening sky. Since she had ventured out of the manor, she was in no haste to return. She sought out a tea house, reserving a private room to enjoy her tea. Meanwhile, across the street in another tea house, Xiao Junmo and Si Beichen were also savoring tea. Xiao Junmo took a sip and inquired of Si Beichen, How have you fared in recent years, Your Highness? Si Beichen reclined languidly against his chair, replying with a nonchalant air, It has been rather mundane. Will you be returning to the northern desert on this trip? Si Beichen asked. Xiao Junmo did not respond immediately. Instead, she gazed contemplatively into her teacup, her deep-set eyes reflecting the golden tea within. After a moment's pause, she spoke softly. The northern desert border is now pacified. For the past 2 years, the kingdom of Xiling would hardly dare to invade again. After a brief silence, she added, Moreover, the general's household is currently quite formidable. Xiao Junmo left her statement unfinished, yet both understood the underlying implications. Si Beichen's lips curled into a subtle smile as he casually flicked his immaculate sleeve. With a teasing tone, he remarked, Isn't it better to remain here? You are approaching 20, the prime age for marriage. Why not seize this opportunity to stay in the capital, seek a good match, and embark on a life of marriage and children? It seems all the ladies in the capital are eager to wed into the general's family. Marriage and children? A fleeting image of Su Fu's smiling face crossed Xiao Junmo's mind. Just then, she turned her head and spotted Su Fu seated across the street. Curiosity piqued. She wondered how Su Fu had come to be there, only to see a gentleman enter the tea house and converse with her. Xiao Junmo found the gentleman somewhat familiar, and upon closer inspection realized he was Wu Yuan, the son of Duke Wu. Her gaze dimmed as she averted her eyes, no longer wishing to observe. At that moment, Su Fu was equally bewildered. She was enjoying her tea when unexpectedly confronted by Wu Yuan. Having seen her at the palace banquet, Wu Yuan recognized her from the artwork she had created, which had left a lasting impression on many. Dressed in a flowing red robe adorned with intricate golden patterns at the cuffs, a carved jade pendant at his waist, and a folding fan in hand, Wu Yuan approached with a charming demeanor. His captivating eyes narrowed slightly as he gracefully entered the room, exuding the poise of a refined gentleman. Misu, what a pleasure it is to meet you here. It appears our fates are quite intertwined. Su Fu furrowed her brow, recalling that in her previous life, he had conspired with the crown prince. He was far from the simpleton he appeared to be. Feigning surprise, she asked, May I inquire who you are, sir? With a respectful gesture, Wu Yuan replied, I am Wu Yuan, son of Duke Wu. He had recently learned that his father intended for him to marry the eldest daughter of the Su family. Wu Yuan lightly flicked his folding fan, his gaze brazenly surveying Su Fu from head to toe. In contrast to the exuberant courtesans he had previously encountered, Su Fu exuded a gentle tranquility. She found his unrestrained appraisal deeply displeasing, as if he regarded her as mere prey to be scrutinized at will. Her phoenix eyes darkened slightly upon the realization that it was indeed young Master Wu. She then inclined her body in a respectful gesture, saying, "I shall not intrude upon your tea, young Master Wu. I take my leave." As she walked away, Wu Yuan's narrow, peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. How intriguing. Upon exiting the tea house, Qiu Shui indignantly remarked, "Miss, that young Master Wu is exceedingly rude. I have heard that he often frequents brothels and even brings the courtesans to his estate." Su Fu responded, "We shall keep our distance from him in the future." Meanwhile, seated across in the tea house, Xiao Junmo could not resist stealing a glance, only to find that Su Fu's presence had already vanished from the room. Chapter 18. Discussing marriage proposals, Si Beichan followed Xiao Junmo's gaze with curiosity, inquiring, "What is it that you frequently gaze at across the way? Is there a fair maiden that has captured your attention?" Xiao Junmo withdrew her gaze, replying no, in the carriage returning to her residence. Su Fu was startled by Qiu Shuang's exclamation, "Miss, look, is that not the second miss and the crown prince?" Su Fu lifted a corner of the carriage curtain and glanced in the direction indicated by Qiu Shuang. There, she beheld Su Qing and the crown prince standing closely together at a corner. A few of the crown prince's guards were stationed at the entrance, and fearing discovery, Su Fu quickly lowered the curtain. Qiu Shui, filled with curiosity, wondered how the second miss found herself in such company. Su Fu recalled that in her previous life, Su Qing ultimately achieved her aspiration of becoming empress. In her heart, Su Fu mused that the crown prince must have become impatient after seeing General Xiao return to the capital, eagerly seeking allies. Moreover, Su Qing is monogrammed. Serving as the left minister of the censorate, was well connected in the court and held the trust of Emperor Jingwen. As the saying goes, being close to a ruler is akin to being near a tiger. The thoughts of an emperor are often inscrutable. As a censor, a single remark or action could potentially sway the emperor's perspective and decisions. The crown prince's current eagerness to court Su Qing and her influential backing indicates his genuine urgency. After all, gaining the support of the left minister would undeniably bolster the crown prince's standing in the court. As the crown prince approached her, Su Qing's heart raced with excitement, a blush gracing her cheeks as she lowered her gaze shyly and called out softly, "Your Highness." The crown prince gazed upon the blushing Su Qing, her beauty akin to that of a blossoming peach, and felt a softness in his heart, as if a gentle hand was caressing his innermost feelings. "Second Miss Su, ever since I witnessed your mesmerizing performance at the palace banquet, you have remained etched in my memory. It is with great audacity that I have sought your company today. I hope you will not take offense at my boldness." Su Qing's cheeks flushed even deeper, her heart racing uncontrollably like a startled deer. She endeavored to steady her voice, infusing it with a hint of delicate grace as she replied, "Your Highness is a paragon of virtue, possessing impeccable character. How could you be considered disrespectful?" Upon returning home, Su Qing was still in a euphoric daze, her heart fluttering at the thought of the crown prince's words. When Mrs. Zhou entered the room and observed her daughter's demeanor, it was evident that she was smitten. Mrs. Zhou furrowed her brow and inquired, "Did you go out today to meet someone?" With a hint of pride, Su Qing replied, "Today, the crown prince requested to meet with me." Mrs. Zhou paused momentarily, her eyes brightening with realization. "Really? How could the crown prince suddenly wish to see you?" With a bashful smile, Su Qing admitted, "The crown prince said he was deeply impressed by my dance at the palace banquet." Zhou exhibited a joyful expression, her tone imbued with affection and pride. "I've always said, my daughter is truly remarkable. His Highness the Crown Prince will undoubtedly take a liking to you." Subsequently, she gently tapped Su Qing's forehead with her finger, her voice filled with concern as she cautioned, "However, as of now, you are not yet betrothed. You must not grow too close to him, lest he take advantage of you. Otherwise, it will be you who suffers in the end." Su Qing pouted playfully, "Mother, I am aware." Reflecting on Su Fu, she inquired, "Mother, what of the matter you mentioned last time?" "I have already returned to your maternal grandfather's home to seek him out, and I trust that your father will soon have news," Zhou replied. Su Qing's expression darkened. "Humph. Once I marry Wu Yuan, she shall have her fair share of happiness." Upon returning to the estate today, Suja headed straight to the Nansang courtyard. The old matriarch reclined in her armchair, her curiosity piqued by Suja's words. You wish to wed Su Fu into the Wu Duke's household? Which young master from the Wu Duke's family? The fifth master of the Wu Duke's household, Wu Yuan, Suja responded. The old matriarch gently moved the beads in her hand, contemplating the benefits Su Fu's marriage into the Wu Duke's household might bring to the Su family. Entirely disregarding Wu Yuan's character or whether Su Fu would face any hardships as a result. Suja continued, Mother, the Wu Duke's household is an ancient lineage, deeply rooted and distinguished, having contributed to the founding of the dynasty alongside the Taizu. If it were not for the young master from the Wu family taking an interest in Su Fu, we would not even aspire to such a prestigious alliance. Allowing Su Fu to marry into their family would certainly provide an advantage for my future endeavors in court. The old matriarch nodded, acknowledging the soundness of his reasoning. Indeed, for someone of Su Fu's standing to marry into the Wu Duke's family is an elevation of her status. You may proceed as you see fit. Suja reflected on how Su Fu typically appeared indifferent, seemingly unconcerned with most matters. Yet, once a situation arose that she deemed undesirable, she would become obstinately resolute. With this thought, Suja cast a worried glance at the old matriarch and asked, Mother, what if Su Fu refuses this arrangement? The will of the parents and the matchmaker's words are paramount. It is not for a mere girl to voice her consent or dissent, the old matriarch replied dismissively. She then instructed the maid and to summon the young lady from Lanxiang Pavilion, stating, Tell her I have matters to discuss with her. At that moment, Su Fu had just finished her evening meal and was seated in the courtyard. Upon entering, and immediately spotted Su Fu, approached her and bowed. Miss, the old matriarch requests your presence. Curiosity sparked within Su Fu as to why she was summoned at such a late hour. Did grandmother mention the reason for my summon? And hesitated to speak, replying, Not at all. Then please have the maid wait a moment. I shall fetch a cloak, Su Fu replied. Afterward, Xiao Shuang entered the room and brought her a cloak. Once done, Xiao Shuang said, All set, let us go. Upon arriving at the Nansang courtyard, Su Fu noticed that Su Zhe was also present, further solidifying her belief that her summoning was not without significance. I pay my respects to grandmother and father. The elderly matron, her face adorned with a myriad of wrinkles, radiated a warm smile as she beckoned Su Fu to come and sit beside her. The moment Su Fu beheld this expression, she felt an uneasy premonition that her summons was unlikely to bode well. Complying obediently, she approached and took her seat. The matron began to speak with earnest gravity. My dear, your mother passed away at an early age, and now that you have reached the age of marriage, it falls upon your father and me to concern ourselves with your future. After much deliberation with your father, we are apprehensive about choosing an unsuitable match for you, as we worry about the trials you may face in your married life. A glimmer of cunning danced in Su Fu's phoenix-like eyes, yet her demeanor remained meek and compliant. She understood that all of her grandmother's and father's endeavors were for her benefit, and she was fully prepared to heed their guidance. Upon hearing Su Fu's words, the matron's eyes sparkled with delight, and she nodded with evident satisfaction. Chapter 19. Ensnared by love. Upon hearing Su Fu's words, Su Zhe let out a sigh of relief. Gazing at Su Fu as he spoke gently, a few days ago, the Duke of Wu sought me out. From his words, it appears that his fifth son is inclined to marry you. You are aware of the Duke of Wu's standing. Marrying into his family would indeed be a significant elevation for you. Furthermore, the fifth son is young, talented, and of handsome demeanor. You would not find yourself at a disadvantage in such a union. Young, talented, and handsome, Su Fu scoffed inwardly, realizing that Su Zhe presumed her to be blissfully ignorant of the world, brazenly attempting to deceive her. If such a prospect were genuinely appealing, why would the Duke of Wu consider the Su family? Fuer will adhere to the arrangements made by grandmother and father. Upon hearing Su Fu's acquiescence, Xiao Shuang and Xiao Shui exchanged anxious glances, concerned for Su Fu's well-being. Su Zhe stroked his beard with satisfaction, exclaiming, Excellent. As the eldest daughter of the Su family, Fuer is truly the most obedient and understanding. Thus, it is settled. I shall handle the subsequent matters. and you need only to prepare for your marriage. Upon returning to Lanxiang Pavilion, Xiao Shuang urgently implored, Miss, how could you agree to Elder Madam and Master's wishes? That young master of the Wu family, whom I have seen, is hardly a suitable match. Xiao Shui chimed in, Indeed, miss, you must not marry him. Elder Madam and Master are leading you astray. How could father, your own flesh and blood, allow such a union? No family in the capital would willingly marry their daughter to the young master of the Wu family. As Qiu Shui's indignation grew, Su Fu observed the two maids' anxious demeanor and offered them a reassuring glance. Fear not, I shall not marry Wu Yuan. I have other plans. Somehow, witnessing Su Fu's calm and resolute expression eased Qiu Shuang and Qiu Shui's worries. Though unaware of her intentions, they trusted that Su Fu would not truly wed Wu Yuan. Xiao Junmo had always kept a vigilant eye on the affairs of the Su family. On this particular day, he was inspecting soldiers' training at the Xuanjia army camp. His subordinate, Song Nan, hurried to him after receiving a report, saluting respectfully, young master. The individuals you tasked with monitoring the Su family have conveyed that Lord Su has been growing closer to the Duke of Wu recently. It was mentioned yesterday that Lord Su intends to arrange for his eldest daughter to wed the Duke's fifth son. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Xiao Junmo's dark eyes. Having been away from the capital for an extended period, he was not well acquainted with its inhabitants and events, prompting him to ask gravely, What is the name of the Duke of Wu's fifth son? Wu Yuan, Song Nan replied. Xiao Junmo paused momentarily. Wu Yuan? Was he not the very man who conversed with Su Fu at the tea house? A troubling thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Su Fu willingly desired to marry Wu Yuan? This notion stirred a sense of unease within him, igniting an inexplicable irritation. Investigate Wu Yuan's character and conduct. Uncover all that can be known, Xiao Junmo commanded coldly. After issuing his orders, he seized a sword nearby and made his way to the training grounds. Song Nan silently empathized with the soldiers as he anticipated the impending challenge. Emerging from a tent, Song Yu beheld a scene of soldiers sprawled on the ground, groaning in disarray. He gently tapped Song Nan's shoulder and inquired, What troubles you today, young master? Song Nan's face bore no expression as he coldly uttered 4 words, troubled by love. With that, he departed, leaving Song Yu perplexed and scratching his head. Troubled by love? Could it be because of Miss Su? In less than a day, Song Nan had unearthed nearly all information regarding Wu Yuan. Due to Wu Yuan's notorious antics, it seemed the entire capital was aware of his reputation. Young Master Wu was infamous in the capital as a debauched scion, a frequent patron of brothels, pleasure boats, and taverns. Rumor had it that he had once taken a liking to the daughter of an ordinary family and forcibly brought her into his residence. Now, he was surrounded by several concubines. Song Nan spoke without a hint of emotion. Upon hearing this, Xiao Junmo clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves, his heart tormented. And after a prolonged silence, it seemed he had finally made a resolute decision. No, I cannot allow Su Fu to marry such a man. On the following day, after the morning court session, Xiao Junmo remained behind alone. He knelt on both knees, his expression grave and earnest. Your Majesty, I have a matter to beseech you. Seeing his serious demeanor, Emperor Jinwen furrowed his brows and inquired, What is it? Speak and let me hear. Xiao Junmo pondered his words carefully. The last time the emperor had mentioned a reward for him, he had not given it much thought, but now he was prepared to make his request known. Emperor Jingwen's interest was piqued as he smiled. Then tell me, what reward do you seek? I wish to request a royal decree for marriage. Upon this declaration, the emperor was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, You rascal. I recently discussed your marriage with your mother, and she mentioned that you were not yet inclined to wed. What has changed? Pray tell, which young lady has captured your heart? Xiao Junmo, with clenched fists and a resolute gaze, seemed as if he had already made up his mind. I seek your command to bestow marriage upon me and Miss Su from the Su minister's household. Miss Su? Is she the talented painter from the last court banquet? The emperor recalled her with some familiarity. Indeed. Have you discussed this with your parents? If I were to issue a decree without their knowledge, your mother would surely blame me later. The emperor shuddered at the thought of Princess Yongping storming into the palace to confront him. as she had been trained in martial arts since childhood and had once fought alongside Xiao Inghuai on the battlefield. I will marry no one but Miss Su. She is the only one I shall ever wed. I will speak with my parents about this, and I implore your majesty to grant your blessing. With that, Xiao Junmo bowed his head deeply to the ground. Seeing his unwavering determination, Emperor Jingwen sighed in resignation. Very well, since you are so intent on marrying her, I shall draft a decree for your union. Xiao Junmo breathed a sigh of relief, though he felt a twinge of anxiety regarding whether this unsolicited decree would displease Miss Su or even cause her to harbor aversion towards him. Thank you, your majesty, for your graciousness. However, considering your differing social standings, I hope you will not regret this decision in the future. On this day, Suju enjoyed a day of leisure and was making his way to the entrance of his residence, contemplating a discussion with Lord Wu regarding the matter of their family's potential union. As he approached the gate, he noticed the esteemed eunuch Liang, a favored attendant of the emperor, approaching the Su residence. Suju hastened his steps, reaching eunuch Liang with a beaming smile and a respectful demeanor, exclaiming, "Ah, eunuch Liang, what fortunate winds have brought you to our humble abode today?" Eunuch Liang, gracefully waving his feather duster, responded with an unusual deference, his voice high-pitched. "Esteemed Lord Su, I come at the behest of His Majesty to convey a royal edict. It is indeed good news." Upon hearing the mention of good tidings, Suju's heart soared with the hope of an official promotion, his smile nearly stretching from ear to ear. Chapter 20. The marriage decree. Suju wore an obsequious expression as he led the esteemed eunuch Liang into the main hall of the Su residence, promptly instructing the servants to summon everyone to the front hall to receive the imperial decree. "Eunuch Liang, please enjoy some tea." Suju, brimming with anticipation, eagerly inquired, "May I ask, esteemed eunuch, about the nature of His Majesty's decree?" Eunuch Liang narrowed his already small eyes. "Do not be impatient, Lord Su. Once everyone is gathered, I shall announce the decree, and you shall know it in due course." When the members of the Su family learned that the emperor had dispatched someone to deliver a decree, each of them assumed that Suju had recently accomplished something noteworthy and was being promoted, prompting an excited rush to the front hall. Upon receiving the news from the servants sent by Suju about the arrival of the imperial envoy, Su Fu's heart, which had been in turmoil for days, finally found a semblance of peace. The indifference in her dark eyes softened noticeably. Indeed, Xiao Junmo had, as in her previous life, successfully sought the imperial decree. The thought stirred a bittersweet feeling within her. He must still be concerned about her resenting him for taking the initiative to request the decree, she mused. Suppressing her chaotic thoughts, Su Fu instructed Xiao Shuang to tidy her appearance and hasten to the front hall. Once the Su family members had assembled, eunuch Liang rose to clear his throat, preparing to read the imperial decree. The Su family members knelt in reverence to receive the decree, and Suju's heart raced with excitement, eagerly anticipating the good news. He could not help but envision the myriad possibilities that would follow his promotion, filled with hope and exhilaration. However, as eunuch Liang unfurled the decree and began to read, Suju's smile gradually froze upon his face by the will of heaven. The emperor decrees, the eldest daughter of the Minister of Revenue, Su Fu, is renowned for her beauty, obedience, and virtuous character, and is now of marriageable age. The son of the national guardian, Xiao Junmo, is a young talent, distinguished in both appearance and intellect, possessing courage and strategic acumen. Celebrated for his military achievements on behalf of our nation, a rare gem of youth in Nansang. Now at the tender age for marriage, it is time to select a worthy bride. As Su Fu remains in her chamber, destined to become a paragon of beauty, I hereby decree that the eldest daughter of the Minister of Revenue, Su Fu, shall be wed to the son of the national guardian, Xiao Junmo, as his future consort, with auspicious dates to be chosen for the wedding. Thus decreed. Upon the conclusion of the decree, the members of the Su household, still kneeling, raised their heads in disbelief to gaze at eunuch Liang. Suju forced a stiff smile. "Eunuch Liang, surely there has been a mistake in the reading? How could His Majesty bestow my daughter's hand to young Master Xiao?" At this moment, Su Qing, wide-eyed, chimed in, "Yes, eunuch. How could His Majesty suddenly grant my elder sister to young Master Xiao? Eunuch Liang's expression soured slightly, and with impatience, he replied, I'm not yet so feeble-minded as to misread. As for why His Majesty has chosen to betroth your esteemed eldest daughter to young Master Xiao, that is beyond my knowledge. Turning his gaze kindly towards Su Fu, who remained composed and quietly knelt, Eunuch Liang internally nodded in approval, the sincerity of his smile deepening. Miss, please accept the decree. Thank you for your gracious favor. Long live the Emperor. Long live, long live. Since her rebirth, Su Fu had envisioned countless scenarios of receiving the imperial decree for marriage. Now that the moment had truly arrived, her hands trembled slightly as she accepted the bright yellow edict from the hands of the esteemed eunuch. In this lifetime, she had finally awaited the imperial marriage decree sought by Xiao Junmo. Once the eunuch departed, the members of the Su residence had yet to recover from the shock this news had brought upon them. As the matriarch and Su Zhe regained their composure, an overwhelming joy surged within them, difficult to contain. In comparison to the Duke of Wu's residence, the general's mansion undoubtedly held greater power and prestige. Furthermore, the general's estate commanded the Xuanjiao army, and Xiao Junmo's mother was none other than the current Princess Yongping. The fact that His Majesty had personally issued the decree for this marriage was an unparalleled honor, reserved only for princes and princesses. They could hardly contain their eagerness to marry Su Fu off immediately, fearing that any delay might lead to unforeseen complications. The attitudes of the matriarch and Su Zhe towards Su Fu underwent a dramatic transformation. They were anxious that the general's household might reject Su Fu as a bride. Su Fu's expression revealed her inner turmoil. Her gaze flickered between the matriarch and Su Zhe, and with a hint of hesitation, she spoke, His Majesty has suddenly decreed that I am to be wed to young Master Xiao, but what shall we do regarding the Duke of Wu's residence? I truly do not wish to place my father in such a difficult position. Su Zhe smiled faintly, calmly lifting his teacup to take a sip before placing it down. With unwavering conviction, he reassured her, there is no need for you to worry about this matter. I shall speak with the Duke of Wu. After all, this is an imperial decree, and I believe he would not dare to voice any objections. His voice exuded confidence and satisfaction, as if everything lay within his control. The more he regarded Su Fu, the more pleased he became. Envisioning a future alliance with the general's household and imagining the envious gazes of his peers in court upon hearing the news, the matriarch, her face already lined with wrinkles, now beamed with delight, saying affectionately, if you ever find yourself lacking in anything, do not hesitate to tell your grandmother. Should you encounter any grievances in the future, confide in me, and I shall support you. Thank you, grandmother, Su Fu replied gratefully. At that moment, Su Qing was filled with indignation, her chest tightening with unspoken pain. How could it be that Su Fu was to marry Xiao Junmo, when it was Wu Yuan who had initially sought her hand? Moreover, the fact that it was an imperial decree added to the enormity of the honor. She recalled the day the troops returned to the capital. When she had seen the man on the crimson warhorse, his deep gaze and extraordinary presence striking her, Su Qing twisted the handkerchief in her hands, desperately suppressing the anger within her. How could Su Fu, of all people, be worthy of marrying such a man? How could she possibly be deserving of Xiao Junmo? Turning her gaze to Zhou Shi, who appeared equally bewildered, Zhou Shi gently shook her head, indicating her own confusion over the matter. Su Qing then spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Sister, congratulations on finding such an admirable match. However, I wonder how the general's household will receive this decree, given that His Majesty acted without consulting them. After saying this, she donned a worried expression for Su Fu, hoping that her elder sister would not end up as a mismatched couple with young Master Xiao. Su Fu smiled gently, expressing her gratitude for her younger sister's kind intentions and reminders, assuring her that she would fare well in the days to come. In her previous life, she had married into the general's residence, where, although the Princess Yongping held her in disdain, she had never made her life difficult. Initially, upon entering the general's household, she had harbored a dislike for Xiao Junmo. Consequently, she seldom paid her respects to the Princess Yongping, who, in turn, did not hold this against her. Meanwhile, within the general's residence, Xiao Junmo knelt upright before Xiao Yinghuai and Princess Yongping. The princess, with a stern countenance and a raised voice, inquired, "What did you say? You wish to marry Su Fu, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, Suja?" Xiao Yinghuai, recalling the previous palace banquet where he had seen her painting, asked, "Is she the one who painted at the last court feast?" "Indeed, I wish to take her as my wife. I hope that both father and mother will grant their blessing." As the princess raised her hand, the teacup in her grasp came crashing down onto the table with a heavy thud. Beside her, Xiao Yinghuai recoiled slightly, sensing his wife's fury. It appeared that she was genuinely upset this time, and he silently felt a wave of anxiety for his son. Chapter 21. A meeting at the tea house. Your Majesty has already issued a decree for the marriage, yet you still ask us to support it? You are truly becoming more audacious. The Princess of Yongping's anger grew with each word, her brows furrowed in discontent. How could the daughter of a mere fourth-rank deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue ever enter the general's household? Xiao Junmo turned to glance at Xiao Yinghuai. Upon noticing his son's gaze, averted his eyes and cleared his throat. "Ahem, my lady, although this Su Fu status is indeed somewhat lowly, the emperor's decree has been given and cannot be altered. Moreover, have you not always wished for our son to marry soon? Now he is willing to wed." The Princess of Yongping shot a frigid glare at Xiao Yinghuai. Here was a general commanding tens of thousands on the battlefield, now silenced, covering his mouth, afraid to utter another word. Xiao Junmo's eyes were resolute, showing no sign of retreat. "Mother, although Su Fu is merely the daughter of a deputy minister, she is unlike other women. Once you come to know her, your opinion will surely change. Marriage is no trifling matter." The Princess of Yongping rebuked. Even if she possesses unique qualities, it is insufficient reason for such impulsiveness. A flicker of determination flashed in Xiao Junmo's deep gaze. This decision was not born of impulse. He had long cherished her. "In this life, I shall marry no one but Su Fu. I implore you to support us." The Princess of Yongping's expression shifted. "No wonder when I urged you to marry, you claimed you were not ready. It seems it was not reluctance. Has she bewitched you into this steadfast desire to wed her?" "That is not the case, mother. This decree was sought by me without her knowledge," he replied earnestly. Seeing her son's unwavering resolve, the Princess of Yongping felt a surge of complex emotions. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to soften her tone. "Since you have taken it upon yourself to seek the emperor's decree, what use is it for me to oppose it now? If you truly wish to marry her, I hope she does not betray your present dedication." With that, the princess rose and left in a swirl of her robes. Xiao Yinghuai quickly followed, casting a reassuring wink at Xiao Junmo as he passed. At Lianxiang Pavilion, Su Fu handed a letter to Qiu Shuang. "Please deliver this letter to the general's residence and hand it to the young master." "Yes, miss," Qiu Shuang replied, taking the letter. As soon as Qiu Shuang exited, Su Fu, accompanied by Qiu Xue, left the house. "Miss, where are we going?" Qiu Xue inquired, her curiosity piqued. "To the tea house to await the young master," Su Fu replied. "Oh, miss, so the letter you just had Qiu Shuang deliver is to meet the young master?" Qiu Xue said, a hint of worry creeping into her voice. What if the young master does not come?" Since the decree had been issued, both Qiu Shuang and Qiu Xue had been elated for Su Fu. "It is far better for you to marry young Master Xiao than young Master Wu. His words and actions reveal him to be an upright gentleman, and most importantly, we know he is the one you hold dear. He will come," Su Fu declared confidently. She understood that her desire to see Xiao Junmo was born of impulse, but she was unwilling to wait any longer. She was eager to inform Xiao Junmo immediately that she had received the imperial decree of marriage and was overjoyed to accept it. Qiu Shuang approached the gates of the general's residence, holding the letter, and inquired of the gatekeeper, "Excuse me, may I ask if the heir is available? I am here to deliver a letter on behalf of my young mistress." Just then, Song Yu, who was about to exit, overheard her words. "You seek the heir?" Song Yu scrutinized the maid in her azure attire, standing at the entrance. Assuming she was yet another lady from a noble family, sending a maid to deliver a message to their heir. Since the heir's return from the northern wilderness, such occurrences had become frequent. Return and inform your mistress that our heir does not accept letters casually. In the future, please refrain from sending any more, Song Yu stated, brushing past Xiao Shuang as he made his way out. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, Xiao Shuang surmised that he must be someone close to the heir, and she quickly called out, "Please wait a moment. My young mistress is the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, Lord Su." Upon hearing the surname Su, Song Yu halted his steps and turned back, uncertainly asking, "Is it Miss Su who sent you with this letter?" "Indeed. My young mistress insisted on delivering this letter to the heir personally," Xiao Shuang affirmed. Upon realizing it was a letter from Miss Su, Song Yu quickly took a few steps back towards her. "I am the heir's guard. Please hand me the letter, and I shall deliver it on your behalf." Song Yu took the letter and found Xiao Junmo, who was engrossed in military texts in his study. With a cheerful demeanor, he approached and waved the letter before Xiao Junmo's eyes. "My lord, yet another lady has written to you. This letter is quite different from the previous ones. Would you like to open it and see?" Xiao Junmo swatted Song Yu's hand away, his gaze unwavering from the book as he replied coolly, "Who permitted you to accept letters indiscriminately? Take it and burn it." Song Yu touched the envelope with a regretful expression. After all, it was a letter from Miss Su. "Since my lord does not wish to read it, I shall dispose of it at once." Xiao Junmo paused in his reading, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. "Wait, you said this letter is from Miss Su?" His dark eyes fixated on Song Yu, as if awaiting a definitive answer. "Indeed, my lord. Just as I was about to leave the residence, I encountered a maidservant of Miss Su outside. She said that Miss Su sent her to deliver this letter to you. So I rushed back with it," Song Yu explained, unable to suppress a grin. Xiao Junmo accepted the letter, suddenly hesitant to open it. The imperial decree had just been issued, and now Miss Su was writing to him. He feared that she might be unwilling to marry him. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to expel the turmoil within him, striving to calm his disordered thoughts. His slender fingers gradually peeled open the envelope. Inside lay a thin sheet of paper, elegantly inscribed in delicate, flowing script reminiscent of drifting clouds or falling petals, light and graceful. However, the contents of the letter were remarkably brief, containing but a single line. After reading the letter, Xiao Junmo promptly rose and headed for the door. Song Yu, noticing his sudden movement, hurried after him and asked, "My lord, where are you going?" Xiao Junmo did not respond to Song Yu's words and strode forward with determination. He arrived at the tea house mentioned by Su Fuxin, dismounting gracefully from his horse. Approaching the entrance, he hesitated for a brief moment before raising his hand to gently rap on the door, then stepped inside. Within the room, Su Fu sat poised at the tea table, quietly gazing out the window. Her thoughts appeared to drift far away, and a subtle sadness shimmered in her eyes. Chapter 22. I am willing to marry suddenly. The faint sound of footsteps disrupted her thoughts. Su Fu turned her head sharply, a flicker of surprise passing through her eyes. When she recognized that the visitor was indeed Xiao Junmo, a gentle smile involuntarily graced her lips. As Xiao Junmo entered the room, Su Fu immediately rose, her movements graceful and composed. She approached him with light steps and slightly bowed, offering him a respectful greeting. "Your Highness." Her voice was clear and soft, imbued with a hint of joy and excitement. Xiao Junmo paused for a moment, then nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, he walked past Su Fu and took a seat across the tea table where she had just been seated. Su Fu exchanged a glance with Xiao Shui, signaling her to guard the door. Xiao Shui bowed respectfully and retreated to the entrance. Su Fu returned to the tea table and sat down opposite Xiao Junmo. Before she could speak, Xiao Junmo, with a detached tone, initiated the conversation. "Miss Su, did you summon me here today regarding the matter of marriage?" "Yes," Su Fu replied. Xiao Junmo felt a twinge of self-mockery, as expected, recalling the scene at the tea house where he saw Su Fu conversing with Wu Yuan. His dark eyes dimmed slightly. "I have heard that Lord Su intends to marry you to Wu Yuan. I have had him investigated. He is not a suitable match." Su Fu appeared entirely unfazed by Xiao Junmo's words. "I know." Her calm response surprised him, causing the tension in his heart to ease momentarily. Thankfully, as long as Su Fu did not harbor feelings for Wu Yuan, that was sufficient. Contemplating the imperial edict regarding their marriage, Xiao Junmo's profound gaze turned complex. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke regarding the marriage decree. From what I gather, Miss Su, your circumstances in the Su residence are not as favorable as the outside world perceives, and you do not enjoy the privileges due to the eldest daughter of the Su family. Now that the decree has been issued, I believe that marrying into the general's household would be the best choice given your current situation. Of course, this is merely a temporary measure. Once you are wed into the general's household, we can obtain a divorce. At that time, I will provide you with a sum of silver to grant you your freedom. As Xiao Junmo finished speaking, time seemed to stand still, enveloping the room in an eerie silence. Su Fu gazed intently at the man before her, his usually handsome brows furrowed in a serious expression. Throughout both his past life and this one, he had always treated her with such kindness, considering her needs in every aspect, even mapping out her escape route. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, a bittersweet sensation washing over her. She blinked, and a tear slipped down her cheek. Seeing Su Fu in tears, Xiao Junmo's heart, which had just settled, began to race in panic once more. Please do not cry. If you truly do not wish to marry me, I will immediately go to the palace and request the emperor to revoke the marriage decree. Even if it results in punishment for me, I will ensure he consents to dissolve our engagement. As he spoke, he sprang to his feet in haste, nearly stumbling over the table leg in his eagerness. Su Fu couldn't help but let out a soft laugh at the sight. Then, with eyes still slightly reddened, she gazed at Xiao Junmo, her smile fading as she earnestly declared, I am willing to marry you. I sought you out today to convey my joy upon receiving the imperial decree of marriage. Xiao Junmo turned to Su Fu in disbelief, his eyes searching hers. What did you say? Could you repeat that? Su Fu's eyes sparkled with laughter as she fixed her serious gaze on his dark orbs, articulating each word with intention. I said, I'm willing to marry the heir. I am willing to marry Xiao Junmo. At that moment, Xiao Junmo felt as if he could hear the very rhythm of his heart, the swift turn of events leaving him momentarily bewildered. His lips parted slightly, and he blurted out why. Although Su Fu had lived 2 lives, she felt a tinge of shyness facing him now. Her cheeks flushed ever so slightly as she lowered her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. Because I, a humble girl, am fond of the heir. Though her words were softly spoken, they stirred tremendous ripples within Xiao Junmo's heart. To learn that the one he had long admired also held affection for him was akin to feeling the warmth of spring sunshine on a frigid winter's day. He felt enveloped by the sunlight streaming through the window, a comforting warmth washing over him. An impulse surged within him to embrace Su Fu, yet he restrained himself out of respect. Despite the imperial decree, they were not yet wed, and he could not act in a manner that would tarnish her honor. He was acutely aware of the stringent expectations placed upon women in this era. Their prolonged seclusion together was already at odds with propriety. With his lips, shaped like a slender crescent moon, slightly parted, he assured her, rest assured, I shall never allow you to suffer any grievances. His tone was grave and sincere, as if making a solemn vow to Su Fu. I trust the heir, she replied. I will return home to discuss with my father and mother, and we shall choose an auspicious day to proceed with the betrothal at the Su residence. Excellent. Observing Su Fu's every smile and frown filled Xiao Junmo with an extraordinary sense of contentment. Su Fu recalled her previous life, when merely a day after marrying Xiao Junmo, the kingdom of Xiling had invaded, prompting Emperor Jingwen to dispatch him to the northern deserts. Thus, she inquired, will the heirs still go to the northern deserts? The northern deserts have now been pacified, and the kingdom of Xiling should not dare to invade again in the coming years. Xiao Junmo had no intention of concealing the truth from Su Fu and answered candidly. Upon hearing his words, Su Fu's expression turned somewhat grave. If that is the case, then why did the kingdom of Xiling swiftly launch an attack on the kingdom of Nansang afterward? Could there be some hidden circumstances? Su Fu wished to caution Xiao Junmo against the crown prince, but found herself lacking a suitable reason. Noticing her furrowed brow, Xiao Junmo assumed she was worried about the dangers he might face in future campaigns. He gently reached out to smooth her furrowed brow. The moment his fingers brushed against her delicate features, both were momentarily taken aback. Xiao Junmo quickly withdrew his hand, a hint of nervousness in his voice. "Miss Su, I apologize. I did not mean to offend you." He glanced anxiously at her face, fearing that she might be upset. Su Fu regained her composure, her lips curving into a slight smile. "Now that we are betrothed, why does the heir still refer to me as Miss Su?" Seeing that Su Fu was not angry, Xiao Junmo finally relaxed her anxious heart. Tentatively, she inquired, "May I call you a Fu from now on?" "Certainly. I once saved a little boy from drowning, and he also called me a Fu." As Su Fu spoke, she keenly observed the subtle shifts in Xiao Junmo's expression. Indeed, the serene countenance of Xiao Junmo revealed a flicker of emotion. Fixated on the sparkling gaze of Su Fu, she found it difficult to believe. "A Fu? Do you remember?" Su Fu silently responded in her heart. "In my past life, I failed to remember, thus missing out on such a wonderful you. In this life, I am unwilling to let that opportunity slip away again." The smile in her eyes deepened, radiating warmth akin to the gentle sun of spring. She softly uttered, "My lord, it has been a long time." "A Fu, it has indeed been a long time." After their exchange, they shared a knowing smile. In that fleeting moment, the distance between them seemed to diminish, as if they could sense the profound joy nestled within each other's hearts. Chapter 23. What right does she have as she departed? Su Fu wore a grave expression, subtly cautioning that the young master had previously mentioned that the kingdom of Xiling would not dare to invade our nation lightly in the coming years. However, with the military power of the general's manor growing formidable, it was bound to attract unwelcome attention, should the kingdom of Xiling choose to breach our borders again soon. And upon hearing this, Xiao Junmo furrowed his brow, plunged into deep contemplation, realizing he had overlooked this critical issue. Su Fu, her demeanor serious, continued, "While the kingdom of Xiling may lack the resources or will to ignite conflict at present, if external assistance were to be rendered to them, the general's manor wields significant military authority, and many within the court harbor apprehensions. The young master must exercise utmost caution in his future endeavors, remaining vigilant against those around him." Xiao Junmo's expression turned equally solemn. Should the kingdom of Xiling invade, His Majesty would undoubtedly dispatch him or his father to the borders to fend off the enemy. At that time, should one perish on the battlefield, the military authority of a Xuanjiao army. Moreover, once they departed the capital, the general's manor might face various overt and covert threats, as well as schemes and plots. Contemplating this, a chill coursed through Xiao Junmo's heart. He scrutinized the woman before him, astonished that Su Fu, a lady of the inner chambers, could perceive the situation with such clarity. His gaze deepened. It seemed he'd yet to fully understand Su Fu. "I shall remember your words today," he said, then added with a warning, "but this conversation must remain between us. Do not breathe a word of it to anyone." "I understand," she replied. As Xiao Junmo watched Su Fu's carriage disappear into the distance from the tea house, he redirected his attention inside, calling out, "Song Nan." Song Nan, clad in black, appeared in the room without a trace of expression. "Young master." Xiao Junmo's countenance hardened as he spoke in a lowered voice. "Send word to our contacts in the northern desert, instructing them to remain vigilant regarding the movements of the kingdom of Xiling." Recalling Su Fu's words, he added also, "Dispatch someone to investigate if there have been any recent frequent contacts with the kingdom of Xiling." "Yes," Song Nan replied, vanishing from the room. Upon returning to the Su residence, Su Fu coincidentally encountered Su Qing walking toward her. Su Qing swayed her waist as she approached, and upon seeing Su Fu just returned from outside, she inquired, "Elder sister, have you been out?" "Indeed," Su Fu replied indifferently. "Elder sister has been frequenting the outside world lately. Could it be that you are engaged in some clandestine affairs?" Su Qing remarked with a hint of mockery. A faint smile graced Su Fu's lips, a semblance of amusement that did not quite reach her eyes. She exhibited no sign of anger at the words just spoken. Calmly, she responded, "You would do well to exercise caution, second sister, lest you unwittingly invite calamity upon yourself." This remark, delivered in a seemingly casual manner, bore an unmistakable undertone of warning. Su Qing scoffed, "Elder sister, You have yet to be wed into the general's manor. Already, you presume to lecture your younger sister as though you were the young mistress? She then chuckled lightly. Elder sister has not yet entered the general's manor. Everything is still uncertain. Allow me to remind you, do not celebrate too early, lest you find yourself in a dire predicament that becomes the subject of mockery in the future. After speaking, as he passed by Su Fu, he cast a sinister smile. Miss, are we truly to allow the eldest daughter to wed young Master Xiao? Asked Xiao Shui, just based on her? What qualifications does she possess to marry young Master Xiao? He would never deign to look at someone like her. Su Qing replied with a scornful expression. Not long after the imperial decree of marriage was issued, the following dawn saw the entire capital erupt in astonishment. Everyone was aware that the eldest daughter of the Su family was to be wed into the general's household. This sudden news left many in shock, particularly the officials in the court, who were filled with bewilderment and confusion. They speculated on the true intentions behind the emperor's decision. Meanwhile, the unmarried young ladies of high society were filled with envy and jealousy towards the Su family's eldest daughter, questioning why she deserved to marry young Master Xiao. In no time, various rumors spread throughout the streets. Some claimed the eldest daughter of the Su family was an unparalleled beauty with exceptional talents, while others whispered of her deep scheming and remarkable cunning. Regardless of the truth, this impending marriage had undoubtedly become a topic of fervent discussion among the populace. Today, Su Zhe attended the morning court session, where his colleagues congratulated him on the forthcoming alliance with a national protector, the general. Even those who typically had little interaction with Su Zhe greeted him with smiles. However, there were also those who regarded him with disdain, such as Duke Wu and Su Zhe's father-in-law. After court, Su Zhe hastened his steps to catch up with Duke Wu. My Lord Wu. Duke Wu, his face darkened, flicked his sleeve, and snorted coldly. Humph. Su Zhe glanced around and whispered, My Lord Wu, I was entirely unaware of this matter. The emperor's sudden decree was truly unexpected. As he spoke, he furrowed his brow, appearing quite distressed. Duke Wu's expression remained grim as he retorted sarcastically, Now that you are to become family with the general, your status has changed. Why would I trouble you with explanations? With that, he flung his sleeve and departed. As Duke Wu turned to leave, Su Zhe's previously ingratiating smile vanished in an instant, swept away by an unseen gust. Just as Su Zhe was about to take his leave, the left chief censor, Zhou Hong, approached him. With steady steps and an expressionless demeanor, he passed by Su Zhe, not pausing, yet lowered his voice to convey a message. 15 minutes later, the two found themselves in a private room of the same tavern. Su Zhe respectfully bowed, father-in-law. Zhou Hong raised a sharp gaze and, with a hoarse yet weighty voice, inquired, What is the meaning of this imperial decree of marriage? Xiao Su was equally in the dark, having never heard any rumors prior to the sudden decree. Zhou Hong stroked his graying beard, his tone suggesting some discontent towards Su Zhe. I had previously warned you. Your indecisiveness and arrogance have led to this predicament. Su Zhe donned a contrite expression, replying, You are correct, father-in-law. It was Xiao Su who failed to consider matters thoroughly. Zhou Hong possesses a considerable understanding of his son-in-law, and perhaps he is still rejoicing in his daughter's union with the general's household. His shrewd eyes narrowed slightly, and a touch of gravity adorned his countenance. You must know that the Duke of Wu's estate aligns itself with the Crown Prince, he stated. Su Zhe, taken aback by this revelation, stammered, How can this be? If not, why do you think I previously orchestrated a union with the Duke of Wu's family? Do you truly believe it was merely because I acquiesced to my daughter's desires? Zhou Hong's voice grew hoarse, imbued with irritation. Feeling a sense of dread, Su Zhe realized he had offended the Duke of Wu's estate. Father-in-law, what shall we do next? His tone betrayed a hint of panic. Zhou Hong's expression darkened, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke with deliberation. Now, we must exhaust every possible means to ensure Qing'er becomes the crown princess. Otherwise, our careers will undoubtedly suffer consequences. Chapter 24. Interest. Su Zhe remarked at the last banquet, the crown prince seemed to have a favorable impression of Qing'er, and later sought her out privately. Zhou Hong, leisurely stroking his beard, felt an increasing sense of satisfaction towards his granddaughter upon hearing Suji's words. Return to the manor and advise her to maintain regular contact with the crown prince. Understood, esteemed father-in-law. After a brief pause, he continued, what about the general's residence? The imperial decree has been issued. Everything is now set in motion. We shall proceed as planned. Perhaps having your eldest daughter wed into the general's household may not be a misfortune. It might even prove beneficial to the crown prince in the future. Zhou Hong's gaze deepened as he scrutinized Suja, contemplating the myriad possibilities and intricate interests concealed within this matter. Suja understood. Xiao soon knew what to do, and he assured his father-in-law not to worry. On that day, Su Fu sat by the window, admiring the blossoms flourishing in the courtyard. Xiao Shuang entered slowly from outside, saying, Miss, the young master has just sent word that he will come to propose marriage in 3 days. Su Fu withdrew her gaze, somewhat astonished by Xiao Shuang's announcement. 3 days? How can it be so swift? The young master must be eager to welcome you into his home. Xiao Shui stifled a giggle. Su Fu's expression turned serious as she regarded Xiao Shuang and Xiao Shui with sincerity in her eyes. I shall undoubtedly marry into the general's residence. Would you both be willing to accompany me? While the general's estate is indeed splendid, it harbors numerous hidden dangers. If you are unwilling, I will return your contracts and grant you your freedom. Both Xiao Shuang and Xiao Shui knelt in unison. Xiao Shuang declared, I have always been by your side since childhood, and wherever you go after marriage, I shall follow you. I fear no danger. Xiao Shui hurriedly added, I too will go wherever you are, miss. I do not wish to part from you. Su Fu extended her hand to help them rise, feeling a sense of melancholy at the thought of her maid's fates in their past lives. All right. She then turned her gaze towards Xiao Shuang. Fetch the dowry list my mother left behind. Do you wish to see it now, miss? Achul flickerd in su fueseais. My mother's dowry has been used for long enough. Now that I am betrothed, it is time to reclaim it. Xiao Shuang took the dowry list and followed Su Fu to the old matriarch's Chengsong courtyard. Upon arriving, she found Suja, Madame Zhou, and Su Qing all present, engaged in light-hearted conversation accompanied by laughter. Su Fu's countenance grew cold, and she inwardly scoffed. They are all here. How fortuitous. She stepped inside. Greetings to grandmother, father, and mother. The occupants of the room displayed varied expressions upon recognizing Su Fu. The old matriarch smiled and raised her hand. What brings you here, Fu girl? Su Fu, disinterested in circumnavigating their pleasantries, stated directly, I have come to reclaim the dowry my mother left during her lifetime. At her declaration, silence enveloped the room. The old matriarch's smile faltered slightly, her lips twisting into a forced grin. Your mother's dowry is indeed yours, but given the passage of so many years, it may require some time to account for it all. Su Fu calmly accepted the dowry list from Xiao Shuang's hands, her expression serene and untroubled, as if she had anticipated the old lady's words. Dear grandmother, there is no need for concern. To spare you the burden, I have brought the dowry list left by my mother. This list meticulously detailed each item and the corresponding shops. After speaking, Su Fu opened the box and slowly extracted the dowry list. The few individuals present in the room were taken aback and incredulous at the sight of the dowry list Su Fu produced. Suja's brows twitched slightly, his gaze turning frosty. How could you possess a dowry list? Su Fu's phoenix eyes curved slightly, finding Suja's question somewhat amusing. This dowry was left for her daughter by my mother during her lifetime. Naturally, the list would be in the daughter's possession. At that moment, Zhou Shi, with a troubled expression, hesitantly spoke up, but my sister has been gone for so many years. The authenticity of this dowry list is indeed difficult to ascertain. Su Qing, standing nearby, quickly echoed Zhou Shi's sentiment. Mother is absolutely right, sister. Could this dowry list be a ploy from some treacherous maid to deceive you? We must not be easily fooled. Her face was filled with indignation on Su Fu's behalf. Su Fu raised her hand to gently adjust the hairpin in her hair, her demeanor tranquil. She cast a cold glance at Su Qing and replied, I had similar concerns, which is why I sought the old nanny who once served my mother. Upon finishing her statement, Su Fu gestured to Xiao Shuang to bring in Wang Nanny. Wang Nanny had accompanied Su Fu's mother to the Su residence, and later, As Su Fu's mother lay on her deathbed, she had seen that Wang Nanny was aging and frail, thus allowing her to return home to enjoy her twilight years. After many years, Su Fu had managed to learn Wang Nanny's whereabouts through Qiu Shuang's inquiries. Qiu Shuang supported an elderly woman with graying hair, yet neatly arranged. As she entered the room, although Wang Nanny had aged considerably and her face was lined with wrinkles, the old lady, Su and Zhou Shi recognized her at once as the nanny who had served Su Fu's mother. Upon seeing Su Fu's summoning of Wang Nanny, an ominous premonition arose within the hearts of the two women, as if they were on the verge of losing something profoundly significant that they had tightly clutched. Meanwhile, Su Zhe felt an unsettling sense that his eldest daughter was becoming increasingly unfamiliar and beyond his control. Wang Nanny, stooping slightly, trembled as she bowed to those in the room. Upon catching sight of Su Fu's face, her dim eyes sparkled with light. She reached out her trembling hand. Seemingly eager to touch Su Fu's face, her emotions stirred. Su Fu rose to assist Wang Nanny to a seat beside her. Wang Nanny's eyes glistened with tears as she rasped, "You resemble the madam in her youth so strikingly." Once Wang Nanny's emotions settled, Su Fu presented the dowry list to her. She gently inquired, "Nanny, do you recognize this?" Wang Nanny took the list, bringing it closer for a meticulous examination, before exclaiming, "This is indeed the dowry list of the madam. I recall it bore the seal of the estate." As she spoke, she pointed to the stamped area, where the once vibrant red seal had faded over the years, becoming somewhat indistinct, so much so that it could easily be overlooked upon casual inspection. Su Fu picked it up, allowing the elderly matriarch, Su Zhe, and the Zhou mother-daughter duo to each examine it in turn. Chapter 25. Escalating the matter, Su Fu lifted her gaze slightly, her expression indifferent as she regarded Su Zhe. "Father, traditionally, a mother's dowry is wholly bequeathed to her children, and I am her only daughter. Regrettably, my mother passed away prematurely, leaving me in my tender years. Thus, it has been my grandmother who has managed these affairs over the years. Now that I am betrothed, it is time for me to learn the ways of household management." With a sidelong glance, she surveyed the assembly in the room before continuing, "Moreover, I am to wed into the general's household. If I am utterly unprepared, it would bring disgrace upon the Su residence. Such a situation might even jeopardize my younger sister's prospects." Su Zhe's expression darkened. He was acutely aware of the validity of Su Fu's claims. Yet, if the entirety of the dowry were returned to her, the future expenses of the Su family would be precarious. Silently weighing the pros and cons in his mind, he finally spoke, "The general's household is unlike any ordinary family. It is indeed time for you to learn to manage the household. Tomorrow, I shall have your mother seek out 2 experienced matrons to teach you the ropes of household management." Pausing momentarily, he continued, "As for the dowry, it cannot be entirely entrusted to you at once, for you may not yet possess the knowledge to manage it. Henceforth, let your grandmother and mother gradually bestow it upon you." After exchanging glances, Zhou Shi and Su Qing discerned a hint of unease in each other's eyes. It was evident that Su Fu had come well prepared for this confrontation, prompting Zhou Shi to reflect inwardly on how to navigate this challenging predicament. With a forced smile, she interjected, "Your father speaks wisely. Fuer, you are still quite young and have never been exposed to such matters. Tomorrow, I will ensure that 2 experienced matrons visit Lanxiang Pavilion to instruct you. Once you have acquired the knowledge, you shall take over without any confusion." A cold and distant glint flickered in Su Fu's dark eyes as she inwardly mocked. Have these individuals grown so accustomed to using what belongs to others that they consider it their own? Her gaze swept over the old matriarch, Su Zhe and Zhou Shi, radiating a chilling intensity as she slowly articulated, "What if I insist on reclaiming the dowry today?" Her tone carried an ineffable sense of detachment and coldness. The old matriarch slammed her palm upon the table with such force that the teacups nearly toppled. This action belied any semblance of the gentle and amiable elderly woman she was purported to be. Her eyes bulged, and her already wrinkled face flushed crimson with anger, as if Su Fu had incited her ire. With a voice laden with fury, she rebuked, "Impudent! Is this how you speak to your elders?" What the etiquette and decorum that the Su family has instilled in you over the years. Su Qing hurriedly stepped forward, gently soothing the old matriarch while tenderly advising, "Grandmother, please do not be upset." The old matriarch took a few deep breaths, grasping Su Qing's hand as she patted it softly. "You are still so considerate, Qing." Witnessing his mother's distress, Suja cast a fierce glare at Su Fu and admonished harshly, "Do you suppose that once you are betrothed to the general's household, you may disregard your elders? Let me be clear. No matter where you find yourself in the future, you will always be a daughter of the Su family, and your actions must prioritize the interests of the Su household." A cold smile floated at the corners of Su Fu's lips. Once again, it was all about profit. In her previous life, she had long seen through the true colors of this family. How absurd it was that she still harbored a glimmer of hope. The chill in Su Fu's eyes deepened as she fixed her gaze on Su Zhe, unwavering. "If I cannot reclaim my entire dowry today, then we shall meet at the government office. I fear no shame, nor do I dread making this matter public." Wasn't Su Zhe rather concerned with his reputation, prioritizing the face and interests of the Su family above all else? Thus, she resolved to escalate the situation and see if they could withstand the scrutiny of outsiders. Su Zhe's complexion changed dramatically. Anger etched across his face as he pointed a finger at Su Fu. "You ungrateful daughter, this is a family matter. How can you escalate it to the authorities? What will the people of the capital think of the Su family?" So, their father was aware that usurping his daughter's dowry was indeed a shameful act. Su Fu mocked silently. Upon hearing Su Fu's intention to involve the authorities, Zhou's countenance displayed a facade of concern for Su Fu as she hastily interjected, "Fu, if you insist on bringing this matter to the government, it will not bode well for you. You are already betrothed to the general's household. If they learn of this, your marriage prospects may be." However, Su Fu paid no heed to Zhou's words, fully aware that Xiao Junmo would not mind this affair. Both the Grand General and the Princess of Yongping were martial figures, and they would not be overly harsh regarding such a rare occurrence for a woman to take to court. "I care not for reputation. Should I fail to reclaim my entire dowry today, I shall promptly take the list to the government office. Perhaps you should worry about your own matters. When the time comes, how will my second sister find herself a worthy suitor without this substantial dowry?" Zhou and Su Qing exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a flicker of panic at Su Fu's insinuation. At that moment, Su Zhe's expression darkened to an extreme. Observing Su Fu's circunstance, it became evident that if she did not retrieve her dowry today, she might indeed proceed to the authorities with the list in hand. Such an act would irreparably tarnish the Su family's long-standing reputation. Inwardly, Su Zhe weighed the pros and cons repeatedly, recalling Zhou Hongtong's earlier advice. Su Fu was now engaged to the general's household. It was unwise to let their relationship become too strained, as it would be times they would need her in the future. In comparison to the future glory and wealth of the Su family and his own career advancement, the matter of the dowry seemed rather trivial. Having come to this realization, Su Zhe's expression softened slightly, and he spoke with gravity. "The dowry was left by your late mother. Previously, you may have been too young to manage it. Since you are now insistent on reclaiming it, I shall instruct your grandmother and your mother to return the entire dowry to you, and I will assign 2 experienced matrons to assist you." Upon hearing Su Zhe's agreement to return the dowry, the old matron opened her mouth to protest, but was met with a calming glance from Su Zhe, urging her to remain composed. Although she did not quite comprehend her son's intentions, the old matron retracted her words, her tongue twisting as she instead said, "I am quite advanced in age and no longer wish to concern myself with such matters. I shall instruct a maid to deliver the dowry left by your mother to the Lanxiang pavilion." "Thank you, grandmother. I shall meticulously check each item against the dowry list," replied the granddaughter with gratitude. "If there are any deficiencies, I hope that grandmother can exchange them for silver at the same price for her granddaughter." Upon mentioning this, Su Fu seemed to recall something, and, in a moment of regret, added, "Oh, right. You are the granddaughter's grandmother, so it should be halved." The old lady felt a surge of anger rising in her throat, barely suppressing the urge to unleash it. She stared wide-eyed at Su Fu, her heart heavy with unspoken sorrow. Much of Su Fu's dowry including many valuable items, had already been secretly converted into silver by her to cover the daily expenses of the Su residence. Chapter 26. The Compassion of a Woman. Initially, the old lady had hoped to extract a few valuable items for herself, but she never anticipated that Su Fu would expose her intentions on the spot. Now, not only did she gain nothing, but she was also compelled to incur a financial loss. The old lady felt a sharp pang in her heart, akin to a knife piercing through her chest. Her complexion turned pale, her lips trembled slightly, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. At this moment, she was engulfed in a mix of anger and sorrow, deeply regretting her actions. The dowry left by Su Fu's mother, consisting of gold, silver, jade, antiques, and paintings, was in the possession of the old lady, while the land and shops were managed by the Zhou family. Observing that both Su Zhe and the old lady had made their positions clear, Zhou hesitated for a moment before forcing a smile and addressing Su Fu. "I will hand over the land and shop deeds to you shortly. But the harvest from the farmland on the eastern outskirts has been poor in recent years, and some shops have closed due to their remote locations and lack of foot traffic." A faint smile graced Su Fu's lips, seemingly in agreement with Zhou's remarks. It was indeed normal for farmland yields to fluctuate yearly, and the closure of some shops due to less favorable locations was also reasonable. Zhou felt a sense of relief, thinking to herself that this naive girl, who had yet to experience the ways of the world, was indeed easy to deceive. Just as Zhou reveled in her silent triumph, she was interrupted by Su Fu's cool voice. "However, these assets were left to me by my mother. For me, they also represent a cherished memory of her. Therefore, I kindly request that you provide me with all the accounts related to the land and shops, including those that have already closed." Zhou's previously triumphant expression stiffened momentarily upon hearing Su Fu's words. However, she quickly regained her composure and readily agreed to Su Fu's request. "Very well. I will have someone deliver the deeds and accounts to you at Lanxiang Pavilion shortly." With her objectives achieved, Su Fu felt no desire to linger any longer in that place. She rose and bowed slightly to the others. "I appreciate your efforts, grandmother, father, and mother." Having spoken, she turned and exited the room, leaving the remaining individuals in stunned silence. Once Su Fu departed, the old lady immediately turned her displeased gaze toward Su Zhe. "Why did you agree to return her dowry? You know how crucial it is to us." Zhou hastily echoed, "What mother says is right. You consented to let Su Fu take back her dowry. What will become of our Qing'er in the future?" Su Zhe cast a dark, scolding glance at Zhou. Such compassion from a woman. If I had not acquiesced to her demands, what if she escalated the matter to the authorities? At that point, what good would a substantial dowry do for Qing'er? He seemed fatigued from the discussion, pausing for a sip of tea before continuing. "Moreover, Su Fu's dowry was a bequest from her mother. If you desire for Qing'er to have one as well, then it is your duty as a mother to prepare it for her, especially since your dowry was far less substantial." Zhou seethed internally upon hearing Su Zhe's words. Once the daughter of a distinguished second-rank left minister, she married Su Zhe as his second wife, at a time when he was merely an inconspicuous minor official. Had it not been for the support from his father over the years, Su Zhe would not have ascended to his current position. Now, however, he seems to lament the inadequacy of her dowry from those days. Although Zhou's heart swells with a hint of resentment, she maintains the demeanor befitting a matriarch, her face adorned with a gentle and magnanimous smile. This smile appears to be the product of enduring decades of turmoil within the inner chambers, revealing both her inner strength and resilience, while also reflecting the grace and composure expected of a head of the household. "You are right, my dear husband. It is I, a mere woman, who has been short-sighted." She concedes her willingness to comply, satisfying Su Zhe. He then turns to the matriarch, explaining, "Mother, Su Fu is now betrothed to the general's household, sanctioned by the emperor himself. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, she will indeed marry into the general's family. It is prudent that we do not sever ties with her. The future prosperity of the Su family is of utmost importance compared to the dowry." The pent-up frustration within the matriarch dissipates significantly upon hearing Su Zhe's reasoning. Enlightenment washes over her. and she chastises herself for being so fixated on immediate wealth that she nearly overlooked the more significant aspects. You are correct. I shall send the dowry to her shortly, she utters, her heart aching as she speaks these words. Just as Zhou and Su Qing step beyond the threshold of Chengsong courtyard, Su Qing can no longer suppress her anxious emotions. With urgency etched across her face, she exclaims, "Mother, are we truly going to return those dowries to Su Fu? The income from those estates and shops is substantial. My future is to become the crown princess. Without sufficient funds, how can I secure my position within the palace?" Her thoughts race, fueled by the recent correspondence with the crown prince, intensifying her desire to ascend to the role of crown princess. Zhou casts a piercing and frigid glance at Su Qing, her gaze imbued with an invisible pressure that instills a flicker of fear and trepidation within Su Qing. She suddenly realizes that her previous impatience had led her to speak inappropriately. Hastily, she suppresses the unease and urgency that had marred her expression. Upon returning to Su Qing's Ninghua pavilion, Zhou's stern gaze fixates on her daughter, her countenance tinged with dissatisfaction. "How many times have I told you not to act in haste? Look at how you just behaved, speaking recklessly in public. Be wary. Walls have ears." Zhou sighs inwardly, lamenting that her daughter had been overly sheltered, resulting in her impulsive reactions in tense situations. How could she ever feel at ease in the future? Su Qing bows her head. "I'm sorry, mother." Her voice is laden with a sense of injustice. Zhou softens her stern expression slightly, her tone becoming gentler. "Regarding your matters with the crown prince, you must not speak of them until your engagement is secured. If your words were to reach the ears of those with ill intentions, they might exploit them to undermine the crown prince. Should that occur, he would surely cast the blame upon you, and then your aspirations of becoming the crown princess would be dashed." "Mrs." Zhou gently brushed aside the stray strands of hair from Su Qing's forehead, imparting her wisdom with patience. "Throughout history, royal families have been notoriously indifferent and ungrateful. Presently, the crown prince's interest in you is largely motivated by the Su family's prestige and your grandfather's influence. Should he encounter any obstacles on his path, he would undoubtedly remove them without hesitation, even if it means disregarding his own wife. Therefore, you must not invest your entire heart in the crown prince, lest you find yourself hurt in the future." Despite Mrs. Zhou's extensive counsel, Su Qing remained unconvinced, yet she feigned compliance, responding sweetly, "Daughter understands. Please do not worry, mother." She believed that the crown prince she admired could not possibly be as her mother described. Her mother must simply be unaware of the true nature of the crown prince, prompting such remarks. Observing Su Qing's dismissive demeanor and her deep immersion in her fantasies, Mrs. Zhou felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Chapter 27. Retrieving the dowry. Zhou sighed, lifting the teacup from the table and taking a gentle sip, suppressing the slight irritation within her heart. What shall become of Su Fu's dowry? Are we truly to return it to her? Su Qing inquired. Zhou's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of calculation flashing beneath her eyelids as she replied, "Of course. It must be returned, but the amount will be determined by me. But Su Fu possesses the dowry list. Moreover, father has also agreed to return the dowry to her." A faint smile danced upon Zhou's lips as she retorted, "Does she think that just because she holds the dowry list, I am powerless against her? My years of managing these estates and shops were not in vain. If your father neglects to plan for you, as your mother, I must consider your future." Su Qing felt a wave of joy and clung to Zhou's arm, playfully declaring, "Mother is the best. I always knew you cared for me the most." Zhou lovingly ruffled Su Qing's hair, and recalling her father's words, she asked, "How have you been with the crown prince lately?" At the mention of the crown prince, Su Qing's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. In a soft voice, she replied, "His Highness has invited me for a lakeside outing in a few days." Zhou gazed upon her daughter's exquisite face, her own eyes sparkling with delight. "This is a rare opportunity for you two to meet. You must seize it." Su Qing blushed even deeper, affirming, "I understand, mother." Within the Lanxiang pavilion, Su Fu observed Qiu Shuang returning from outside. "Have you safely escorted old Madame Wang back?" "Rest assured, miss, I have safely delivered old Madame Wang and also handed her the items you provided. She insisted that I convey her gratitude to you." Qiu Shuang replied, "That is good to hear. I appreciate her willingness to make such a trip at her age, Su Fu sighed. Miss, if today the old madam and the others do not agree to return your dowry, would you truly consider reporting it to the authorities? Xiao asked curiously. They would not dare let me take this matter to the officials, Su Fu replied with confidence, as if she had already made her judgment. Xiao Shuang and Xiao exchanged a glance, both expressing genuine joy in their eyes. Less than 2 hours after Su Fu returned to the Nansang Pavilion, the old madam sent the dowry over. The servants from Nansang Courtyard took about a quarter of an hour to move everything. And Su Fu gazed at the array of large red wooden boxes filling the courtyard, a total of 30. Not to mention those previously sold by the old madam. This was no trivial sum. Su Fu could not help but inwardly lament the foolishness of her past self. How could she have so willingly given away such a substantial dowry? As the last of the items was moved, old madam and stepped forward, approaching Su Fu. In her hand, she held a small black box. Miss, inside this box are silver notes. The old madam instructed me to present them to you. As she spoke, she extended the box to Su Fu. With a smile, Su Fu accepted the box and opened it to reveal a 50-tael silver note. My grandmother may suffer from a recurrence of her heart ailment. Please take this 50-tael note back as a token from your granddaughter for her medicinal needs. I am grateful for the care she has provided over the years, Su Fu said, handing the silver note back to old madam, and Autumn Snow struggled to suppress a smile, reflecting on how increasingly cunning Miss Su had become. Granny observed the silver note presented by Su Fu, feeling caught in a dilemma, whether to accept it or decline. Her facial muscles tensed as she forced a smile to accept it. Then, this old servant shall express the gratitude of the old lady to the young miss. Upon returning to Nansang Courtyard with the 50 taels of silver, Granny recounted Su Fu's words to the old lady in full detail, presenting the silver note. The old lady was instantly enraged, sweeping her hand in fury, causing the teacup on the table to crash to the floor. Subsequently, she spat out a mouthful of blood, startling Granny, who feared a relapse of her heart condition. She hurriedly fetched the medicine the old lady usually took. Meanwhile, shortly after Granny and the others departed from Nansang Pavilion, a maid named Xiao Tao, accompanied by several other maidservants, arrived bearing the land deeds and property contracts of the estate and shops, along with accounts of their incomes and expenditures. Xiao Tao cast a disdainful glance at Su Fu, her tone dripping with contempt. Miss, this is what Madam ordered me to bring you. Everything you requested is here for your perusal. With that, she turned and departed from Nansang Pavilion. Autumn Snow could not tolerate Xiao Tao's condescending attitude, and, as she turned away, muttered a soft humph. Autumn Frost shot a glance at Autumn Snow, signaling her to refrain from engaging with such individuals to avoid causing trouble for the young miss. Su Fu gazed at the towering stack of ledgers before her, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Fortunately, in her previous life, after marrying into the general's residence, Princess Yongping had assigned her the capable Granny Ji, who had imparted a wealth of knowledge to her. In her past life, just a day after her marriage, Xiao Junmo had received orders to depart for battle. Since his departure, Princess Yongping had sent Granny Ji to accompany Su Fu daily. At that time, Su Fu had perceived Princess Yongping's intentions as surveillance, leading to her resentment towards both the princess and Granny Ji. However, reflecting now, Su Fu realized that the princess had not been at fault. Rather, she owed her gratitude to Princess Yongping. Had it not been for Granny Ji's teachings, she would have found herself in dire straits when faced with the daunting ledgers. Taking a deep breath, Su Fu steeled herself and called upon Autumn Frost and Autumn Snow for assistance. You two will handle the reconciliation. I shall manage the calculations. This will expedite the process significantly. With that, Su Fu picked up the top ledger, deftly flipping through its pages with one hand while manipulating the abacus with the other. Observing their mistress's adept and swift manipulation of the abacus, Autumn Frost and Autumn Snow exchanged astonished glances, each recognizing the incredulity reflected in the other's eyes. Neither questioned further. After all, their mistress had changed since awakening from her last fainting spell, and as long as she remained their beloved mistress, that sufficed. Understood, miss. They replied promptly. Su Fu's brow furrowed slightly as her fingers continued to deftly move the beads on the abacus. With each calculation, her expression grew increasingly somber. Although the accounts appeared to be devoid of any glaring discrepancies at first glance, Su Fu was astonished to uncover several irregularities upon meticulous scrutiny. These anomalies were executed with utmost secrecy, had it not been for her prior education under Granny Ji in her past life. She might not have discerned any issues within the accounts. Su Fu was taken aback by the audacity of the Zhou family, who seemed to be certain that she would not examine the ledger closely, thus allowing them to deceive her. Indeed, the former Su Fu would have been oblivious. But in this life, she would not naively trust in the so-called familial bonds they professed, nor would she allow them to dupe her so easily. Determined, Su Fu continued to diligently calculate the unfinished accounts, while Qiu Shuang and Xiao Xue assisted her earnestly. The three of them toiled around the flickering candlelight for most of the night. Chapter 28. Underestimating you, Qiu Xue stifled a yawn and suggested, "Miss, perhaps you should retire for the night. We can address the remaining matters tomorrow." Su Fu tilted her head, stretching her slightly sore neck. "No, there is little time left. We must conclude this tonight to prevent any unforeseen complications arising from delays." The three resumed their focused efforts. Qiu Shuang pointed to a specific entry. "Miss, look here. This record does not align with the dowry list." Su Fu paused her calculations and turned her gaze towards the place Qiu Shuang indicated. The dowry list clearly states a shop on the bustling street of East Street. Yet this account book provided by Madame records a shop located on the sparsely populated West Street. Su Fu's expression sharpened. This maneuver by Madame Zhou was indeed clever. By exchanging a shop in a thriving area for one in a desolate locale, she ensured that the figures in the account book matched those on the dowry list. However, Madame Zhou could not have anticipated that Su Fu would meticulously verify each item. With her phoenix eyes glimmering in the dim candlelight, Su Fu spoke coldly. "Mark the discrepancies and any questionable areas. I will inquire about them personally tomorrow." The trio worked diligently until the early hours of the morning before finally taking a break. The next day, Su Fu and Qiu Shuang appeared relatively well, though slightly more haggard than usual. In contrast, Qiu Shue's eyes were dark and her face drawn, leading one to wonder what trial she had endured the previous night. Su Fu, observing her state, felt a mix of sympathy and amusement. "You should rest at Lanxiang Pavilion today. I can manage with Qiu Shuang." Qiu Xue, mustering her spirits, insisted, "No, I must accompany you. I will protect you, Mississippi." Qiu Shuang teased her, "Come now. Look at you in your current state. Besides, I will be with the Mississippi. Do you really think anyone could bully her now?" Qiu Xue, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched her head. Su Fu affirmed, "Qiu Shuang is right. Trust me. You should rest well at Lanxiang Pavilion today." "Very well. I will heed your advice, Miss," Qiu Xue replied. Su Fu and Qiu Shuang took the accounts they had clarified the previous night and made their way to Madame Zhou's residence. By the time they arrived, Madame Zhou had just finished her breakfast. Seeing Su Fu so early in the morning, she assumed her daughter had come to pay her respects. With a warm smile, she inquired, "Why, Su Heir, what brings you here at such an early hour? Have you had breakfast? If not, please join me." "No, daughter has already dined," Su Fu replied. "I have come to ask mother about a few matters." Her demeanor remained calm and indifferent, leaving Madame Zhou unable to glean any insights from her expression. "What is it?" "Feel free to inquire. Anything mother knows, I shall tell you in detail." Madame Zhou responded warmly, as if the previous unpleasantness between them had been forgotten. Su Fu's lips curled slightly, reassured by her mother's words. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Madame Zhou felt a strange sensation upon seeing that smile. Nevertheless, she maintained her cheerful facade, patiently waiting for Su Fu to speak. Su Fu, with her usual composure, took the problematic accounts from Qiu Shuang and began to unfold them before Madame Zhou. "Yesterday, my mother sent someone to bring back the account books. There are several entries that I cannot comprehend, so I have come to seek my mother's guidance, hoping she can clarify my confusion." When Madame Zhou saw that Su Fu had taken out the account books, her expression momentarily shifted, but she quickly masked it. She feigned surprise and asked, "You finished reading the account books that were just taken yesterday?" "Indeed, Upon hearing Su Fu's response, Madame Zhou's slightly anxious heart began to ease. Internally, she was secretly delighted, for Su Fu was indeed as she had anticipated, completely oblivious to the nuances of the account books. One must understand that the volumes of accounts were as high as a mountain. How could one possibly comprehend them all in such a short span of time? Were you unclear? Bring it to me, and I shall assist you, Madame Zhou said with a face full of maternal affection. Su Fu pointed to the problematic areas and explained them to Madame Zhou one by one. These discrepancies between the store accounts and the dowry lists, and the income from this shop over the past 2 years. She began. As Su Fu spoke, Madame Zhou's heart sank further, and the smile on her face became slightly strained. Catching a glimpse of Madame Zhou's changing demeanor, Su Fu continued. Furthermore, this estate has 50 acres planted with cotton. The account states that last year's cotton yield was rather poor, totaling 380 kilograms. Based on last year's lowest price for cotton, it should yield at least over 300 taels of silver, yet the account only records 167 taels. As she spoke, Madame Zhou's expression grew increasingly grave. Mother, I have finished speaking. Please enlighten me on these matters. The smile on Madame Zhou's face could no longer be maintained. Her gaze turned profound, and her tone lost its earlier kindness. Su Fu, it seems I have indeed underestimated you. At that moment, a strong sense of crisis surged within Madame Zhou, causing her to shiver inwardly. Su Fu delicately traced the rim of her teacup and said, Madam, are you becoming anxious? It appears your skills are still lacking. Madame Zhou gazed at Su Fu, who sat composedly with a faint smile. At that moment, she found her particularly irksome. With a reluctant inquiry, Madame Zhou asked, How could you possibly discover the discrepancies in such a short time? It is simply impossible. I believe that this matter should not be your primary concern at present, Su Fu replied. What you ought to be worried about now is how to rectify the accounts that I have uncovered. I shall grant you 3 days. Madame Zhou's eyes turned cold. What if I refuse to comply? Su Fu's brow relaxed, her demeanor tranquil as if discussing an ordinary matter. Regarding the matter of your second sister and His Highness the Crown Prince, she said, her voice lowered and her pace slow. Yet, Madame Zhou still heard her words. Her pupils constricted, and her complexion shifted as her hand instinctively tightened around the armrest of her chair. Astonished that Su Fu could possibly be aware of this matter, Madame Zhou forced herself to maintain composure and threatened, Su Fu, I am now the matriarch of the Su family. Opposing me will not serve you well. Are you suggesting that I continue to be a fool as before, allowing you to manipulate me? To marry me off to the 5th young master of the Duke of Wu's household? Is this what you refer to as a benefit? It was your father's intention to marry you into the Duke of Wu's household, of which I was unaware, rebutted Madame Zhou. Su Fu's gaze, sharp and penetrating, lingered on Madame Zhou's eyes for a moment before she slowly uttered 2 words. Is that so? Under Su Fu's intense scrutiny, Madame Zhou felt a flicker of unease within her heart. Su Fu's eyes, keen and profound, seemed capable of piercing through the depths of her soul, rendering her utterly exposed. Now that the facade between them had been irrevocably shattered, Su Fu was reluctant to prolong this encounter with Madame Zhou. I shall grant you 3 days to reconcile the accounts. I implore you, madam, do not attempt any further subterfuge. Otherwise, concerning the matter of my younger sister and His Highness the Crown Prince, I fear I may find it challenging to maintain silence. Chapter 29. Old Master Xiao Madam is a wise woman. She should comprehend that if this matter were to leak, it would spell trouble for the second sister. Su Fu did not articulate her thoughts too clearly, yet she was acutely aware that Madame Zhou would understand. Zhou's eyes were crimson, her hands clenched in a fist beneath her wide sleeves, with nails digging in her palms, a trace of blood seeping through. Are you threatening me? She uttered coldly, for she despised being threatened more than anything else. Su Fu, poised and graceful, rose elegantly, stating that she had urgent matters to attend to and would not trouble her mother further. After bidding farewell, she departed with Qiao Shuang in a measured pace. Once they exited Zhou's courtyard, Qiao Shuang inquired, Miss, do you believe Madam will rectify the previous accounts? Su Fu replied with unwavering confidence, She will. As soon as Su Fu left, Zhou's expression darkened ominously, her voice chilling as she commanded, "Summon the second young lady." The maid outside, not daring to hesitate for a moment, promptly rushed to Ninghua Pavilion to fetch Su Qing. Xiao Tao presented a cup of tea to Zhou, saying, "Madam, please have some tea to soothe your temper. If you let your health suffer, it would only serve the eldest young lady's intentions." Zhou accepted the tea from Xiao Tao and took a hearty sip, striving to suppress her rising anger. "That little wretch, Su Fu, has the audacity to threaten me," Xiao Tao advised. "Madam, as long as the eldest young lady remains in the residence, she is still under your control. However, she is now betrothed to the general's household. I fear it may not be so simple to manage her." Zhou's brow furrowed, a hint of gloom clouding her features. Xiao Tao's eyes flickered with a mischievous glint as she whispered in Zhou's ear, if the eldest young lady's conduct were to be deemed improper, her virtue tarnished, then surely the general's household would be reluctant to wed her. Zhou's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she cast an appreciative glance at Xiao Tao. At that moment, Su Qing entered, asking, "Mother, why the urgency in calling for me?" Zhou replied, "How could that wretched Su Fu know of your affair with the crown prince?" Su Qing froze, then exclaimed in disbelief, "That is impossible. I'm always exceedingly cautious during our meetings, and the crown prince's guards are ever vigilant. How could she possibly know?" Seeing that no answers were forthcoming, Zhou's gaze sharpened as she declared, "Enough. This is not the time to dwell on that." She recounted Su Fu's recent visit to Su Qing. Upon hearing this, Su Qing, filled with indignation, retorted, "Mother, must we truly return all of her dowry?" Zhou shot her a glare. "At this juncture, what other options do we have? Shall we simply watch as Su Fu behaves so arrogantly, allowing her to revel in her triumph? I cannot swallow this." The mere thought of Su Fu's smug demeanor sparked fury within Su Qing. Zhou gazed out at the leaves swaying in the wind, her eyes deep and contemplative. Just as Su Qing felt compelled to speak, Zhou slowly withdrew her gaze from the window, a dangerous smile gracing her lips. She shall not enjoy her triumph for long. Seeing her mother-esque expression, Su Qing sensed that Zhou had devised a plan. "What do you intend to do, mother?" Zhou beckoned Su Qing closer, and after revealing her scheme, a triumphant smile blossomed on Su Qing's face. "The idea proposed by my mother is indeed splendid. I wonder how long Su Fu can maintain his pride." Within the general's residence, Xiao Junmo is troubled by the upcoming visit to the Su family to formalize the betrothal. Just as he is preoccupied with this matter, a maid from Princess Yongping's courtyard arrives. Bowing respectfully, "Young master, the princess requests your presence." Xiao Junmo proceeds to the main courtyard where Xiao Yinghuai and Princess Yongping reside. Today, Xiao Yinghuai has not gone to the military camp and is seated in an imposing armchair alongside the princess. Son pays his respects to father and mother. Here is the list of gifts for the betrothal to the Su family. Please have a look and see if there is anything to add, Princess Yongping says, handing Xiao Junmo a booklet. As he opens the booklet, he notices that it contains all the customary items for the betrothal, including a few cherished possessions of the princess that she has chosen to include. "Mother, this exquisite headpiece adorned with flowing ribbons was bestowed upon you by your royal grandmother. How can you bear to give it to the eldest daughter of the Su family? You have never held her in high regard." Xiao Junmo inquires deliberately. Princess Yongping, seated gracefully, replies, "This headpiece was once worn in my youth, but time has rendered it unnecessary. Keeping it serves no purpose. Furthermore, as the heir of the general's household, how could you treat such a significant matter with levity? It would be a disservice to that girl from the Su family." After speaking, she elegantly sips her tea, betraying no emotion. Xiao Yinghuai and Xiao Junmo exchange a knowing glance, both raising their eyebrows in silent understanding. "What is all this commotion about? Are you discussing something without involving an old man like me?" Truly, a deep, slightly aged voice resonates, drawing everyone's attention toward the entrance. An elderly gentleman, clad in a pristine white robe and standing tall like a pine tree, strides into the room. Though he appears advanced in years, his steps remain steady and vigorous, surpassing the robustness of many of his contemporaries. His countenance is kind, yet a keen sharpness and wisdom glimmer in his eyes. His half-white hair is neatly arranged, complementing his immaculate robe, signifying that he is no ordinary man. As he enters, all present rise to pay their respects. Xiao Junmo and Princess Yongping exclaim, "We pay our respects to father." Xiao Junmo adds, "Grandson pays his respects to grandfather." The maid chimes in, "The servant pays her respects to the esteemed elder." The elder is none other than the patriarch of the Xiao family, the esteemed tutor of the current emperor, holding the distinguished title of Grand Preceptor. Typically, he remains secluded in his courtyard, seldom emerging, and his tranquility is rarely disrupted by others. Many servants of the residence do not even recognize him, making his presence today all the more surprising. Noticing the reverence with which everyone regards him, he chuckles and gestures for them to sit. "There is no need for such formality. I merely came out today upon hearing that my grandson is to be betrothed." Although he usually refrains from leaving his quarters, he is well informed about the affairs of the household, merely choosing whether to involve himself. Xiao Junmo steps forward to assist the elder to the most honored seat, saying, "Grandfather, please take a seat." Old Master Xiao gazed upon his legitimate eldest grandson, a deep smile spreading across his face as he remarked, "Ah, in the blink of an eye, you have grown so much. Soon you shall be wed." Xiao Junmo replied, "Indeed, father. Tomorrow, I shall visit the Su residence to propose, and we will also set the wedding date then." Old Master Xiao turned his attention to Princess Yongping, his eldest daughter-in-law, asking, "Have you chosen the matchmaker for the proposal to the Su family?" "Yes, father," she replied. "The matchmaker I have selected is the wife of the minister of the Eastern Pavilion. What do you think?" Old Master Xiao furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, gently stroking his long beard before nodding. "The minister of the Eastern Pavilion, you have chosen well. It is indeed a suitable match." He had been concerned that Princess Yongping might regard the Su family as socially inferior and harbor dissatisfaction towards a union, which is why he initially intervened. His sentiments were not born from an overwhelming satisfaction with the Su family, but rather from the fact that this union was sanctioned by the emperor, and that Xiao Junmo was the legitimate eldest grandson of the Xiao family, an alliance that many in the outside world were undoubtedly watching closely. It appeared that his eldest daughter-in-law possessed clarity of thought and a measured approach to her actions, prompting him to cast an appreciative glance in her direction. Chapter 30. The marriage proposal at the Su residence. On the following morning, the Su residence, having received prior notice, was well aware that the general's mansion would come to propose marriage that day. Hence, Suja deliberately took a day off to await their arrival. The townsfolk had also learned of the news and gathered in throngs before the gates of the Su residence, eager to witness the gifts the general's mansion would bring. They hoped to gauge the significance the general's mansion placed on Su Fu and to discern whether the rumors held any truth, that the eldest daughter of the Su family had employed some stratagem to secure her marriage into the general's mansion. Voices of the guards could be heard from behind the crowd, requesting that they make way for the arrival of the general's mansion. Upon hearing this, the assembled townspeople parted to create a path. Leading the procession was Tsang Yu, followed closely by the wife of the Grand Scholar of the Eastern Pavilion. Behind them, a retinue of guards from the general's mansion carried an array of redwood boxes, all adorned with red ribbons, exuding a festive air. Among the crowd, someone recognized the Grand Scholar's wife and whispered to those nearby, "Look, that person resembles the wife of the Grand Scholar of the Eastern Pavilion." Another replied, "Indeed, it is her." With boldness, one person ventured to inquire, "Madam, what brings you here?" The Grand Scholar's wife, her figure plump and complexion rosy, smiled with her eyes crinkling in delight, radiating an aura of fortune. Upon hearing the question, she took no offense, responding cheerfully, "I have come to act as a matchmaker for young Master Xiao." She then urged those carrying the boxes, "Hurry along now. Steady yourselves. Do not let anything get damaged." At the entrance, Suja had initially intended to adopt the demeanor of a future father-in-law, but upon seeing the Grand Scholar's wife, a sheen of perspiration broke out on his palms. He had never anticipated that the general's mansion would hold Su Fu in such high regard as to invite the wife of the Grand Scholar to act as a matchmaker. She was indeed a woman of considerable standing. Suja silently thanked his stars that he had refrained from completely severing ties with Su Fu the previous day. He quickly donned a welcoming smile. greeting the grand scholar's wife with utmost respect, not daring to display any hint of negligence. Dear Sir Su, you need not be overly formal. I am here today in the capacity of matchmaker for young Master Xiao. Yes, yes. Please, madam, come inside and let us converse at leisure. As he spoke, Suja guided the grand scholar's wife into the residence. Song Yu directed the guards of the general's mansion to arrange the boxes neatly within the courtyard of the Su residence. The townsfolk outside observed the seemingly endless stream of boxes being carried into the Su residence, whispering among themselves about the value of these redwood boxes, which were worth a considerable sum of silver. Indeed, how could anyone doubt the general's mansion's esteem for the eldest daughter of the Su family? Yes, indeed. Should anyone dare to suggest that she entered the general's mansion through unscrupulous means, I shall be the first to confront them. One counted, there are 56 boxes in total. A common family proposes with only 36. The general's mansion truly possesses immense wealth. From that day forward, no further rumors persisted regarding Su Fu's supposed reliance on guile to enter the general's mansion. Once the guards had completed their task of unloading the boxes, the vast main courtyard of the Su residence was filled to the brim with them. The elderly matron beheld the courtyard filled with mahogany boxes, her heart blossoming with joy, deepening the creases on her face. Her smile radiated a sense of triumph, exclaiming, "Ah, esteemed madam of the Grand Scholar, please take your seat." The Grand Scholar's wife hastily declined, asserting, "Elder madam, you are the elder and the host. It is only fitting that you take the seat of honor." As she spoke, she glanced around, wondering who Miss Su was. The last time, due to her ill health, she had not attended the imperial banquet, thus she was unfamiliar with Su Fu. The elderly matron promptly drew forth Su Fu, who had been pushed to the back moments earlier, her face adorned with the affectionate regard of a grandmother for her granddaughter. As if the previous day's incident, where Su Fu had caused her to spit blood in anger, had never transpired. Today, Su Fu donned a dark red pleated silk gown, with the ample sleeves and hem meticulously embroidered with vibrant red plum blossoms, akin to a warm ray of sunshine in winter, adding a touch of brilliance to her appearance. Typically, Su Fu favored understated and delicate attire, but today she made an exception for this resplendent ensemble. The dark red hue accentuated her originally cool demeanor, rendering her even more radiant. As Su Fu was brought before the Grand Scholar's wife, she maintained a composed demeanor, exuding grace and poise. Slightly bowing, she greeted esteemed madam. "I am Su Fu. Pleased to make your acquaintance." The Grand Scholar's wife surveyed Su Fu with quick, approving glances, feeling a sense of satisfaction bloom within her. Previously, she had harbored concerns regarding the Su family's status and whether their daughter could bear the weight of becoming the future matriarch of the general's household. However, having witnessed Su Fu in person, her apprehensions dissipated, allowing her to return with a favorable report to the princess of Yongping. With a smile, she gently offered her support to Su Fu, exclaiming, "Indeed, Miss Su is exceptionally beautiful," rather than displaying the typical shyness expected from a young lady receiving compliments. Su Fu responded with calm dignity, "Your praise is overly generous, madam." Both the elderly matron and Madame Zhou were acutely aware that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, prompting them to eagerly engage the Grand Scholar's wife in conversation. However, despite their fervent and earnest approach, the Grand Scholar's wife exhibited no desire to converse with them. Instead, she appeared somewhat aloof and detached, offering only polite, brief responses. The once joyful mother-in-law and daughter-in-law duo, hoping to forge connections with the influential, now felt the chill of the Grand Scholar's wife's indifference, rendering them somewhat embarrassed, even finding it difficult to maintain their composure. Suja shot a sharp glare at Madame Zhou, inwardly chastising her for her lack of discernment. He quickly donned a sycophantic expression, eager to shift the topic. "Madam, what do you think about the timing for the marriage of these two children from the general's household?" Suja was keen to expedite the alliance with the general's family. The Princess of Yongping had consulted the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, deeming June 26th of the coming year an auspicious date for marriage. What do you think of this date? With October upon them, June was but 6 months away. Suja felt this interval was rather prolonged, though he knew the date was calculated by the Bureau, so he refrained from voicing any objections. After all, a date determined by the Imperial Astronomical Bureau must surely be the most favorable. The Grand Scholar's wife turned her gaze toward the quietly seated Su Fu, inquiring, "Miss Su, what are your thoughts on this date?" Although the marriage of children has traditionally been decided by their parents, she suddenly felt the urge to seek Su Fu's opinion. The young lady heeded the counsel of her elders, exhibiting propriety and discernment. The noblewoman, a high-ranking scholar's wife, silently nodded in approval, finding herself even more pleased with Su Fu. Su Fu reminisced about her past life, recalling the day she wed Xiao Junmo, which also fell on June 26th of the 17th year of Jinwen. However, the mindset she possessed in this life was markedly different from that of her previous existence. Memories of the past played incessantly in her mind, particularly the tragic conclusion of her former life, which caused a dull ache in her heart. Yet now, granted a second chance at life, Su Fu's beautiful phoenix-like eyes sparkled with determination. No matter how arduous the journey ahead, she was resolute in her vow to alter the dismal fate of her past. Chapter 31. Here it comes. Having settled on the wedding date, the couple discussed various details pertaining to the nuptials. Suja warmly invited, "Madam, I have already instructed my servants to prepare a sumptuous feast at our residence, and I hope you will grace us with your presence for the meal." However, regardless of Suja's persistent entreaties, the Grand Scholar's wife smiled gracefully and declined, saying, "There is no need for a meal. I must return to the general's residence to convey my regards to the princess." With that, she stood, smiling, and took her leave, accompanied by the guards from the general's residence. The members of the Su household escorted the Grand Scholar's wife to the gate, watching her carriage disappear into the distance before returning indoors. Suja felt elated today. Once this day passed, the marriage between Su Fu and the general's household would be a foregone conclusion. Henceforth, he would be related to the esteemed general. The discontent he harbored regarding Su Fu retrieving her dowry yesterday had also dissipated. Turning his gaze to Su Fu, Suja assumed the role of a stern father and instructed, "You have just over half a year before you marry into the general's household. In a few days, I shall have your grandmother send a nurse to teach you proper etiquette and decorum. Your future mother-in-law is a princess, and the customs from the palace are quite rigorous. You must learn well to avoid displeasing her in the future." "Understood," Su Fu replied curtly, her demeanor indifferent. Suja then commanded his servants to transport all the boxes to Su Fu's residence, the Orchid Fragrance Pavilion. Though the old madam felt a pang of jealousy, she dared not take anything for herself, as these items were meant for Su Fu from the general's household. She could only hope that Su Fu would be considerate enough to take some of these splendid gifts to honor her. It was evident that this hope was rather futile. Su Qing caught sight of the overflowing boxes in the courtyard and, realizing she would gain nothing from them, felt a surge of anger, causing her to storm off in frustration. Noticing her mistress's agitation, Xiao Shui advised, "Miss, please do not be upset. Although the eldest young lady is currently in a favorable position, should the general's household learn of her indiscretions, it is likely that, not just the general's household, but any family would think twice before accepting her." Su Qing's eyes darkened, a hint of malice flickering within. "I shall not allow her to revel in her triumph for long. Once I become the crown princess, I will demand that Su Fu kneel before me to pay her respects." The mere thought of such a scene brought her immense satisfaction. Xiao Shui observed as the servants finished unloading the redwood boxes into the courtyard of the Orchid Fragrance Pavilion and frowned. "Miss, there are so many items that our storeroom is nearly full. The old madam's gifts from yesterday have already filled it to capacity." Su Fu gazed at the wedding gifts with a subtle lift of her brow. She understood that Xiao Junmo had sent more gifts than customary to dispel any rumors circulating outside. His consideration for her brought her great comfort. "Please take inventory of these items and clear out the 2 rooms on the west side to store them. When I marry into the general's household, I will take everything with me. I do not wish to leave a single item for the people of the Su household." While counting, Xiao Shuang opened a box and discovered a meticulously crafted, shimmering headpiece, clearly not the work of an ordinary artisan. Having always remained by Su Fu's side, she had previously encountered exquisite jewelry from Jiangnan, left by Su Fu's late mother, but this particular set was of a different caliber. "Miss, come quickly and see this exquisite headpiece that even glimmers." It was rare to witness Xiao Shuang in such astonishment, piquing Su Fu's curiosity as she turned to look. The headpiece emanated a faint, ethereal glow, leaving Su Fu captivated. In her past life, this particular set was absent from the betrothal gifts sent by the general's residence, explaining her unfamiliarity with it. The intricate and refined craftsmanship unmistakably suggested it had originated from the palace. This led her to deduce that only Princess Yongping could be the one to present such a treasure. "Please take this headpiece and place it in my room separately," Su Fu instructed. "Yes, miss," Xiao Shuang replied, carefully closing the lid. As the 3-day deadline Su Fu had given to Madame Zhou approached its conclusion, the final day had arrived. Noticing the lack of any response from Madame Zhou's side, Qiu Shui grew anxious. "Miss, could it be that the madam has reconsidered?" Su Fu remained composed, engrossed in her book, seemingly unperturbed. Just as Qiu Shui was about to speak again, believing Su Fu had not heard her, Su Fu slowly set her book aside, revealing her serene visage. She gazed towards the door and remarked, "Look, is that not them arriving?" Rising, Su Fu noted, "Madam is quite punctual today." Madame Zhou scoffed. "Humph. You no longer even pretend, do you? Were you not quite adept at feigning before?" In comparison to the madam, Su Fu fid somevatleking. Seeing Su Fu's current demeanor ignited a desire in Madame Zhou to confront her, but she restrained herself, striving to maintain her composure, unwilling to let Su Fu provoke her. Madame Zhou took a small box from Xiao Tao and placed it on the table, fixing her icy gaze on Su Fu. "Everything you desire is contained within this box. Should you dare to jeopardize the matter of Qing and the Crown Prince, you know I would go to any lengths for Qing." Su Fu moved the box before her and opened it, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Your maternal affection for your daughter truly inspires envy, madam. Rest assured, I harbor no interest in the affairs between my second sister and His Royal Highness." Before departing, Madame Zhou left behind 2 wet nurses, stating they were to assist Su Fu in managing the dowry. Su Fu assessed the pair of wet nurses, one tall and one short. "Please introduce yourselves," she requested. The taller wet nurse stepped forward, slightly bowing as she introduced herself. "This old servant's surname is Hua. You may call me Nurse Hua from now on. I previously assisted the madam in managing the shop." Her sharp gaze and cunning glimmer suggested she was perceptive, as she surveyed the surroundings of Lanxiang Pavilion the moment she entered, and Su Fu had taken note of her keen observations from the beginning. Turning to the shorter wet nurse, Su Fu inquired, "And you?" The shorter wet nurse displayed an air of arrogance, seemingly dismissive of Su Fu, even neglecting to extend the customary courtesies. In response to the young lady, the old servant, surnamed Qian, revealed that she had previously assisted the lady in managing accounts. Su Fu seemed indifferent to her haughty demeanor, responding in a gentle tone, "From now on, you shall stay by my side. Should I err in any way, I hope both of you will offer your guidance." Noticing Su Fu's amiable disposition and having never witnessed her in anger before, Madame Qian began to perceive her as a malleable figure, thus becoming increasingly audacious. "Rest assured, my lady, I shall certainly assist you from this day forth." She then seated herself, taking a generous sip from the teacup beside her, feeling somewhat parched. "Having enjoyed a cup of the young lady's tea, I trust you will not hold it against me?" Chapter 32. Altering the ledger, Su Fu maintained her serene smile, remarking that if Granny Qian enjoyed herself, she could indulge in a few more drinks. Upon hearing this, Granny Qian eagerly contemplated another cup. However, Granny Hua, standing nearby, could no longer tolerate the scene and cleared her throat, prompting Granny Qian to chuckle awkwardly at Su Fu. "No more for me, thank you, Mississippi." Observing the dimming light outside, Su Fu noted that it was getting late. "I shall have Qiu Shui escort you to the guest quarters. You both should rest early tonight and return to see me tomorrow." Qiu Shui chimed in, "Please follow me, esteemed grannies." Once Granny Hua and Granny Qian followed Qiu Shui out of the room, Qiu Shuang furrowed her brow and remarked, "Miss, these two cannot remain in Lanxiang Pavilion." The smile faded from Su Fu's face as her gaze swept over the teacup that Granny Qian had just used. "I understand, given their ties to the Zhou family." They cannot stay here. Xiao Shuang recognized that her mistress had formed her own opinions and chose not to press further. Su Fu delicately caressed the box sent by the Zhou family, her expression darkening. It is time to consider replacing some of the staff from the estates and shops. I must personally inspect them soon. Xiao Shuang felt a twinge of concern. But, miss, the estates are outside the city. Are you planning to leave? The Zhou family had managed these properties for many years, and most of the personnel were loyal to them, even though they had now returned to Su Fu's stewardship. These individuals might not acknowledge her authority. Understanding the validity of Su Fu's concerns, Xiao Shuang resolved silently to protect her mistress at all costs. That day, Su Fu was meticulously reviewing accounts. These ledgers had been delivered from various shops for her consideration, detailing the expenditures and incomes from the previous month. Since arriving at Nansang Pavilion, Granny Qian had lived a life of ease, indulging in fine food and drink. In just half a month, she had gained 2 layers of flesh around her waist. On this day, Su Fu summoned her to the room. Handing over the ledger she had already reviewed, she said, "Granny, you previously assisted my mother with the accounts, so I trust your expertise. This ledger was just delivered yesterday, and I am not well versed in these matters. Could you please help me calculate the figures?" Su Fu spoke with a hint of shyness. Granny Qian's eyes brightened. "Of course. Leave this task to me, Mississippi. You need not worry." Elated by Granny Qian's agreement, Su Fu responded, "That is wonderful. Thank you for your assistance. I shall first go pay my respects to grandmother." With that, she departed with Xiao Shuang and Xiao Shui. "Do not worry, miss. We shall await your return," they assured her. Upon Su Fu's return to Nansang Pavilion after greeting the matriarch, Granny Qian eagerly presented the account she had completed. "I have reconciled the accounts, and everything appears in order. Please take a look." Mississippi Su Fu's expression reflected surprise as she praised, "Granny Qian, you truly excel in managing accounts, having finished so many so swiftly." She accepted the ledger, flipping through it with great care. After a while, Su Fu's hand paused as she flipped through the account book, and the gentle expression she had towards Mama Qian in the previous days vanished. "Mama, you just said there were no issues with this account, correct?" Su Fu's tone was calm, yet her words made Mama Qian's heart skip a beat. She reassured herself that the young lady could not possibly comprehend the account book, so there was nothing to worry about. "Indeed, my lady, I have calculated it, and there are no discrepancies." Su Fu slammed the account book down on the table with a resounding thud, her dark eyes turning cold as she fixed her gaze on Mama Qian. "Do you think I'm so easily deceived?" Mama Qian was startled by the sudden sound, and she felt a pang of anxiety under Su Fu's intense scrutiny. "What do you mean, my lady?" Su Fu pointed at the account book, questioning Mama Qian. "This account is short by 10 taels. Why did you claim there are no issues?" "That is impossible. My lady, do not wrong me." Su Fu's eyes grew even colder, sending a shiver down Mama Qian's spine as she wondered how the young lady could have changed so dramatically from just a few days ago. "Wrong you? Let me tell you the truth. I had already calculated this account long before. Therefore, I am fully aware of its true state. You dare to deceive me?" Mama Qian was thoroughly panicked. Su Fu regarded Mama Qian as if she were a fool. "If you were not so greedy, how would you have fallen into this trap? It seems that my mother's decision to send you to Nansang Pavilion was not a wise one." With that, Su Fu offered Mama Qian a mocking smile. Mama Qian suddenly realized, pointing at Su Fu in disbelief. "So, you were merely pretending all along. You are quite the schemer, my lady. You have secretly altered the account book, causing discrepancies. This is a grave mistake. Tell me, how should I punish you?" Su Fu's final words were spoken slowly, as if to ensure Mama Qian understood. Knowing her fate was sealed, Mama Qian let out a cold laugh. "Huh, my lady has truly gone to great lengths to expel me from Nansang Pavilion." Su Fu lifted her phoenix-like gaze slightly, her eyes glinting with sharpness, her stare piercing like an arrow directed at Mama Qian. She spoke sternly. "Mama Qian has secretly altered the account book, resulting in a loss of 10 taels. According to family rules, you are to be immediately expelled from Su Manor." Outside the door, Mama Hua, who had been listening, silently turned to leave. Mama Qian's eyes reddened with fury as she shouted, "I am but a servant of the madam. If the young lady wishes to expel me, she must first seek the madam's consent." expecting that invoking the name of Madame Zhou would instill some fear in Su Fu. She was surprised to find that Su Fu seemed utterly unfazed. "By the way, Mama, you were previously responsible for managing the accounts for my mother. Tell me, what would happen if she learned of your habit of secretly altering the account book?" "Please, my lady, do not speak such nonsense. I have never altered the madam's accounts." Mama Qian's heart raced with anxiety, her speech faltering. "Did I ever claim you alter my mother's account?" Mama Qian's expression turned fierce. "You are the one who is ruining me." This statement was ill-considered. If she were not so greedy, who could have harmed her? After Su Fu finished speaking, he added, "I am merely expelling you from the Su residence. Should my mother learn of this, you must surely comprehend the consequences that await you." Qian Mama's gaze became vacant and her eyes hollow as she slumped to the ground. She understood that Su Fu spoke the truth. Having served by Zhou's side for many years, she had a fair grasp of Zhou's temperament. Slowly, Qian Mama rose from the ground, feeling as if all her energy had been drained, her tone utterly devoid of strength. "The old servant is deeply grateful, Mississippi." From that day forth, Qian Mama was cast out of the Su residence. Zhou sent inquiries, to which Su Fu merely replied that Qian Mama had miscalculated the accounts and was therefore dismissed. Zhou, however, found it hard to believe that Qian Mama could err in her calculations. She suspected that Su Fu had orchestrated this. Yet, with Su Fu adamantly asserting that Qian Mama had made a mistake and possessing evidence to support her claim, Zhou felt unable to contest the matter, especially since miscalculating accounts was indeed a grave error for someone in Qian Mama's position. She couldn't help but silently berate Qian Mama for her foolishness, falling so easily into Su Fu's trap. Simultaneously, she resolved to remain vigilant against Su Fu, meticulously planning her next move to ensure absolute success. Chapter 33. Leaving the city following the incident involving Aunt Qian, Aunt Hua has been notably subdued in the Lanxiang Pavilion. I wonder if Aunt Hua perceives my actions in expelling Aunt Qian as excessively severe? Su Fu glanced at Aunt Hua, who stood composedly in accordance with decorum, and inquired. Aunt Qian managed the household finances, and her recent blunder warrants punishment. The eldest lady's decision is indeed justified. Aunt Hua exhibited an air of tranquility, her countenance revealing no trace of emotion. Su Fu felt a tinge of surprise at Aunt Hua's remarkable composure. She delicately sipped from her teacup, remaining silent. In the general's residence, in Xiao Junmo's study, he sat upright before his writing desk, diligently penning characters. Dressed in a plain, moon-white satin robe, with only a jade hairpin adorning his head, his simple attire exuded an aura of elegance and nobility. His fair complexion, paired with his earnest demeanor while writing, rendered him akin to a refined young gentleman, in stark contrast to the valiant youth who once claimed countless victories on the battlefield. Yet, those who approached him would discern that the demeanor he possessed, along with his profound, penetrating black eyes, were not characteristic of the typical young masters of the capital. At this moment, a sound resonated within the room as Song Nan swiftly appeared before Xiao Junmo. "Your Highness, regarding your previous request for information about the Nansang Kingdom, we have received news today." Xiao Junmo continued to write, not raising his head. "There has been little activity from the Nansang Kingdom recently, and no unusual behavior has been observed. However, our sources reported sightings of individuals from the Nansang Kingdom within the capital." Xiao Junmo paused his writing, lifting his gaze to Song Nan. "Individuals from the Nansang Kingdom have appeared in the capital?" "Indeed, but we cannot ascertain whether their intentions are for trade or something more sinister." "Have they been seen interacting with anyone?" Xiao Junmo inquired. "To avoid drawing attention, our operatives have not followed them too closely, and thus far, no anomalies have been detected. They frequent tea houses, taverns, and brothels, appearing to indulge in leisure activities." Song Nan explained. Xiao Junmo furrowed his brow in contemplation. The presence of Nansang individuals in the capital seemed innocuous at first glance. Yet, recalling Su Fu's words, he sensed an underlying disquiet. "Instruct our people to continue monitoring them, but maintain a safe distance to avoid detection," he commanded solemnly. "Understood." Song Nan responded with a salute, then swiftly vanished from the room. Today, When Su Fu paid her respects to the matriarch, she casually mentioned her desire to leave the estate. The matriarch, having been advised by Su Zhe, recognized the imprudence of escalating tensions with Su Fu at this juncture. Upon hearing of Su Fu's intent to depart, she immediately smiled and acquiesced, advising her to prioritize safety and return early. Su Fu, accompanied by Qiu Shuang, left the estate, leaving Qiu Shui behind in the Lanxiang pavilion to keep an eye on Aunt Hua, ensuring she remained inactive. As Su Fu and Qiu Shuang rode in the carriage from the Su residence, they gradually approached the city gate. The carriage exited the city smoothly, but the road to the countryside was rather rough, causing the carriage to jolt uncomfortably, making Su Fu uneasy. She lifted the carriage curtain to gaze outside, attempting to distract herself. Winter had already arrived, and as she opened the curtain, a gust of cold wind rushed in, prompting Su Fu to shrink her neck and shiver involuntarily. Qiu Shuang hurriedly helped her adjust the cloak, saying, "Miss, please lower the carriage curtain. Be careful not to catch a chill. It's of no concern. I am dressed warmly today." Su Fu gazed out at the rushing brook beyond the carriage window, quietly relishing this moment of tranquility and serenity, her thoughts drifting far away. After a quarter of an hour, they finally arrived at the village they intended to visit. "Miss, we have arrived," the coachman called from outside the carriage. Su Fu gently descended with Qiu Shuang's assistance, who then guided her into the village. A matron noticed their arrival and squinted to scrutinize them closely. As Su Fu and her maid approached, she realized they were two young ladies. "What are you looking for?" The matron inquired. "Our lady is the eldest daughter of the Su family," Qiu Shuang replied. The matron, known as Granny Wang, examined Su Fu from head to toe, her gaze filled with skepticism. "You're the eldest daughter?" "Yes, I seized the opportunity to visit the village today," Su Fu responded. Granny Wang clapped her thigh in exaggerated surprise. "Ah, so it is the young lady who has come. Please forgive this old servant for her lack of insight. I am the steward of this village. You may call me Granny Wang." With that, she ushered Su Fu and her maid inside and summoned the villagers to pay their respects to Su Fu. "Young lady, everyone from the village is here," Granny Wang announced. The summoned villagers were still unclear about the situation. Upon hearing Granny Wang refer to Su Fu as the eldest daughter, they all looked up to appraise her. A young woman, clad in simple attire with a serene expression, sat gracefully in a chair. Granny Wang introduced, "This is the eldest daughter. She will be our mistress from now on. We have met the young lady." The crowd echoed in unison, bowing respectfully. "Now that we have greeted her, may we leave? There is still a great deal of work awaiting us." Among the crowd, a dark-skinned woman with triangular eyes expressed her impatience. Hearing her, several others echoed her sentiment, exclaiming that they had many tasks to attend to and no time to waste with the young lady. As the crowd murmured, Granny Wang did not intervene. Su Fu quietly took note of those who were stirring discontent, her eyes turning icy as she fixed her gaze on the woman who had spoken first. "What is your name, and what is your role in this village?" she inquired. "I am surnamed Zhou. You may call me Granny Zhou," the matron replied, lifting her chin with a sense of pride. "I, like Granny Wang, am the steward of this village." "Oh, so you are a steward?" Su Fu feigned surprise, elongating her tone for effect. "Then you must understand that I am now the mistress of this estate, correct?" "I understand," Granny Zhou replied dismissively, her tone exceedingly curt, seemingly disregarding Su Fu's authority. "Since you are aware, then, until I give my command, none of you shall leave this room," Su Fu declared loudly. Upon hearing her proclamation, dissatisfaction rippled through the crowd, with murmurs of discontent rising, though none dared to challenge her openly. Granny Zhou spoke up again. "What do you mean by that, young lady? Do you intend to imprison us? Although you are a young lady, you possess no such authority." After saying this, she turned to the few individuals behind her and inquired, "What do you all think?" "Indeed, absolutely." At this moment, the previously silent old woman, Wang, finally spoke up. "Young lady, is it truly appropriate for you to act in this manner? They all have elders to care for and children to support. They need to earn a living." Su Fu cast a cold glance at Wang, thinking how cunning she was. Her words were clearly designed to incite the crowd's emotions, fostering resentment towards her. Chapter 34 Departure from the Manor. Su Fu cast a cold, penetrating gaze around the room, addressing everyone present in a somber tone. I have come today to inquire about the circumstances at the manor. For all of you gathered here, your wages will remain the same as usual. Now, if anyone wishes to leave, you may do so immediately. Upon hearing these words, those who had been murmuring complaints fell silent. Some furtively glanced at Granny Zhou and Granny Wang, their faces reflecting a conflict of emotions. However, the prospect of receiving payment without labor ultimately led them to remain. At the back of the crowd, a woman clad in coarse fabric, her sleeves patched, suddenly spoke up with conviction. The young lady is the mistress of the manor. I shall heed her words. Her gaze was resolute, as if she had summoned great courage to voice her support. Su Fu regarded the speaker, silently committing her words to memory. Well, since no one chooses to depart, I shall outline my demands. Her voice rang clear and strong, her icy eyes sweeping across the assembly. Regardless of your past, I am now the mistress of this manor, and from henceforth, all must adhere to my rules. If you diligently fulfill your duties, I shall consider increasing your wages monthly. Conversely, her gaze shifted pointedly to Granny Wang and Granny Zhou as she continued. If I discover any of you engaging in deceitful practices or betraying my trust, regardless of your previous roles or tenure here, you will be required to gather your belongings and leave the manor at once. Granny Wang and Granny Zhou exchanged glances, both surprised by the formidable presence of this young girl who had only recently come of age. The crowd lowered their heads, acknowledging her authority. After observing for a while, Su Fu concluded that she had grasped the situation and declared, Granny Zhou, Granny Wang, you two shall remain. The rest may disperse. Once the others had departed, she focused her attention on the two women, her demeanor composed and her tone calm, as if stating the most ordinary of matters. You both are to tidy your affairs and depart from the manor tomorrow. Granny Wang and Granny Zhou were taken aback, unable to fathom what they had just heard. Granny Zhou blurted out in distress. On what grounds does the young lady command us to leave? Indeed, may I inquire, young lady, what transgressions have we committed that warrant our expulsion from the manor? Compared to Granny Zhou, Granny Wang maintained a more composed demeanor, her words laced with a hint of disdain. On what grounds? Su Fu suppressed a smile, finding the question amusing. Simply because this manor belongs to me. I have little fondness for you two. Hence, I have decided to send you away. Is there an issue with that? Granny Wang lowered her gaze slightly, straightening her back. We have served in this manor for over a decade, and you believe it wise to dismiss us, young lady? Do you not fear the manor will fall into disarray? Indeed, the young lady is still inexperienced. She may not fully comprehend that managing a manor is no task for just anyone. Granny Zhou added, lifting her chin with a sense of pride. Expecting that Su Fu would be swayed by their words, they were met with indifference. Then it is all the more reason for you both to leave. At this moment, the triangular eyes of old Lady Zhou widened, fixed intently on Su Fu, her already unkind visage now appearing even more venomous and fierce. Does the young lady not fear the mistress? Has old Lady Zhou thus acknowledged her allegiance to the mistress? I suspect you two have been in this estate for so long that you may have forgotten its true nature. This estate is not under the current mistress of the Su family. As Su Fu spoke, a flicker of anger appeared in her originally tranquil phoenix eyes. Prior to her arrival, she had already instructed Xiao Junmo to gather information about the estate. Both Old Lady Wang and Old Lady Zhou had been here since Su Fu's mother was alive, at which time they were merely cooks. After the passing of Su Fu's mother, the Zhou family promoted them to their current positions of authority, with the Zhou family backing them. They had not hesitated to oppress others within the estate, imposing various harsh and unreasonable demands and punishments. Many of the elder residents of the estate chose to leave due to their oppression, while those who remained did so out of gratitude for the kindness shown by Su Fu's mother. However, those who stayed have long suffered under the tyranny of Old Lady Wang and Old Lady Zhou, daring only to harbor resentment in silence. Both Old Lady Wang and Old Lady Zhou averted their gazes from Su Fu, feeling as though her penetrating stare could see through their very souls, instilling in them a chilling sense of dread. Though the young lady is brimming with youthful fervor, I must advise you to refrain from opposing the mistress lightly. You may not stand a chance against her. Old Lady Wang's voice dropped to a somber tone, her earlier composure visibly shaken. You need not concern yourself with my affairs. You now have two choices. First, I shall grant you a day to pack your belongings, and you will leave the estate by tomorrow. Or second, I will have you expelled immediately. Su Fu declared, her voice firm. Consider your options carefully. Exchanging glances, Old Lady Wang and Old Lady Zhou each saw in the other's eyes a mix of unwillingness and fury. The triangular eyes of Old Lady Zhou now brimmed with resentment as she retorted fiercely at Su Fu. We shall depart of our own accord tomorrow. I hope the young lady does not hasten to summon us back. With a disdainful snort, she strode away. Before departing, Old Lady Wang cast a deep, scrutinizing glance at Su Fu, then followed suit. Miss, the estate has been under their management for years. If they leave suddenly, who will oversee it? Xiao Shuang expressed her concern, aware that managing such a vast estate and its many inhabitants was no trivial task. Su Fu turned her gaze toward the door, already having a candidate in mind. Go fetch that woman in patched clothing from the crowd just now. The woman, who had been preparing to cook in the kitchen, was summoned by Xiao Shuang to stand before Su Fu. Dust clung to her garments, yet her demeanor remained composed, devoid of panic or obsequiousness. Young lady, you summoned this old servant. What is your request? Do you happen to be surnamed Xiao? Su Fu inquired, ton resolute, as though she had already confirmed her identity as Old Lady Xiao. A look of astonishment flickered across Aunt Xiao's face. How could the young lady recognize an old servant like herself? Su Fu did not respond to Aunt Xiao's inquiry, for she too had only learned of Aunt Xiao's existence in her previous life by chance. Aunt Xiao had once received kindness from Su Fu's mother and served as the steward of the estate before her passing. After Su Fu's mother departed from this world, the estate fell into the hands of the Zhou family, leading to Aunt Xiao's wrongful accusation and subsequent punishment, relegating her to the kitchen as a mere cook. Yet, she had never left over the years. These years must have been hard for you. Upon hearing Su Fu's words, Aunt Xiao's eyes inexplicably reddened. She looked up at Su Fu, whose features bore a striking resemblance to her late mistress, and her emotions became somewhat agitated, as two streams of tears cascaded down her slightly weathered face. With a voice tinged with sorrow, she replied, Young lady, this old servant has not suffered. Chapter 35, Conspiracy 1. Do not weep. Zhuangzi has once again returned to my possession. In a moment of hurried emotion, Aunt Xiao wiped away her tears with her sleeve, a smile breaking through her visage. I shall not cry. I shall not cry. These are tears of joy. Su Fu gazed at Aunt Xiao with a serious and earnest expression, her voice low yet resolute. I have dismissed Wang Posey and Zhou Posey from Zhuangzi. Henceforth, I wish for you to resume your role as the steward of Zhuangzi. Will you assist me? Aunt Xiao's eyelids fluttered in astonishment. The young lady had expelled them from the estate? A wave of concern washed over her. Such a decision could provoke repercussions from the lady. You need not worry about the lady's side. I have my own plans. I merely inquire whether you are willing to reclaim your former position as steward of Zhuangzi. Time is of the essence, and I find myself at a loss for suitable candidates. Thus, I earnestly request your assistance. The sincerity in Su Fu's voice humbled Aunt Xiao. Your words overwhelm me, young lady. The late mistress bestowed kindness upon me. As long as you trust in my capabilities, I am duty-bound to support you. A gentle smile graced Su Fu's face. I indeed trust you, Aunt Xiao. Henceforth, the matters of Zhuangzi shall rest in your capable hands. I am confident that you will manage it splendidly. Before departing, Su Fu implored Aunt Xiao to expel all individuals associated with the Zhou family from Zhuangzi without hesitation. Aunt Xiao nodded in agreement, accompanying Su Fu to the entrance, watching until the carriage vanished from sight before she turned back. Upon hearing of Wang Posey and Zhou Posey's expulsion, the long-standing residents of Zhuangzi rejoiced, feeling a sense of vindication. Conversely, the Zhou family members exhibited expressions of confusion and fear. The thought of being ousted like their predecessors filled them with trepidation. When word spread that Aunt Xiao had been appointed as the new steward, the Zhou family members seethed with indignation and conspired to confront her, seeking to instigate trouble. Aunt Xiao was no stranger to authority. During the life of Su Fu's mother, she had managed Zhuangzi with remarkable efficiency. Seizing the opportunity, she found a pretext to expel the unruly individuals from the estate. The elder residents, witnessing the discord yet feeling powerless, could only depart in silent resignation, their hearts swelling with satisfaction. Upon returning to the city, Su Fu visited various establishments, meticulously inspecting each one. The shops varied widely, including taverns, tea houses, and silk stores. Most shopkeepers were unfamiliar with Su Fu at first. However, upon realizing that she was the young lady, soon to be their mistress, their attitudes shifted dramatically. In response to their reactions, Su Fu maintained an air of calm composure. She keenly observed the operational conditions and methods of each shop, as well as the demeanor of every individual towards her. She posed numerous inquiries and offered suggestions, instituting several new regulations, and notably, she replaced many of the staff during this visit. Miss, there remains one final garment shop to visit. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Su Fu took a deep breath. Let us proceed. Miss, we have arrived at Yinshan Workshop. The coachman announced as he brought the carriage to a gradual halt, turning to call out to those inside. Su Fu gracefully alighted from the carriage, her gaze captivated by the vibrant scene before her. The area was alive with the sounds of bustling voices and animated crowds, creating a lively atmosphere. Along the streets, a variety of shops lined the sides, complemented by the boisterous calls of vendors hawking their wares. Miss, this is the most bustling street in the capital. The shop we are visiting is the one that Madame discreetly replaced last time, Qiao Shuang informed her. Su Fu looked up to see the shop's sign adorned with elegantly crafted characters, spelling out Yinshan Workshop. Inside, numerous patrons were selecting garments. As Su Fu lifted her skirt and stepped into the shop, a female attendant, noticing the arrival of a customer, quickly approached with enthusiasm. What style of clothing are you looking for, miss? We have everything. I am not here to purchase clothing. I seek your manager. Su Fu replied. The attendant paused, her welcoming smile fading momentarily. She scrutinized Su Fu's attire, which did not suggest that she was incapable of affording garments. With a hint of impatience, she retorted, Our manager is quite busy. If you're not here to buy, please leave. Just as she turned to attend to another customer, Su Fu's cool voice reached her ears. I am the eldest daughter of the Su family. The attendant halted, seemingly recalling something, and her expression transformed back to one of warmth. Ah, the esteemed young lady. Please, follow me. The manager has just concluded his tasks. Without further thought, Su Fu followed her upstairs. The second floor housed many private rooms designed for weary customers selecting clothing. Some noble patrons preferred to retreat to these rooms rather than browse in the bustling shop below, allowing attendants to bring garments for their selection. The attendant opened one of the private rooms and gestured for Su Fu to enter. Young lady, please wait here for a moment. I will fetch the manager. As she turned to leave, a fleeting glimmer of cunning appeared in her eyes, barely perceptible. Su Fu surveyed the room, which, though modest in size, was tastefully adorned. The space was divided by a folding screen, behind which lay a soft couch for resting. Everything appeared in order, yet an uneasy foreboding lingered in Su Fu's heart. She hoped her worries were unfounded. At that moment, an alarmed voice rang out from outside. Danger! A horse is spooked. Everyone be cautious. Peering through the open window, Su Fu saw a horse galloping wildly, pulling a carriage. Her expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing the carriage. It was theirs. How could the horse suddenly go mad? And where was the coachman? Miss, that's our carriage. Xiao Shuang exclaimed in alarm. Xiao Shuang, go down and check. We cannot allow the carriage to harm anyone. Su Fu urged, her voice filled with anxiety. Xiao Shuang steadied herself, determined not to leave her mistress alone in such a predicament. Rest assured, I shall safeguard myself. You must hurry and summon others to restrain the horse. It must not harm anyone. Quickly. At this moment, Su Fu comprehended that everything unfolding was undoubtedly orchestrated by someone with malicious intent. Her gaze darkened, yet paradoxically, the more she felt this way, the calmer her heart became. As she reminded herself not to panic, she surmised that the individual behind this scheme must have ulterior motives, thus she needed to maintain her composure. Xiao Shuang dared not disobey Su Fu's command, saying, "This servant will attend to it at once. The chaos outside demands your patience, miss." With that, Xiao Shuang hastily lifted her skirts and dashed downstairs. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Zhou Shi and Su Qing sat leisurely. Zhou Shi cast a glance at Su Qing, who subtly nodded in response. The two exchanged a knowing smile, their hearts swelling with pride. Just as Wu Yuan, filled with anticipation, opened the door to Su Fu's chamber. He was struck unconscious from behind with a wooden stick the moment he stepped inside, collapsing to the ground in a daze. Chapter 36. Conspiraci 2 Su Fue Sipalms. Gripping the wooden stick, were slick with perspiration as her ebony eyes coldly fixed upon the fallen Wu Yuan. Her mind raced, contemplating her next course of action. She was grateful for her prior precautions. Otherwise, today would have ended differently. The door of the adjacent compartment creaked open, revealing Zhou Shi and Su Qing as they stepped out. The innkeeper, upon sighting Zhou Shi, hurried forward with an anxious expression. "Madam, the young lady just arrived," stating she wished to select a few garments. The attendant escorted her to this room, he explained, gesturing towards the compartment Su Fu had entered. Afterwards, the attendant went to fetch the clothes, but upon returning, found the door to this room was inexplicably locked. "What are we to do? We have no idea what the young lady is doing inside." The innkeeper's voice was somewhat elevated, drawing the attention of those on the second floor, as well as those below who were selecting garments. Zhou Shi, upon hearing the innkeeper's words, appeared taken aback, expressing surprise. "Fu is here too?" "Indeed, madam. You just mentioned that the eldest young lady is inside and that the door cannot be opened?" Su Qing interjected, her face awash with concern. "Mother, could something have happened to the eldest sister inside?" Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Zhou Shi's expression shifted to one of urgency as she directed the innkeeper. "Hurry, quickly find the key to unlock the door." "Madam, the door is locked from within. Even with the key, it cannot be opened from the outside," the innkeeper replied, his tone apologetic. Zhou Shi, exasperated, exclaimed, "How utterly useless! If anything has happened to Fu today, just wait and see how I shall deal with you." Su Qing called out to the compartment twice, "Eldest sister, eldest sister." Yet, no response came from within. Meanwhile, a crowd had gathered outside, and a man proposed, "Shall I kick the door open?" "Yes, yes, yes, kick it open," Zhou Shi echoed eagerly. The crowd stepped back, allowing space for the man. He approached and delivered a powerful kick to the door, causing the bolt to fall away. And the door swung open. Zhou Shi and Su Qing hurried inside, while the onlookers craned their necks to peer within. On the table lay remnants of unfinished tea, yet no one was in sight. At that moment, a heavy, labored breath emanated from behind a screen that partitioned the room. Zhou Shi and Su Qing exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up with hope. Su Qing, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, gasped in astonishment. How could there be a man's voice in the eldest sister's compartment? Zhou Shi shot her a warning glance, filled with reproach. "Do not speak foolishly. You must have misheard. There is no man's voice." The onlookers, having overheard the man's heavy breathing, began to murmur among themselves, their gazes filled with disdain and their tones dripping with contempt. "Madam Su, do not defend Miss Su any longer. We all heard the sound from behind the screen. Indeed, it is utterly disgraceful for an unmarried young lady to engage in such scandalous behavior here." "Exactly. How shameful, especially considering she is to be the future wife of the general's heir. Such actions are truly disgraceful and bring shame upon the family." The crowd nodded in agreement, creating a scene of chaos. Listening to the multitude of accusations directed at Su Fu, Su Qing felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. However, she defended her elder sister, saying, "Please do not speak ill of my elder sister. She is not that kind of person." Mrs. Zhou also interjected, affirming, Indeed, Fu has always been well-behaved and courteous. There must be some misunderstanding." Yet, her words lacked conviction, and her voice dwindled as she spoke. Mrs. Zhou exchanged a knowing glance with one of the women present, who immediately shouted, "Whether it's true or not, why not go in and see for yourselves?" The onlookers, initially there for mere entertainment, quickly rallied in agreement, urging, Yes. Let's take a look. With that, the woman boldly stepped forward, crossing the screen. Upon witnessing the scene behind it, she gasped in shock. Oh! Behind the screen lay a disarray of men's garments scattered across the floor, and two naked men sprawled across the couch. Wu Yuan stirred, seemingly awakened by the commotion, and slowly opened his eyes, rubbing his sore neck. As he turned to his side, the sight of an unfamiliar man lying beside him startled him. The crowd, who had come to witness the scandal of the Su family's eldest daughter, gasped and covered their mouths in horror upon recognizing the man on the couch. The woman who had entered first felt her legs weaken, a sheen of sweat forming on her forehead, as she stammered Wu. Master Wu, how could it be you? He was notorious in the capital for his debauchery, and having stumbled upon such a scandal, she feared he would not let her off lightly. Inwardly, she silently wiped her brow in anxiety. Wu Yuan pulled the blanket over his body and slowly sat up, feeling a throbbing headache. His icy gaze swept over the crowd, finally settling on Su Qing, his expression darkening as he fixed his penetrating stare upon her. Su Qing's heart raced, her eyes darting away, unable to meet Wu Yuan's ominously charged gaze. Confusion enveloped her. Everything had been meticulously planned. Why had it unraveled in this manner? Where had Su Fu gone? Meanwhile, Su Fu was on the rooftop alongside Xiao Junmo, quietly observing the unfolding drama below. Both were astute enough to grasp the situation. Xiao Junmo's deep, chilling eyes reflected his fury. He was aware that the Su family held disdain for Su Fu, yet he had not anticipated they would resort to such measures. The sanctity of a woman is of paramount importance, and they dared to attempt to tarnish Su Fu's virtue. The loss of a woman's purity equates to her ruin. Xiao Junmo clenched his fists, unable to fathom the consequences had their scheme succeeded today. Su Fu gently pried open Xiao Junmo's tightly clenched fingers, taking his hand in hers and intertwining their fingers. His hands, callous from years of martial training, made her palms ache slightly, yet she gripped his hand even tighter. She wore an expression of calm indifference, devoid of sorrow or anger. Your Highness, please do not involve yourself in this matter. I am capable of handling on my own. Rest assured, those who have harmed me shall not escape unscathed. Xiao Junmo's dark eyes shifted to the tightly clasped hands of the two, and the frigid chill within them gradually dissipated. He raised his gaze to meet Su Fu's, saying, All right, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. Ah Fu, do not subject yourself to any grievances. Su Fu blinked bright eyes, her brows adorned with a smile. I understand. The reason Su Fu and Xiao Junmo found themselves together on the rooftop traces back to the moment Xiao Shuang went downstairs to intercept the rampaging horse. Chapter 37, Offending Someone, as Xiao Shuang emerged from Yinshan Fong. She was met with the alarming sight of a frenzied horse charging toward a small girl who stood sobbing in the middle of the road. Xiao Shuang rushed forward, intent on rescuing the child, but there was no time left. The terrified horse was nearly upon the girl, and Xiao Shuang's complexion turned pale, her lips trembling. She shouted, Run! Yet the little girl remained frozen in place, wailing loudly. In that critical moment, just as the panicked horse was about to collide with the child, a white figure appeared before her, as if conjured from thin air. With a swift motion, he drew a long sword and pierced the horse's neck, blood gushing forth as the beast fell to the ground. In one fluid motion, he deftly scooped up the girl and leaped across the road with the grace of a soaring swallow, landing safely on the opposite side in an instant. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, leaving onlookers in awe of his remarkable martial prowess. Seeing the girl safe, Xiao Shuang's heart finally eased. She turned her gaze to the figure who had saved the child, only to discover that she recognized him. Xiao Junmo knelt down to the girl, who still clung to his hand in tears, and gently said, Please don't cry. If you stop, I will buy you some candied hawthorn. The girl ceased her sobs, her tear-filled eyes looking up at him. Really? Indeed. To deceive you would be a dog-ass trick, he replied, wiping the tears from her cheeks. The girl's red-rimmed eyes sparkled with hope. Then I won't cry anymore. Let us go buy candied hawthorn. Just as Xiao Junmo stood up, Xiao Shuang reached the opposite side of the road. She bowed respectfully. This servant greets the young master. Surprised to see the maid who had always accompanied Su Fu. Xiao Junmo glanced around, but did not spot Su Fu. What brings you here? Where's your young lady? Mrs. at Yinshan Fong. The rampaging horse was from our estate. She was concerned that it might harm someone, so she sent this servant to check. Xiao Shuang recalled the harrowing scene and felt a lingering fear. She bowed again. Thank you, young master. You mentioned that the frenzied horse belongs to your household? An unsettling feeling settled in Xiao Junmo's heart. It was peculiar for a horse to go mad without reason, especially during the busiest time on the street. Where exactly is your young lady in Yinshan Fong? Thinking of Su Fu alone in the room, Xiao Shuang felt a wave of anxiety. Without hesitation, she replied, to answer the young master, she is in the second room on the left side of the second floor. Xiao Junmo handed the little girl to Xiao Shuang, instructing, let this sister take you to buy candied hawthorn. With that, he vanished from sight in a few swift movements. After knocking Wu Yuan unconscious, Su Fu secured the door of her room. She approached the window to observe, discovering that below was an empty alleyway. Su Fu assessed the height, contemplating that descending from this spot should pose little risk. She returned to the bed to retrieve the sheets, but just as her fingers grazed the fabric, a sound emerged from behind her. Naturally sensitive, Su Fu instinctively turned around, only to find Xiao Junmo's face, rife with concern. Your Highness? How did you arrive here? Without pausing for an explanation, he urged, I must take you away. Wait a moment, Su Fu interjected, guiding Xiao Junmo around the screen. She pointed to Wu Yuan, who lay unconscious on the floor. Might I trouble you for a favor, Your Highness? Upon seeing Wu Yuan sprawled on the ground, a layer of frost washed over Xiao Junmo's dark eyes. Speak. Su Fu remained composed, her gaze shifting to Wu Yuan. Since Master Wu is so infatuated, could you assist in moving him to the bed? Additionally, we require a man to keep him company. Xiao Junmo's eyelids flickered. He cleared his throat, restoring his demeanor. In a low voice, he called out into the room, Song Yu. Song Yu immediately appeared before them. What is your command, Your Highness? Proceed as Miss Su instructed. Understood. Song Yu thought to himself, recognizing that the woman chosen by his lord was indeed extraordinary. Such a method was rather ruthless. After issuing his orders to Song Yu, Xiao Junmo intended to escort Su Fu away, but she interrupted, Your Highness, I cannot leave just yet. The spectacle has yet to unfold. She wore an expression eager for entertainment. Xiao Junmo pondered for a moment. Ah Fu, forgive me. He then wrapped his broad hand around her slender waist and leaped toward the window, gracefully landing on the rooftop. This was how Su Fu found herself alongside Xiao Junmo on the rooftop. As the two observed the unfolding drama, Su Fu declared, Your Highness, it is now my turn to make an entrance. Once again, Xiao Junmo embraced her waist, his voice low and husky. I beg your pardon. He felt the warmth of her touch, and her faint fragrance flooded his senses, quickening his heartbeat and making his breath hitch. He averted his gaze, striving to maintain his composure. The self-control he had always prided himself on seemed feeble in Su Fu's presence. He mused that his recent lack of training had left him unprepared, vowing to intensify his regimen upon returning. Meanwhile, Su Fu, held in Xiao Junmo's embrace, displayed a rare blush on her usually serene features, her cheeks tinged with crimson. After transporting Su Fu to a secluded alley in Yinshan Fong, Xiao Junmo found it deserted. Xiao Shuang, having already been informed by Song Yu of the recent events, awaited Su Fu's arrival. Upon seeing her safe and sound, Xiao Shuang's previously anxious heart finally eased. After bidding farewell to Xiao Junmo and adjusting her attire, Su Fu, accompanied by Xiao Shuang, made her way to Yinshan Fong. At that moment, within a room on the second floor of Yinshan Fong, another man, who had been lying beside Wu Yuan, awoke. Upon opening his eyes and surveying the surroundings, he was utterly bewildered. He had intended to visit the flower house in search of the courtesan Lunyang. How had he ended up here? A man lay in a corner, his voice trembling in terror as he exclaimed, How did I end up here? He recoiled until he found himself pressed against the wall. Wu Yuan turned, his gaze fierce and penetrating, causing the man to fall silent, paralyzed by fear. Meanwhile, those who had followed into the room, eager to witness the unfolding drama, wished they could shut their eyes and pretend they had seen nothing. Upon seeing Wu Yuan's ominous expression, a wave of panic washed over Zhou Shi. The day's events had not only failed, but had also subjected Wu Yuan to this mortifying spectacle before the onlookers. Just as Zhou Shi prepared to speak, urging everyone to leave, a clear and melodious female voice rang out from behind. Chapter 38. Sent to the authorities, what is the cause of such commotion here? Accompanied by this clear and melodious female voice, Su Fu and Qiu Shuang strolled in from outside. Upon seeing Su Fu emerge unscathed, the crowd was taken aback. Su Fu seemed to have just noticed Zhou Shi and Su Qing, and in a tone of surprise, she inquired, "Mother and second sister, what brings you here?" Su Qing, witnessing Su Fu's uninjured entrance, exclaimed in disbelief, "Elder sister, were you not in the chamber? How could you?" Su Fu gazed steadily at Su Qing and replied, "Is it your assumption that I should have remained in the chamber?" "No, not at all. It was merely that the innkeeper mentioned you were inside, and I was simply curious about when you left," Su Qing clarified. "I had been waiting for the servant to fetch my garments when I overheard commotion outside regarding a frightened horse. Peering out the window, I recognized the carriage I had arrived in. Fearing for the safety of pedestrians, I hastily went out with Qiu Shuang," Su Fu explained. Although the innkeeper was aware that Su Fu's words were fabricated, the crowd found her reasoning convincing and harbored no doubts. Su Fu turned her gaze towards the interior, seemingly startled by the scene within, and retreated several steps, eventually stopping behind the screen. A look of panic and confusion crossed her face as she asked Zhou Shi, "Mother, what is happening here?" Zhou Shi was seething with anger. Her meticulously devised plans had been thwarted by this wretched girl, who had somehow managed to escape. And now, Su Fu stood before her, asking about the situation. How could she possibly endure this? To make matters worse, this incident also implicated young Master Wu. The more Zhou Shi pondered, the angrier she became, her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms. She could not fathom how her well-laid plans had gone awry. She was perplexed about where the flaw lay and how Su Fu had managed to leave. But one thing was certain, Su Fu was behind this. Though Zhou Shi was furious, she feigned composure and said, "A few days ago, I ordered several garments from Yinshan Fa. Today, I brought your sister along to collect them. Upon our arrival, the innkeeper informed us that you were in this room, but the door would not open. Fearing for your well-being, I instructed someone to force it open. Who would have thought you were not inside?" And then, as she spoke, Zhou Shi's expression turned awkward, rendering her momentarily speechless. Su Fu contemplated for a moment, then, with a grave expression, turned to Zhou Shi. The horse that had inexplicably spooked her mother and second sister's presence today, and the peculiar events surrounding the chamber where she had been, everything pointed to a sinister plot against her. "Mother, if I had not ventured out earlier, my innocence today would have been in jeopardy." Su Fu's voice trembled with rising fear, causing her legs to weaken as if she could scarcely stand. Sensing her distress, Qiu Shuang quickly rushed to support her. The gathered crowd had initially given little thought to the situation, but upon hearing Su Fu's words, they began to reflect on the events that had just transpired, finding themselves increasingly convinced that today's incident was far from ordinary. Their gazes towards Su Fu were tinged with sympathy, contemplating the malevolence of the individual orchestrating this scheme, intent on ruining Miss Su's life. What was meant to be a delightful spectacle had turned into an encounter with young Master Wu's disgraceful behavior. Fearing repercussions, the crowd began to withdraw quietly. Seeing Su Fu deftly shift the narrative, Su Qing urged, "Elder sister, this may simply be a coincidence. Who would wish harm upon you?" Su Fuese, gaze sharpened, piercingly directed at Su Qing. "Sister, do you not think this coincidence is rather extraordinary? Surely you do not intend to shield the one who seeks to harm me?" Su infastili pretested. No. I merely struggle to understand who would wish such ill upon you. I shall uncover the truth behind this malicious intent," Su Fu declared, her eyes intentionally flickering towards Zhou and Su Qing. With her words laid bare, she was determined not to relent without a satisfactory explanation. Zhou pondered momentarily before suddenly turning to the innkeeper, her eyes brimming with fury. "It is she who seeks to harm you, Fuer. As the innkeeper, she has the most convenient means to execute her schemes. Moreover, she was the one who initially stopped me, claiming the door to your room was stuck. which led to all these subsequent events. The crowd, recalling the innkeeper's earlier assertion that Miss Sue's room door had unexpectedly become inoperable, had indeed come to witness the unfolding drama. The innkeeper, feeling the weight of Zhou's accusation, was rendered anxious and disoriented, stammering, "Not me." Just as she attempted further defense, she met Zhou's fierce gaze and faltered, repeatedly insisting, "Not me. Not me." Su Fu's expression turned skeptical. "How can you prove it was not you?" The innkeeper stammered, "Teach that." Her eyes covertly caught a glimpse of the incriminating document protruding from Zhou's sleeve, sending a shiver through her. After a prolonged silence, she looked at Su Fu, her eyes filled with resentment and fury as she bellowed, "It was indeed I who did this. I am the innkeeper of Yinshan Pavilion, and you, a mere naive girl, have no right to assume control of Yinshan Pavilion. I refuse to relinquish it into your hands and cannot bear to see my painstaking efforts to build Yinshan Pavilion crumble under your stewardship." No sooner had the innkeeper finished her tirade than Su Fu stepped forward, her expression darkening as she raised her hand and struck the innkeeper across the face with 2 resounding slaps. A glimmer of coldness flashed in her eyes as she coldly declared, "The innkeeper of Yinshan Pavilion possesses a treacherous heart and sinister intentions. Such a vile person is utterly unworthy of holding this position. Her attempt on my life is nothing short of egregious and must be met with the utmost severity. Immediately take her to the authorities to face justice." Zhou's eyes glimmered with a sinister intensity as she fixated on Su Fu, wishing fervently to tear him apart with her own hands. Once again, Su Fu emerged victorious. Moreover, he had managed to replace the manager of Yunsong Fong in the process. A sense of frustration welled up within Zhou, yet she could not voice her discontent. Suddenly, she erupted into a fit of coughing, a metallic sweetness surging in her throat. She struggled to suppress the taste, her gaze tinged with a hint of crimson. After a while, the manager was escorted away to the authorities. Before departing, she cast a pleading glance at Zhou, silently hoping that Zhou would uphold her promise. At that moment, Wu Yuan emerged, donned in fresh attire, his enchanting peach blossom eyes fixed intently upon Su Fu. Chapter 39. Promises to Su Qing. "Miss Su, your remarkable abilities have truly taken me by surprise." His tone betrayed no discernible emotion. "You flatter me, young Master Wu." Su Fu's expression remained composed, her words steady, yet Wu Yuan detected a chill in her gaze. Wu Yuan raised an eyebrow, lightly fanning himself, finding the situation intriguing. He then turned his attention to Su Qing, who, feeling intimidated by Wu Yuan, took a step back toward the Zhou family. Upon exiting Yinshan Fong, Wu Yuan summoned his subordinates, his enchanting eyes narrowing slightly. "I never wish to lay eyes on that man again." His subordinates appeared unfazed by Wu Yuan's declaration. "We understand, sir." At this juncture, Su Fu successfully replaced the manager of Yinshan Fong with one of her own, a shop of great repute and significance to the Zhou family. She had previously fretted over how to unseat the current manager, but this incident presented her with an unexpected opportunity. Contemplating how Zhou and Su Qing sought to tarnish her reputation, Su Fu's indifferent eyes darkened. It seemed the Zhou family had grown too complacent and required a bit of turmoil to occupy their minds. From that day forward, rumors began to circulate in the capital that the 5th young master of the Wu Duke's residence had a penchant for the same sex. With this gossip taking flight, no young woman dared to consider marrying Wu Yuan. The following day, upon hearing of the events at Yinshan Fong, Su Zhe promptly made his way to Zhou's quarters upon returning home. Since her return from Yinshan Fong, Zhou had been brooding over her frustrations, feeling the weight of her losses, both the shop and a loyal confidant. As she observed the meal laid out by her maid, she swept the dishes to the floor in a fit of rage, berating the maid. "What is this abomination? Are you unaware of my aversion to fish? Are you deliberately trying to provoke me?" The maid, terrified, knelt and hurriedly apologized. "Please, madam, calm your anger. I will fetch a new meal at once." As Su Zhou entered the room, he was met with this chaotic scene. He gestured to the maid, "You may leave." The maid stumbled to her feet, her voice laced with tears. "Thank you, sir." Zhou had not anticipated Su Zhe's visit at this moment. She quickly donned a smile and rose to greet him, my lord. What brings you here at such an unexpected hour? Had I known, I would have prepared dinner for you. Su Zhe, his demeanor stern, took a seat and fixed his gaze upon Zhou. The incident at Yunshan Fang yesterday was orchestrated by you, was it not? Zhou's heart raced in shock, yet her face portrayed innocence. My lord, how could you say such a thing? I had no part in it. Besides, the manager of Yunshan Fang admitted that it was her doing. Su Zhe's eyes deepened with intensity. There is no need for pretense in my presence. Su Fu is now betrothed to the general's estate. Her marriage will benefit me, the Su family, and Qing. Since the plan failed yesterday, I shall act as if I were unaware of it. However, he shifted his tone, his gaze icy. I warn you, do not act against Su Fu again. Zhou lowered her eyes. My lord, I was merely momentarily incensed and wished to teach Su Fu a lesson. I apologize for my lack of foresight. Please, punish me as you see fit. Tears welled in her eyes as she spoke. Had Zhou been in her youthful prime, Su Zhe might have felt a pang of pity in his heart. Although Zhou usually took great care of her appearance, the passage of time had left its marks upon her visage. Now, as she adopted the demeanor of a naive young girl, it only served to evoke a sense of distaste within Su Zhe. This time, I shall spare you from punishment, but do not let there be a next. Su Zhe warned, his expression stern. After speaking, he intended to rise and depart, but Zhou, noticing his intention, grasped the sleeve of his garment, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Her tone gentle. Will you not stay with me tonight, my lord? Su Zhe, his face impassive, removed her hand from his sleeve. I have made plans with Aunt One for this evening. I shall return to accompany you tomorrow night. With that, he exited without casting a glance back. Furious, Zhou shattered several teacups, her expression darkening. That vixen, Aunt One. Zhou glared resentfully in the direction Su Zhe had departed, softly instructing the maid beside her. Increase the dosage of the medicine for Aunt One. Today marked the day the crown prince had invited Su Qing for an outing, prompting her to rise before dawn to prepare herself. Standing before the bronze mirror, she appraised her attire, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. You look truly stunning today, miss. No wonder you are regarded as the most beautiful woman in the capital. The maid praised. Do not speak such nonsense. Su invitortiv. Though the pride on her face was undeniable, the maid brought a hooded cloak for Su Qing to don, and together they exited through the back door of the Su residence, where a carriage awaited, arranged by Zhou. Upon boarding the crown prince's pleasure boat, Su Qing found him already waiting in the cabin. As she entered, she removed her hood. I pay my respects to your highness. Su Beiyan gently grasped Su Qing's arm to assist her, saying, in the absence of others, there is no need for such formalities between us. Su Qing's cheeks flushed, uncertain whether from shyness or the chill of the wind. I will heed your highness's words. However, Su Beiyan showed no intention of releasing her arm. Instead, he drew her into his embrace, his voice profoundly tender. It has been several days since we last met. You have grown even more beautiful. His gentle words seemed to whisper in Su Qing's ear, causing her heart to race and her body to weaken, her voice becoming increasingly delicate. Your Highness, this is improper, she stammered, placing her hand against his chest in an attempt to push him away, though her strength was akin to a kitten's playful pawing, only igniting his desire further. Su Beiyan struggled to quell the fire within him, and after a considerable moment, he finally released her. At that moment, Su Qing's complexion was rosy, her gaze lowered, unable to meet his. Observing her, Su Beiyan furrowed his brow slightly, then sighed, an expression of unspoken troubles crossing his face. Your Highness, have you encountered some difficulties? Su Qing, noticing his sorrowful demeanor, inquired with concern. I shall not conceal this from you. Despite my esteemed position as the crown prince, my birth mother has long since passed away, and my maternal family has fallen into decline. My standing in the court is perilously unstable. Su Beiyan revealed, worry etched on his countenance. Su Qing, astonished by his current plight, felt a surge of happiness that he would confide in her. This indicates that Si Beiyan does not regard her as a stranger. She gazed at the subtle sorrow etched on Si Beiyan's face and, without hesitation, inquired, Is there any way I might assist His Highness the Crown Prince? Bayan's eyes shimmered with hope as he responded. Are you truly willing to aid me? Sui nadith resolutely, asserting. As long as I can be of service to His Highness, is my duty. Thank you, Qing. Bayan once again enveloped Su Qing in his embrace, offering her a promise. Rest assured, the position of Crown Princess will ultimately belong to you. Su Qing cautiously wrapped her arms around Bayan's waist, her heart swelling with excitement. Chapter 40. A common enemy. Your grandfather is a venerable elder within the court, well-connected and respected. I wish for him to advocate on my behalf within the court, to stand by my side. Su Qing's eyes flickered slightly. Rest assured, Your Highness. My grandfather has always cherished me. Once our union is formalized, he will undoubtedly align himself with Your Highness. Bayan pondered the current situation thoughtfully and replied, I shall find a way to urge the emperor to issue a marriage decree promptly. Su Qing felt a surge of joy in her heart, and she declared, I shall await Your Highness's favorable news at my residence. On this day, Su Fu observed the autumn snow as it delicately plucked the cold plum blossoms in the rear courtyard of the Su residence. The weather was frigid, and despite her thick cloak, she still felt a chill, tightening her grip around the warming pot in her hands. Xiao Shuang, glancing towards the path, whispered to Su Fu, Miss, someone is coming. As the figure approached and recognition dawned upon her, she bowed gracefully. I have the honor of greeting the young lady. Su Fu scrutinized the woman before her, a concubine adorned in a vibrant red daffodil gown, draped with a deep crimson brocade cloak. Her silhouette was graceful, her form voluptuous. Upon closer inspection, her beauty was striking, exuding an alluring charm that seemed capable of captivating one's very soul with each smile and frown. Su Fu mused. Such beauty explains why in the past, Suja favored her above all his concubines. Where is the concubine headed? I am merely wandering the rear courtyard out of idle curiosity. I shall not intrude upon the young lady's refined enjoyment. With that, the concubine turned to leave, seemingly eager to avoid any association with Su Fu. Madam, please stay. Upon hearing Su Fu's words, the concubine halted her steps, her eyes filled with confusion. They had rarely interacted, and she could not fathom what Su Fu might wish to discuss. What business do you have, young lady? Su Fu's gaze fell upon the concubine's abdomen, a slight smile gracing her lips. Madam, you're already more than a month pregnant. Su Fu spoke with certainty, recalling that during this very time in her past life, the long-barren concubine had been rumored to be with child, much to Suja's delight. However, the child had ultimately been lost. The concubine gasped, a flush of embarrassment and anger crossing her face. Please do not jest with me, young lady. I have not conceived in many years. The doctor has assured me that I shall never bear children. Observing the concubine's vexation, Su Fu took a step closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. The reason you have not conceived is that your mother administered medicine to you. Now that you have ceased the treatment, you are naturally able to bear a child. The concubine was taken aback, her gaze fixed on Su Fu's earnest eyes, which betrayed no hint of deception. Yet she remained perplexed. You claim it was the lady who drugged me, but I have checked my diet, and there were no issues. Who said that medication could only be administered through food? Have you not worn a red jade bracelet for many years? And did you not accidentally shatter that bracelet last month? Wen Yinyang's pupils dilated as she gazed incredulously at Su Fu, scrutinizing every nuance of her expression. That bracelet was a gift from a master when I first entered the Su residence. Does the eldest miss imply that the master wishes to harm me? She was acutely aware of how desperately Suja longed for offspring. Yet, she swiftly dismissed this notion. It was implausible. Naturally, her father did not wish her harm. That red jade bracelet had been swapped by her mother. Su Fu spoke slowly, allowing Wen Yinyang ample time for contemplation. Upon hearing Su Fu's words, Wen Yinyang rapidly recalled past events. In the biting cold of winter, a thin sheen of sweat broke out on her back as she tightly clutched the handkerchief in her hand. A layer of frost now settled upon her radiant face. The lady is indeed cunning. She had used the Master's hand to present me with the bracelet. Over the years, I have not conceived, and I have indeed harbored suspicions about her. I examined everything I come into contact with, yet I never doubted this bracelet. At this moment, She had begun to believe Su Fu's words to a significant extent. Last month, her menstrual cycle had indeed yet to arrive, and she had been feeling increasingly fatigued in recent days. Previously, her cycle had been irregular, and the physician had asserted that she could never bear children, leading her to never contemplate this possibility. In hindsight, that doctor must have been arranged by the Zhou family. Seeing the expression on Wen Yinyang's face, Su Fu understood that she had begun to accept her words. She reiterated, "Aunt, if you seek a physician, you will ascertain whether my claims hold truth. However, you must find someone you trust. How does the eldest miss know of these matters?" Su Fu detected a fleeting wariness in Wen Yinyang's eyes and smiled gently. "Aunt, it matters not how I came to know, only that we share a common adversary." "Are you referring to the lady?" Su Fu did not respond directly to Wen Yinyang's inquiry, but instead cautioned, "Aunt, with this unexpected pregnancy, you must proceed with utmost caution in your actions. You are a clever woman and surely know how to navigate this situation." With that, Su Fu turned and departed. Wen Yinyang watched her retreating figure, deep in thought. "Miss, do you intend to collaborate with Wen Yinyang?" Qiu Shuang asked. Su Fu gazed at the pebble-paved path beneath her feet and eventually replied, "No, it is merely a matter of mutual benefit." Though Wen Yinyang appeared unambitious and gentle, had she truly been as harmless as she seemed, she would not have garnered the master's favor all these years without bearing any children. What does the miss think Wen Yinyang will do next? Will she inform the master of her pregnancy? Qiu Shuang inquired. "She will, but does she not fear the lady? She will seek the old lady's protection." Su Fu raised her gaze slightly. It seemed that Zhou would not have the inclination to trouble her during this period. Upon returning to her courtyard, Wen Yinyang instructed her personal maid to go out and fetch a physician. When the maid returned with the doctor, she fortuitously encountered Su Zhe, who had just returned home. Upon seeing Wen Yinyang's maid leading someone into the residence, she casually inquired, "Who is this?" Reporting to the master, "The mistress has been unwell recently, so today I sent my servant to summon a physician. This is the doctor that I have just summoned." Upon hearing of Aunt Wen's ill health, Su Zhe's face reflected concern. "Aunt Wen is unwell? I have never heard her mention it." Replying to the master, "The aunt said her condition was trivial and did not wish to trouble you with her ailment, fearing it might hinder your important matters. She always displays such consideration." As Su Zhe spoke, he changed direction, initially intending to visit the Zhou family. "Let's go. I shall see her as well." Upon his arrival, Aunt Wen was lying feebly on the couch, her complexion somewhat pallid. Upon seeing Su Zhe enter, she forced herself to rise. "Master, what brings you here?" Chapter 41. Lady Wen's pregnancy. Su Zhe hurriedly stepped forward to support her. "Alas, do not move. Just yesterday, you were perfectly well. Why does your complexion appear so dreadful today?" "I am perfectly fine. Do not trouble yourself, my lord. You should go see the mistress," Lady Wen replied. "Not so fast. Let the doctor examine you first." Sufei insisted, stepping aside. The elderly physician approached, placing a handkerchief on Lady Wen's wrist, and gently laid his hand upon it to take her pulse. Lady Wen's gaze was fixed intently on the physician's expression, her heart racing with both anxiety and excitement. After a moment, the physician withdrew his hand, and Lady Wen eagerly inquired, "What is the verdict?" The elderly doctor, appearing relaxed, replied, "Congratulations, my lady. You are indeed over a month pregnant." Lady Wen placed her hand upon her abdomen, her heart brimming with elation. Just as Su Fu had suggested, she was truly expecting. Beside her, Su Zhe was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief as he turned to the elderly physician. "Are you certain?" A few years ago, another doctor diagnosed her, stating that she could not conceive. As he packed his medical bag, the elderly physician assured him, "In my 30 years of practice, I have never misdiagnosed a case. This lady is indeed over a month pregnant." Su Zhe's eyes widened in astonishment and disbelief, which soon morphed into joy and excitement. He gazed at Lady Wen, his voice trembling with emotion. "We are having a child. I shall be a father again." Tears glistened in Lady Wen's eyes as she responded, "Indeed, my lord, we are having a child." Her tears fell like pearls, making her even more enchanting. Su Zhe's heart ached for her. He quickly grasped her hand. Noticing her pallor, he inquired about her current condition. The lady previously suffered from excessive coldness in her body, which has now caused her complexion to deteriorate due to her pregnancy. Currently, her fetal condition is somewhat unstable. She must rest in bed for the next 3 months, the elderly physician explained. Upon hearing that the fetal condition was unstable, Suja's earlier joy turned into concern. What should we do? Please, doctor, ensure that this child is protected. The elderly physician remained unperturbed. There is no need for alarm. I shall prescribe a few remedies. As long as the lady follows them diligently, there will be no issues. Suja felt a wave of relief wash over him. That is good. That is good. It had been many years since the Su household had welcomed a new heir. The news of Lady Wen's pregnancy, after years of barrenness, filled Suja with immense joy. He waved his hand generously, rewarding every servant in Lady Wen's courtyard, each face glowing with happiness. As the maidservant had just escorted the doctor out, it took but a moment for the entire household to learn of Lady Wen's long-awaited pregnancy. Furthermore, due to her fragile condition, the matriarch was so concerned that she brought Lady Wen to Cheongsong courtyard for personal care. When Madame Zhou heard the news, she was so enraged that she smashed 2 of her most cherished vases. Her eyes burned with fury. How could that seductress be pregnant? Did I not instruct you to increase her medication dosage? My lady, I was unaware. I have already followed your orders and increased the dosage for Lady Wen. Xiao Dao stammered, her body trembling as she spoke. You were unaware? Useless. You are all nothing but a waste. Zhou slowly closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her gaze shot forth a terrifying light. That enchantress, Aunt Wen, believes that by moving to the Cheongsong courtyard under the old lady's protection, she has rendered herself untouchable. In the Lanxiang pavilion, Qiu Shuang returned from outside. As expected, Aunt Wen has indeed relocated to the old lady's Cheongsong courtyard. Reflecting on her past life, Su Fu's eyes darkened at the thought that Aunt Wen ultimately failed to safeguard her child. She was uncertain how Aunt Wen's child met their end, but she surmised that Zhou was likely involved. Su Fu recalled the final words spoken to her by Su Qing in her previous life. She was unaware of when the crown prince began his dealings with the Western Ling Kingdom, but it was merely over half a year until her marriage to Xiao Junmo. At that moment, Qiu Shui returned from outside as well. Miss, there is news from Uncle Zhong. Su fu instantly perked up, de minor tarni grave. What news? Uncle Zhong was the current manager of the Wanbao Tavern, a legacy left by Su Fu's late mother. He had once been the steward of the Su residence, and during her mother's lifetime, he received much care from her, even having had his son saved by her. Ever since, Uncle Zhong had remained fiercely loyal to Su Fu's mother. After her passing, Su Zhe remarried, and Zhou, upon gaining control of the household, promptly ousted Uncle Zhong, replacing him with her own people. On her last visit to the city, Su Fu had inadvertently encountered Uncle Zhong, and as she had just taken charge of her dowry, it was an opportune time to employ someone. The Wanbao Tavern was in need of a manager, and she deemed Uncle Zhong suitable for the role. When Uncle Zhong learned that Su Fu was the daughter of his former mistress, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Knowing Su Fu's current situation, he was delighted to be of assistance. Your late mother showed me kindness, and as long as the young lady trusts me, I shall not fail her. Su Fu appointed Uncle Zhong as the tavern's manager not only because she trusted him, but also to keep an ear to the ground regarding developments in the capital. After all, the tavern welcomed individuals from various backgrounds daily, making it an excellent venue for gathering intelligence. As the manager, Uncle Zhong could easily interact with these patrons, gleaning useful information from their conversations and behaviors. Qiu Shui relayed the news from Uncle Zhong to Su Fu, stating that he had recently observed individuals from the Western Ling Kingdom frequenting the capital. After inquiring for several days, he found that these individuals spent their time indulging in revelry without any notable activities. Though Qiu Shui did not comprehend Su Fu's interest in these matters, she reported Uncle Zhong's findings truthfully. Su Fu furrowed her brow, her expression growing serious. She had not anticipated that the crown prince had already established connections with those from the Western Ling Kingdom. Have Uncle Zhong pay close attention to the Lanxiang Pavilion in the coming days and see if anyone from the Western Ling Kingdom has visited there. Isn't the Lanxiang Pavilion the largest brothel in the capital? Xiao Shui inquired, puzzled. The proprietor behind the Nansang Pavilion is the Crown Prince. Su Fu's gaze deepened like a tranquil pool, her voice steady. Xiao Shui covered her mouth with her hands, stifling her gasp. Xiao Shuang, upon hearing Su Fu's words, felt a surge of dread within her. How could the Crown Prince? The young lady's implication was clear. The Crown Prince had dealings with the Western Ling Kingdom. She dared not continue, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Su Fu. At this moment, within the uppermost chamber of the Nansang Tower, the Crown Prince sat solemnly at the table, facing another individual. A closer inspection revealed that this person was none other than the fifth young master of the Wu State Duke's residence, Wu Yuan. The languid and carefree demeanor that he typically exuded had vanished entirely. At this moment, his enchanting peach blossom eyes were now focused and piercing. Chapter 42. The gift of a purse. Is it true that His Highness intends to marry the second daughter of the Su family? Wu Yuan was somewhat astonished by the Crown Prince's decision. Indeed, at present, my power is quite limited, and I am in dire need of someone who can advocate for me in the court. The Crown Prince lightly tapped his fingers on the table, deep in thought. Although the third prince seems indifferent to the throne, he maintains a close relationship with Xiao Junmo, and his mother enjoys the emperor's favor. The fourth prince has recently begun to stir restlessly, as his faction of ministers had recently approached the emperor with a proposal regarding me. The fifth prince appears to be somewhat subdued lately. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Yuan grasped the Crown Prince's intention and said, "However, Your Highness's marriage must ultimately receive the emperor's approval, and I fear His Majesty will not easily grant such a union." The Crown Prince turned to Wu Yuan, understanding that this matter could not be broached by me alone, which is precisely why I sought you out today. Does Your Highness wish for my father to present a petition? The Crown Prince patted Wu Yuan's shoulder reassuringly, saying, "Fear not. Once I ascend to that esteemed position, your Wu family will be recognized as the greatest benefactor." The following day, during the morning court assembly, Duke Wu presented a petition to Emperor Jinwen. He stated that the Crown Prince had reached a suitable age for marriage and earnestly requested the emperor to consider the nation and select a fitting crown princess for him. Upon hearing Duke Wu's words, several ministers stood to express their agreement, remarking that the second daughter of the Su family possessed both beauty and talent, making her an excellent candidate for the crown princess. The emperor had already contemplated the selection of a crown princess for the crown prince, yet he hesitated, as the crown prince is the future sovereign of Nansang, and thus the choice of a bride must be made with utmost care. Now, upon hearing the ministers mention the second daughter of the Su family, the emperor pondered deeply. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "The position of crown princess in the Eastern Palace has remained vacant for too long, and I have been troubled by this matter. The second daughter of the Su family, as you mentioned, I have encountered at a royal banquet, and her grace and intellect are indeed remarkable." At this juncture, the emperor hesitated. However, the crown prince is the future ruler of our Nansang. Thus, the selection of a crown princess cannot be taken lightly. I shall deliberate further on this matter. The assembly was left in a state of confusion, unsure of the emperor's thoughts, yet none dared to broach the subject again. After the court session concluded, while many ministers departed, Duke Wu remained behind. It is unclear what he discussed with the emperor, but a few days later, the decree to enshrine Su Qing as the crown princess arrived at the Su residence. Recently, after many years of infertility, concubine Wen was diagnosed as pregnant, and now Su Qing has been granted marriage to the crown prince as his crown princess. The Su residence has been filled with joy as of late. The delight on Su's face was unmistakable, with one daughter as crown princess and the other as the heir's consort. He walked with a noticeably lighter step. Even his superior has recently shown him a much warmer demeanor. Shortly after the marriage decree arrived at the Su residence, Su Qing hurried to Nansang Pavilion to boast to Su Fu about her good fortune. As Su Fu observed Su Qing's proud retreat, he fell into deep contemplation. In her previous life, Su Qing never became the crown princess, but was later appointed as empress after the crown prince ascended the throne. How could this life possibly unfold differently? Could it be that her rebirth has altered certain events? A sense of unease stirred within Su Fu as Qiao Shuang entered. Cradling an exquisite box, she announced, Miss, this is from the esteemed young master, sent by Tsang Yu. He said it is a gift for you. Su Fu dismissed her turbulent thoughts, a flicker of surprise gracing her features. Quickly, bring it to me. Xiao Shui, intrigued, leaned closer, speculating. Perhaps the young master intends to present you with jewelry? He wouldn't. Although Su Fu was uncertain about what Xiao Junmo might bestow upon her, she instinctively felt that the box did not contain adornments. Upon opening the box, she discovered several scrolls inside. Su Fu picked up one, unfastening its binding. As she unfolded the scroll, she stood transfixed. The painting before her was one she had seen in her past life, hanging in Xiao Junmo's study. She then opened another scroll, revealing depictions of Su Fu at various ages. A torrent of indescribable emotions surged within her, a blend of joy and heartache. It dawned on her that Xiao Junmo had been quietly watching over her all along, unbeknownst to her. His approach to affection was marked by such delicacy. He dared not openly express his feelings, choosing instead to protect her from shadows. Su Fu's heart felt as if it were being tightly grasped, a dull ache coursing through her. Yet, she found solace in the divine opportunity granted to her, a chance to rectify the regrets of her previous life. Qiu Shuang and Qiu Shui, upon witnessing the scrolls, realized that their young mistress had long been acquainted with the young master. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Su Fu resolved to return the favor to Xiao Junmo, though she pondered what gift could be both simple and expressive of her sentiments. Observing her mistress's furrowed brow, Qiu Shui ventured a suggestion. Why not embroider a pouch for the young master? Su Fu's eyes brightened as an idea took shape in her mind. Without hesitation, she called for Qiu Shui to fetch her embroidery supplies. While her skills were not the finest, they were certainly among the best in the vast capital. For 3 days, Su Fu dedicated herself to the pouch, leaving only to pay respects to the old matriarch, spending most of her time embroidering. When Xiao Junmo received the pouch from Su Fu, a flicker of surprise crossed his deep-set eyes. He had not anticipated such a gift. He handled the pouch with care, examining each stitch meticulously. Did Su Fu's gift signify a sincere expression of her feelings, akin to his own? A wave of delight washed over Xiao Junmo as he gazed out at the snow-covered landscape. His heart warmed like a sunlit spring day. The pouch was adorned with several robust bamboo shoots, their deep green hues emanating resilience. Each leaf was intricately embroidered, appearing as if it might sway gently in the breeze. Moreover, he noticed a few words stitched onto the back of the pouch. Regrets of the past, wishes for this life. Furrowing his brows slightly, Xiao Junmo pondered the meaning behind Su Fu's words. He unfastened the jade pendant from his waist and hung the pouch given by Su Fu upon it. Young master, this jade pendant was a precious gift from the old master, which you have carried since childhood. Why have you chosen to remove it now? Tsang Yu remarked, casting furtive glances at the pouch hanging from Xiao Junmo's waist. Such a treasured item from your grandfather should be carefully stored away. Tsang Yu's gaze flickered, and he let out a long, thoughtful sound. Ah, I see now. Chapter 43. Yuhi Minju leaves the mansion as the year drew to a close. The Su residence began to adorn itself with festive decorations, and Madame Zhou busied herself arranging for the New Year's gifts. During this period, Su Fu found herself delightfully unoccupied, recalling her promise to invite He Minju out. With nothing pressing on her agenda, and feeling rather restless after days of confinement, she decided to ask He Minju to accompany her for a stroll outside the mansion. When He Minju received the message from Su Fu, she was in the backyard, practicing etiquette under the watchful eye of the Duchess of Zhengguo's assigned nanny. Upon learning of Su Fu's invitation, she promptly dashed away, leaving the nanny calling after her, Miss, come back. However, He Minju, being well-versed in martial arts, was far too swift for the nanny to catch up. The nanny, exasperated, could only shake her head and lament the futility of the past few days' lessons. Upon encountering Su Fu, He Minju immediately voiced her grievances. Why have you taken so long to seek me out? Su Fu replied, I've been rather busy lately. He Minju suddenly recalled Su Fu's engagement, exclaiming, Ah, you are now the betrothed of young Master Xiao. She regarded Su Fu with a mischievous grin. Though Su Fu maintained her composure, The keen-eyed He Minju noticed a faint blush blooming on her ears. Previously, when it was announced that the emperor had betrothed Su Fu to young Master Xiao, He Minju worried that Su Fu might not harbor feelings for him, fearing she would be reluctant to join the general's household. It now seemed her worries were unfounded. Su Fu, not wishing to conceal her feelings, allowed a hint of shyness to grace her expression. He is quite a fine young man. He Minju's countenance darkened, alas. You fare well, while I do not. What troubles you? Su Fu inquired. My mother has been arranging suitors for me and has tasked the nanny to instruct me in etiquette daily. Facing that stern expression every day is driving me to despair. Su Fu reassured her. Annie is merely looking out for you. I am already engaged, and considering our similar ages, it is only natural for her to feel anxious. With a long sigh, He Minju leaned on the table, but I am not ready for marriage yet. Su Fu chuckled lightly. That is only because you have yet to encounter someone who captivates your heart. Someone who captivates my heart? He Minju pondered, realizing she had never truly contemplated that question before. Su Fu and He Minju soon found a tavern, ordered a selection of dishes, and, after dining, they strolled about the streets. While Su Fu refrained from purchasing much, He Minju was in high spirits, eagerly buying items along the way. Eventually, as she surveyed the numerous parcels in her arms, she took a deep breath. Fortunately, her martial training alongside He Minju had equipped her for the task. Otherwise, a typical maid would have struggled to carry such a load. Miss, we ought to return to the mansion. If Madame discovers that you have been skipping etiquette lessons to sneak out, she may forbid you from leaving the house in the future. The thought of returning to the mansion and resuming the monotonous etiquette training under the nanny's stern gaze caused He Minju's spirits to plummet. Mother could have sent a less severe nanny to instruct me. She reluctantly bid farewell to Su Fu and, accompanied by Hong Yi, headed towards the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. He Minju and Hong Yue turned down a desolate alley and soon discovered two men engaged in a fierce altercation, seemingly over a stolen item. One of the men clutched a bag of money, struggling to extricate himself from the grasp of the other, and began to flee towards He Minju and her companion. With a swift change in expression, He Minju shouted, "Thief! Where do you think you're running?" She dashed forward, deftly exchanging a few blows with the man before seizing his wrist with a firm grip. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free. He was utterly taken aback that this seemingly delicate young lady possessed strength surpassing his own. He Minju snatched the money bag from the man's hand, just as the other assailant caught up to them. Upon getting a clear view of the face of her adversary, both were momentarily stunned. Heir of the third prince? He Minju exclaimed. Miss of the Duke of the State? Si Beichen replied. With a swift kick, He Minju sent the thief sprawling to the ground. The man, in a daze, clambered to his feet and retreated in disarray, lamenting his ill fortune for crossing paths with these two individuals. He Minju extended the money bag, which he had just retrieved, towards Si Beichen, saying, "Here, Your Highness, this belongs to you." Si Beichen accepted the bag with a gentle motion, yet replied, "This bag is not mine." No sooner had he spoken than an elderly woman, tattered and worn, emerged from the alley behind him. Si Beichen handed the money bag to her, advising, "Please take care of it, madam, and do not allow it to be taken again." The old woman, recognizing the opulence of Si Beichen's attire, understood he was no ordinary gentleman. She graciously accepted the bag, expressing her heartfelt gratitude with repeated thanks. As He Minju watched the elderly woman depart, an array of thoughts swirled within her mind. Si Beichen then remarked, "I must express my gratitude to Miss He today. I did not anticipate your remarkable skills." He had heard that the daughter of the Duke of the State held little affection for poetry or the arts, yet was fervently dedicated to martial pursuits. He Minju pressed her lips together, suspecting Si Beichen might be mocking her for a lady engaging in martial arts. "No need for thanks," she retorted, preparing to leave. Si Beichen, sensing her misunderstanding, allowed a gentle smile to grace his face, reminiscent of a spring breeze. He quickly clarified, "Miss He, you might have misconstrued my intent. In my view, a woman is not confined to wielding only a needle for embroidery. It is no disgrace for a woman to practice martial arts. Just as men train to protect their homes and country, women can do the same." He Minju's eyes widened in surprise at Si Beichen's words. She gazed intently at him, his earlier statement echoing in her heart. Previously, she had seen Si Beichen from a distance during a court banquet she attended with her mother, yet she had not truly known him. The rumors surrounding the third prince contrasted sharply with the person she witnessed today. Meanwhile, Su Fu, along with Xiao Shuang and Xiao Xue, was on her way home. As they passed by a gambling house, they noticed a commotion at the entrance, where several individuals were embroiled in an argument. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Xue exclaimed, "Miss, ISNT that Xiao Chun. How could she have fallen to such a state?" Su Fu and Xiao Shuang turned to look, and indeed, the person embroiled in the dispute was none other than Xiao Chun. She appeared considerably more slender than when she was at the Orchid Pavilion, and her attire was worn and faded. Xiao Chun seemed intent on entering the gambling house, but was thwarted by the guards at the entrance. One of them roughly pushed her, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. At that moment, Chi Chuan emerged from the establishment and cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Chun, who lay on the ground. "Get up! Don't come here and embarrass me again," he exclaimed, then turned away without another glance, striding off with purpose. Ignoring her pain, Xiao Chun hastily rose and pursued Chi Chuan, shouting after him, "Come back. Return my silver to me. It's all I have left." Xiao Shui remarked, "I never imagined Chi Chuan to be such a person." Fortunately, Sister Xiao Shuang did not marry him. Xiao Shuang felt a sense of relief, realizing that if it weren't for Su Fu, it could very well have been her living this life. In that moment, her resolve to remain steadfastly by Su Fu's side grew even stronger. Chapter 44. Family Banquet. On this day, the 30th day of the 12th lunar month, the masters of the Su residence gathered in the old matriarch's Changsong courtyard for dinner. By the time Su Fu arrived, many guests had already assembled. Aside from Suge, his concubine, who could not attend, even the usually reclusive, illegitimate sons and daughters were present. Su Fu cast a glance at the matriarch's side, where Aunt Wen sat. She was the only concubine allowed at the family banquet. Observing Aunt Wen's noticeably rounded belly, Su Fu's expression grew somewhat complex. Noticing Su Fu's gaze, Aunt Wen returned it, offering a kind look. Su Fu averted his eyes, choosing not to linger on that side. "Grandmother, your grandson wishes you well." Su Zian's voice echoed into the room before he even entered. As his words faded, he appeared in the chamber. He had grown taller and appeared more composed. The old matriarch's face brightened at the sight of her eldest grandson, and she beckoned him closer. "Come here. Let your grandmother have a good look at you." She scrutinized Su Zian from head to toe, then exclaimed with concern, "Oh dear, look at you, you've lost weight. Is studying at the academy too arduous for you?" "Grandson is not suffering. As the eldest son, I must diligently study to uphold the Su family name." Su Zian replied earnestly, "Good child, you truly have not disappointed your grandmother." The old matriarch beamed with pride. "Today, I specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare your favorite dishes. Make sure to eat well and replenish your strength. Don't let yourself get too thin, or your grandmother will be worried." "Thank you, grandmother," Su Zian said, then noticed Aunt Wen beside the matriarch, and curiously inquired, "Grandmother, since today is a family banquet, why is father's concubine here?" Aunt Wen lowered her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The old matriarch chuckled and clarified, "I forgot to mention, she is expecting your father's child. The matron said her health is not very robust, and I feared there could be unforeseen circumstances, so I brought her to stay by my side for close supervision." As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently flicked towards the Zhou family. Su Zian maintained his composure. "Aunt Wen is with child? Does that mean I shall have another younger brother or sister?" His face brightened with excitement, genuinely pleased by the news. The old matriarch felt a sense of relief at Su Zian's reaction, thankful that her eldest grandson did not share his mother's narrow-mindedness. Spotting Su Zian approached her to greet. "Elder sister." Su Fu looked up, revealing a faint smile. "Third brother, I heard from mother that you are betrothed to young Master Xiao of the general's residence. I have not had the chance to congratulate you yet, so allow me to do so now." "Thank you, third brother." Su Qing, observing Su Zian conversing with Su Fu, shot him an annoyed glare. "Third brother, do you not see that elder sister does not wish to speak with you? Yet you insist on intruding. Second sister, do not speak so. Elder sister is not as you claim." Su Zian defended Su Fu. Su Qing snorted dismissively and fell silent. Once the servants had set the dishes on the table, everyone took their seats. Su Fu gazed at the lavish spread before her, yet found little appetite. Though surrounded by family, she felt no warmth of home within her heart. Su Zhi turned his attention to Su Fu, adopting the demeanor of an elder as he began his admonishment. After this new year, in just 6 months, you shall be wed into the general's residence. Once you are there, you must support our family diligently, no matter where you find yourself. You will always be a daughter of the Su family. We are your true kin, and you must never forget your identity. Su Fu maintained a stoic expression, silently acknowledging her father's words. Following this, Su Zhi directed his gaze towards Su Qing. You too must heed my counsel. As the future crown princess, you must temper your impulsive nature. Once you enter the Eastern Palace, you must be particularly cautious in your words and actions to avoid bringing calamity upon the Su family. Yes, father. I understand. Su Qing replied demurely, her face a picture of compliance. Madame Zhou and concubine when sat on either side of Suya, observing as he frequently served dishes to concubine one, which darkened Madame Zhou's countenance. Noticing her distress, Su Ziyang placed a piece of meat into Madame Zhou's bowl, signaling her to remain calm and to avoid provoking the old matriarch and Su Zhu on this day. Madame Zhou forced a smile at her son's gesture, yet her heart was heavy with resentment at Su Zhi's evident favoritism toward concubine Wen. The sight of concubine Wen's increasingly prominent belly only intensified her discomfort, as she secretly plotted how to ensure the child would vanish without a trace. As these thoughts consumed her, concubine Wen suddenly clutched her abdomen, her expression contorted in pain. My stomach, it hurts terribly. Her pallid face glistened with sweat, alarming everyone present, particularly the old matriarch and Su Zhi. Concubine Wen grasped Su Zhi's sleeve tightly, her voice trembling. My lord, please save our child. We cannot let anything happen to it. Su Zhi steadied her with a mix of urgency and anxiety. Yes, yes. Rest assured, our child will be safe. He then bellowed toward the entrance, quickly, summon the midwife. The old matriarch, startled, rose in agitation. What has transpired? Just a moment ago, all was well. How could she suddenly be in such pain? Her sharp gaze fell upon Madame Zhou, suspecting her as the most likely culprit behind concubine Wen's distress. Confronted by the old matriarch's piercing stare, Madame Zhou was equally bewildered. She had intended harm toward concubine Wen, but had not yet acted. Su Fu, taken aback by the unfolding situation, recalled that in her previous life, concubine Wen had lost her child only when she was near her due date. Now, however, she was merely in early pregnancy. How could such a crisis arise so soon? Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Madame Zhou, whose expression flickered with shock and a fleeting glint of satisfaction. Su Fu surmised that this incident was unlikely to be the doing of Madame Zhou. She was not foolish enough to risk suspicion. If anything were to befall concubine Wen now, the old matriarch and Su Zhi would first cast their suspicions upon Madame Zhou. At that moment, Su Qing let out a piercing scream, pointing at the blood-stained hem of Aunt Wen's dress, exclaiming in horror, "Ah, Aunt Wen is bleeding." Upon witnessing the crimson-drenched fabric, Su Zhi's countenance shifted dramatically, his expression darkening ominously. Observing this, Mrs. Zhou anxiously called out, "My lord, quickly carry Aunt Wen to the couch." Regaining his composure, Su Zhi promptly lifted Aunt Wen and placed her upon the couch, murmuring reassurances, "Hold on, Aunt Wen. The physician will be here shortly." At this juncture, Aunt Wen's hair was drenched in perspiration, yet she clung desperately to Su Zhi's sleeve. "My lord, you must save our child." Yes, yes. Our child will be fine. It will be fine." Su Zhi comforted Aunt Wen, as if he were also seeking solace for himself. Chapter 45. The miscarriage of Aunt Wen. Everyone anxiously awaited the arrival of the physician. After a while, a breathless doctor was escorted in by a servant. Without a moment's respite, he was ushered into the inner chamber. Upon seeing the blood-soaked bedding, the doctor's heart sank, and he hurried to examine Aunt Wen. He checked her condition and took her pulse, his expression growing increasingly grave. Su Zhi, observing the doctor's serious demeanor, felt a knot tighten in his throat. The longer the doctor took to examine her, the more restless he became, fearing he would soon hear dreadful news from the physician's lips. Outside, the others were equally anxious, with the old matriarch pacing back and forth in distress. Seeing her agitation, Su Ziyuan spoke to comfort her. "Grandmother, do not worry. Both Aunt Wen and the child will be fine." Just when it felt as if an eternity had passed, the doctor finally withdrew his hand from Aunt Wen's wrist. Rising slowly, he turned to Su Zhe, his face somber. "I regret to inform you, the child is gone." Stunned by the doctor's words, Su Zhe felt as if struck by lightning. "What did you say? The child is gone?" His voice rang out, drawing the attention of those outside. The old matriarch felt faint, her vision darkening, and just as she was about to collapse, the attentive mama and swiftly caught her, preventing her fall. She murmured, my grandson is gone." Regardless of their inner thoughts, everyone present displayed sorrow on their faces. Upon hearing that the child was lost, Aunt Wen became increasingly agitated. "My lord, someone must have wished harm upon our child. Just yesterday, everything was well. How could it be gone today? You must uncover who intended to harm our child and seek vengeance for our loss." As Aunt Wen spoke, her emotions surged, her eyes ablaze with fury. This was a child she had longed for. How could it simply vanish? Her suspicions immediately fell upon Zhou Shi, the one she believed least wanted this child to be born. Still reeling from the grief of losing the child, Su Zhe turned to the doctor, his gaze hardening. Why did Aunt Wen suddenly miscarry? Although her health is fragile, had she adhered to my previous prescription, there should not have been any significant issues. However, based on my pulse diagnosis, it appears she ingested something that could cause the fetus to slip away, the doctor explained. What was it? Suthiprist. I cannot ascertain the specific item responsible for the miscarriage at this moment. If you could bring me what she consumed today, I may be able to identify it. The doctor replied. Su Zhe promptly instructed Aunt Wen's maid to gather all the food Aunt Wen had eaten that day. Yes, my lord, the maid replied, trembling as she hurried off. Su Zhe then led the doctor to the dining hall where they had just eaten. Upon entering, the remnants of their meal still lay on the table. Su Zhe turned to the physician. Doctor, please examine this meal and see if there is anything amiss. Upon witnessing Su Ziyuan's request for Su Zhe to have the physician examine the meals, he remarked, Father, we have all partaken of this food. Surely there can be no issue? Su Zhe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a solemn expression etched upon his face, remaining silent. The physician meticulously scrutinized the uneaten dishes on the table, while the assembled onlookers fixated their gazes intently on his every action. Particularly, Su Ziyuan appeared to exhibit an unusual level of concern, his eyes unwaveringly following the physician. As the physician completed his examination of the final dish, a look of skepticism crossed his face, and he furrowed his brow. Sir, there is nothing amiss with the food here. Upon hearing this, Su Ziyuan's tense demeanor seemed to relax considerably. Noticing her son's peculiar state, Zhou Shi, standing beside him, felt a sense of unease. At that moment, a maid returned after fetching items used by Aunt Wen earlier that day. Master, Annie had a poor appetite today and scarcely ate anything. Here are the remnants of what she consumed. The maid placed the items on the table, revealing a few leftover pastries alongside a singular red fruit. This fruit, unlike any she had seen before, boasted a vibrant crimson exterior and emanated a subtle fragrance, appearing exceedingly alluring. As Zhou Shi laid eyes on the red fruit, a flicker of recognition crossed her face. After a moment's contemplation, her expression shifted, and she cast a look of astonishment towards Su Ziyuan. This fruit had been brought back by Su Ziyuan, claimed to be exceedingly rare in the southern Nansang Kingdom. He had fortuitously acquired a few to present to Zhou Shi, having heard that it was particularly beneficial for women, enhancing their beauty. Yet, how could this fruit have ended up in Aunt Wen's possession? Meanwhile, Su Ziyuan maintained his composure, confident that no one would discern anything amiss. The physician examined the food presented by the maid and, finding no issues with the pastries, proceeded to scrutinize the red fruit. Although he had never encountered it before, he was certain that it too posed no concern and even had beautifying properties for women. Su Zhe inquired, Doctor, what is your assessment? The physician confirmed that there were no discernible problems with the food, yet Aunt Wen had indeed consumed items that could lead to a miscarriage. The physician's brow furrowed in confusion. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Shi exhaled in relief. As long as this matter bore no relation to Su Zian, she felt reassured, knowing how fervently Su Zhe had longed for this child. If it were linked to Su Zian, even though he was his son, Su Zhe would undoubtedly impose severe punishment, leading to irrevocable disappointment in Su Zian. Just as the physician pondered this matter, Su Fu, who had been quietly seated nearby, spoke up. She approached the red fruit, then lifted the medication and when consumed daily to her nose for a sniff. "Doctor, does this medicine contain cardamom?" The physician nodded affirmatively. "Yes. Cardamom is known to stabilize pregnancies. There is no issue. What if this fruit is consumed alongside cardamom?" Su Fu's voice was gentle, yet her words sent beads of sweat forming on Su Zian's palms. The physician's eyes brightened upon hearing Su Fu's query. He hastily examined both items once more. After his inspection, a spark of realization illuminated his gaze, and the frown that had formed earlier melted away. He gazed at Su Zhe and said, "If this fruit is consumed alone, it indeed possesses the ability to enhance a woman's beauty. However, concubine, one has been taking medicine daily to stabilize her pregnancy, which contains sand ginger. When sand ginger is consumed in conjunction with this fruit, it can lead to a tendency for miscarriage." The crowd present was taken aback in astonishment. Su Zhe's expression darkened. What was once mere suspicion had now solidified into certainty. Someone had indeed plotted against concubine one. He bellowed at the maidservant, demanding to know the origin of the fruit. The maidservant, terrified, fell to her knees. "And master, this fruit was sent from the kitchen, claiming there were only two. Concubine one has not had a good appetite recently, and upon seeing this fruit, she found it appealing and consumed one." Chapter 46. The plot against the offspring. Su Zhe cast a cold glance at Zhou Shi. He was no fool, although concubine one had never confided in him. Her prolonged inability to conceive could not be divorced from Zhou Shi's influence. However, due to the standing of Zhou Shi's father and their years of marriage, during which Zhou Shi had managed the household with considerable skill, he had chosen to turn a blind eye to her actions. Yet, the loss of the child they had finally conceived filled him with rage. At that moment, Zhou Shi was in turmoil. She had not anticipated that this matter would indeed be linked to Su Zian. Had she known, she would never have written to Su Zian about concubine one's pregnancy. Regret washed over her as she met Su Zhe's icy gaze. Maintaining her facade of composure, she said, "Why do you look at me so, my lord? This matter has nothing to do with me. Do not wrongfully accuse me." The old mistress regarded Zhou Shi with suspicion. "Mother, this truly does not concern me. I have never seen such fruit, nor do I recognize it." Su Zhe summoned the steward, his tone darker than ever. "Go to the kitchen and inquire about the origin of this fruit. If no one can provide an answer, they shall all receive 20 blows." The steward accepted the command and departed with several young servants. Su Zian, who had previously maintained his calm, now appeared flustered, his gaze evasive. Unable to meet Su Zhe's eyes, he feared that the maidservant might not withstand the punishment and would expose him. Should that happen, he would have no defense. What he had thought was an impeccable scheme was easily unraveled by a single remark from Su Fu. All his calculations had overlooked the fact that Su Fu was aware of the fruit. Su Zian's eyes, cast downward, were filled with profundity. Indeed, his elder sister had a talent for causing trouble. It was no wonder that both their mother and second sister wished to see her undone. As he watched the steward's retreating figure, Su Zian clenched his fist, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure. Now, he could only hope that the maidservant could endure the punishment and refrain from revealing his involvement. The group sat in the room, anxiously awaiting news from the steward, each face etched with solemnity. Zhou Shi, having realized the connection to Su Zian, kept a vigilant eye on his every move. Noticing Su Zian's tightly clenched fist, she felt a surge of anxiety, her heart racing. What if the steward were to uncover something during his inquiry? After nearly 15 minutes of tense waiting, the steward returned. Upon entering the room, he discreetly cast a glance at Su Zian from the corner of his eye. A wave of dread washed over Su Zian as he slumped in his chair, though the attention of the others remained fixated on the steward. Oblivious to Su Zian's unusual reaction, seeing the steward return, Suja eagerly inquired, "What news? Were you able to ascertain anything?" The steward lowered his gaze. Uncertainty etched across his features. Initially, everyone he questioned had claimed ignorance, asserting they had never seen such fruit. After the master ordered each person to receive 20 strikes, a maid could no longer endure the punishment and expressed the steward seemed hesitant to speak, stammering for a long moment before failing to articulate the final words. His downcast gaze flickered towards Madame Zhou, seemingly seeking her counsel. Upon receiving his glance, Zhou's heart sank. This gesture did not escape the notice of Suja, who was already incensed. His anger now intensified. He slammed his palm forcefully on the table. "What are you looking at the mistress for?" "I am a master of the Su residence," he thundered. What did that maid say? "Speak the truth, or relinquish your position as the steward of the Su family." The steward, momentarily shaken, dared not hesitate further. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Zhou's voice cut in swiftly. Her eyes glistened with tears, her tone imbued with grievance and resentment. "My lord, this matter is of my doing. Ever since concubine when became pregnant, you have not graced my chambers with your presence. After all these years of marriage, I find myself overshadowed by a mere concubine. I bore you a son and a daughter, yet today I face such coldness from you. My heart is filled with discontent. Recently, I learned of this fruit, and knowing that concubine when's health required her to take tonic daily, I arranged for someone to procure it and had the kitchen maid deliver it to her room." Upon finishing her tale, Zhou's eyes sparkled with triumph as she laughed heartily. "I never expected she would truly consume the fruit. You wicked woman, have you lost your mind?" Su Zhe exclaimed, "Nizing abruptly to Confrengo," delivering a resounding slap across her face. The onlookers were taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Su Zhen was astonished that Zhou would take the blame for the matter. He looked at her with concern, realizing he had acted impulsively. Seeing her mother struck, Su Qing quickly stood to plead on Zhou's behalf. "Father, even if mother has erred, you cannot strike her." At this moment, Suja was further incensed to see Su Qing defending Zhou. "Look at the misdeeds of your dear mother, and you still wish to protect her?" Su Qing attempted to argue again for Zhou, but was halted by Su Ziyuan. Given Suja's current fury, defending Zhou would only exacerbate the situation. Zhou caressed her face where Suja had struck her, tears streaming down her cheeks, her expression one of desolation. "I have been married to you for over a decade, and you have never laid a hand on me before. Now, for a mere concubine, you strike me." In truth, after striking Zhou, Suja felt a twinge of regret, for he still relied on her father's support in court. Yet, Zhou's actions had genuinely provoked his ire. Turning his head away from her, he coldly remarked, "You are now the mistress of the Su household, responsible for all affairs within. What more could you desire? Can you not even tolerate a child?" The matriarch rubbed her throbbing temples, fatigue etched across her face. "My dear son, you must discipline this daughter-in-law of yours. She is not only petty, but also envious, capable of committing such heartless acts. She has not even spared an unborn child. If she is not taught a lesson this time, she shall undoubtedly plunge the entire Su residence into chaos in the future." The matriarch sighed wearily and continued, "You must decide this matter for yourself. I am old and cannot endure the turmoil any longer." Having spoken, she allowed Nursing to assist her as she departed. Her back appeared significantly more stooped than before, and she lacked the vigor that once characterized her presence. Contemplating the child who had yet to be born, a glimmer of coldness crossed Su Zhe's eyes as he cast a disdainful glance at Madame Zhou. As the mistress of the Su household, Zhou harbored malicious intentions, plotting against the illegitimate son. Such a malevolent individual is unworthy of managing the inner chambers of the Su residence. Henceforth, the affairs of the inner quarters shall be entrusted to concubine Wang, while Zhou is to be confined for a month, forbidden to step outside her courtyard. With that, Su Zhe departed, his expression dark and resolute. Chapter 47. Lantern Festival. As Su Zhe departed, Aunt Wang approached Madame Zhou, reminding her, "My lady, do remember to hand over the family token to me." Zhou gazed at Aunt Wang's triumphant retreat, her expression filled with resentment. This wretched woman, seeing my current misfortune, is eager to witness my disgrace. With the old matriarch, and Su gone, the others began to disperse. As they passed by Zhou, they averted their gazes, unwilling to meet her eye. Particularly, Suja's illegitimate children walked with their heads bowed, fearful of invoking Zhou's ire. Su Fu was the last to leave. As she walked past Su Zian, he uttered a perplexing remark. Eldest sister, you are truly well-versed in the world, while others might not grasp the meaning. Su Fu understood his words immediately. She shot him a cold glance and continued on her way. On the return to Lanxiang Pavilion, Xiao Shuang inquired, Miss, do you truly believe this was the madam's doing? Not all. Xiao Shui was taken aback. If it wasn't the madam, then why did she admit to it? Now, she has even lost her authority in managing the household, because she seeks to protect Su Zian. Both Xiao Shuang and Xiao Shui were astonished. Xiao Shuang had sensed something amiss. Previously, Zhou had adamantly denied her involvement, her demeanor not suggesting deceit. Yet, she had later confessed to the act, which was uncharacteristic of her. However, upon hearing Su Fu's words, it all began to make sense. If this was indeed Su Zian's doing, then everything was explicable. Xiao Shui remarked, I never would have imagined that the third young master, who seemed so gentle, could commit such an act. Upon returning to her quarters, Zhou regarded Su Zian with a serious expression, remaining silent. Su Zian understood that his impulsiveness had led to Zhou's current predicament. He lifted his robe and knelt before her, exclaiming, Mother, it was my recklessness. I acknowledge my mistake. Su Qing, momentarily stunned, eventually processed his words. What? You were responsible for this? Su Zian knelt upright, his gaze fixed on Zhou, who remained silent. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. After a brief silence, Zhou's dark eyes finally spoke. Indeed, it was your rashness. I had told you that you need not concern yourself with the affairs of the household. Your focus should solely be on your studies. I can manage the household matters. Even without your actions today, I would not have allowed that child to be safely born. As she spoke, her eyes grew even more profound. Do you realize that if your grandmother and father were to learn of this today, all your previous efforts would come to naught? Son acknowledges his error. Now, I have caused you to lose your authority, mother. Please punish me. Zhou sighed with resignation, her expression weary. Rise. Remember today's lesson and do not act recklessly in the future. As long as you study diligently, when the time comes for you to take the imperial examination, my position will remain unshakable. Mother, please rest assured, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Su Zian's eyes shimmered with unwavering confidence. But mother, you have lost your authority, and father has confined you for a month. What shall we do? Su Qing's heart raced with anxiety. Do not fret. As long as your grandfather remains the left minister of the supervisory bureau, your father will not truly harm me. After some time, when your father's anger subsides, I shall lower my stance and apologize to him, and this matter will be resolved. He still needs your grandfather's support, so he will certainly grant me some measure of dignity. Contemplating Lady Wang's arrogant demeanor, Zhou Shi clenched her teeth, allowing them to revel for now. Reflecting on her meticulously devised scheme, Su Zian reluctantly remarked, Mother, had it not been for Su Fu today, this incident would have remained undisclosed, and you would not be facing such a predicament. Zhou Shi recalled Su's prior warning. We cannot act against Su Fu just yet, but we can ensure she endures some suffering. At Lanxiang Pavilion, Qiu Shui announced, Miss, the general's residence has sent a gift for the new year. The rest has been taken by the old madam, but this was specifically entrusted to be delivered to you. As Qiu Shui spoke, she instructed someone to place the box inside the room. Su Fu opened the box and discovered a hodgepodge of items within. Among them, she spotted a letter resting on top, which she promptly picked up and opened. Xiao Junmo's handwriting was exceptionally elegant, the characters on the paper exuding strength, with each stroke flowing like a stream, indicative of profound calligraphic skill. Indeed, Xiao Junmo was both scholarly and martial. Curiously, Qiu Shui inquired, Miss, what did the young master write in the letter? He has invited me to the Lantern Festival, Su Fu replied. The Lantern Festival is a grand celebration in the kingdom of Nansang, where streets are adorned with various lanterns, and citizens release river lanterns inscribed with their wishes to seek the river god's blessings for their aspirations. Qiu Shui's excitement was palpable upon hearing about the festival. The Lantern Festival is just the day after tomorrow. I have heard it is quite a lively event. In the past, Su Fu had little inclination for bustling festivities and had yet to witness the grandeur of the capital's Lantern Festival. She had presumed she would once again refrain from attending this year. But then she declared, though I have only heard others speak of the lively Lantern Festival, I have never seen it with my own eyes. This year, we shall go and experience it. Xiao Shue's eyes sparkled with delight. Wonderful. Splendid. The next day, when visiting the old madam to pay her respects, Su Fu broached the subject. Grandmother, tomorrow is the Lantern Festival, and I have yet to experience it in person. I would like to go out and see it. Before the old madam could respond, Su Qing interjected in surprise. Elder sister intends to attend the Lantern Festival? The old madam, still seemingly engulfed in the sorrow of losing her grandchild, reclined in her chair, appearing weary and lacking vitality. Then you may go together with your second sister. The festival is crowded. It is safer for the two of you to look after one another. Just remember to return home early. Thank you, grandmother. The following day, Su Fu and Su Qing ascended the carriage of the Su residence and set forth. Su Qing appeared exceedingly reluctant to be in the company of Su Fu, distancing herself as much as possible within the confines of the carriage, her gaze directed at Su Fu with palpable disdain. Su Fu, however, paid her little heed. She sat upright, engrossed in the meticulous perusal of a book in her hands. As the carriage progressed, the clamor of the outside world grew increasingly pronounced, until at last, the coachman drew the vehicle to a gentle halt. Miss, we have arrived. Su Fu and Su Qing disembarked with the assistance of their maid. Raising her eyes to survey her surroundings, Su Fu noted the bustling street, alive with a throng of people, each holding a lantern and exuding an air of joy, creating an atmosphere steeped in festivity. Su Qing cast a sidelong glance at Su Fu and remarked, Elder sister, the Lantern Festival draws a mixed crowd. Do ensure you stay close to me, lest you fall prey to any ill-intentioned individuals lurking about. Fear not, dear sister. Those with nefarious intent are already at my side. I shall remain vigilant. You. Su Qing huffed, turning sharply to forge ahead. Chapter 48. I wish a few individuals traversed the bustling streets, where vendors incessantly hawked their wares. Xiao Shuang and Xiao Shui had never attended the Lantern Festival before, and today, Su Fu had taken both of them out. Xiao Shui was particularly exhilarated, casting her gaze about with childlike wonder. Miss, the Lantern Festival is truly lively, she exclaimed, pointing ahead. Xiao Shuang, look at that lantern. It's so beautiful. Xiao Shui shot a disdainful glance at Xiao Shui, muttering under her breath, such a Na'vi display. How embarrassing. Unfazed, Xiao Shui rolled her eyes at Xiao Shui and continued to eagerly observe the bustling stalls lining the street. At that moment, Su Fu was preoccupied with thoughts of how to rid herself of Su Qing. As they passed a crowded arch bridge, Su Fu found herself jostled to the back. At that instant, she felt someone tugging at her sleeve, leading her in another direction. Su Fu's pupils narrowed as she swiftly turned her head, only to hear a low voice beside her. It's me? Upon recognizing Xiao Junmo's voice, Su Fu's guard instantly lowered. Remembering that Xiao Shuang and Xiao Shui were still nearby, she remarked, My maidservants do not worry. My subordinates will speak with them, he assured her. Observing Xiao Junmo's hand grasping her sleeve, Su Fu allowed a smile to grace her lips. She relaxed and followed him willingly. Xiao Junmo led Su Fu to a lofty city tower, from where the entire capital sprawled beneath them. As Su Fu gazed down at the throngs of people and the twinkling lights of the city, she felt a profound sense of awe at the sight before her. Raising her eyes to the heavens, she beheld countless lanterns drifting in the air, shimmering like scattered stars. With a gentle sigh, Su Fu closed her eyes, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Xiao Junmo tilted his head, his expression softening as he watched Su Fu lower her defenses, relaxing before him. A subtle smile flickered in his deep-set eyes, one he himself had not even noticed. What do you think of this place? He inquired, taking a deep breath. Su Fu slowly opened her eyes. I adore this place. How did you discover it, my lord? It was an accidental find. I thought you might enjoy it. Xiao Junmo replied casually. Yet, in truth, this location was not easily accessible, particularly during the grand celebration of a lantern festival. He had arranged for it to be reserved well in advance. Noticing the pouch at Xiao Jun's waist, one she had embroidered for him previously, Su Fu felt a warmth spread across her cheeks. Standing half a head shorter than him, she caught Xiao Jun's gaze as he looked down at her, noticing her flushed face. His lips parted slightly, and he unexpectedly uttered, "I truly wish our wedding date could come sooner." Su Fu raised her eyes to meet his, catching the lingering tenderness in his gaze. She blinked her captivating eyes, secretly amused. "My lord, let us release river lanterns. I've heard that writing one's wishes on the lanterns and letting them drift away will cause the river goddess to grant our desires. Do you believe in such things?" Once a skeptic, I have now come to believe. "Let's go, my lord." With that, Xiao Junhe led Su Fu downstairs, and the two arrived at a stall selling lanterns. The vendor, noticing the young couple, warmly introduced his wares. "Young master, take a look at this. This is a lotus lantern, and it comes as a pair. It is the best-selling item of the year, and only the last two remain. If you wish to purchase, I can offer you a discount." Xiao Junhe retrieved silver coins from his pouch at his waist. "I shall take this pair," he declared, handing the coins to the vendor. "Here you are. Keep the change." The vendor, delighted by Xiao Junhe's generosity, smiled broadly, showering them with blessings. "Thank you, young master. You and the young lady are a perfect match. May your hearts be forever united, and may you enjoy a harmonious life together for 100 years. With their newly acquired lanterns in hand, they approached the riverbank, which was bustling with others eager to release their lanterns. Xiao Junhe forged a path ahead, while Su Fu carefully followed closely behind. "Hold on to my sleeve. It is quite crowded here, and I wouldn't want you to get pushed back," he advised, extending his hand. Su Fu smiled, but instead of grasping his sleeve, she took his hand in hers. "Let's go." Xiao Junhe paused for a moment, then tightened his grip around her delicate hand, concealing it within the folds of his ample sleeve as they moved forward. As Su Fu watched Xiao Junhe part the throng to protect her, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. She tightened her grip on his hand and matched his stride. After considerable effort, they finally reached the river's edge. Su Fu took out a brush she had prepared and carefully inscribed words on the lotus lantern they had just purchased. Once finished, she handed the brush to Xiao Junhe. "My lord, perhaps you could make a wish as well." Xiao Junhe accepted the brush, his brow furrowing slightly in contemplation before he began to write. Curiosity piqued. Su Fu leaned forward to see what he was inscribing. Noticing her curiosity, Xiao Junhe raised the lantern above his head. "What did you write, Fu?" "That is a secret. If I tell you, it will lose its power," she replied as she crouched down gently to place the lotus lantern into the water. Observing this, Xiao Junhe also knelt and placed his lantern into the river. As Su Fu watched their lanterns drift away, she clasped her hands together at her chest, closed her eyes, and silently wished, "O goddess of the river, may Xiao Junhe find peace and prosperity in this life. May we walk hand in hand towards old age, and may the general's household be spared from the strife of succession." Seeing Su Fu's earnest demeanor, Xiao Junhe instinctively mirrored her actions, offering his own prayer. "O goddess of the river, protect the general's household and grant Fu a life of peace and joy, allowing her to live freely." In unison, they opened their eyes and exchanged glances as if understanding each other's thoughts, and smiles graced their lips simultaneously. As they rose to return, they passed by the lantern vendor once more, who eagerly called out, "Young master, young lady, would you care to buy another lantern?" Xiao Junhe turned his head to see Su Fu gazing at a rabbit lantern. He extended his hand to point at the lantern and said to the proprietor, "I would like that one." He then handed over some silver coins. "Certainly." The proprietor took down the rabbit lantern and presented it to Xiao Junhe. "Your lantern, young master. Wishing you and the young lady a harmonious union for 100 years." Xiao Junhe accepted the rabbit lantern and handed it to Su Fu. "Here you go." "Ah, for me?" "Indeed." Xiao Junhe led Su Fu to a well-renowned restaurant in the capital, a place where securing a table without prior reservation was nearly impossible, and the cost of a meal was beyond the means of ordinary folk. As Xiao Junhe stepped over the threshold, The restaurant manager immediately recognized him. The manager hurried forward with utmost respect. "Greeting, Your Highness. Welcome." "Mm." Xiao Junhe replied nonchalantly. "Please follow me." The manager then guided Xiao Junhe and Su Fu to the largest private room on the third floor. Chapter 49. Longevity. They had scarcely settled in when Song Yu arrived, accompanied by Qiu Shuang and Qiu Shui. Upon entering, the two maidservants noticed Xiao Junhe's presence and hurriedly offered their respects. "We greet the young master." "There is no need for excessive formality," Xiao Junhe replied, his demeanor soft, yet his formidable presence remained unyielding, instilling a subtle tension in Qiu Shuang and Qiu Shui as they shared the same space with him. The two maids took their positions behind Su Fu, and as they approached her, Qiu Shui playfully winked at Su Fu. Song Yu leaned closer to Qiu Shuang, whispering reassuringly, "Do not be anxious. Though our young master may appear stern, he possesses a kind heart." Qiu Shuang cast a sidelong glance at Song Yu, but refrained from responding. Xiao Junhe, a martial artist, clearly heard Song Yu's hushed words despite their discreet nature. He frowned slightly, relaxing his posture in an effort to diminish the intimidating aura surrounding him. Once the waiter had served all the dishes, Su Fu and Xiao Junhe began their meal in silence. Su Fu observed Xiao Junhe's every movement, noting each time he took more food, while Xiao Junhe occasionally offered her some as well. Their unspoken understanding transformed the meal into a scene reminiscent of a married couple, rather than the awkwardness of their first dining experience together. As they quietly dined, a male voice called from outside, "Young Master Xiao, Miss Su? What a coincidence to encounter you both here." With that, Wu Yuan strode into the room, clad in red and wielding a folding fan, exuding an air of flamboyance. Upon seeing Wu Yuan, Xiao Junhe's hostility intensified, and his deep-set gaze darkened further, casting a wary glance at the approaching figure. Wu Yuan, uninvited, seated himself beside Xiao Junhe. "What a serendipitous meeting. I hope you do not mind my joining you," he remarked. Su Fu could sense the rising tension radiating from Xiao Junhe, her expression growing cooler. "We are not well acquainted with young Master Wu. Your presence here seems rather inappropriate." Wu Yuan raised an eyebrow, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. "Miss Su, it appears you may have forgotten, had circumstances not changed. We might have been family by now." His words were laced with provocation as he shot a glance at Xiao Junhe, expecting Xiao Junhe to react with anger. Wu Yuan was taken aback by his calm demeanor, which showed no trace of curiosity or doubt in response to his remarks. Su Fu, with a hint of a smirk, replied, "Then I must express my gratitude for that unforeseen change." Xiao Junhe felt a surge of pride at this exchange, returning Wu Yuan's gaze with a challenging look. Wu Yuan maintained his cheerful demeanor, observing both Xiao Junhe and Su Fu. "It seems that Miss Su is quite content with this marriage proposal. I wish you both a harmonious union and a long life together." He pronounced the words "long life" with deliberate slowness, leisurely fanning himself afterward, reveling in the moment. Xiao Junhe lowered his voice, expressing gratitude. "Thank you. We shall indeed harmonize as Master Wu suggested, living long and prosperous lives." "That is well," Wu Yuan responded, observing Xiao Shizi's countenance, which bore the mark of an early demise. "You must act with caution moving forward." He spoke with a feigned expression of lamentation for Xiao Junhe. After sighing deeply, he continued, "It seems you both do not welcome my presence, so I shall take my leave." With that, he elegantly swept his robe and cast a flirtatious glance towards Su Fu before departing with grace. Beside him, Song Yu, infuriated, exclaimed, "My lord, how dare he curse you? Allow me to deal with him." He started to pursue the departing Wu Yuan, but was halted by Xiao Junhe's firm command. "Do not go." Xiao Junhe's tone remained as usual, seemingly unperturbed by Wu Yuan's words. Song Yu hesitated, his anger evident, yet he complied and returned to the room. At that moment, Su Fu lowered her head, and a fleeting glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes. Reflecting on Xiao Junhe's demise in her previous life, and considering Wu Yuan's affiliation with the Crown Prince's faction, she wondered whether Wu Yuan had any connection to Xiao Junhe's past fate, or if he possessed any knowledge. In an instant, Su Fu lifted her gaze, her expression returning to calmness. She feared that Xiao Junmo might overthink Wu Yuan's remarks. So she reassured him, "My lord, you need not take Master Wu's words to heart." Xiao Junmo's lips curved into a subtle smile. "Do not worry, Fu. Although the battlefield is fraught with peril, I shall strive to ensure I live long for your sake." Despite his words, turmoil brewed within him. The battlefield could claim a life at any moment. And while the general's residence appeared powerful, hidden dangers lurked within. All he could do was protect Su Fu to the best of his ability. Even if a day came when he would ensure Su Fu had a secure path ahead, safeguarding her for the rest of her life. Su Fu's bright phoenix eyes met Xiao Junmo's dark ones. "We shall both live long lives." "We certainly will." As he spoke, Xiao Junmo reached out to pat her head gently. They continued their meal, deliberately ignoring the earlier visit from Wu Yuan. Xiao Shuang and Xiao Shui observed the interaction between their young lady and Xiao Shizi, genuinely feeling joy for Su Fu in their hearts. Once they had finished dining, although Xiao Junmo felt reluctant, he understood it was time for Su Fu to return. He silently reminded himself to endure a little longer. In half a year, they would be wed. "I shall have Tsang Yu escort you to find Miss Su heir," he proposed. Su Fu declined. "No need, my lord. Just tell me where my sister is at this moment." She knew Xiao Junmo was always cautious in his actions. If he had brought her away, he would certainly ensure someone kept an eye on Su Qing's whereabouts. Though they were already engaged and meeting was not inappropriate, it was still bound to attract scrutiny. "Very well. Then do take care. Should anything arise, you may send someone to the general's residence to find me or to the Xuanjiao army camp." Beside them, Tsang Yu promptly interjected, "Miss Su, should you require assistance, you may have Qiao Shuang seek me out. I shall convey your words to the young master verbatim." Upon hearing Tsang Yu's remark, Qiao Shuang cast a frosty glance at him, silently expressing her disdain. "Who would seek you?" Su Fu's gaze flitted between Qiao Shuang and Tsang Yu before settling on Xiao Junmo. "Rest assured, young master, I am not a child. I can take care of myself. Should I encounter any insurmountable difficulties, I shall seek your assistance," Su Fu assured him with a reassuring smile, aiming to put him at ease. Xiao Junmo, well aware that Su Fu was no ordinary woman, still felt a twinge of concern in his heart. "Very well," he replied, subsequently informing Su Fu of Su Qing's current whereabouts. With that, Su Fu departed the tavern, accompanied by Qiao Shuang and Qiao Shui. Chapter 50. Mistress Li. At this moment, Su Qing was admiring lanterns with Xiao Shui at a vendor's stall. The vendor, noticing Su Qing's exquisite attire, presented her with a peony-shaped lantern, exclaiming, "Miss, do take a look at this. Your grace and beauty are unparalleled, and this lantern, with its vibrant peony hue, shines as brilliantly as the evening glow on the horizon. It is a perfect match for you." Feeling a sense of pride, Su Qing thought to herself, "You certainly have an eye for beauty. I shall take this one." Xiao Shui promptly retrieved silver coins from her purse to pay the vendor. The vendor, beaming with delight, accepted the payment, saying, "Thank you, miss. Please take care." As the two continued on their way, Xiao Shui inquired, "Miss, why has the eldest young lady not returned yet? Is there a chance something has happened to her?" "I would rather she encounters misfortune and never returns." "That may disappoint our younger sister," Xiao Shui remarked. At the sound of this, Su Qing swiftly turned around to see Su Fu holding a rabbit lantern, her gaze coldly fixed upon her. "Eldest sister, where have you been? I thought you might not return." "I was pushed to the back by the crowd while crossing the bridge. I have been searching for you, fearing you had been abducted. If I cannot find you soon, I shall have to report it to the authorities," Su Fu replied. "Eldest sister, do not speak nonsense and tarnish my reputation. Once I become the crown princess, I shall not let you off easily." Su Qing glared at Su Fu with malice. In the carriage on their way home, Su Qing gasta a witty sidelong glance at Su Fu. "Are you afraid of me, second sister?" she mused, recalling past attempts by the Zhou family to harm Su Fu, which had failed. Due to previous warnings from Wu Yuan, Su Qing no longer dared to underestimate Su Fu. Returning her gaze, she nonchalantly remarked, "How could that be? I am now the crown prince's fiancée, and I doubt you would dare to act against me." Suddenly, Su Fu remembered that in her previous life, Su Qing had already conspired with the crown prince. This led her to wonder if Su Qing knew the reason for Xiao Junmo's demise in her past life. With this thought, Su Fu's eyes glimmered with mockery. What is there to be proud of as crown princess? The crown prince is merely a pitiful orphan, raised by the current empress, and now his maternal family has fallen into decline. He is but a title with no power. Who knows when the position of crown prince might change hands? After finishing her words, Su Fu shot a disdainful glance at Su Qing. Enraged, Su Qing raised her voice, glaring at Su Fu. You have the audacity to speak ill of the crown prince behind his back. He is the emperor's eldest son. How could his position be so easily dismissed? You are simply envious of me. Finding no useful information from Su Qing, Su Fu ceased her conversation, closing her eyes and resting against the carriage wall. Noticing Su Fu's sudden silence, reminiscent of her previous demeanor, Su Qing scrutinized her for a moment, pondering, what is Su Fu up to? The carriage soon arrived at the Su residence. Su Fu and Su Qing disembarked in succession and proceeded together to the matriarch's Chengsong courtyard. Upon seeing the two return safely, the matriarch raised her hand wearily and gestured for them. Since you are back, it is best to retire early. The hour is late. Su Fu returned to Lanxiang Pavilion and retired early. The next morning, before dawn, a knock resounded at the courtyard door. An elderly woman, in her 50s, shouted from outside, "Miss, miss." While calling out, she pounded on the door with her large hands. At that moment, all the maidservants of Lanxiang Pavilion were still asleep. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiao Shuang hurriedly dressed and opened the door, making her way to the courtyard. She scrutinized the elderly woman outside, noting her square face, thick lips, and sharp triangular eyes that gave her an unapproachable and acerbic demeanor. "May I inquire who you are?" Xiao Shuang asked. With a coarse voice, the woman replied, "My family name is Li. You may call me Li Posey. I have been sent by the madam to instruct the young lady on etiquette." Xiao Shuang furrowed her brow momentarily. Li Posey's early morning disturbance at Lanxiang Pavilion was clearly intentional. However, since Li Posey claimed to be sent by Madame Zhou, Xiao Shuang reluctantly allowed her entry. Once inside the courtyard, Li Posey began to survey her surroundings and soon expressed her dissatisfaction. "Why are the maidservants still abed at such an hour? This is unacceptable." She then adopted an authoritative demeanor and commanded Xiao Shuang, "Go and wake all the maidservants. I will personally rouse the young lady." As she spoke, she attempted to step into the bedroom where Su Fu rested, and at that moment, Su Fu, already dressed, emerged from her room. The loud commotion created by Li Posey outside had awakened her. Just as Li Posey was about to enter the bedroom, she nearly collided with Su Fu. "Was it you who was shouting outside?" Su Fu's voice was frosty. "Old servant has met the young lady. I have come at the behest of the madam to teach the young lady about etiquette," Li Posey replied, her triangular eyes darting around the room. "Did your mother send you at this hour as well?" Su Fu inquired. Li Posey contemplated Zhou's orders, but knew she could not reveal that it was indeed Madame Zhou who had instructed her to do so. This was not a direct order from the madam. Yet as the future daughter-in-law of the general's residence, the young lady must uphold rigorous standards of etiquette. Upon my arrival, I noticed that the maidservants at Lanxiang Pavilion were still asleep, which is certainly not acceptable. Are you implying that you will also oversee the etiquette of the maidservants in my courtyard? Su Fu pressed. That is not my intention, Li Posey clarified, but the rules and manners of the maidservants reflect upon their mistress. I am merely considering the young lady's best interests. Then what do you propose? Li Posey's triangular eyes darted about, and she then looked at Su Fu, stating from now on, "The young lady must rise at the third watch to practice etiquette with me. I observe that the maidservants in Lanxiang Pavilion lack discipline and are slack in their duties. They too must relearn their manners." Upon hearing Li Posey's words, Su Fu's eyes narrowed slightly. With Madame Zhou currently confined, was she attempting to sow discord in Lanxiang Pavilion? Rising at the third watch. How audacious! If she seeks to create a disturbance, let us see who will falter first. Very well. Su Fu responded with unexpected enthusiasm, catching Li Posey off guard. She had merely mentioned the early rising as a scare tactic, never anticipating that Su Fu would acquiesce so readily. Madame Li chuckled awkwardly and felt compelled to follow through with her earlier statement. indicating that the young lady should first attend to her personal grooming while the old servant would wait for her in the courtyard. Watching Madame Li's retreating figure as she exited the room, Su Fu's eyes darkened slightly. Due to the commotion caused by Madame Li, the maidens of Lanxiang Pavilion had already risen. As Qiu Shuang attended to Su Fu's morning preparations, the sky outside remained shrouded in darkness. Qiu Xue then brought in the breakfast, saying, "Miss, please partake in your morning meal. Otherwise, you shall surely find yourself quite famished later." Chapter 51. Rising at the hour of the tiger, Su Fu leisurely partook of her breakfast, standing in the courtyard and observing the bustling Li Pozi. She noticed the faint light appearing on the horizon, yet Su Fu had yet to emerge from her chamber. With a thought to summon Su Fu, she stepped back inside. Upon seeing Su Fu indulging in her meal at a languid pace, she expressed her mild displeasure, saying, "Miss, the hour grows late. You must practice your etiquette with this old servant." Without raising her head, Su Fu responded, "Please wait a moment. I shall be finished shortly." Li Pozi stood patiently by, her expression resolute. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Su Fu finally set down her bowl and chopsticks. "All right, let us proceed." Li Pozi guided Su Fu to place her hands neatly on her abdomen. "Miss, you must maintain this stance for half an hour." She then turned to the two close maidens, Qiu Shuang and Qiu Xue. "You both, being Mrs.'s personal attendants, must also learn these manners, lest you embarrass her when we reach the general's residence. Come, stand properly alongside her." Qiu Shuang and Qiu Xue complied, aligning themselves beside Su Fu. However, after only a brief period, Su Fu felt her feet begin to tingle. Noticing Su Fu's discomfort, Li Pozi lifted her thick lips in a slight smile and approached her. "Miss, you must endure and remain still." Though her legs ached from standing, Su Fu was determined to persevere. After half an hour had passed, Li Pozi, surprised to see Su Fu maintaining her composure, marveled at her ability to stand so steadfastly. "Very well, half an hour has elapsed." Without granting Su Fu a moment to catch her breath, she continued, "Next, we shall practice your walking posture." After a day spent learning etiquette under Li Pozi's watchful eye, Su Fu felt a profound fatigue envelop her body. Qiu Xue, rubbing her waist, complained, "Miss, this Li Pozi is quite the taskmaster. I wonder where the madam found her." While assisting Su Fu in massaging her legs, Qiu Shuang remarked, "Miss, if you allow Li Pozi to exert herself upon you in this manner, your health will surely suffer." Su Fu, gazing at the moon hanging high in the sky, retorted, "If she wishes to exert herself, I shall accompany her in this endeavor. Let's see who falters first." The following day at the hour of the tiger, Su Fu rose punctually, and Qiu Shuang helped her don her garments. "Very well, let us wake Li Pozi," she declared, making her way toward Li Pozi's quarters. As they passed by Granny Hua's room, Su Fu exchanged a knowing glance with Qiu Xue. If they were to engage in this exertion, it was only fitting that Granny Hua, being a part of the Zhou family, should also partake. However, given their advanced age, one could only wonder if they could withstand such rigors. Instantly understanding, Qiu Xue raised her hand and rapped vigorously on Granny Hua's door. Meanwhile, Su Fu and Qiu Shuang approached Li Pozi's room. Upon reaching the door, they found the interior shrouded in darkness and silence, indicating that she had yet to rise. Qiu Shuang stepped forward and knocked on Li Pozi's door, the sound reverberating through the quiet, starry night. At that moment, Li Pozi, still lost in slumber, was abruptly roused from her dreams by the unexpected noise. She gazed out the window, where darkness still enveloped the world outside. Rubbing her aching head, she rose in anger to open the door. Just as she was about to unleash a torrent of curses upon the visitor, she caught sight of Su Fu standing outside, a smile gracing her features. Momentarily taken aback, she stammered, "Miss, what brings you here?" "I came to rouse old Li," Su Fu replied cheerfully. "You mentioned yesterday that you would rise at the hour of the tiger. Have you forgotten?" She glanced up at the sky. "Old Li, hurry up." Old Li looked at the moon, still hanging high in the sky, her expression somewhat stiff, perhaps due to insufficient sleep, as a dull ache persisted in her head. She forced a strained smile. "Miss, I merely spoke in jest yesterday. It is still quite early. You should return and rest a while longer. Only when you are well rested will you have the energy for the day. That simply won't do. The hour of the tiger is the hour of the tiger. Old Li need not worry about my well-being. I am perfectly fine, she asserted. Old Li furrowed her brow, inwardly lamenting, you may be fine, but I am not. She had never anticipated that Su Fu would actually rise at the appointed hour, and a sense of regret washed over her. After all the schemes devised to keep Su Fu in check, why had she chosen this particular method? Confused, she wondered whether the true trial was for Su Fu or herself. Yet now, she could only swallow her grievances. Very well, miss, please wait a moment. I shall be right there, Old Li said. Make haste. Then, Su Fu replied before turning to leave. At that moment, Granny Hua was also summoned by Qiu Shui. Being of advanced age, she found it difficult to sleep at night, and being awakened now left her feeling lightheaded. When she first arrived at Lanxiang Pavilion, it was under the pretense of assisting Su Fu with the dowry. However, since her arrival, Su Fu had never allowed her to engage with any matters concerning the dowry, nor did she permit her to interfere with the affairs of Lanxiang Pavilion. After Granny Qian was ousted from the Su residence, she had been relegated to the kitchen, toiling away at the most menial and laborious tasks. Aware that she had been sent to Lanxiang Pavilion by Madame Zhou, she knew she could not leave without her permission and thus endured her circumstances in silence. Today, Old Li's mood was particularly foul, resulting in her treating Su Fu with less than cordiality. She cast a glance at the lavish breakfast spread on Su Fu's table, swallowing hard. Miss, your manner of dining is quite improper. You must understand that there are many etiquettes surrounding meals. As for your posture, you should sit upright with your back straight, and your hands resting naturally on your knees. The bowls and dishes should be placed appropriately before you, and your chopsticks should lie horizontally to the right of your bowl. Furthermore, your movements must exude grace. One should not gulp down food, but rather chew slowly and savor each bite. Have you finished? Old Li's incessant chatter made it impossible for Su Fu to enjoy her meal. Old Li's lips paused. Miss, please do not take offense at my strictness. The etiquette of dining is of utmost importance. Then why not demonstrate it for me? Hearing Su Fu's words, Old Li, who had not yet had anything to eat since rising, found the suggestion quite agreeable. She plopped down opposite Su Fu, and the old servant demonstrated for the young lady, urging her to pay close attention. Su Fu observed the somewhat uncouth demeanor of Li Pozi and couldn't help but find it amusing. What kind of person has Zhou Shi found for her? It truly is remarkable that Zhou Shi could locate someone like Li Pozi. Li Pozi first served herself a bowl of porridge. After taking a sip, it seemed the porridge was too hot, as she let out an audible sound. Then she picked up the chopsticks to grab some vegetables. At first, it was fine, but soon, whether it was the deliciousness of the dish or her own hunger, she began to eat with abandon, disregarding all decorum. Chapter 52. The young master Yin standing beside her, Qiu Shuang and Qiu Shui were utterly dumbfounded. How could someone like Granny Li dare to instruct them on etiquette? Swallowing the food in her mouth, Granny Li raised her gaze and noticed several individuals in the room staring at her with disdain. It was then that she realized she had just lost her composure. Embarrassed, she chuckled awkwardly a couple of times. Ha! Su Fu smiled. Is it delicious? Yes, indeed. The meals here are simply exquisite. Granuli raplia enthusiastically. Observing Granny Li's lack of etiquette, Su Fu suggested, perhaps I could demonstrate how a young lady should dine. With grace. She picked up a bowl and served herself a portion of congee. Bringing the bowl to her lips, she gently blew on it before using a spoon to take small bites, all while maintaining complete silence. After setting down the bowl, she delicately picked up a pair of chopsticks to select a dish. Each movement was executed with elegance and poise. Su Fu took a small piece of the dish closest to her and savored it slowly. Her entire demeanor during this process was calm and unhurried, as if these manners were etched into her very being. Placing the chopsticks down, she turned her gaze towards Granny Li, who was currently lost in thought. Did I need your instruction on etiquette? Granny Li snapped back to reality, contemplating how this young lady, who had lost her mother at a tender age and had never been taught the rules of etiquette, could be so refined. Feeling her cheeks flush, she forced a semblance of composure and remarked, Your dining etiquette is commendable, but there are other postures to learn, standing, sitting, and walking, which you must also master. No sooner had she spoken than Su Fu stood gracefully, demonstrating each of the manners Granny Li had just mentioned. Every movement appeared so natural and fluid, as if she had rehearsed them countless times. Granny Li was taken aback. Su Fu's grace surpassed that of many highborn ladies she had encountered. With such poise and etiquette, she could easily take her place in the palace as a consort. Was the intention behind the Zhou family sending her to teach Su Fu etiquette merely to make a fool of herself? Sat upright in her chair, Su Fu's gaze was sharp, prompting Granny Li to ponder her own manners. Was there anything left for her to learn? Granny Li's slanted eyes lowered slightly, and after a moment's hesitation, she stammered, your etiquette is indeed commendable. Then, in your opinion, should I rise at the hour of evening? Su Fu inquired. Granny Li quickly waved her hands. No, that's unnecessary. Her mind was still spinning from the events of the day. Su Fu's cold, penetrating gaze remained fixed on Granny Li, who felt increasingly uneasy under the scrutiny. Just as Granny Li was about to lose her composure, Su Fu finally spoke again. Regarding my mother, you should know how to address that matter, correct? After today's events, Granny Li realized that Su Fu was not someone to be easily manipulated. Now residing in the Orchid Pavilion, if she did not comply with Su Fu, her days there would be far from pleasant. She cast a fawning look at Su Fu, her triangular eyes darting about nervously. The young lady's etiquette was lacking. She was required to stand for half an hour before she could partake in her meals, and she had to rise at the hour of the tiger, only to rest at the hour of the pig in the evening. Su Fu narrowed erais, acknowledging that he was indeed a perceptive individual. You shall remain quietly within the Orchid Pavilion for the next month. Once you have mastered my etiquette teachings, you may return to your mother to report your progress. Li Posi's eyes sparkled with delight, as she was relieved of her duties and would receive the silver promised by Madame Zhou after a month. An unexpected stroke of fortune. Thank you, young lady. I shall remain compliant and ensure I do not add to your troubles. Thus, from that day forth, Su Fu spent her days in the Orchid Pavilion, ostensibly practicing etiquette with Li Posi, yet in reality, she indulged in the tranquil pleasures of the courtyard, enjoying flowers, tea, and literature, leading a serene and leisurely life. During this month, Su Fu received word from Uncle Zhong, who had observed that certain individuals from the Western Ling Kingdom had been seen at the Manxiang building. Upon hearing this, Su Fu's conviction deepened. The Crown Prince had indeed established connections with the Western Ling Kingdom. An unease settled within her. For while she was aware of the Crown Prince's meetings at Manxiang building, the specifics eluded her grasp. As her wedding date with Xiao Junmo approached, her anxiety intensified. She wondered whether her life would unfold as it did in her past life, or if her rebirth would alter the course of events. She needed to ensure that Xiao Junmo remained vigilant against the Crown Prince. She was uncertain whether her previous warnings had resonated with him. Meanwhile, Xiao Junmo was also receiving news from Tsang Nen regarding the individuals from the Western Ling Kingdom. My lord, my recent surveillance has revealed that while those from the Western Ling Kingdom frequently visit various brothels, they appear to frequent Manxiang building more often. After each visit, they seem to vanish for about 2 hours before reappearing and then leaving. Xiao Junmo furrowed his brow, murmuring, Manxiang building? It is the largest brothel in the capital, and it is not unusual for those from the Western Ling Kingdom to seek entertainment there. Yet, there seems to be something amiss. Brothels are often places where illicit activities occur, making it convenient for gathering information. The fact that these individuals disappeared upon entering Manxiang building piqued his curiosity. Xiao Junmo contemplated in silence, pondering whether there were secrets hidden within Manxiang building. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he raised his gaze to Tsang Nan, inquiring, who owns Manxiang building? To operate such a grand establishment in the capital, its proprietor must be a person of significance. The identity of the proprietor remains unknown. It is said that they have never shown their face, and the establishment is managed by a gentleman known as Yenyu. Rumor has it that this Yenyu is a figure from the underworld, with no one privy to his origins. Yenyu? The more Xiao Junmo pondered, the more he sensed something was amiss with Manxiang building. Investigate the identity of the proprietor behind Manxiang building. See if you can uncover any clues. Tsang Nen clasped his fists in acknowledgement. As you wish. He then vanished from the room. Days passed without any news from Tsang Nan. Yet Xiao Junmo received a letter from Su Fu. Song Yu accepted the letter from Xiao Shuang, a broad smile gracing his lips, his eyes curving with delight. Did you not say last time that you would not come looking for me? Who would seek you? Xiao Shuang retorted, attempting to reclaim the letter from Song Yu's grasp. Oh, I was merely jesting with you. Do not be so serious. Xiao Shuang shot a cold glance at Song Yu. This is a letter from a young lady addressed to the heir, and it concerns a matter of great importance. Be sure not to misplace it. Rest assured, I shall personally deliver it to the heir. Song Yu replied, handing the letter to Xiao Junmo. My lord, this is a message delivered by Miss Su's maid, indicating a matter of great significance. Chapter 53. An invitation from my master upon hearing that a grave matter was at hand. Xiao Junmo set aside his current tasks and carefully unfolded the letter penned by Su Fu. After a moment of silence, spent absorbing its contents, he tucked the letter away, his profound gaze fixed upon the ground, lost in contemplation. Your Highness, what did Miss Su write? She mentioned that the Crown Prince might have some connection to Nansang Tower. Xiao Junmo's expression darkened, yet his tone remained remarkably calm. However, to Song Yu's ears, it struck like a thunderclap. What? The Crown Prince and Nansang Tower? Song Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that Miss Su was mistaken? He still found it hard to accept. She claimed to have learned this from her second sister, so it should be accurate. Song Yu rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Since Miss Su heir was the Crown Prince's fiancée, the credibility of the information increased significantly. However, if this were true, the Crown Prince would be exceedingly audacious. If word of this got out, it would be a grave offense indeed. At that moment, Xiao Junmo began to suspect that the frequent appearances of certain individuals from Nansang Kingdom at Nansang Tower might be linked to the Crown Prince. The thought momentarily startled him. Send someone to discreetly follow the Crown Prince, Xiao Junmo instructed, his tone marked by caution. That day, as Xiao Junmo made his way back to the general's residence from the military camp, he was halted by a guard disguised as a servant, just 2 streets away from his destination. Young Master Xiao, our master requests your presence. Please accompany me, the man demanded, his tone firm despite the pretense of politeness. Xiao Junmo scrutinized the individual before him. The audacity to block his horse indicated he possessed considerable skill. Who is your master? Why should I follow you? You will find out once you accompany me. And if I refuse, then I will have no choice but to forcibly escort young Master Xiao, he replied, as several figures clad in black emerged from the alley behind him. Xiao Junmo cast a dismissive glance at the sudden appearance of the black-clad man, ultimately focusing his gaze on the servant who had accosted him. Do you truly believe that you and your companions can compel me to leave? As he spoke, Song Yu, mounted beside him, subtly tightened her grip on the sword at her waist. Just as the tension in the air escalated, another voice rang out from the other side. Yi Ling, do not be disrespectful to young Master Xiao. As he approached, he continued, what are you doing? I sent you to invite young Master Xiao, not to bring so many people along. Have them withdraw. Your Highness, I beg your pardon. I acted in error, Yi Ling replied, gesturing for the black-clad figures to retreat, and they promptly vanished into the alley. Xiao Junmo dismounted, clasping his hands in respect as he addressed the newcomer. I humbly greet your Highness. Si Bayan stepped forward with a smile. Yunan, you are being too formal with me. By our ranks, you should refer to me as cousin. There is a distinction between ruler and subject. Your Highness is the sovereign, and I am but a servant. I dare not assume such familiarity. A glint of sharpness flickered in Si Bayan's eyes. Was Xiao Junmo eager to distance himself from him? Do not misunderstand. Today, I merely wish to invite you for a cup of tea and a conversation, as it has been quite some time since we last sat together, dear cousin. After speaking, Si Bayan glanced at Xiao Junmo, hoping that Yunan would not deny him this small favor. Xiao Junmo was perplexed by Si Bayan's intentions. Yet since he had personally extended the invitation, it seemed he had no choice but to accompany him today. Your Highness, young master, please, Yi Ling said solemnly, gesturing for Xiao Junmo to proceed. Xiao Junmo followed Si Bayan to a relatively secluded tea house, where they ascended to a private room on the 2nd floor. Song Yu attempted to follow Xiao Junmo into the room, but was halted by Yi Ling's hand. What do you mean? Am I not permitted to enter with the young master? Song Yu protested. Yi Ling remained silent, his hand firmly obstructing Song Yu's path. Xiao Junmo turned at Song Yu and said, "Wait for me outside." Song Yu shot a disgruntled glance at the impassive Yi Ling before gripping his sword tightly and taking his position at the door. Si Bayan poured a cup of tea for Xiao Junmo and pushed it towards him, saying, "Yunan, do sample this tea. I have heard it is quite exquisite." "Thank you, Your Highness." Xiao Junmo raised the teacup to his lips and took a delicate sip. "Indeed, it is delightful tea. Since your return to the capital, you have been quite busy. It is truly not easy for me to find a moment to sit and share tea with you," Si Bayan lamented. "After returning to the capital, duties have certainly multiplied. However, alleviating the emperor's concerns is the duty of a loyal subject," Xiao Junmo replied with unwavering composure. Si Bayan smiled slightly. "You may find yourself even busier in the future, for your wedding is but a few months away. Coincidentally, your fiancée is a sister to my own." After speaking, Si Bayan scrutinized Xiao Junmo's expression, which remained unperturbed, save for a polite smile. Noticing Xiao Junmo's reluctance to delve deeper into the topic, Si Bayan's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes upon Xiao Junmo's. "Have you considered the future of the general's household, Yunan?" Xiao Junmo lightly tapped his fingers on the table, realizing that Si Bayan had summoned him today for this matter. After a moment of silence, he replied, "The Xiao family has served the emperor loyally for generations, both in the past and into the future. If your highness has no further matters, I shall take my leave." With that, Xiao Junmo offered a formal bow to the crown prince and resolutely turned to depart. Song Yu, waiting at the door, hastily followed after his master. "Your highness, what does young master Xiao intend? Does he wish to stand by your side?" Yi Ling inquired. "No, he has refused. Xiao Junmo is astute. Should one wish to win him over, it is no simple task." A flicker of determination crossed Si Bayan's eyes. "If he fails to recognize his fortune, he must not blame me for disregarding familial ties. From my observation, young Master Xiao is not so easily swayed." Si Bayan's gaze fell upon the white jade teacup on the table, reflecting on the visitors from Xiling who had sought him out. His expression deepened with contemplation. Xiao Junmo mounted his horse and, in a low voice, inquired of Song Yu, "Have there been any updates from Song Nan?" "None yet, Your Highness. The Crown Prince has summoned you. What is the matter?" Observing the other princes gradually consolidating their power, he must be feeling a sense of urgency to cultivate the support of the general's residence. A wave of surprise coursed through Changyu, for the Crown Prince's actions were undeniably perilous. The movements of the general's residence are currently under intense scrutiny. Does he not fear being observed? Should anyone catch wind of your clandestine meeting with the Crown Prince, not only would he face censure, but the general's residence would also arouse the emperor's suspicion. Xiao Junmo's dark eyes flickered. "I must find an opportunity to visit the Lanxiang Pavilion personally." A month later, old lady Li departed from the Lanxiang Pavilion. The following day, Su Qing eagerly arrived at the Lanxiang Pavilion, eager to witness for herself how thoroughly Su Fu had been worn down over the past month. Chapter 54. A touch of tact. Xiao Shuang whispered softly into Su Fu's ear, "Miss, the second miss has arrived." Su Fu's eyes flickered slightly. Was Su Qing truly so eager to see how she had been tormented by old lady Li? The corners of Su Fu's eyes arched subtly. How could she not acquiesce to Su Qing's wishes? Elder sister, are you in there?" "I'm coming in," Su Qing called out loudly, her steps brisk as she entered the room. Upon crossing the threshold, her gaze landed on Su Fu, who was slumped in a circular chair, appearing as though she had lost all support. Compared to their last encounter, Su Fu looked markedly more haggard. The area around her eyes was darkened, her complexion pale and devoid of luster, her expression revealing exhaustion and helplessness. A secret delight stirred in Su Qing's heart as she silently praised old lady Li for her efforts, then remarked, "Elder sister, it has been a month since we last met, and how you have withered away. I have been following old lady Li to learn etiquette, so I've been rising early." "It's nothing. I shall rest for a few days and be fine," Su Fu replied, her tone noticeably more subdued than usual. "Do not put on a brave face, elder sister. Just look at how one you have become. It cannot be nothing." Su Qing observed the frailty she sought to see, then added, In that case, elder sister, take good care of yourself. I shall not disturb you any longer. With that, she left Lanxiang Pavilion with a light step. Once Su Qing had departed, Su Fu immediately straightened in her chair, her expression no longer betraying fatigue. Xiao Shui remarked, "Miss, you are truly remarkable. How did you manage to appear this way? Had I not known better, I would have been deceived." Zhou Shi had been confined for a month and was now finally free to leave her quarters. During this period, Suja had not set foot in her courtyard, and her first course of action was to seek him out, intent on reclaiming the household authority from Aunt Wang. "Xiao Tao, go inquire in the outer courtyard about when the master will return today," she commanded. "Yes, madam." After a brief interval, Xiao Tao returned with news from the outer courtyard. "Madam, the servants say the master will return at the hour of Shun today." "The hour of Shun?" Zhou Shi turned her head to glance at the hourglass beside the table, then instructed, "Quickly fetch my dark green gown with the embroidered edges, and a golden headpiece I purchased at the Falling Flower Pavilion." Seated before a bronze mirror, Zhou Shi meticulously examined her reflection, her fingers gently caressing her cheek. Despite the marks of time etched upon her face, with a touch of adornment, she still possessed an undeniable allure. "You are truly beautiful, madam. When you dress up, you are no less striking than the master's concubines," Xiao Tao praised. Zhou Shi, pleased, withdrew her hand and commanded, "Go to the kitchen and instruct them to prepare some dishes that the master enjoys." As evening approached, Zhou Shi personally carried a food box toward the front courtyard. Upon arriving at the courtyard where Suja resided, she noticed the candles had been lit. The gatekeeper, seeing Zhou Shi's presence, wore an expression of surprise. "Madam, what brings you here?" he stammered. "I have come to find the master," Zhou Shi replied, attempting to enter. The gatekeeper's face registered discomfort. "Madam, the master." At this moment, upon observing the gatekeeper's hesitance, Zhou Shi's gaze sharpened. "How dare you, you wretched servant? Do you think that because I am no longer favored and have lost my authority, I am beneath your notice?" Upon uttering these words, she disregarded the young servant's attempts to stop her and boldly entered the room. Zhou pushed open the door and stepped inside. "My lord, I have come to," but the rest of her sentence caught in her throat as she beheld the two figures within. She turned to concubine one. "What are you doing here?" The servant, who had followed closely behind, appeared anxious. "My lord, the mistress insisted on entering, and I could not prevent her." Suja set down the soup bowl in his hand and addressed the servant. "You may leave now." The young servant bowed deeply and cautiously withdrew. Concubine one also set aside her bowl and stood to greet Zhou. "I pay my respects to the mistress." Zhou, now agitated, struggled to conceal her emotions. "Is your health not still fragile? Why are you here?" "I thought of preparing some nourishing soup for my lord, considering how busy he is with official matters. Since the mistress has arrived as well, why not sit down together and taste the soup I have personally made?" As she spoke, her gaze discreetly flicked to the food box Zhou was carrying. Suthe, observing concubine Wen's composed demeanor and noting that she bore no resentment toward Zhou for the loss of her child, felt a sense of comfort, albeit accompanied by a tinge of guilt. He cast a tender glance at concubine one. "Zhou presented the food box, my lord. These dishes were prepared by the kitchen at my request, all your favorites. Please do have a taste." As she spoke, she began to arrange the food on the table. However, Suja did not display any enthusiasm for the dishes Zhou had brought. He merely glanced at them with indifference. "I have already dined with concubine one. Please take these dishes back," he replied. "This is what I specifically had the kitchen prepare for you, my lord. Please do try it." Zhou's tone bore a hint of pleading. Suja harbored lingering resentment toward Zhou for the miscarriage of concubine one, and now, feeling a pang of guilt toward concubine one as well, he found Zhou increasingly irksome. It was unclear what words were exchanged between Suja and Zhou, but as she exited the courtyard, the young servant at the door noticed that Zhou's eyes were red-rimmed. In the Lanxiang Pavilion, Qiu Xue, having heard the news, went to the outer courtyard to inquire further and returned to report to Su Fu. "Miss, it is said that the mistress, having just been released from confinement, brought meticulously prepared dishes to the outer courtyard to seek out my lord. However, when she arrived, she discovered that concubine one was also present. For some reason, the mistress angered my lord and was expelled. When she came out, her eyes were still red. Su Fu set down his teacup. Concubine, one is quite astute. Xiao Xue, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean by that, miss? Is this matter related to concubine one? Do you truly believe that concubine one just happened to be there at that moment?" Xiao Xue's eyes widened. Could it be that concubine one was aware beforehand that the mistress would seek my lord in the outer courtyard? Su fuese, gaze darkened. Had it not been for concubine one's presence today, Zhou might have actually reclaimed her authority over the household. Listening to Su Fu's words, Qiu Shuang seemed to grasp the situation somewhat. Indeed, this lady one possessed a certain degree of cunning. It would not be an easy task for the mistress to reclaim her authority over the household. Su Fu took a delicate sip of tea before slowly continuing. After all, it was the Zhou family that caused her miscarriage. Although this recent loss was not directly caused by Zhou, had it not been for this unfortunate incident, Zhou would undoubtedly have ensured that the child did not survive. As spring had already arrived, the weather began to warm. Today, while strolling through the back garden of the Su residence, Su Fu encountered Lady Wen in a rather secluded area. Lady Wen appeared much improved in health compared to before, indicating that she had taken good care of herself over the past month. However, upon closer inspection, Su Fu could discern a faint trace of sorrow in her eyes. "I have seen the young lady," Lady Wen began. "Did you seek me for something?" A glimmer of surprise crossed Lady Wen's gaze as she thought to herself. Indeed, the young lady is astute. The last time we spoke, she mentioned that we share a common adversary, and I have since contemplated our collaboration. Chapter 55. Xiao Junmo visits the Monxiang building collaboration. Su Fu smiled. "I believe my aunt may have misunderstood. I harbor no interest in the grievances between you and the madam." Su Fu's response took Aunt Wen by surprise. "What did that young lady mean last time? I merely felt sympathy for you, which prompted me to share this matter. Furthermore, I cannot bear to see the madam so pleased." Su Fu continued. "For years, that young lady has endured such unfair treatment at the hands of the madam. Do you not feel anger or desire for retribution? I am not her biological child. Her narrow-mindedness and harsh treatment towards me are quite understandable. Moreover, I am on the brink of marriage, and once that occurs, it would be difficult for her to enact any plans she may have against me." Upon finishing her words, Su Fu fixed her gaze upon Aunt Wen. "You, however, are in a different position. If you do not grow stronger, you will be unable to protect yourself, let alone safeguard your child." Su Fu paused for a moment, lowering her voice and slowing her pace. "Moreover, your status is not low. It is indeed quite lamentable to serve as a concubine to your father." With that, Su Fu brushed past Aunt Wen and departed. Aunt Wen remained rooted in place for a while, her expression shifting suddenly, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. On the way back, Qiu Shuang inquired, "Miss, does Aunt Wen wish to enlist you in opposing the madam?" Su Fu dismissed the notion lightly. "She merely seeks to use me as a scapegoat. She deliberately stirs discord between me and Madame Zhou. If I were to heed her call, when I and Madame Zhou are left in mutual destruction, she would be the one to benefit most. Indeed, our young lady is astute," Xiao Shui remarked, puffing up with pride. A few days later, Su Fu received news. Madame Zhou had returned from her family home, and upon her return, Suja had voluntarily instructed Wang Yinyang to restore household authority to Madame Zhou. Su Fu had anticipated this outcome. It was merely a matter of time before Madame Zhou reclaimed her power. Qiu Shui shared the tidbit she had overheard. "I heard that although the master has willingly returned authority to the madam, his attitude towards her has become even more distant than before. According to the maidservants in the master's quarters, he has yet to spend a night in the madam's room since she was confined." Qiu Shui concluded with a mischievous expression. Qiu Shuang lightly tapped Qiu Shui on the head, admonishing her, "You spend your days prying into such idle gossip. The master is a man of pride. The madam's exertion of her family's influence over him will only fuel his disdain." Qiu Shui rubbed her head. "I do this to gather information, hoping to be of assistance to the young lady." After saying this, she turned to Su Fu. "By the way, I also heard that the master has been staying with Aunt Wen every night lately, neglecting the other concubines altogether. Now, not only the madam, but also the other concubines have begun to harbor discontent towards Aunt Wen." Su Fu gazed quietly out the window, remaining silent. The next day, when visiting the old matriarch, Su Fu entered the room to find Ant Wen giving the old matriarch a shoulder massage. The old matriarch, eyes closed in comfort, seemed quite satisfied with Ant Wen's technique, appearing more spirited than in recent days. When Ant Wen observed Su Fu entering, she cast only a cursory glance in her direction, her expression remaining unperturbed. Subsequently, she lowered her voice to whisper into the old lady's ear, "Madam, the eldest young lady has arrived." The old lady slowly opened her eyes, exclaiming, "Fuer has come." "Granddaughter pays her respects to grandmother," Su Fu stated, and then, seemingly curious, inquired, "Grandmother, why is Ant Wen here?" The old lady glanced at Ant Wen, a smile creeping into her eyes, as if genuinely delighted. "Ah, her massage techniques are quite commendable. She has been coming daily to Nansang Courtyard to massage my weary bones, which have ached for so long. Thanks to her, I feel considerably better these past few days." It seems that Ant Wen has won grandmother's favor, Su Fu jested. In the past, she seldom ventured from her quarters, but it was only during her recent stay at Nansang Courtyard, due to her pregnancy, that I discovered her admirable temperament. She is neither greedy nor contentious. The old lady's words conveyed her evident satisfaction with Ant Wen. Ant Wen, upon hearing such praise from the old lady, felt a mix of surprise and flattery. "Madam, you flatter me. I am not as commendable as you suggest." Su Fu's gaze flitted between the two, pondering quietly. It appears that her previous conversation with Ant Wen was indeed heard, leading to such swift action and gaining the old lady's approval in such a short time. It is truly remarkable. With the old lady's protection, even if the Zhou family intends to take action, they would surely exercise caution. At the topmost floor of Manxiang Tower, Yan Yu is reporting to Si Beiyan, "Your Highness, the people over there are becoming increasingly impatient. They hope for your swift response." Si Beiyan slowly rotated the jade ring on his thumb, his heart ensnared in turmoil. However, recalling Xiao Junmo's previous attitude, it seems that any attempt at alliance is futile, leaving only the option of eradication. A cold glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Xiao Junmo, I offered you a chance. It is you who rejected it. Do not blame me then. None shall obstruct my path." 3 days later, he arranged to meet him at this very location. Having spoken, Si Beiyan departed silently. In the evening, Xiao Junmo and Song Yu arrived at the entrance of Manxiang Tower. Xiao Junmo had transformed his appearance, rendering him unrecognizable. He now resembled a rugged middle-aged man. Beside him, Song Yu had also altered his appearance, presenting himself as a feeble, delicate servant. As they stepped into Manxiang Tower, an elderly madam, adorned in the attire of a brothel keeper, approached them with warmth. "Ah, this young master seems unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to our Manxiang Tower?" As soon as Xiao Junmo entered, he was enveloped by a myriad of fragrances that wafted up to his nostrils, causing him discomfort. He raised a hand to rub his nose and coughed lightly. "Yes, it is my first visit." The madam playfully waved her handkerchief, finally bringing it to her lips to stifle a laugh. "Ah, young master, you have come to the right place. We boast the most beautiful courtesans in the capital." Xiao Junmo did not come here to seek the company of courtesans. Rather, he desired the most spirited of the maidens, wishing to engage in a contest of drinking prowess. His voice was robust, harmonizing perfectly with his rugged appearance at that moment. The matron, upon hearing this, exhibited an expression of perplexity in her extensive tenure. She had never encountered such a request. Xiao Junmo turned to the side, signaling to Song Yu, who promptly understood and retrieved a silver note from his sleeve, presenting it to the matron. Upon seeing the generous sum inscribed on the note, her face illuminated with delight. "Such a lavish patron. Allow me to escort you to a private room on the 2nd floor, and shortly I shall send our most accomplished drinker to keep you company." Xiao Junmo nodded and followed the guide towards the private quarters on the 2nd floor, discreetly surveying the layout of the fragrant establishment with the periphery of his vision. Chapter 56. A pleasant collaboration. Manxiang Lu rightfully holds its reputation as the largest brothel in the capital, where one can encounter individuals from all walks of life. Xiao Junmo even spotted several familiar figures from the court within its confines. After a swift glance around the room, he quickly averted his gaze, wary of drawing attention to himself. Once the man who led Xiao Junmo into the chamber exited, a woman adorned in vibrant attire and possessing an enchanting beauty entered shortly thereafter. She approached Xiao Junmo, her tone as gentle as spring water. "I am Chunhong. Pleased to meet you, young master." As she spoke, she attempted to perch herself upon Xiao Junmo's lap. Reacting swiftly, he shifted aside to maintain his distance, his demeanor indifferent. "I do not favor excessive intimacy," he replied. Chunhong's movements faltered, yet she quickly regained her composure and smiled alluringly. "I understand," she said. "I have heard from the madam that you wish to challenge me in drinking. You have found the right person today. I have never been bested in this establishment." Nearby, Sang Yu smirked. "Perfect. I too have never lost a drinking contest. Let us engage in a friendly competition." An hour later, observing Chunhong sprawled motionless on the table, Sang Yu puffed out his chest in triumph. "You thought you could match me in drinking? I am renowned for my capacity in the military." Xiao Junmo glanced at Sang Yu, inquiring, "Are you unoccupied?" "Rest assured, young master, her meager drinking capacity poses no challenge for me." Xiao Junmo lowered his voice, stating gravely, "From my earlier observations, it appears there may be a hidden passage leading outside." As he spoke, he poured some wine over himself, and the aroma of alcohol enveloped him. Sang Yu assisted the intoxicated Xiao Junmo as they attempted to ascend to the top floor, but they were halted by a young woman. "Young master, you have wandered into the wrong place." With a dazed expression, Xiao Junmo slurred, "Step aside. I seek more wine. I must drink. This is not a place for drinking." "The drinking area is below," the girl replied politely, though her demeanor was resolute. Understanding the need for caution, Xiao Junmo whispered a single word into Sang Yu's ear, "Leave." Sang Yu comprehended immediately and responded, "Young master, you have indulged too much. This is not the place for drinking. Allow me to escort you downstairs." He then turned to the girl, apologizing, "My young master has had too much to drink." Once Sang Yu guided Xiao Junmo out of Manxiang and into a secluded area, Xiao Junmo's expression returned to its usual seriousness, his dark eyes revealing depth. "There is something amiss with Manxiang Sangnan has been tracking for several days. Has he discovered any signs of the Crown Prince's presence here?" "None. Sangnan reports that the Crown Prince has exhibited no unusual movements." Xiao Junmo lowered his gaze in contemplation, sensing that, given the Crown Prince's current trajectory, he would undoubtedly take action soon. 3 days later, within the uppermost chamber of Manxiang, a burly man sat across from Si Bayan, his physique and attire revealing that he was not a native of the country. "Your Highness, have you considered this matter thoroughly? If you harbor any concerns, feel free to voice them. I shall convey them to my master. Previously, you agreed to the conditions set forth by me. If you can fulfill them, I am willing to collaborate with you. Rest assured, Your Highness, our master will undoubtedly honor your request. May I inquire if you can meet our conditions, Your Highness?" A resolute determination flickered in Si Bayan's eyes. "Certainly." Upon hearing Si Bayan's response, Lisa burst into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "The Crown Prince is indeed a person of action, decisive in his endeavors. I admire that." After speaking, he rose and extended his hand, proclaiming, "Let us toast to a fruitful collaboration." Si Bayan also stood, clasping Lisa's outstretched hand in agreement. "To a pleasant partnership." The two then resumed their seats, engaged in conversation until an hour had passed before they departed. 10 days later, news arrived from the northern desert. The kingdom of Xiling had once again invaded our borders. Emperor Jingwen, in a fit of rage, slammed the memorial he held onto the dragon table, his countenance darkening with fury. The following day, during the morning court session, Emperor Jingwen announced the incident to the ministers. Upon hearing the news, the expressions of the officials shifted, revealing their concern. They began to deliberate on possible solutions, and, after much discussion, the majority concluded that Xiao Junmo should lead the Xuanjia army to the northern desert to repel the invaders. However, some ministers argued that Xiao Junmo was still quite young and should not bear such a heavy responsibility alone, suggesting that the Grand General of the nation accompany him. This suggestion was met with a rebuttal from Xiao Junmo. "Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the Xuanjia army to the northern desert alone and will surely drive the invaders from our territory. The general's residence had become a thorn in many eyes. He could not allow both himself and his father to leave the capital. Given the unexpected nature of Shiling's incursion, he needed to ensure his father remained in the capital to maintain control over the situation. Duke Wu attempted to voice further counsel, but Emperor Jingwen waved his hand decisively. Very well. I hereby appoint you as general of the northern defense. You are commanded to lead 60,000 Xuanjia troops to the northern desert in 2 days to confront the enemy. I shall obey your command. After the court session, Emperor Jingwen retained Xiao Junmo and his son. In the imperial study, Emperor Jingwen sat upon the dragon throne, a trace of worry crossing his face. Yunan, can you fault me for sending you alone to the northern desert? As a subject of the Nansang Kingdom, it is my duty to safeguard our territory and protect our people from foreign incursions. I have spent years in the northern desert with my father and am familiar with its environment. I assure you, I will not disappoint your majesty. Xiao Junmo gazed upon his son, whose resolute and steadfast demeanor filled him with pride. Your majesty, Yunan has grown. I trust he can handle matters on his own. Despite his concerns, Xiao Junmo chose to have faith in his son. Emperor Jingwen patted Xiao Ju on his shoulder, saying, upon your triumphant return, I shall personally arrange a wedding for you with the young lady of the Su family. Thank you, your majesty. Reflecting on a matter regarding the prince and the fragrant pavilion, Xiao Junmo hesitated to disclose this to Emperor Jingwen, as no evidence linking the prince had yet been uncovered. Due to the urgency of the situation, Xiao Junmo hurried from the palace to rally the Xuanjia army. Meanwhile, at the Su residence, Su Fu learned of the news only when Su Zhi returned home that evening. The previously serene countenance of Su Fu was now marked by a subtle unrest, as an unexpected sense of confusion and helplessness enveloped her heart. How could this be? Why had events unfolded so prematurely in this lifetime? Could it be that her rebirth had altered the trajectory of past events? Was it possible that in this life, she would still be unable to protect Xiao Junmo? If so, what significance lay in the divine gift of her reincarnation? Uncertain of how she had returned to the Orchid Pavilion, Su Fu isolated herself within her chamber. After a considerable time, she lifted her gaze, her eyes now reflecting the familiar resolve of yore. Since the events had already transpired, she resolved to exert her utmost efforts to effect change. She must meet Xiao Junmo before his departure to battle. Having lived 2 lifetimes, she possessed knowledge that others lacked, and she was determined to find a way to assist him. With clarity restored, Su Fu summoned Qiu Shuang, instructing her to arrange for a carriage at dawn, for she would depart the estate early the following morning. Chapter 57. A late-night visit before Su Fu could seek out Xiao Junmo. The latter arrived on her own accord during the night. Su Fu was already restless in her sleep, and any slight noise would rouse her. Just as anxiety gripped her throat, she heard the familiar voice of Xiao Junmo calling her name. Afu, Su Fu exhaled in relief, a flicker of joy igniting within her. She hastily threw off the covers and descended from the bed. My lord, what brings you here at such an hour? Though the room was shrouded in darkness, Xiao Junmo could discern the delight in Su Fu's tone at his unexpected arrival. I am departing the day after tomorrow, so I came to see you. My lord, how did you find my courtyard? This is not my first visit to your courtyard. You were simply unaware of my previous arrivals. Su Fu detected a hint of grievance in Xiao Junmo's voice. What was missed before will be compensated to you in the future. She finally expressed a sentiment she had long wished to voice. Xiao Junmo's tone became somber as he acknowledged her words with a quiet I was planning to seek you out tomorrow. I did not expect you to come so soon. The urgency of this expedition demands my presence in the military camp during the day, so I could only visit you at night. The Lord had previously mentioned that the kingdom of Xiling would not dare to invade recklessly in the coming years. With their sudden aggression, Su Fu could not help but inquire, did you notice anything unusual regarding their actions? At this critical juncture, Su Fu set aside her reservations. Even if Xiao Junmo suspected her, she felt compelled to share what she knew. Did you uncover anything from the letter I sent you? Thanks to your alert, I have dispatched individuals to monitor the movements of the kingdom of Xiling. Yet thus far, no significant actions have been observed. I also have agents discreetly watching the crown prince, but there have been no signs of unusual behavior, nor have they discovered him visiting the Nansang building. During my last visit to Nansang building, I suspected that it harbors another secret passage. A sense of trepidation crept into Su Fu's heart regarding the crown prince. The fact that even Xiao Junmo could not uncover anything indicated the crown prince's considerable cunning and caution. Su Fu's expression turned unusually solemn, her voice heavy with gravity. "My lord, what I am about to share, whether you believe it or not, you must remember well. The sudden aggression from the kingdom of Xiling is due to collusion with someone from our country, the crown prince himself. Their primary objective in sending you to the northern desert is to ensure you remain there forever, unable to return. Thus, my lord, you must be wary not only of the enemy forces of Xiling, but also of those who are close to you." Su Fu contemplated various scenarios, ultimately concluding that the greatest threat to Xiao Junmo's life would likely come from betrayal among his own comrades. From Su Fu's tone, it seemed she was convinced of the crown prince's collusion with Xiling. Xiao Junmo was eager to inquire how she had gained knowledge of matters that even he could not uncover. However, he restrained himself. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and Su Fu would reveal hers in due time. What mattered to him was the trust he placed in her. Xiao Junmo believed her words. His dark eyes clouded with thought. "I shall remember this. I trust you." Su Fu gazed at the tall figure standing before her, a wave of emotions threatening to bring tears to her eyes. Yet, she resolutely reminded herself that shedding tears was not an option, as it would only cause Xiao Junmo to worry while he was away at war. "My lord, I await your return. You must come back safely," she implored. "Rest assured, spend these few months peacefully in the manor, embroidering your wedding gown, and I shall return to marry you." Stepping closer, Su Fu wrapped her arms around Xiao Junmo's waist, burying her head against his chest. The steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat calmed her anxious heart considerably. "Very well. I shall wait for you to return and marry me. If you do not return, I shall never wed." Xiao Junmo tightened his embrace, hesitated for a moment, and then lowered his head to place a gentle kiss on Su Fu's forehead. His voice, tinged with hoarseness, responded, "I cannot perish before witnessing you don the wedding gown and becoming my bride." They held each other silently for a long while, reluctant to part. Finally, Xiao Junmo gently released Su Fu, murmuring, "Ah Fu, I must take my leave." With the imminent expedition, Su Fu understood how busy Xiao Junmo was. It was already a rare grace for him to see her tonight. "Very well, my lord. Venture forth without concern for me. I am capable of safeguarding myself now." Su Fu stood by the window through which Xiao Junmo had just departed, lost in thought for a while. In her heart, she silently prayed that this time, Xiao Junmo would return safely. In the general's residence, within the study of the elder Xiao, the elder Xiao, Xiao Huai, and Xiao Junmo were seated together. The elder Xiao's expression was grave, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he slowly remarked, "The sudden invasion by the Xiling Kingdom is not as simple as it appears. There must be a trap hidden within. Yearned's journey this time is fraught with peril. Rest assured, grandfather, I have accompanied my father in the northern deserts for many years and have learned much from him. I will surely repel the enemy forces and return safely," Xiao Junmo has stated, his dark eyes reflecting a hint of seriousness. Currently, not only did they face external threats, but within the capital, each prince was secretly cultivating their own power. While the surface seemed tranquil, beneath it lay tumultuous currents. Reflecting on the crown prince's connection with the Xiling Kingdom, Xiao Junmo felt it essential to reveal his concerns to both his grandfather and father. With their influence, they could devise strategies should any unforeseen event arise. "Grandfather, father, the audacity of the Xiling Kingdom to invade suddenly stems from collusion with someone in the shadows, and that individual is currently within the capital." Xiao Huai's voice rose. "What did you say? Who is this treacherous wretch?" He held a profound disdain for traitors, and Xiao Junmo's words stirred his agitation. The elder Xiao merely raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed by the revelation. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Are you suggesting this person is the crown prince?" His tone bore a hint of certainty. "Indeed, The Crown Prince? By heavens! I shall go and deal with him at once. Xiao Yinghuai's face flushed with fury, and he made to rise and leave. Stay your hand. The Crown Prince is, after all, the Emperor's son. What can you do without evidence? The elder Xiao called out to halt his son's departure. But father, although Xiao Yinghuai was filled with indignation, he retained his composure and returned to his seat. Xiao Junmo gazed intently at the venerable grandfather Xiao, for at this moment, the grandson hoped that the grandfather and father would be forewarned. The grandson believed that the Crown Prince's primary objective was the Xuanjia army in the possession of the Xiao family. Grandfather Xiao slowly stroked his graying beard and assured them, "You may rest easy regarding the capital and the general's residence. I shall keep a vigilant watch." The group continued to converse in the study for quite some time. After departing from Grandfather Zhao's study, Xiao Junmo went to bid farewell to the princess and subsequently collected the belongings that Sang Yu had prepared for him before leaving the estate for the military camp. In the Lanshan pavilion of the Su residence, Su Fu sat lost in thought as he gazed at the pot of flowers beneath the window. Seeing Su Fu's listless demeanor, Qiu Shui pondered on how to divert his attention with lighter conversation. "Miss," she began, "I overheard the maids from another courtyard discussing that Lady Wen's beloved cat was poisoned to death. They say the demise was quite tragic. One wonders who could be so malevolent as to harm even a mere cat." Chapter 58. Poisoning. Su Fu's pupils dilated sharply, her expression brimming with excitement as she grasped Qiu Shui's shoulders. "Poison? Yes, indeed, poison. How did I not realize this sooner?" Qiu Shui observed Su Fu's emotional turmoil with a hint of bewilderment. After a sleepless night, Su Fu set out in a carriage at the break of dawn. Xiao Junmo, leading a great army, exited the city. After traveling a short distance beyond the city gates, he noticed a carriage halted by the roadside. Upon closer inspection, a wave of delight surged within him. He instructed his deputy to continue with the troops and then rode over to the carriage, deftly dismounting and entering it. Qiu Shuang and Qiu Shui stood guard outside the carriage. Qiu Shuang cast a glance at the usually carefree Sang Yu, who, clad in armor, seemed to exude an air of noble valor. The armor glimmered coldly under the sun, concealing his usual irreverent demeanor. The smile that typically adorned his face now bore a subtle upward curve as he locked eyes with Qiu Shuang, stepping closer. "You wouldn't miss me, would you?" Qiu Shuang silently scoffed, realizing that his heart remained unchanged, just as it had always been. "You think too much. Then I see you sneaking glances at me. Perhaps admiring how I look in this armor? The armor looks good, but the person, not so much." Sang Yu retorted, rolling his eyes, knowing full well that Qiu Shuang would never concede. Inside the carriage, Xiao Junmo sat beside Su Fu. "What brings you here?" "I recalled a matter of utmost importance and needed to inform you," Su Fu replied, calling out to the outside. Shortly after, an elderly man with a white beard entered the compartment. Xiao Junmo, puzzled, inquired, "Who is this?" "This is Dr. Yu from Qingmu Mountain Manor," Su Fu introduced. Xiao Junmo scrutinized the elder, realizing that Dr. Yu had been in seclusion for many years and had not shown himself until now. "How did he come to be here?" "This is a lengthy tale. Dr. Yu is familiar with my late mother, and I happened upon his whereabouts, so I sought him out to come here and examine you." "Examine me? But I am not ill." "Dr. Yu, I kindly ask that you take a good look at the young master," Su Fu said with respect. "Young man, it is not easy to examine someone like you." "Extend your hand," Dr. Yu replied. Though perplexed, Xiao Junmo complied and presented his hand. Dr. Yu meticulously checked his pulse, and a moment of silence enveloped the carriage as Su Fu's gaze remained fixed on Dr. Yu's expression. After a brief interval, Dr. Yu withdrew his hand. Su Fu immediately inquired, "What is the verdict?" "He has been poisoned. However, the toxin currently poses no immediate threat to his health. Yet, should he sustain an injury and bleed, the poison will activate, and at that point, even divine intervention would be futile." Upon hearing this, Xiao Junmo's brows furrowed slightly, his heart gripped by fear and a flurry of questions. He had been poisoned? How had this occurred? Who had administered the poison? Su Fu's expression tightened. Her suspicions had been confirmed. It was indeed poisoning. "Dr. Yu, do you have a remedy to counteract this toxin for the young master?" Su Fu's demeanor reflected her growing urgency. Xiao Junmo also turned his gaze towards Physician Yu, who remained silent for a moment before slowly stating, "This poison has never before been encountered in our nation. The method of antidote requires further study on my part. However, the prince is about to journey north to the desert, and he cannot afford to wait. On the battlefield, blood inevitably flows. The Western Ling Kingdom and the Crown Prince seem intent on bringing Xiao Junmo to his demise." Su Fu recalled the pills left by her late mother and hurriedly retrieved a small box from her sleeve, presenting it to Physician Yu. "Please examine this. Can this medicine temporarily safeguard the prince as health?" Physician Yu accepted the box, scrutinizing it closely, then brought it to his nose to inhale its scent, his eyes suddenly brightening. "Where did you procure this pill? Although it cannot entirely neutralize the poison within him, it can protect his internal organs from its harmful effects." Su Fu felt a surge of joy. "That is splendid." Without hesitation, she handed the pill to Xiao Junmo. "Prince, please take this pill first. Upon your return from the northern desert, let Physician Yu concoct an antidote for you." "My dear, such a precious pill, and you so readily give it to this lad? I fear you possess but this one." Su Fu dismissed the concern with a shake of her head. "He is my future husband, and his journey to the northern desert is to protect our nation and its people. Compared to his life, this mere pill is of little consequence." Xiao Junmo felt a stirring in his heart as he softly called out a fu. He then took the pill from Su Fu's hand and swallowed it in one gulp. Physician Yu once again checked Xiao Junmo's pulse. "Well, he shall not perish for the time being." After speaking, he waved his hand. "I must take my leave now." Su Qing's tone carried a note of pleading. "I earnestly request that Physician Yu develop an antidote for the prince. You just stated he is our nation's guardian. Even without considering your mother's favor, I must find a way to neutralize the poison for him." With that, he dismounted from the carriage. Only Su Fu and Xiao Junmo remained inside the carriage. Xiao Junmo gazed at Su Fu's delicate features, reaching out to gently smooth her hair. "A fu, thank you. There is no need for thanks between us. As long as the prince is well, I am content." Just then, the voice of Song Yu called from outside the carriage. "Prince, it is time for us to depart." Reluctantly, Xiao Junmo lowered his hand. "A fu, I must go. Wait for me." He turned and prepared to step down from the carriage. At that moment, a bold idea flashed through Su Fu's mind, and she blurted out, "Wait, what is it?" As Xiao Junmo turned back, Su Fu's soft lips pressed against his. The normally composed and steady Xiao Junmo felt his ears flush with warmth, his hands instinctively tightening around the sleeves of his attire. In an instant, Su Fu withdrew from his cool lips. "All right, you may go now." As Xiao Junmo mounted his horse, his heart raced wildly. He stifled his emotions, adopting a stern expression as he sat upon the steed. "Prince, why are your ears so red?" Song Yu remarked, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. Xiao Junmo cleared his throat, ahem. He then vigorously swung the reins, urging the horse forward. "Hurry, keep up." Song Yu tightened his legs around the horse's belly, quickly chasing after Xiao Junmo. "There is no need for an explanation, my lord. Your subordinate understands." On the way back to the city, Su Fu felt a profound sense of emptiness within her, her spirits notably low. Qiu Shuang suggested, "Miss, since it is still early, why don't we dine at the Wanbao restaurant before returning home?" "That sounds splendid. It has been quite some time since I last saw Uncle Zhong." The carriage came to a halt in front of the Wanbao restaurant. Observing the now vacant establishment under Uncle Zhong's management, a gentle smile graced Su Fu's lips. She had indeed made the right choice. For Uncle Zhong was remarkably astute and capable. As soon as Su Fu and her maid entered the restaurant, Uncle Zhong spotted them. His face lit up with joy upon seeing Su Fu. "Miss, what a delightful surprise. Why did you not inform me of your visit in advance?" Chapter 59. The flower appreciation gathering. I happened to pass by and thought I would take a look. Uncle Zhong led Su Fu to a private room on the second floor. "Miss, is there anything you would like to eat?" "Uncle Zhong, please recommend something for me." The restaurant had just introduced several new dishes. Would the young lady care to try? That sounds delightful. After dining at the restaurant, Su Fu took a carriage back to the Su residence. As she approached Lanxiang Pavilion, she encountered Su Qing walking toward her. "Elder sister, where have you just returned from?" Su Fu, already in a rather foul mood, had no desire to engage with Su Qing. "Must you pry into my whereabouts, second sister?" Noticing her elder sister's discontent, Su Qing quipped lightly, "Is it because young master Xiao has left the capital? Your temperament needs adjustment, elder sister. Just because you are betrothed to the General S household does not mean you can truly consider yourself a noble lady. Life is unpredictable until matters are settled. Everything remains subject to change. Therefore, it would be wise for you to maintain a lower profile and avoid drawing too much attention." Su Fu turned to glare at Su Qing. "What do you mean by that? Do you know something?" Su Qing feigned innocence. "I know nothing, merely offering a kind reminder." After saying this, she cast a sidelong glance at Su Fu and walked away. Observing Su Qing's demeanor, Su Fu suspected that she must be aware of the poisoning incident involving Xiao Junmo. Yet, she was uncertain of how much Su Qing knew regarding the Crown Prince's schemes. At present, she remained oblivious to how the Crown Prince had poisoned Xiao Junmo and could only hope that Xiao Junmo would uncover the truth and eliminate the perpetrator to prevent future repercussions. In the ensuing days, Su Fu devoted herself to embroidering her wedding gown and rarely ventured outside. One day, she received a letter from Xiao Junmo, sent from the northern desolate region. Unable to contain her joy, she set aside her work and opened the letter. In it, Xiao Junmo wrote that he had arrived safely in the northern desolate region and mentioned that he had already identified several of the Crown Prince's men within the entourage, though he had yet to ascertain the details of the poisoning incident and thus had refrained from acting hastily. The letter concluded with the words, "All is well. Do not worry." Su Fu pressed the letter to her chest, as if she could sense Xiao Junmo's presence while he penned those words. She exhaled softly, feeling a significant weight lift from her heart. Autumn Frost entered the room, holding an invitation. "Miss, this is an invitation from the Minister of Right's residence, stating that there will be a flower appreciation gathering in 3 days, and you are invited." The Minister of Right's residence? Su Fu pondered, perplexed. Why would they invite her? Given the status of the Su residence, it seemed unlikely that they would extend such an invitation. However, upon reflection, she realized that her engagement to the General S household and Su Qing's impending status as the future Crown Princess had altered their standing. "Indeed, miss, not only you, but the second young lady has also received an invitation," Autumn Frost replied. Nearby, Autumn Snow inquired, "Miss, do you intend to attend? You have never participated in gatherings before." Holding the invitation, Su Fu contemplated her past. In her previous life, she had indeed shunned social gatherings and avoided conversation with others. Yet now, as Xiao Junmo's fiancée, and soon to be the lady of the General S household, attending various gatherings would be inevitable in the future. Moreover, the position of the Minister of Rights is highly esteemed. Should she abstain from attending, the outside world would undoubtedly engage in numerous speculations and suspicions, which would reflect poorly on both her and the General's residence. Thus, her presence at the flower appreciation event is imperative. When she paid her respects to the matriarch in the evening, the matriarch inquired about this matter. "You both received the invitations from the Minister of Right's residence, did you not?" Su Fu and Su Qing responded in unison, "Yes, grandmother." A hint of pride surfaced on the matriarch's face. Previously, the Su family had little interaction with the Minister of Right's residence, let alone the privilege of attending their gatherings. She gazed at Su Fu and Su Qing, her demeanor softening. "Very well, let your mother prepare a new outfit for each of you. You must not bring shame upon our household." Mrs. Zhou quickly interjected, "Rest assured, mother, I shall ensure they are well prepared." "That is good." The matriarch's tone grew noticeably cooler than before, and after her remark, she ceased to regard Mrs. Zhou. The resentment lingered in her heart, as Mrs. Zhou had caused her to lose a grandson. Yet, due to the formidable family of her daughter-in-law, she refrained from voicing her discontent. Upon exiting the Changsong courtyard, Su Qing briskly caught up with Su Fu. "Elder sister, will you also attend the flower appreciation banquet?" "Indeed. But elder sister, did you not previously disdain attending such gatherings? People change, and I have come to enjoy them," Su Fu replied, quickening her pace ahead of Su Qing. Su Qing scoffed behind her. "Humph. I wonder how long you can revel in this." The following day, a maid arrived at Lanxiang Pavilion. "Miss, I have come on a lady's orders to deliver the attire for tomorrow's banquet." Surprised by Mrs. Zhou's swiftness, Su Fu replied with a simple Qiu Shuang accepted the garments from the maid, who then took her leave. As Qiu Shuang unfolded the attire to show Su Fu, it revealed a light green pleated skirt adorned with a grass-green satin embroidered overlay. Miss, it seems the lady is truly invested this time. The fabric is exquisite silk, perfectly suited for this season, Qiu Shue remarked, admiring the garment. Just as Qiu Shue was about to retract her hand, she winced in pain. It hurts. Su Fu grasped Qiu Shue's hand. What happened? It became evident that Qiu Shue had pricked her finger, which was now oozing blood. Qiu Shuang carefully inspected the garment, and her expression darkened. Miss, there's a needle concealed in this attire. Observing the blood seeping from Qiu Shue's finger, Su Fu's gaze turned icy. Had this been discovered too late, it would have been her who suffered the injury upon donning the garment the next day. Qiu Shuang, take Qiu Shue to bandage her wound. Despite su fuese stern countenance. Qiu Shue forced a smile. Miss, there's no need to worry. It's just a small prick. Such a deep wound cannot be trivialized. Listen to me. Let Qiu Shuang tend to it. Su Fu turned her gaze back to the garment, her eyes growing increasingly profound. The next day, Su Fu was awakened early by Qiu Shuang. After donning her attire and completing her makeup, she arrived at the Su residence's entrance to find Su Qing had already arrived ahead of her. Upon seeing Su Fu adorned in the attire sent yesterday, a fleeting glimmer of delight flashed in Su Qing's eyes. Elder sister, you have arrived. You look truly splendid in that outfit. For once, Su Qing offered her sister a heartfelt compliment. A subtle smile graced Su Fu's lips as she replied, I too find this garment exceedingly beautiful. Mother possesses remarkable taste. The two ladies, assisted by their maidservants, gracefully entered the carriage. Inside, Su Qing's gaze occasionally drifted towards Su Fu. Noticing her sister's calm demeanor, she pondered internally, perplexed. Why does Su Fu remain unresponsive? This is quite unusual. My younger sister seems quite interested in the ensemble I wear today. Does she not? No. Yet, why do I feel as though she is continuously glancing in my direction? Just then, the carriage jolted slightly, and Su Fu, unable to maintain her balance, began to topple towards Su Qing's side. Chapter 60. The flower viewing event. Su Fu collided with Su Qing, causing Su Qing to lose her balance and crash heavily against the wall of the carriage behind her. She let out a piercing scream. What is happening? The coachman hurriedly explained, Second miss, please forgive me. There is a small stone in the middle of the road, and the horses could not avoid it in time. From within the carriage, Su Qing's voice rang out in anger. You can't even manage a carriage properly. Prepare to face punishment upon our return. While Su Fu emerged from the collision relatively unscathed, Su Qing was not so fortunate. She felt a dull pain in her back, and her hair had become somewhat disheveled. Xiao Shui helped Su Qing settle back in her seat. Miss, are you all right? Su Qing snapped back. Do I look like I'm fine? You are utterly useless. You should have protected me. If I am injured, I shudder to think how you will explain this to our parents. Su Qing vented her frustration on Xiao Shui before casting a fierce glare at Su Fu, who appeared unfazed by the incident. Xiao Shui cautiously tidied Su Qing's hair, fearful of inciting her anger once again. Once Su Qing's hair was arranged, the carriage arrived at the entrance of the minister's residence. A plethora of opulent carriages were stationed outside the grand gates of the Ministry of Rites, with Su Fu and Su Qing's carriage positioned towards the back. Upon disembarking, they presented their invitation to the attendant at the door, who then guided them inside. The minister's residence was vast, and the maid led them through 2 stacked stone hills and around several winding paths before finally arriving at the garden in the rear courtyard. The garden was expansive and adorned with a variety of rare and exquisite flowers, all in full bloom during this season, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. As they strolled through the enchanting floral paradise, Su Fu felt a surge of joy at the sight of the flourishing blossoms, a testament to her love for gardening. As Su Fu surveyed the garden, she noticed a gathering of noble women and young ladies from the capital. Most were unfamiliar to her, yet their presence at the flower viewing event indicated their esteemed social standing. Upon spotting Su Fu and Su Qing, a few recognized Su Qing, knowing her to be the future crown princess, and approached her with warm greetings. Second Miss Su, you have arrived, one exclaimed, turning to Su Fu beside her. And who might this be? Su Qing preemptively took Su Fu's arm affectionately. This is my elder sister. She has never attended such gatherings before. If she inadvertently offends anyone today, I hope you will all be understanding. Su Qing appeared to be defending Su Fu, but just as she anticipated continuing her conversation, she felt a sudden sharp pain in her arm, as if something had pricked her, causing her body to tingle. Her previously composed smile nearly faltered as she turned to Su Fu, whose face radiated joy, yet Su Fu could discern the flicker of suppressed fury in Su Qing's eyes. Concealed beneath her voluminous sleeves, Su Fu discreetly jabbed Su Qing's wrist once more. Su Qing's expression momentarily stiffened, and she felt a sudden numbness spread across half her body. She bit her tongue lightly until the metallic taste of blood awakened her senses. With great effort, she maintained a gentle smile on her face. Su Fu lowered her gaze to her skirt, her hands nervously intertwined, revealing a demeanor of timidity and helplessness, her voice laced with evident unease. Why is my second sister looking at me like that? Although she has always wished for me to refrain from attending banquets. This invitation was personally delivered by the minister's residence. I truly cannot refuse. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly inaudible, as if she feared saying the wrong thing and upsetting the other party. You speak nonsense. When did I ever say you couldn't attend the banquet? Suppressing the pain in her arm, her words escaping without contemplation. The onlookers, witnessing Su Fu's cautious demeanor juxtaposed with Su Qing's imposing presence, found themselves readily believing Su Fu's words. Many felt a twinge of sympathy for Su Fu, with one lady remarking, I heard that Miss Su lost her mother at a young age. She must indeed be quite pitiful. Another lady concurred, indeed. No wonder we've never seen the eldest daughter of the Su family at previous gatherings. It is said her health has always been frail. But it seems it is not that simple. Stepmothers are always different, one person sighed. Yet, this fleeting sentiment of pity quickly dissipated among the crowd, for they had witnessed countless intrigues during their years in the inner quarters. At that moment, Princess Yongping, seated distantly in a pavilion, gazed thoughtfully at Su Fu in the garden. The Minister of Right's wife, accompanying her, followed the princess's gaze toward the green-clad figure. Though they were far apart, she had heard that this lady was the eldest daughter of the Su family, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. Contemplating the impending union between the Su family and the general's household, the light in the minister's wife's eyes dimmed slightly. She withdrew her gaze and smiled at Princess Yongping, saying, Your Highness, this is the new tea just transported from Jiangnan. Do try it. As she spoke, she pushed the teacup closer to the princess. Meanwhile, in the garden, Qiyiru, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Rights, approached Su Fu, her eyes scanning Su Fu with evident disdain. So, you are the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Fu? Su Fu recognized Qiyiru, having encountered her in her past life at the general's residence. Noting the hostility in Qiyiru's gaze, Su Fu felt perplexed. She recalled never having any dealings with this daughter of the Minister of Rights. This was their first meeting in this life. Why did she harbor such animosity? Su Fu responded with a detached, yet polite smile. Indeed. So you are the fiancé of young Master Xiao. Not much to look at, I must say. Su Fu realized with a start that she was, in fact, a rival in love. No wonder in her previous life, when she wed Xiao Junmo, she regarded herself with such a gaze. At that time, she could not comprehend it. But now it dawns on her that Qiyiru's eyes were filled with unwillingness. The smile in Su Fu's eyes faded as she raised her gaze to meet Qiyiru's. To be betrothed to the heir is indeed a blessing. I believe that to excel as a virtuous wife, one must not rely solely on outer beauty. Much like a resplendent flower, no matter how exquisite, it requires the support of green leaves to truly reveal its most enchanting form. Miss Qi, what are your thoughts? Qiyiru's beautiful eyes brimmed with resentment, her gaze fixed intently on Su Fu. How dare you? Simply because I do not covet another's fiancé as you do. Simply because I understand the principles of propriety and integrity. Simply because I uphold etiquette and do not publicly challenge others as you have. Su Fu slightly lifted her chin, her tone devoid of any trace of timidity. Her words struck like a sword, each syllable piercing the very heart of Qiru. Chapter 61. Standing up for Su Fu. Qiru's chest heaved as she pointed an accusing finger at Su Fu, declaring that young Master Xiao had no desire to marry her, and that he was merely complying with an imperial decree. Had Su Fu not lived 2 lifetimes and possessed a profound understanding of Xiao Junmo, she might have faltered under Qiru's words. A smile graced her lips, and just as she was about to speak, the Princess of Yongping made her entrance. Qiru's upbringing left much to be desired. The Princess of Yongping's tone was remarkably calm, yet it caused Qiru to tremble slightly. No one had anticipated the princess's appearance, as she had never attended any previous banquets held in her honor. The attendees quickly turned to pay their respects to her, bowing and exclaiming, "Long live the princess! Please, no need for formalities." The minister's wife, following closely behind the princess, sighed inwardly, regretting how she had spoiled her daughter, who was now becoming increasingly unruly. She shot Qiru a disappointed glare. Taking the initiative, she stepped forward to apologize on behalf of her daughter, stating that it was her own indulgence that had led to such unruly behavior, and that she, as a mother, had failed in her duties. Qiru, previously brimming with arrogance, now felt a twinge of trepidation before the princess, especially given that this woman was Xiao Junmo's mother. "Princess, it was she who intentionally provoked my daughter," Qiru exclaimed, pointing at the quietly standing Su Fu. The minister's wife wished fervently to cover Qiru's mouth at that moment. The Princess of Yongping followed Qiru's gesture and regarded Su Fu with a discerning gaze. Reflecting on Su Fu's earlier exchange with Qiru, she recognized her ability to navigate situations with both gentleness and firmness, never yielding an inch even to someone of Qiru's status, responding with remarkable composure. In Su Fu, she discerned a maturity and tranquility that belied her years. As if she had weathered countless trials, Su Fu stood there silently, allowing the princess to scrutinize her, neither obsequious nor defensive against Qiru's claims. The Princess of Yongping withdrew her gaze from Su Fu and, her tone now tinged with coldness, remarked, "I am neither deaf nor blind." At this, Qiru truly panicked. She had not anticipated that the princess had overheard their conversation. Yet, envisioning the gallant figure of Xiao Junmo atop his steed, she clenched her fists. "Princess, Su Fu is utterly unworthy of marrying young Master Xiao. My daughter's beauty and status far exceed that of Su Fu. The wife of young Master Xiao should be someone of my daughter's caliber." Her words shocked those present, as they marveled at Qiru's audacity to speak so boldly in front of the princess. The minister's wife turned pale upon hearing her daughter's declaration, cursing herself for having indulged Qiru to such an extent that she felt emboldened to voice such insolence. Her expression stern, she glared at Qiru and scolded, "Rebellious daughter, how dare you utter such shameless words? Apologize to the princess at once." "Mother, I speak the truth. Why should I apologize?" Princess Yongping's expression was inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor anger. Previously, she believed that Su Fu was unworthy of becoming the daughter-in-law of the general's residence. However, she now thought her quite suitable. At least more so than Miss Qi. The princess regarded Miss Qi as merely superficial, lacking true refinement. If she did not amend her ways, it was likely that no young gentleman in the capital would dare to propose to her. At this juncture, Princess Yongping's demeanor turned solemn, having once graced the battlefield. She exuded an aura of cold authority and regal dignity. Her gaze swept across the assembly. "Su Fu is my son's fiancée. I will not permit anyone to insult or mistreat her. If you do so, you will be opposing me and the general's residence. Do you understand?" The onlookers bowed their heads in acknowledgement. Su Fu, unable to believe the scene unfolding before her, glanced at Princess Yongping in astonishment, surprised that she would intervene on her behalf. Beside her, Su Qing's eyes brimmed with jealousy, glaring fiercely at Su Fu. Why should Su Fu enjoy such fortune? She found it unacceptable. Madam Minister hastily pulled Qiru to kneel before Princess Yongping, imploring for forgiveness. "It is my failure as a mother that has allowed this rebellious daughter to speak so recklessly. I shall ensure she is properly disciplined henceforth." After saying this, she shot a fierce glance Chihiru, you ungrateful daughter. Apologize to the princess at once. Chihiru pouted, still unwilling to concede, and reluctantly uttered, I acknowledge my error, and I beg the princess to forgive me this once. I promise to be more cautious in my words and actions in the future. Princess Yongping looked down from her elevated position at the two kneeling before her. After a moment of silence, she replied, Miss Chi, your conduct is lacking. As punishment, you shall transcribe the teachings of women 3 times, in hopes that you may learn from this lesson. With Princess Yongping's decree, the matter was effectively laid to rest. However, following today's incident, Chihiru's reputation was likely to suffer, particularly since many ladies of the capital had witnessed the affair. As the flower-viewing banquet drew to a close and the party departed from the minister's residence, Su Fu intentionally distanced herself from Su Qing and approached the carriage of Princess Yongping. This humble servant, Su Fu, pays her respects to the princess, she announced from outside the carriage. Inside, Princess Yongping, who had anticipated a moment of rest, paused in surprise. Without lifting the curtain, she inquired through it, What is it? I have come to express my gratitude for your defense of me today, Su Fu replied. There is no need for thanks. My words today were not solely for your sake, but were concerned with the reputation of the general's residence, Princess Yongping stated. Upon finishing her words, she turned to the coachman and instructed, Proceed. The coachman promptly raised his whip, and the carriage began to move smoothly. Su Fu stood watching as Princess Yongping's opulent carriage receded into the distance, a smile gracing her lips. In the carriage heading back to their residence, Su Qing, who had felt numbness on one side throughout the day, finally began to regain sensation. She fixed a penetrating gaze on Su Fu. What did you just do to me? Feigning ignorance, Su Fu replied, What do you mean, dear sister? Su Qing lightly rolled up her sleeves, presenting her now slightly bruised arm, which had been pricked. Before Su Fu, take a look for yourself, Su Fu. How audacious you are to dare to prick me with a needle. Su Qing's face contorted with anger, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. What are you angry about, dear sister? I merely returned the favor in kind. A glint of icy resolve flashed in Su Fu's eyes, piercing directly towards Su Qing. What did you say? I cannot comprehend. You cannot comprehend, dear sister? Then I too failed to grasp the meaning of what you just said. You claim that I pricked you with a needle. Do you possess any evidence? Su Qing bellowed. It was clearly you, yet you refuse to admit it. Then may I ask if you can acknowledge that you have concealed a needle within my garment? Why is it permissible for you to harm me, but not for me to retaliate? What logic is this? Yet you seem unharmed. Chapter 62, Retribution, dear sister. You ought to be grateful that I have not been harmed. Otherwise, your plight today would be far more severe than merely enduring a few needle pricks. As Su Fu spoke, a subtle smile graced her usually cold visage. I advise you, dear sister, to refrain from anger, lest your body succumb to numbness once more. You, Su Li exclaimed, Su Fu, how cruel you are? Taking several deep breaths, she endeavored to suppress the fury swelling within her chest. Cruel? Su Fu chuckled softly. In comparison to your actions, what I have done scarcely qualifies. I am unperturbed by your attempts against me, but I kindly request that you employ more sophisticated tactics in the future. Should I discover your machinations, do not blame me for returning the favor in kind. Her words were deliberate, each syllable as frigid as the ice of midwinter. Su Li's gaze faltered, unable to withstand the intensity of Su Fu's stare, and a flicker of fear ignited within her heart. Upon returning to Lanxiang Pavilion, Su Fu shed her weariness and reclined against a circular chair. Autumn Snow, who had not accompanied her to the Ministry of Rites that day, observed Su Fu's apparent exhaustion and inquired, Miss, did the banquet wear you out? The banquet itself was not taxing, but engaging with individuals of such disparate intentions is indeed exhausting. Recalling Autumn Snow's injury from the previous day, Su Fu asked, How is your wound? Autumn Snow extended her finger for Su Fu to inspect. Miss, look, it is nearly healed, a mere scratch. Thankfully, it was I who was hurt, and you remain unscathed. Even if you had been injured, it would not do, Su Fu remarked, examining Autumn Snow's finger closely. Fortunately, the needle was not poisoned. It seems the Zhou mother and daughter merely wished to inflict superficial harm without daring to truly harm her. Autumn Frost recounted the events of the day at the Ministry of Rites, including Su Fu's retribution against Su Li, which had been a direct result of Autumn Snow's injury. Upon hearing this, Autumn Snow's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Miss, how did you accomplish that? Does the second young lady truly suffer from numbness when angered? How might she recover?" "I merely applied a little medicine to the needle. In a couple of days, the symptoms will dissipate on their own." "Miss, you are truly remarkable." Autumn Snow gazed at Su Fu with admiration. In the courtyard of Ninghua Pavilion, Su Li reclined on a couch, shouting at the little maid standing before her. "Hurry and fetch a doctor. Quickly." Seeing Su Li on the verge of another outburst, Xiao Shui swiftly brought a teacup to her. "Miss, please do not succumb to anger. Have a sip of tea to calm yourself." Su Li felt utterly unwell, discomfort radiating throughout her body, and she pondered what Su Fu had done to her. However, recalling Su Fu's warning that her symptoms would worsen with anger, she accepted the tea from Xiao Shui and took a large gulp, yet her resentment remained unyielding. She closed her eyes, striving to attain inner tranquility, dismissing all other thoughts. Suddenly, she remembered the Crown Prince's subtle hint that Xiao Junmo would not be returning this time. In an instant, her fury dissipated, and a smile involuntarily crept upon her lips. When the time comes, Su Fu will inevitably revert to her former self. A figure of lowly status, easily manipulated and controlled. A maid from Huaning Pavilion hurriedly led the physician to Ninghua Pavilion, exclaiming, "Doctor, please hurry. My young lady is feeling quite unwell." The maid's tone was urgent, and without pause, she finally brought the doctor to the inner chamber. "Miss, the doctor has arrived." Shui, guiding the physician into the room, urged, "Doctor, please examine my young lady." The physician wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired, "What seems to be the trouble?" "Young lady?" Su Qing rolled back her sleeve to reveal the spots where Su Fu had pricked her with a needle. "Look at this. Why is it that whenever I become angry, my body goes numb, and my arms ache so?" The doctor observed multiple bruises on Su Qing's arm and wrist, astonished. He asked, "How did this happen?" "That is of no concern to you. Just examine it," Su Qing retorted. The doctor scrutinized the injury and took her pulse, his initially relaxed brow furrowing with concern. Switching to his other hand to continue his examination, his frown deepened rather than eased. "Your pulse appears normal. I shall prepare an ointment for you to apply to the affected area." "You inept fool. You cannot even diagnose a simple ailment. What use are you?" Su Qing shouted, her voice laced with anger. The doctor, with a scowl, packed his medical bag and silently vowed never to attend to the Su family again. The maid subsequently summoned several other physicians for Su Qing, yet none could discern the cause of her symptoms. "What a bunch of quacks." Suing Fumit. 2 days later, while paying respects to the matriarch, Su Fu encountered Su Qing. "Sister, are you feeling better?" "Yes." "Just wait, Su Fu. There will come a time when you will need my assistance." Su Qing shot a fierce glance at Su Fu before striding into Chengsong Courtyard. In the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince Si Beian occupied the elevated seat, with Duke Wu, Zhou Hong, and Suja seated below. Si Beian's gaze swept across the figures before him. "Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on the current political landscape?" Duke Wu spoke first. Recently, the fourth prince has been gaining prominence. Rumored to have garnered the support of many officials in the court, it is evident he is positioning himself against your highness. Zhou Hong stroked his beard thoughtfully and added, "In my humble opinion, the greatest threat to your highness is the fourth prince. Not only has he always been favored by his majesty, but his mother, the virtuous consort, holds a significant position in the harem, and he has numerous officials backing him. His advantages over the other princes are glaringly apparent. Suthikinkirth, the third prince has little interest in court matters, and the fifth prince lacks both strength and maternal support. He poses no real danger. What course of action do you gentlemen recommend for me?" Zibayan inquirit. Zhou Hong replied, "In my view, your highness's most pressing concern is to secure the military token of the Xuanjiao army. As long as you hold that power, our chances of success will greatly increase." The Duke of Wu furrowed his brow, casting a stern gaze towards Zhou Hong. "Your words seem rather facile. Let us not forget that the astute Xiao Inghuai, who currently wields the military command of the Xuanjiao army, is a formidable opponent. Moreover, do not overlook the sagacious elder, Xiao Laotai, within the general's residence. His Majesty holds this venerable gentleman in the highest esteem. And yet what of it? Retorted the Duke of Wu. One must not forget that my son-in-law's eldest daughter is betrothed to the heir of the general's household, Master Xiao. The military command of the Xuanjiao army will inevitably find its way into his hands. Once she is wed, what fear shall we have of not obtaining the command? Suzhou interjected, Indeed, your highness. My eldest daughter is most obedient. Once she marries into the general's estate, I shall certainly ensure she extracts the command for us. Reflecting on the prior arrangement between Su Fu and his own son, the Duke of Wu cast a sideways glance at Zhou Hong and Suzhou, letting out a cold snort. Oof. Contemplating his son's current reputation in the capital, the Duke felt a pang of frustration. His son's already tarnished name had now been further sullied by whispers of scandalous behavior. Although the Duke's lineage was illustrious, no family in the capital dared to marry off their daughters to Wu Yuan. Chapter 63. The intruder amongst the troops, Si Bayan observed the Duke of Wu, who appeared to be troubled, and after a moment of contemplation, he discerned the source of his unease. It was likely that Wu Yuan had not disclosed certain matters to him, leading to his current state of distress. Si Bayan raised an eyebrow, convinced that Xiao Junmo would not return this time. As soon as his words left his lips, the three individuals present below displayed expressions of astonishment. Zhou Hong and Suzhou exchanged glances, each understanding the implications. Noting the reactions of the individuals below, Si Bayan then turned his gaze towards the Duke of Wu. Should Xiao Junmo perish in battle, his engagement with Miss Su would be rendered void, thereby rekindling the prospects of matrimony between the Duke's son and Miss Su. Si Bayan understood well that to elicit unwavering loyalty from others, one must present alluring incentives. After all, the world is driven by profit and self-interest, a truth that has remained unchanged throughout the ages. Only by showcasing tangible benefits can one expect others to willingly devote themselves to their cause. The Duke of Wu's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. Si Bayan cast a sidelong glance at Suzhou, inquiring whether the proposal to wed Miss Su to the Duke's son would meet with any objections from Su Shirlane. Having already offended the Duke of Wu's household previously, and now aware of their allegiance to the Crown Prince, Suzhou would certainly be more accommodating. Not at all. It would be a blessing for my daughter to marry into the Duke of Wu's household, Suzhou replied, his voice unwavering. Upon hearing Suzhou's response, the Duke of Wu raised his teacup with satisfaction. His demeanor towards Suzhou considerably softened. Si Bayan's expression turned serious, his eyes glinting with determination. As long as you remain loyal to me, when I ascend to the highest position, you shall be recognized as my most esteemed benefactors. I shall not forget the assistance you provide today. In the northern wilderness, Xiao Junmo sat within the confines of his tent, attentively listening to his subordinate's report. General, the individuals you instructed us to monitor have made a move. Last night, one of them slipped away, and my subordinate followed him, discovering that he was heading towards the enemy's encampment. Upon hearing this, Deputy Zhang's expression darkened. Damn it, these traitors are colluding with the enemy. General, I shall take care of them at once. However, Xiao Junmo halted Zhang's advance. Not so fast. Let us observe their next actions first. He then turned to the messenger who had just reported and commanded, continue to watch them closely and ascertain their conspiracies with the Xiaoling Kingdom. Understood. Days passed without further developments from the suspicious individuals, and Xiao Junmo realized that he could no longer afford to wait. He ordered that they be brought before him. When the individuals were presented, they appeared bewildered, unaware that their clandestine activities had been under scrutiny for some time. Greetings, General. What do you require of us? Inquired a man with notably dark skin, perplexed. Xiao Junmo's expression remained impassive as he directly questioned, Whom do you serve? What is your purpose in disguising yourselves as members of the Xuanjiao army within the camp? The inquiry posed by Xiao Junmo momentarily unsettled the few individuals present. However, this fleeting disquiet quickly vanished, and their expressions reverted to their usual demeanor. One among them replied, What do you mean by this, General? I fail to comprehend. In a fit of impatience, Deputy Zhang stepped forward and forcefully kicked the speaker to the ground, exclaiming, Damn it, even now you refuse to admit your role. I compel you to confess. In his frustration, he delivered another swift kick. Xiao Junmo signaled to Tsang Yu, who promptly understood the cue and presented the evidence he had recently gathered against these individuals. Here, examine this for yourselves, lest you claim that others have wronged you, he said. The faces of the accused shifted dramatically as they beheld the documents Tsang Yu had unveiled, letters exchanged with the Xiao Kingdom. A robust man among them clutched one of the letters, his complexion altering several times before his dark eyes locked onto Xiao Junmo, seated with an air of authority. It became evident that the general had long been aware of their treachery. No longer concealing his knowledge, Xiao Junmo candidly confessed, indeed, prior to our arrival in the northern desert, I had already discerned that our ranks had been infiltrated by spies. However, lacking concrete evidence, I refrained from alarming them. Suddenly, the man erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, General, your meticulous mind is unparalleled." Yet as he spoke, his expression grew grave. But even with such astuteness, you could not have anticipated that you yourself are now poisoned. Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily, relishing the moment, and directed his gaze towards Xiao Junmo, eager to witness any sign of fear or dread. To his surprise, Xiao Junmo exhibited neither terror nor apprehension. Rather, a slight smile graced his lips. With newfound clarity regarding the source of the poison coursing through him, Xiao Junmo deemed it unnecessary to spare the lives of these men. Rising from his seat, he unsheathed the sword that lay beside him and, in a swift motion, approached the man who had spoken, delivering a lethal stroke to his neck with ruthless efficiency. The man collapsed, eyes wide in shock. Returning to his chair, Xiao Junmo fixed his gaze upon Deputy Zhang. As for the remaining individuals, you shall handle them. Thank you, General, Deputy Zhang replied, his pent-up frustration bubbling to the surface. Drawing his own blade, he swiftly dispatched the remaining conspirators. "Oof. To die so easily is truly a mercy for them," he muttered disdainfully, casting a contemptuous glance at the fallen. Soon after, soldiers entered to remove the bodies. Deputy Zhang then asked, "General, should we inform His Majesty of this matter?" Xiao Junmo lowered his gaze, his expression pensive. "This concerns the Crown Prince, without solid evidence. It is easy for him to turn the tables on us. Moreover, with the Xiao Kingdom lurking just outside the city, it is prudent to keep this matter discreet for now." "Understood. I shall summon the others to my tent so we may deliberate on our battle strategy." Deputy Zhang acknowledged and exited the tent. The candlelight flickered in the tent of Xiao Junmo for most of the night. 10 miles beyond the city gates of the northern desert, the kingdom of Xiao had erected its encampment. Within the largest tent, a robust man with sharply defined features sat confidently. "Have there been any reports from there today?" he inquired, his voice deep and his gaze piercing. This man was the 6th prince of Xiao, Dorhaki, whose envoy to the capital of the Nansang Kingdom had been Lisha. The subordinate at his side respectfully replied, "Your Highness, there have been no updates from there today." A dangerous smile curled at the corners of Dorhaki's mouth. "The time is ripe. Instruct the troops to commence the siege tomorrow." "Yes, Your Highness," the subordinate responded, taking his leave from the main tent. Chapter 64. Death in Battle. Reflecting on Xiao Junmo, Dorhaki reclined languidly, his gaze narrowing dangerously. "Xiao Junmo, this time, I shall ensure your return is impossible." The following day, a soldier hurriedly rushed into Xiao Junmo's tent. "General, the enemy forces from Xiao are attacking the city, led by the 6th prince of Xiao." "Dorhaki?" "Indeed, General." Xiao Junmo immediately seized his sword and strode purposefully outside, commanding, "Gather all troops at once." In a short while, the entire army was assembled. Mounted on a magnificent steed, Xiao Junmo stood tall, his eyes resolute and sharp, his voice resounding with fervor. "Leave 3,000 here to guard, and send 10,000 to secure the eastern gate." He then raised his whip and proclaimed, "The remainder shall accompany me out of the city to confront the enemy." His piercing gaze swept over the soldiers, exuding an aura of authority. The soldiers responded with fervor, their eyes ablaze with the fire of battle, closely following Xiao Junmo, ready to engage in a fierce confrontation. "Open the gates." With Xiao Junmo's commanding shout, the city gates began to creak open. Dorhaki immediately spotted Xiao Junmo leading the charge. He raised an eyebrow and remarked, "General Xiao, We meet again. Sixth Prince. It has been a while. I never imagined you would so swiftly forget the lessons of our last encounter, daring to return. Xiao Jun's tone dripped with disdain for Duarasi. Reminded of his previous defeats at Xiao Jun's hands, Duarasi's anger surged. Each word he spoke seemed laced with an insatiable thirst for vengeance. His eyes glinting with ferocity as they locked onto Xiao Junhe. This time is different. You have slain many of my soldiers and captured one of my cities. Today, I shall take your head to honor my fallen comrades. Then let us see if you possess the skill to accomplish that today. Sixth Prince. Xiao Junhe replied confidently, his demeanor betraying no hint of fear. With that, he unsheathed his sword and spurred his horse forward. Half a month later, urgent news arrived swiftly from the northern desert. Emperor Jingwen, seated upon the dragon throne, accepted the report presented by the eunuch. Upon reading it, his expression turned grave, and he placed the report heavily upon the dragon table. Closing his eyes, he recalled the last conversation he had with Xiao Junhe in the imperial study before his departure. How could he convey this matter to him and his royal sister? The next day, during the morning court session, Emperor Jingwen, with a solemn demeanor, announced Xiao Junhe, leading the Xuanjiao army, has defeated the enemy forces of Xiling, driving them back 50 miles. This battle was a resounding victory for our army. At this point, a flicker of sorrow crossed the emperor's face as he continued. However, alas, General Xiao met his untimely death in battle. The emperor's words struck like a heavy hammer, resonating in the hearts of all present in the hall. The crown prince, standing at the forefront, imperceptibly curled the corners of his mouth. The emperor then turned his gaze toward Xiao Yinghuai, who, upon hearing this news, staggered slightly, his straight posture appearing to bend under the weight of the revelation. His usually sharp eyes now clouded with shock. He gazed with bloodshot eyes at Emperor Jingwen, seated upon the dragon throne. Your Majesty, this cannot be true. Yunnan would not perish so easily. I understand your disbelief, but this news has arrived from the northern desert. Yunnan has indeed fallen in battle. The ministers within the grand hall bore expressions of profound sorrow, subsequently offering their condolences to General Xiao Yinghuai. Once the court had adjourned, the news of the general's death swiftly spread throughout the capital. The citizens lamented this tragic loss, for the northern defense general was still in the bloom of youth. How could he have met such a fate? In the streets and alleys, discussions erupted among the populace. How could such a valiant warrior succumb so easily? The northern defense general was a hero of our southern Sang nation, fighting valiantly to protect our borders until the very last moment, sacrificing his life for the stability of our land. Such a noble soul. How could fate be so cruel? Indeed, the northern defense general was a hero of our southern Sang. Now that he is gone, who shall safeguard our frontiers? Some wept openly, overwhelmed by grief. In some, the general's demise sent shockwaves through the capital, but his name would forever be etched in the hearts of the people. At the Su residence, in the Orchid Pavilion, Su Fu was watering the flowers in the courtyard when Qiu Shui rushed in from outside. Having ventured out to buy pastries for Su Fu, she had overheard the townsfolk discussing the general's death and hurried back. Without setting down the pastries, she gasped for breath and exclaimed, "Miss, everyone is talking about it. They say that young master, Xiao, has died." Su Fu froze, her watering can slipping from her grasp, spilling water everywhere. Turning slowly, her body stiffened as she fixed her penetrating gaze upon Qiu Shui. "What did you say? He is dead?" "Yes, miss. The news has spread far and wide." Qiu Shui's face reflected her urgency. "How can this be? It cannot be true." Su Fu denied. "He has taken the pills I provided." "Didn't Dr. Yu assure us that he would survive?" Did she truly live this life again only to be unable to alter the fate of her past? Was this destiny, that no matter her efforts, she could not change the outcome? With trembling hands, she pressed against her chest and sank to the ground, a solitary tear tracing down her cheek. "Xiao Junhe, you deceiver. You promised to return and marry me. How can you break your word?" Seeing Su Fu in such a fragile and helpless state, both Qiu Shuang and Qiu Shui were filled with concern. They had never witnessed her so vulnerable. She had always faced challenges with composure. Standing by, they watched Su Fu crouched on the ground, her back shuddering, wanting to offer comfort, yet unsure of how to begin. Thoughts of the spirited young general on horseback filled their hearts with sorrow as well. Meanwhile, at the general's residence, Xiao Junmo returned to the manor after leaving the court, bearing the tragic news of Xiao Junmo's demise to Princess Yongping. Upon hearing his words, the princess sat in stunned silence, her body unmoving. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet and strode towards the door. "Madam, where are you going?" Xiao Junmo inquired anxiously, fearing that the weight of the news might be too much for her to bear. "I must enter the palace to question the emperor, to uncover the truth of my son's death." Before her words could fully resonate, she had already exited the courtyard. Xiao Junmo shook his head helplessly behind her, and then proceeded to the residence of old Master Xiao. "Father, what do matters stand?" he asked. "Do not worry, father. Everything is unfolding as we previously agreed. Now, we must observe the actions of the crown prince," he replied after a moment's hesitation. "Father, the madam has gone to the palace." Old Master Xiao stroked his beard thoughtfully, remarking, "The emperor shall indeed have much to ponder now." At the hour of Su, in the crown prince's eastern palace, with Xiao Junmo now deceased, Si Bayan appeared relaxed, as if victory was within his grasp. He leisurely lifted the teacup from the table and savored a sip. Chapter 65. Implied confinement. At that moment, a shadow intruded, and upon entering the room, the figure removed his hat, revealing a face that possessed an allure surpassing that of any woman. Si Bayan glanced at the figure clad in black, Wu Yuan, and raised an eyebrow. "What brings you here so unexpectedly?" "I came to congratulate His Highness." "Congratulations on getting one step closer to that position," Wu Yuan replied as he leisurely took a seat. "You seem to have your ear to the ground. It's hard not to hear the rumors circulating throughout the city." Si Bayan's gaze darkened, his tone tinged with regret. "Indeed, Xiao Junmo is a rare talent, yet he fails to comprehend the current situation and refuses to align himself with me. Anyone daring to obstruct my path must perish. And what does His Highness plan to do next?" "Patience is a virtue. We shall wait for news from that side before proceeding." With that, Si Bayan turned his gaze to Wu Yuan, a smile gracing his lips. "I must congratulate you as well. The young lady of the Su family will soon be yours." "Ha ha ha." Thinking of the cool yet fiery woman, Wu Yuan's lips curled into a smile. "She truly is intriguing." In the Nansang pavilion of the Su residence, Su Fu sat quietly in her room for half a day, lost in thought. Given Xiao Junmo's capabilities, coupled with her own reminders, she refused to believe that he would perish so easily in this lifetime. There must be factors at play that she remained unaware of. She could not afford to wallow in despair. She needed to be strong. Regardless of the outcome, she would await Xiao Junmo's return. Even if he were never to return, she would never marry another. She had to remain composed, for she needed to protect the general's residence for Xiao Junmo. Gathering her tumultuous thoughts, Su Fu stepped out of her room. Outside the door, Qiu Shuang and Qiu Shui sighed in relief upon seeing her, noting that her demeanor today was considerably improved compared to yesterday. Qiu Shui spoke cautiously, "Miss, please do not be upset. If the young master would know of your distress, he would surely worry." "I'm not upset. I do not believe he is dead. I will wait for his return." Qiu Shuang and Qiu Shui exchanged glances, feeling a pang of sorrow, yet they remained silent. "Qiu Shuang, accompany me. I must visit the Wanbao Tavern." "Qiu Shui, stay at the Nansang Pavilion and do not allow anyone to enter." As Su Fu and Qiu Shuang reached the gate of the Su residence, they were stopped by the doorman. "Miss, the master has instructed that you are not to leave the house recently." Su Fu's expression darkened. "When did my father say that?" "I am unaware. Step aside. I have urgent matters to attend to." The doorman scoffed dismissively at Su Fu. "Miss, do not try to assert your authority here. Do you think you still hold the status of the future young mistress of the general's residence? If you do not leave, do not blame me for being impolite." Su Fu took a step back, her phoenix eyes deepening with intensity. "These people change their faces quicker than they turn pages. If I cannot go out, surely I can send my maid on an errand? That is not permissible. The master has ordered that no one from the Nansang Pavilion is to leave the residence." With no other choice, Su Fu turned back. "Qiu Shuang, what do you suppose my father's intentions are? They are conspiring against me, which is akin to imprisoning me. A sense of dread enveloped Xiao Shuang as she pondered. What shall we do now, miss? Let's return to the Lanxiang Pavilion first, came the reply. On the way back, Su Fu distinctly felt the disdainful and contemptuous gazes of the servants upon her. Upon returning to the Lanxiang Pavilion, Su Fu contemplated her next course of action. Suja is affiliated with the Crown Prince. His current imprisonment of me must hold significance. I must ascertain the news from the outside. Yet Suja has barred my exit from the estate, and news from Uncle Zhong will surely not reach me. Just as Su Fu was lost in thought, a servant girl's voice broke the silence. Second Mississippi, Su Qing entered the room with a smile. Sister, I've come to see you. Su Fu regarded Su Qing with a frosty demeanor, casting her a sidelong glance as she replied coldly, What do you want? Su Qing nonchalantly took a seat, chuckling lightly before saying, I came to see how my elder sister is faring in her current state of despair. I had warned you long ago not to become too complacent, lest you find yourself the subject of ridicule one day. See, it has come to pass. As she spoke, Su Qing raised her hand to gently smooth her neatly arranged hair, continuing, Now that young Master Xiao is deceased, your engagement with the general's family is rendered void. Without that connection, you shall return to the days of being unloved by your grandmother and father. How amusing! Su Fu's expression remained cold as she turned to Su Qing and slowly replied, I extend the same sentiment to you. Dear sister, do not celebrate prematurely, for until the final moment, the outcome remains uncertain. Even at this juncture, you still harbor hope? Do not feign strength before me. Su Qing retorted, Do you truly believe the crown prince will prevail? Do you think you will inevitably ascend to the role of empress? Naturally, Su Qing declared with conviction, What I desire, I shall attain. Su Fu smirked. You and the crown prince are indeed a perfect match. You've seen what you wish to see, but I welcome you no longer. Begone. Not so fast, dear sister. I have another matter to disclose. Su Qing insisted. I'm not interested, Su Fu replied pointedly. Then I must tell you all the more. Su Qing leaned closer to Su Fu's ear, whispering, I heard that upon receiving the news of young Master Zhao's demise, Father is hastily seeking a new suitor for you. Such a clever sister. Who do you think Father will choose? With that, Su Qing twisted her waist and laughed as she departed. Sitting in the circle chair, Su Fu felt it chill deep within her, realizing their intentions. After careful consideration, a candidate emerged in her mind. The most likely individual is Wu Yuan, in this life and the next. Suja will undoubtedly seek to wed her to the Duke of Wu's household. Su Fu lifted her phoenix-like eyes, gazing deeply outside, where the warm sunlight bathed the surroundings, yet her heart felt an icy void. The next day, He Minju arrived. Su Fu. Upon seeing He Minju appear at the Lanxiang Pavilion, Su Fu was somewhat taken aback. Minju, what brings you here? Upon hearing about the affairs of young Master Xiao, I felt a sense of concern and thus wished to come and see how you are faring now. The young servant at your residence nearly refused me entry just moments ago. It was only after I revealed my identity that he permitted me to enter. After speaking, she carefully scrutinized Su Fu. Although her appearance seemed unchanged from before, He Minju could still discern a difference in Su Fu's demeanor compared to the past. Are you all right? He Minju inquired softly. Rest assured, I shall not falter because of this. There are still many matters left for me to attend to. Su Fu replied, managing a smile that barely tugged at her lips. Do refrain from smiling. Your smile is more sorrowful than tears. Nevertheless, it is reassuring that you can maintain such a perspective. One must always look forward. Chapter 66. My indifference towards Miss Su. He Minju accompanied Su Fu at Lanxiang Pavilion for the entire morning and only departed in the afternoon. As she sat in the carriage returning home, she instructed the coachman, first proceed to Wanbao Restaurant. Upon arriving at Wanbao Restaurant, He Minju found Uncle Zhong and handed him the letter that Su Fu had given her before leaving the premises. As her carriage passed a pastry shop, He Minju ordered Hongye to disembark and purchase a pastry to take back home. No sooner had Hongye alighted than He Minju sensed an unfamiliar presence within the carriage, prompting her to discreetly grasp the dagger concealed in her sleeve for self-defense. Swiftly, she turned around, pressing the dagger against the intruder's neck. Just as she was about to inquire about the stranger's identity and intentions, She found herself face to face with the handsome visage of Si Beichen. At that moment, the proximity between them rendered He Minju somewhat flustered. She hurriedly withdrew the dagger from Si Beichen's neck and took a step back. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Instead of responding to her question, Si Beichen remarked, "Miss He, you are indeed unlike the typical noble ladies. My precautions were easily detected by you." He Minju murmured softly, "I am no noble lady. My mother always said I lacked the demeanor of one." Leaning casually against the carriage wall, Si Beichen's tone was languid as he replied, "That makes you truly unique." Contemplating his words, He Minju found a certain truth in them. She recalled the cautionary words of Xiao Junmo before his departure, prompting Si Beichen to adopt a more serious demeanor as he asked, "Did you visit the Su residence today, Miss He? Are you following me, Your Highness?" "Following? I merely happened to see Miss He enter the gates of the Su residence," he replied with a calm demeanor and a natural expression. He Minju rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking that the third prince's talent for deceit was worthy of admiration. "You flatter me, Your Highness. Were you inquiring about Miss Su?" Upon hearing Si Beichen mention Su Fu, an unexpected wave of emotion surged within her. She turned her head slightly, her thick eyelashes veiling the melancholy in her eyes. "Did you come today to inquire about Miss Su? Indeed, how is she faring? She appears as she always does, but even if she does not speak of it, I can sense a faint sorrow emanating from her. Moreover, Lord Su has forbidden her from leaving the residence." Although puzzled by Si Beichen's interest in Su Fu, He Minju answered truthfully, "Lord Su has forbidden her from leaving? Is she being confined?" Si Beichen pondered this, contemplating that Su Fu's situation might not be too dire just yet. "I find that aside from Su Fu, there is not a single decent person in the Su household. Even the servants look down upon others," He Minju remarked disdainfully. Noticing that time was drawing near for her maid to return, Si Beichen gathered his thoughts and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Miss He, for your candid revelations." As he finished speaking, he prepared to leap from the rear window. Just as he was about to jump, he suddenly turned to face He Minju, asserting, "Indeed, I harbor no interest in Miss Su. I am here today merely on someone else's behalf. If my actions today have startled Miss He, I shall personally come to apologize on another occasion." Upon uttering these words, Si Beichen sprang down from the carriage. By the time He Minju regained her composure and lifted the curtain to glance at him, his figure had already vanished without a trace. He Minju gazed at the mouth of the alley, her previously troubled mood surprisingly lightened by Si Beichen's words. She muttered to herself, "Was he attempting to explain himself to me? Why would he feel the need to do so? I'm not concerned." When Hongye returned to the carriage with pastries, she found He Minju lost in thought, staring out at the alley and murmuring to herself. Even as she boarded the carriage, He Minju remained oblivious to her presence, which was quite unlike her usual demeanor. Hongye called out, "Miss, what are you looking at?" Startled, He Minju replied, "You scare me to death, you little imp." Hongye scrutinized He Minju and remarked, "Miss, you seem a bit off. What do you mean by that? Why are you looking at me like that?" "I am perfectly fine," He Minju stammered, a hint of guilt creeping in her voice, fearing that Hongye might perceive something amiss. Hongye leaned closer. "Miss, your demeanor is even more peculiar now." He Minju turned her head away to avoid Hongye's gaze and insisted, "There is nothing unusual about me. I'm always like this. Let us hurry back to the manor with the pastries, lest my mother scold me for returning late." At the Su manor that evening, as Suja returned to the outer courtyard, Su Fu sought him out. "Father, I have come to see you," she stated. Noticing Su Fu's presence in the outer courtyard, Suja expressed mild surprise. "What brings you here?" "Today, I wished to leave the manor, but the gatekeeper stopped me, saying you instructed him not to allow me to leave. I came to inquire why," she explained. "Given the current unrest outside, it is best for an unmarried lady like yourself to remain within the safety of the manor," Suja replied. "Then why are even the maidens from Lanxiang Pavilion not permitted to go out?" "As your father, I have my reasons for this. Are you questioning my judgment?" Suja's tone began to reflect impatience. Su Fu's gaze locked onto Suja's, and regardless of his schemes, she felt compelled to declare, "Whether young Master Xiao is alive or dead, I shall always consider him my husband." Suja's calm facade cracked, revealing anger as he retorted, "He is dead. Do you intend to marry his memory and live in mourning? As long as you are my daughter, your marriage will be decided by me. Has my father ever regarded me as his daughter? Perhaps I only exist in your mind when I can be of some benefit to you. What advantage do you seek by using your daughter this time? A smirk graced Su Fu's lips, her phoenix eyes radiating a quiet resolve. Speaking these words brought her an unexpected sense of tranquility. Seemingly provoked by Su Fu's revelations, Su's jaw trembled with rage, and in a fit of fury, he hurled a nearby teacup in her direction. Boldly, "Is this how you were taught to speak to your father in recent days? Do you still possess even a semblance of the grace befitting a young lady of the Su residence?" Su Fu turned aside to evade the teacup hurled in her direction by Su Jia, although she narrowly avoided being struck. The liquid from the cup still splashed onto the hem of her dress. Su Fu lowered her gaze to the shattered pieces of the teacup scattered across the floor. Was her father's furious demeanor a result of her voicing the very thoughts that troubled him, provoking his ire? "Silence," he commanded. "From this day forth, without my express order, you are not to step beyond the confines of the Lanxiang Pavilion." Was her father truly intent on confining her within the pavilion? She reiterated her earlier sentiment. Regardless of whether young Master Xiao lives or dies, she would marry him alone in this lifetime. Should her father attempt to coerce her into actions she abhors, he must not lament the consequences that follow. With that, Su Fu turned on her heel and departed. Chapter 67 Reunion. As Su Jia gazed at Su Fu's departing figure, his eyes darkened under the flickering light of the candles. The temperament of this eldest daughter had become increasingly unmanageable. Upon returning to Lanxiang Pavilion, Su Fu found two unfamiliar matrons stationed outside the courtyard the next day, prohibiting anyone from Lanxiang Pavilion from leaving. Xiao Shui remarked, "Miss, it appears that the master is determined to confine you within Lanxiang Pavilion. What shall we do now?" Seated in a chair, Su Fu directed her gaze towards the matrons at the gate, reassuringly responding, "There is no need for excessive concern. Uncle Zhong has received my message. He will find a way to relay any news from outside. For the time being, we shall remain here in Lanxiang Pavilion, as my wedding gown is yet to be completed." Understood, Mississippi. In her heart, Su Fu contemplated the situation. Currently, Su Jia wished to marry her off to Wu Yuan. Yet her betrothal to Xiao Junmo had been bestowed by Emperor Jingwen himself. Although Xiao Junmo had perished in battle, their engagement should have lapsed by default. Nevertheless, Su Jia would not brazenly seek another match for her at this juncture. He still needed to consider Emperor Jingwen and the general's manner. Her greatest concern lay with the crown prince, fearing he might take action against the general's manner. For the Xuanjiao army under General Zhao's command was indeed formidable and instilled fear in many. Xiao Shui entered the room with the day's lunch, her expression tinged with indignation. "Miss, the meal sent from the kitchen today is far inferior to usual. When I inquired, the kitchen staff claimed it was the madam's directive to economize on expenses." Xiao Shuang added, "Miss, the madam is clearly doing this on purpose." Su Fu glanced at the bland meal Xiao Shui had placed on the table and replied, "It is of no consequence. The weather has been hot lately. A lighter meal is quite agreeable." They were evidently conspiring against her. And even the servants within the manor now regarded the maids with disdain. Xiao Shui's voice was filled with righteous anger. Days passed, with Su Fu diligently embroidering her wedding gown in Lanxiang Pavilion, praying daily for news of Xiao Junmo's safety from the northern front. During this time, she had not received any messages from Uncle Zhong, indicating that everything in the capital remained tranquil, with no unusual occurrences. Meanwhile, within the study of the general's manor, Old Master Xiao and Xiao Yinghuai awaited news from the crown prince. Xiao Yinghuai, unable to contain his impatience, remarked, "Father, it has been quite some time. Why has there been no movement from the crown prince? Could it be that we have miscalculated? Patience, it will come soon." Old Master Xiao replied casually, his hand continuing to paint without interruption. Then, recalling something, he inquired in a frail voice, "And your wife, how is she faring?" Xiao Yinghuai scratched his head. "Ever since our visit to the palace yielded no results, she has been practicing martial arts daily in the courtyard, insisting on personally going to the northern front to retrieve Yunnan's remains. I barely managed to dissuade her." Old Master Xiao paused his painting, acknowledging her determination. "This will be a trial for her. When she learns the truth, you shall have your share of difficulties. Father, this is not my idea at all. When that time comes, you must come to my aid. Old Master Zhao's white beard quivered slightly, his demeanor composed. She must find someone to vent the grievances within her heart. As her father-in-law, she would undoubtedly refrain from unleashing her wrath upon me. Since Yunnan is her son, she would not dare to harm him. Thus, the only person left is you. Reflecting on the whip wielded with great vigor by Princess Yongping, Xiao Linghuai's face twisted with bitterness. Was it truly fair that he alone bore the brunt of the decisions made collectively? Father, you are aware of my wife's temper. Isn't your action a touch unethical? She is your wife. You must endure. Xiao Linghuai replied, the Crown Prince's Eastern Palace. Yiling quietly whispered in Si Beiyan's ear, Your Highness, there are visitors who wish to see you. Si Beiyan's eyes brightened. Finally, they have arrived. Go tell them we shall meet at the usual place tomorrow. Yiling clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Yes. The following day, Si Beiyan appeared at the top floor of the fragrant abode. After a while, several individuals from the Western Ling Kingdom escorted Lisa into the venue. Upon seeing Si Beiyan, Lisa broke into a smile. Your Highness, we meet again. Si Beiyan also smiled as he rose. Lady Lisa, it has been a while. The two shared a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, Si Beiyan remarked. I have fulfilled my promise to you, and now you must honor yours. Your Highness, while it is true that General Ding Bei has perished, our nation has suffered significant losses in this battle, and my master has been injured as a result. Lisa paused as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Si Beiyan's expression hardened slightly. What do you mean by that? Do you intend to renege on your agreement? You initially demanded the death of Xiao Junmo, and now that he is dead, your losses are merely a reflection of your own incompetence. What concern is that of mine? Alas, Your Highness, such words are rather severe. That was not my intention. I merely wish to convey that our nation has suffered greatly, and we are aware of your resources. We hope you might lend us some silver. You wish to extract funds from me? Lisa's previously cheerful demeanor dimmed a touch. Your Highness, managing such a grand establishment as yours, surely parting with some silver should not pose a challenge. Moreover, as we are now partners, should you wish to outmaneuver the other princes and ascend to that position, our assistance will undoubtedly be essential. As Lisa shifted her tone, she added, If you are unwilling to continue our collaboration, I believe your nation has several princes who might be amenable to working with us. Are you threatening me? How could this be construed as a threat? We merely wish to borrow some silver from your Highness, with the intention of repaying it. Si Beiyan's hand tightened subtly within his sleeve, observing the greedy expressions of the Western Ling individuals, silently taking note. Yet, if he wished to topple the others and secure his position as Crown Prince, he genuinely required their assistance. Si Beiyan fixed his deep gaze upon Lisa. The matter of silver is negotiable, but you must expedite the promises made to me last time. Once I obtain the military token, you shall receive your funds. Lisa slammed her palm on the table, and with a sense of ease, the Crown Prince assured, Do not worry. Everything has been arranged. Just as Lisa was about to elaborate to Si Beiyan, a cacophony arose from downstairs. Yiling swiftly moved to the window, cautiously peering down. He beheld a throng of soldiers encircling the fragrant pavilion. Yiling's previously impassive visage now bore a slight frown as he closed the window and returned to Si Beiyan's side. Your Highness, the fragrant pavilion is surrounded by soldiers. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those within the room changed dramatically. Lisa immediately turned to Si Beiyan, her eyes filled with suspicion, silently inquiring about the situation. Si Beiyan, feeling a wave of anxiety himself, met Lisa's questioning gaze and replied in a somber tone, Surely, you do not believe that this matter was orchestrated by me? Chapter 68. The discovery of a secret room within the first floor of the fragrant establishment, the Minister of Justice led a throng of officials and soldiers rushing in. Holding the imperial token of Emperor Jingwen aloft, he proclaimed, by the command of His Majesty, I am here to conduct an inspection. No one is permitted to move. The madam, gathering her courage, stepped forward. My lord, we are engaged in a legitimate business. You cannot. The minister's countenance darkened. If it is indeed legitimate, then what do you have to fear? Step aside. With that, he commanded the officials behind him, Search thoroughly. Leave no corner unchecked. The soldiers surged forward. and seeing the fierce countenance of the officials, the patrons within the establishment were greatly alarmed. The minister ascended the stairs, while the madam below felt a tumult of anxiety and dread. Meanwhile, atop the building, a few individuals listened intently as the footsteps drew nearer, their hearts racing. At this moment, Si Ban's expression was ominously grave. If discovered in the company of individuals from Shilin, no amount of defense would suffice. Thus, the utmost priority was to ensure the Shilin individuals departed swiftly. Yiling, lead them out through the secret passage. Si Ban's voice was cold, laced with a hint of menace. And what of you, your highness? Quickly take them away. Otherwise, we shall all perish today. The sudden arrival of officials indicates they have caught wind of something. I cannot leave at this moment. The door to the top floor was kicked open by the soldiers, and the Minister of Justice stormed in first. Noticing only Si Ban present within, he glanced around briefly before striding towards him. Your Highness, I have come at the behest of His Majesty to conduct an inspection. How is it you find yourself here? Si Ban's heart raced, yet he maintained an air of calm. After a moment's contemplation, he could conjure no plausible explanation for his presence. He could only respond, I am quite curious about this place, and thought to take a look as I passed by. This is an establishment of ill repute. Your curiosity is the sole reason for your presence here, Your Highness? The minister's tone was laden with skepticism, denying Si Ban the opportunity to respond as he instructed the soldiers following him, search thoroughly. No corner may be overlooked. Master Zhang, what is your intent? You dare search even here? Minister Zhang met Si Ban's sullen gaze with unwavering boldness. I beseech your highness understanding. I am merely executing His Majesty's orders. It seems you have come prepared today. Have you truly resolved to oppose me? Your highness, I do not quite comprehend your words. Today's inspection is under the sovereign's directive, aimed at rectifying the establishments within the capital. I am simply fulfilling my duty. There is no intention of opposing you. Perhaps you should contemplate how you will explain your presence here to His Majesty. Si Ban observed the soldiers rummaging through the room, secretly relieved that the Shilin individuals had already departed. As long as they did not uncover the presence of the Shilin, his appearance in the establishment would, at most, result in a few reprimands from Emperor Jingwen. After a while, the soldiers returned from their search, reporting to the minister, My lord, we have found nothing suspicious. With a sigh of relief, Si Ban raised his gaze, his eyes deep and piercing as he fixed them upon the chief of the Dali Temple. Master Zhang, quickly take your men and depart. I shall remember today's events. Just as the chief was about to turn and leave with his officers, he noticed something peculiar about the wall to the side of the room. Curiosity piqued. He reached out and knocked on it, a glimmer of cunning shining in his eyes. He beckoned to his subordinates and instructed them to cleave the wall with a knife. Si Ban, who had just begun to relax, felt a bead of sweat form in his palm upon seeing the chief linger by the wall. Fear gripped his heart, and he hurriedly called out, Stop! What are you doing? The chief, emboldened by Si Ban's reaction, paid him no mind and commanded his men, Continue the work. The wall was merely a wooden partition, and with a swift strike, it revealed a narrow, hidden chamber behind it. As the opening widened enough for a person to enter, the chief stepped in first. Discovering the room stacked with numerous books and several large, locked chests in the corners, even the soldiers found themselves unable to break the locks with their blades. Taking the knife, the chief concentrated his internal energy upon it, and with a decisive stroke, the lock yielded. He cautiously opened the chest, and as the dim light illuminated the room, the sight of gleaming gold within left everyone in awe. When the remaining chests were pried open, they were all filled to the brim with dazzling gold. The individuals present were struck by disbelief. They could hardly fathom such immense wealth concealed in this space. The mountain of gold sparkled brilliantly, its quantity surpassing imagination. The chief ordered the chests to be removed, and as he observed the gold being brought out, Si Ban's palms grew clammy and his legs trembled. Once all the chests were outside, the chief searched the interior thoroughly and uncovered a land deed hidden within a compartment. Holding it aloft, he recognized it as the deed for the Manxiang building, marked with Si Ban's royal seal. The sight of his seal on the deed shocked the chief. This was the most prominent brothel in the capital. He approached the now vacant-eyed Si Ban and said, Your Highness, I must trouble you to accompany me to the palace." When these items were presented before Emperor Jingwen, His Majesty's fury erupted, and he hurled the memorials on the dragon table at Xiban. "You are the crown prince of Nansang, and look at what you have done." Xiban, kneeling and inching forward, pleaded, "Father, I know nothing of this. These things do not belong to me. Someone must have wronged me. You still claim these items are not yours? Look closely at the seal upon them. See if it resembles your own." Emperor Jingwen retorted, throwing the land deed before Xiban and coldly adding, "Do not dare to say that your seal was stolen." Having been seen at the Nansang building and now confronted with the evidence, Xiban found himself at a loss, unable to determine where to begin his defense. He suddenly collapsed onto the ground, his expression one of bitterness and his gaze unfocused. It was truly the end. Witnessing Xiban's state, Emperor Jingwen felt an even greater surge of anger and was filled with profound disappointment in this crown prince. Although he had previously perceived Xiban as lacking in significant capability, at the very least, he had been compliant. The emperor had contemplated training him well after his marriage, but he never anticipated such audacity from him in secret. Emperor Jingwen closed his eyes momentarily, and when he opened them again, they were imbued with an air of indifference. "Crown Prince, do you have anything further to say?" "Father, I was merely momentarily confused. I implore you to spare me this time. I beseech you to forgive me this once." Xiban repeatedly bowed his head as he spoke. Chapter 69. The closure of Nansang Tower. What manner of deed is this? How can I possibly grant you leniency? Do you not comprehend that it is a grave offense for an official in our realm to establish a brothel, let alone that you are the crown prince? As these words were spoken, Emperor Jingwen's previously indifferent gaze sharpened with intensity. He fixed his eyes upon Xiban, as though attempting to pierce through the depths of his soul. "Pray, enlighten me as to why you would establish such a grand establishment. What purpose do you have for amassing such wealth? Are you conspiring against the throne?" The last sentence erupted from Emperor Jingwen's lips, his voice rising with fury and authority. His gaze was akin to two piercing swords, striking directly into Xiban's heart, instilling within him an overwhelming sense of pressure. "Father, you are mistaken. How could I harbor such thoughts? Even if I possessed 100-fold courage, I would not dare commit such an act of treason." Emperor Jingwen let out a cold laugh, his eyes devoid of warmth as he regarded the kneeling Xiban. "Oh, then perhaps you might explain to me where all this gold has been allocated and what you intend to do with it?" Xiban's countenance shifted, a sheen of perspiration forming upon his brow. He clutched his garments tightly, striving to conceal his inner turmoil and anxiety. He admonished himself not to succumb to panic, but rather to devise a plausible excuse to elucidate the whereabouts and purpose of the gold. His eyes flickered with trepidation as he inhaled deeply, endeavoring to regain his composure. Rapidly, he pondered various possibilities, yet time was of the essence, leaving him little room for contemplation. After an exhaustive mental struggle, he ultimately could not conjure a reasonable explanation. His gaze avoided meeting that of Emperor Jingwen, instead cast downwards, his thick lashes obscuring the turmoil beneath. "Father, this. A glimmer of disappointment flashed in Emperor Jingwen's eyes, extinguishing the last vestiges of hope he held for Xiban. "As the crown prince of our realm, you have unlawfully established a brothel. From this day forth, I hereby strip you of your title, impose a 3-year forfeiture of your stipend, and confine you to the palace for 3 months. Nansang Tower is to be sealed immediately, and all profits derived from it shall be surrendered to the imperial treasury." The emperor's proclamation struck Xiban like a bolt from the heavens. Upon hearing that his title was to be revoked, he nearly coughed up blood. He had never anticipated such a decisive action from Emperor Jingwen. His eyes reddened, resembling a man on the brink of madness. "Father, you cannot strip me of my title. Have you forgotten the words of the late empress? You promised her that you would ensure my position as crown prince. Do you not recall?" At the mention of the late empress, Emperor Jingwen's wrath ignited. "Silence. Do not dare invoke your mother's name. Were it not for her, do you think the crimes you have committed would warrant merely the revocation of your title?" The fury within him simmered, and he seized a document from the dragon table. Hurling it violently at Xiban, caught unawares, Xiao could not evade in time, and the document struck his forehead, drawing blood that trickled down his face. Emperor Jingwen pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao. If your mother were still alive and knew of your current transgressions, she would undoubtedly support my course of action. Return and reflect upon your actions. Should you remain obstinate and entertain any ill intentions, I shall not hesitate to bear the infamy of a father who slays his son. Xiao, as still as a corpse, emerged from the hall, supported by palace attendants. The Emperor Jingwen cast a dark glare at the Minister of Justice standing within the hall. You are to immediately seize the Nansang Pavilion, ensuring no detail is overlooked. Furthermore, regarding the matter of the Crown Prince today, I desire absolute discretion. Should even a whisper escape, prepare to lose your heads. The Minister of Justice felt a chill run down his spine, hastily kneeling in compliance. I shall obey your command, Your Majesty. Rest assured, this matter will remain utterly confidential. The Emperor Jingwen nodded slightly, gesturing for him to withdraw. Once the minister departed, the emperor sat alone upon the dragon throne, his expression somber. Memories of the time spent with his late wife flooded his mind, the beautiful recollections washing over him like a tide. Her gentleness, kindness, and deep affection for him lingered in his heart, making it difficult to forget. As for the crown prince, although his anger was palpable and his disappointment profound, a sliver of selfishness remained. After all, the crown prince was his firstborn, the sole child he shared with the late empress. Elder Xiao emerged from behind the screen, observing the emperor's melancholic demeanor. Your Majesty, are you reminiscing about the past? Master, you were aware of this matter long before, were you not? Though his inquiry was tinged with curiosity, the emperor already knew the answer in his heart. Do you blame this old minister for not informing you sooner? No. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes today, even if you had told me earlier, I might not have believed that the crown prince could be so audacious. Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. When did you come to know? Before Yunnan's expedition. Was it Yunnan who uncovered this? Indeed, reflecting on Xiao Junmo, the emperor felt an increased sense of guilt towards Elder Xiao. Do you blame me for allowing you to mourn your own child? Elder Xiao shook his head, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon the emperor. Your Majesty, would you believe me if I said Yunnan is not yet dead? The emperor was startled, disbelief etching itself across his features. Master, what do you mean by that? Elder Xiao sighed deeply. Your Majesty, the tale is lengthy, but indeed, Yunnan narrowly escaped death. The news of his supposed demise was disseminated to clarify certain matters. What matters? Elder Xiao articulated each word with precision. The people of Xiling have colluded with our own. The pretense of Yunnan's death was a ruse to lower their guard and re-enter the capital. Upon hearing Elder Xiao's revelation, the emperor's eyes gleamed with intensity, his countenance as grave as the depths of the sea. Who is it? Elder Xiao hesitated to respond immediately, carefully gauging the emperor's expression. After all, revealing this information was a delicate matter, one that could potentially incite the emperor's wrath and brand the Xiao family as traitors. The hall fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. According to our surveillance, the Xiling people have been sighted at the Nansang Pavilion today. Elder Zhao's voice shattered the stillness. This sentence struck like a colossal stone cast into the tranquil surface of a lake, creating ripples that stirred a tempest within the heart of Emperor Jingwen. His countenance darkened instantaneously, his fists clenched tightly, and his body trembled slightly. This news was undoubtedly a profound blow to him. Previously, when he discovered that the crown prince had clandestinely visited a brothel, his anger was fueled more by disappointment in the prince's foolishness than by indignation. However, if the crown prince were indeed colluding with the Western Ling Kingdom, the matter transcended mere folly. It not only jeopardized the nation's security, but also implicated treason. Emperor Jingwen fixed a piercing gaze upon old Master Xiao, as if hoping to extract more precise information from his lips. Old Master Zhao's expression was solemn. Yet during today's search of the Nansang Tower, no trace of them had been found. Chapter 70. Returned to the capital after 3 days. Thus, the teacher, upon entering the palace today, informed me of the recent turmoil within the pleasure houses and taverns of the capital, suggesting the need for patrols. Was this truly the motive behind his words? Emperor Jingwen's eyes darkened, and his tone revealed neither joy nor anger, concealing the depths of his thoughts. Indeed, Lord Xiao nodded firmly. Do you doubt my sincerity? Emperor Jingwen questioned, his voice tinged with incredulity. It is not a matter of disbelief, but rather, as the crown prince is your majesty's own son, I dare not take such a risk. The emperor, appearing quite fatigued, closed his eyes for a moment. The crown prince's current state weighs heavily upon me, for I have failed my deceased wife. It is not your majesty's fault. When Emperor Jingwen reopened his eyes, his demeanor had returned to its usual composure. It was only in the presence of Lord Xiao that he would shed his imperial facade, revealing the authenticity of his heart. The crown prince's title has been revoked. I shall have him relocate from the palace to the prince's residence, where he shall never again step outside its confines. Ultimately, Emperor Jingwen could not bring himself to completely annihilate the crown prince. Lord Xiao understood well that, for Emperor Jingwen, this punishment was already exceedingly severe for Xiban. He was now virtually estranged from the throne. Emperor Jingwen turned to Lord Xiao, inquiring when Yun would return. Once this matter is resolved, his wedding is approaching, and he too should prepare to return to the capital. The emperor's brow furrowed slightly as he recalled the scene of Princess Yongping storming into the palace to confront him upon receiving news of Xiao Junmo's demise. Feigning outrage, he exclaimed, "How dare you deceive me, teacher? Are you not afraid I shall bestow upon the Xiao family a charge of treason?" Lord Xiao stroked his beard with a relaxed expression, for he was aware that the emperor was a wise ruler. A smile curled at the corners of Emperor Jingwen's lips, though it was uncertain whether it was one of joy or bitterness. You do overestimate me, teacher." The following day, two significant events echoed throughout the capital. The first was the crown prince Xiban's grave error. Incurring the emperor's wrath, his title was stripped, and he was banished from the palace, condemned to a life of confinement within the residence of the first prince, forbidden to leave without the emperor's command. The second was the closure of the capital's largest pleasure house, Nansang. These revelations sparked a tremendous uproar, both in court and in the streets. What perplexed many was the nature of the crown prince's offense that could provoke such fury from Emperor Jingwen, leading to such a severe punishment. With Xiban's downfall, reactions were mixed. Some rejoiced while others lamented. Naturally, the other princes welcomed the news, for with the crown prince's title abolished, their own prospects had multiplied. Conversely, those ministers who had previously sided with Xiban were caught off guard by the turn of events. With the situation now settled, they began to worry, fearing repercussions that might bring calamity upon themselves, and thus they approached the court with heightened caution. When Su Fu received the news from Uncle Zhong regarding Xiban's deposition and the closure of Nansang, she felt more certain than ever that Xiao Junmo was indeed alive, and that these events were somehow connected to him. Gently caressing the nearly completed red wedding gown in her hands, she mused, "My wedding dress is almost finished. You should be returning soon. You promised that you would not perish until you witnessed me donning this gown to marry you." At this moment, within the tranquil confines of the Ninghua Pavilion, Su Qing's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing the news. It was simply inconceivable. How could the crown prince be deposed? Little Shui, observing her master's distress, felt a surge of anxiety and implored, "Miss, it is true. The news has spread far and wide." As Su Qing simmered in her own frustration, Madame Zhou arrived, having heard the tidings. Upon entering, she found Su Qing sitting on the couch, her expression vacant. She hurried over and embraced her, exclaiming, "Qing!" Tears streamed down Su Qing's face as she sobbed. "Mother, the crown prince has been deposed. What shall I do?" Madame Zhou comforted her. "Tomorrow, we shall visit your grandfather and beseech him to help the crown prince. He has always cherished you. He will surely agree." However, she gently cautioned, "But my dear, this matter is far more intricate than it appears. Your grandfather has sent word advising you not to dwell too much on it. We cannot rush to save the crown prince. Your father has recently been attending court, and we must be mindful not to provoke his majesty. Therefore, I urge you to remain composed and stay within the estate for the time being." Overwhelmed with despair, Su Qing cried, "Mother, the crown prince must have been wronged. Surely he will regain his title in the future. I intend to be his empress. Madame Zhou, feeling the weight of the news herself, softly reassured her, indeed. My daughter shall one day be empress. Meanwhile, in the Grand Prince's residence, Si Bayan gazed at the antiquated furnishings in the courtyard, dust settling on the neglected chairs and tables, his eyes glinting with resentment. He harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Emperor Jingwen, feeling that his father had shown him a cruel disregard. Glancing at the two imperial guards stationed outside his gate, Si Bayan clenched his fists in determination. He refused to accept this fate. One day, he would ensure that they would regret their decision. Days later, news arrived from the north. General Dingbei had not perished, but had only fallen into an enemy trap, sustaining injuries. He had returned safely. Emperor Jingwen, upon receiving this intelligence, was overjoyed and promptly issued a decree for Xiao Junmo to lead the Xuanjia army back to the capital in 3 days. This announcement spread like wildfire, akin to a thunderclap, shocking the entire court. The citizens, who had recently mourned the loss of General Xiao, now rejoiced at the news of his survival, rushing to share it with one another, their faces alight with happiness. I knew it. The general is surely favored by the heavens. They wouldn't so easily take him away. Indeed, General Dingbei is the guardian of our borders, and he has achieved another great feat. I wonder how His Majesty will reward the general this time. Within the general's residence, Princess Yongping sat in a somber silence upon her grand chair. Beside her sat Xiao Yinghuai, whose demeanor was somewhat stiff. Noticing her prolonged silence, Xiao Yinghuai cast a sidelong glance at her and tentatively called, "Madam?" Princess Yongping remained stoic, her voice low and heavy. "Speak. What is the matter?" Xiao Yinghuai recounted the discussions they had in the study of the late grandfather Xiao before Xiao Junmo's departure, including the allegations of collusion between the crown prince and the kingdom of Xiling. Princess Yongping finally turned her gaze towards Xiao Yinghuai, her dark eyes fixated upon him in silence. A shiver ran down Xiao Yinghuai's spine under her intense scrutiny, prompting him to raise his hand in a gesture of oath. "My lady, every word I utter is the unvarnished truth. I would never dare to deceive you in the slightest." Ah, the gall of the Grand General has indeed grown. "You dare to deceive me now?" Upon hearing Princess Yongping's words, Xiao Yinghuai felt a surge of urgency. "My lady, this matter is not one I wish to conceal from you. It is Yuan who insisted that you must remain unaware, fearing that you might lose your composure." As he continued, his tone noticeably softened, betraying a sense of trepidation. Chapter 71. Punishment in the Ancestral Hall. "So, you all are aware. Yet you chose to conceal it from me. Is that correct?" General Xiao. Upon hearing the Yongping princess address him as General Xiao, Xiao Yinghuai involuntarily flinched. It appeared that she was genuinely angered this time. When Xiao Yinghuai arrived at the courtyard of the elder Xiao, the elder squinted and scrutinized him, a hint of astonishment gracing his features. "Did your wife not strike you?" Recalling the scene where the Yongping princess had taken a whip to him, Xiao Yinghuai's resolute visage faltered slightly. "She did. My back still bears several scars." The elder Xiao raised an eyebrow, relieved that the blows had not landed on his face, noting, "Your wife still preserved her dignity as a general." "Father, it is nothing. She is merely venting her anger at the moment." Xiao Yinghuai's countenance fell entirely. On this day, Su Fu was engrossed in the account books delivered from the estate and shop when Suja unexpectedly arrived. With a beaming smile, Suja stepped into the room, and upon seeing Su Fu perusing the accounts, his smile deepened. His tone was exceedingly gentle, akin to that of a loving father. "Fu, your father has come to see you." Noticing the stark contrast in Suja's demeanor compared to recent days, Su Fu furrowed her brow in confusion. She did not rise upon his arrival, but merely replied coolly, "What brings you here, father?" Suja, unperturbed by her perceived rudeness, maintained his cheerful expression. "I have come to discuss an important matter with you." Assuming he was finally broaching the subject of her impending marriage to Wu Yuan, Su Fu coldly retorted, "I have stated before, I shall marry no one but young Master Xiao." Waving his hand dismissively, Suja clarified, No, that is not the case. I have come to inform you that young Master Xiao is alive. Today." His Majesty has decreed that he shall lead the Xuanjia army back to the capital in 3 days. At that moment, Su Zhi felt a sense of relief. Grateful that he had not previously laid bare his intentions to marry Su Fu into the Duke's household, for it would have surely offended the general's household. Although Su Fu had already anticipated that Xiao Junmo was not deceased, hearing the confirmation stirred an uncontrollable excitement within her. She instinctively tightened her grip on the account book, her hands trembling slightly, and a long-lost smile graced her phoenix-like eyes. Realizing Su Zhi was still present, she quickly concealed her joy, adopting her usual aloof demeanor. "Father, the daughter is aware now. You may leave." Surprised by her attempt to dismiss him, Su Zhi recalled his prior treatment of her and chuckled awkwardly. "Fue, I am your father. Surely, there are no lingering grudges between us. My previous folly should be forgotten. From tomorrow onward, you may come and go as you please, without needing to inform your grandmother or mother. Has father now remembered that I am your daughter? Your change in attitude seems rather abrupt. I no longer know which of your words to believe." Su Zhi's smiling facade faltered slightly. "Your father knows you have been wronged of late, and harbors no ill will towards you." Su Fu privately admired Su Zhi's audacity. At this moment, the father no longer wishes for his daughter to marry the 5th young master of the Wu National Duke's residence. Upon hearing Su Fu's words, Su Zhi was taken aback. His expression exaggerated. "You have a betrothal with the general's residence. How could you marry another? Do not heed the nonsensical chatter of outsiders. Your father has never entertained such thoughts." This assertion did not originate from outsiders, but was delivered by your second sister herself, who claimed it was your father's intention. Su Zhi feigned indignation. "Do not listen to your second sister's fabrications, since your father has never harbored such notions. Your second sister is deliberately sowing discord and attempting to drive a wedge between us. She has become increasingly audacious. I believe it is time for your father to discipline her properly." After Su Fu spoke, her phoenix eyes fixed on Su Zhi's expression, as if she required a satisfactory response from his lips. Su Zhi remained silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons in his mind, then displayed an expression of anger. "You are correct. Your second sister has become increasingly unruly due to the indulgence of your mother. I shall return and have her kneel for half a day in the ancestral hall." Having uttered these words, Su Zhi cast a glance at Su Fu's countenance. Noticing her apparent satisfaction, he added, "Then I shall not disturb you further. If you require anything, do not hesitate to send someone to inform your father." As he departed, Xiao Shui remarked, "Miss, the master's attitude has shifted remarkably." Xiao Shuang added, "Isn't the master usually most fond of the second miss? Now, because of a single word from the miss, he has ordered her punishment, given her fragile constitution. I wonder if she can endure kneeling in the ancestral hall for half a day." Su Fu gazed toward the courtyard entrance. The old woman, whom Su Zhi had dispatched to guard the entrance of Lanxiang Pavilion, had already left. With a profound gaze and a calm voice, she declared, "He loves no one but himself." At lunchtime, Xiao Shui entered the room with a meal. "Miss, today's lunch is quite sumptuous," she exclaimed. "The kitchen maidens have been exceedingly polite to me today. How swiftly their countenance has changed. Just a few days ago, they mocked me openly. Do not concern yourself with them. We shall not linger in this residence for long." A smile graced Xiao Shui's face, her large eyes curving with joy. "Young Master Xiao is destined for greatness. Our miss is indeed fortunate." After finishing her meal, Su Fu instructed Xiao Shuang to assist her in changing her attire and refreshing her appearance. Having not stepped outside for quite some time, she decided, "Let us take a stroll today." Xiao Shuang inquired, "Miss, do you wish to leave the estate?" "No." When the news of the young master's demise in the north arrived, my second sister kindly came to visit me. Now that the crown prince has been deposed, it is only fitting that I pay her a visit. Xiao Shui stifled a giggle. "Indeed, miss, I must dress you beautifully." At that moment, Su Qing was being punished by Su Zhi, kneeling in the ancestral hall. After an hour, her knees had grown somewhat numb. Su Fu pushed open the door to the ancestral hall and entered, closing the door behind her. Hearing movement, Su Qing initially thought it was the matron Zhou, her face lighting up with joy. However, when she turned to see that it was Su Fu, her expression of delight vanished in an instant. Su Qing cast a wary glance at Su Fu, who was approaching her with measured steps. What do you want? Su Fu halted before Su Qing, towering over her as she knelt on the ground, a faint smirk playing on her crimson lips. I came to witness the disheveled state of my dear younger sister. Seeing Su Fu looming above her while she remained on her knees, Su Qing's anger erupted. Su Fu, get away from me. Su Fu's expression remained unchanged, her tone unhurried. Is my dear sister unable to endure this any longer? They say fortunes change with the tides. But who would have anticipated such a swift turn? As she spoke, she delicately pressed a handkerchief to her lips and continued in a soft murmur. Haven't you always aspired to be the empress? Alas, it seems that this particular dream of yours may never come to fruition in this lifetime. As Su Fu spoke, she savored Su Qing's expression, observing the fury simmering in her eyes, and her smile broadened with delight. Chapter 72. Covert investigation. Su Qing lifted her head, her fierce gaze resembling a sword radiating a chilling light, as if it sought to pierce through Su Fu. Gritting her teeth, she declared, Su Fu, do not come before me in such arrogance. The fact that young Master Xiao survived this time is merely a stroke of luck. Should there be a next time, it may not end so favorably. The mere mention of Xiao Junmo sent a wave of fury through her, as it was akin to striking Su Fu's most sensitive nerve. Without uttering a word, Su Fu raised her hand and, with all her might, delivered 2 resounding slaps to Su Qing. Caught completely off guard by Su Fu's audacity, Su Qing momentarily froze, unable to process the reality of the situation. Once she regained her senses, she covered her swollen face and leapt up, shouting, Su Fu, how dare you strike me? No one has ever laid a hand on me since childhood. Are you not afraid of my father's wrath? Su Fu firmly grasped Su Qing's outstretched hand, her grip like iron, rendering Su Qing's desperate struggles futile. With a glint of frost in her phoenix-like eyes, she retorted, why should I fear? Go ahead and tell our father. Let us see whose side he will take. Do you believe that if I were to strike you again, he would punish me? As she spoke, Su Fu tightened her hold on Su Qing's wrist, leaning in closer, her voice lowered to a conspiratorial whisper. The Crown Prince, oh no, I should now refer to him as the Grand Prince, has poisoned young Master Xiao. You are aware of this, are you not? The pain radiating from her wrist flushed Su Qing's face crimson. She had never anticipated that Su Fu, who appeared so delicate, possessed such strength. Su Fu, release me. I know nothing. Su Fu showed no intention of loosening her grip and pressed further, demanding, is it true or not? The unbearable pain finally compelled Su Qing to relent. I will tell you. Just let me go. I feel as though I might die from the pain. Finally liberated, Su Qing glared at her swollen wrist. Her eyes filled with venomous resentment directed at Su Fu. Yet this time, she dared not provoke Su Fu further with reckless words. The Grand Prince only told me that young Master Xiao would not return from the northern wilderness, but I do not know the specifics of his plans. As Su Qing finished speaking, she noticed Su Fu's skeptical expression, recalling the earlier incident when Su Fu had struck her. She hastily added, I swear, I speak the truth. Observing the sincerity in Su Qing's demeanor, Su Fu sensed that she was not lying and acknowledged that Si Bayan was indeed a cautious individual. After a moment's contemplation, Su Fu replied, very well, I shall take your word for now. You may continue your penance in kneeling while I take my leave. With that, Su Fu turned to depart. Although a sense of fear lingered within Su Qing, she was consumed by an insatiable bitterness towards Su Fu. Her eyes fixated on Su Fu's retreating figure, as if she wished to devour her whole. A fierce longing to find an opportunity for revenge burned within her, to alleviate the hatred that festered in her heart. She called out to Su Fu's back, Su Fu, I shall forever remember the 2 slaps you delivered today. Sooner or later, I will make you kneel at my feet, begging for mercy. Without turning her head, Su Fu seemed completely indifferent to Su Qing's words. Very well, I shall await your response. Su Qing slumped onto the cushion, her hands gingerly touching the swollen face that Su Fu had struck. Her resolve to assist Si Bayan in his quest for the throne solidified further. Upon leaving the ancestral hall, Qiu Shui wore a satisfied expression. Miss, your actions just now were truly gratifying. In my opinion, It will take the second miss several days for her face to recover. She has long been accustomed to her arrogant ways. It is high time she learned her lesson. Xiao Shuang expressed concern. Miss, what about master and madam? Fear not. The Crown Prince's faction is currently preoccupied with their own troubles stemming from his recent downfall, and they would not dare to stir up any unrest at this moment. As night fell and the sky turned pitch black, Bayan sat alone at a table in the Crown Prince's residence, drinking. His demeanor appeared significantly more haggard than usual. In the shadows, a figure leaped through the window and approached him. Upon seeing Bayan drinking alone, he frowned and called out, "Your Highness." Bayan looked up, his eyes slightly glazed with intoxication. "There are guards outside the gates. How did you manage to enter?" Wu Yuan loosened his dark attire and, with a flourish of his robe, took a seat opposite Bayan. "With such incompetence, they could never thwart me. What has caused you to become so weary, Your Highness?" Bayan offered Wu Yuan a cup of wine before pouring himself another. "You're the first to visit me. Now, it seems only you remain by my side. The Duke of Wu swears eternal loyalty to Your Highness. This is indeed a moment of significance, and my father cannot come, but there are still many who support you." As Bayan's gaze gradually cleared, he focused on the wine cup in his hand. He lifted it, staring into the liquid as if trying to see his own reflection. Then, he looked up at Wu Yuan. "Come, let us drink together." Wu Yuan smiled faintly, raising his cup to gently clink with Bayan's. Their eyes met, and a flicker of hope ignited within them. "I shall not forget that during my lowest moments, the Wu family steadfastly stood by my side. This loyalty shall remain etched in my heart." Wu Yuan pondered silently, recalling his father's words. Indeed, during Bayan's most desperate times, they had emerged to offer their support, a bond that Bayan would surely remember. "Your Highness speaks too highly of us. We are but passengers on the same vessel. Only when you thrive will the Duke of Wu's residence prosper." They clinked their cups again, both smiling in unison. Wu Yuan's expression turned grave as he recalled the news from the capital. "Your Highness, Xiao Junmo is not dead. How can this be?" Indeed, today during the morning court, His Majesty announced that in 3 days he will command him to lead the Xuanjia army back to the capital. Bayan's eyes darkened, and as he contemplated this revelation, his expression grew increasingly troubled. "I understand now. The incident at Monxiang Tower must have been orchestrated by those at the general's residence. Yet, one thing puzzles me. How could they have known of my cautious maneuvers?" Meanwhile, in the imperial study of the palace, Emperor Jingwen's profound gaze rested upon the Minister of Justice standing below, inquiring if anything could be discerned from the fragrant tower. "Your Majesty," the minister replied, "after a meticulous search, we uncovered a secret passage leading to the outside from the fragrant tower." Understanding dawned upon Emperor Jingwen. Indeed, there was a hidden route. What discoveries were made within this passage? He pressed. "None," came the response. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the emperor stated, "Very well, you may leave." As soon as the Minister of Justice exited the imperial study, Emperor Jingwen summoned his shadow guards. In a low voice, he instructed them to discreetly search the city for traces of the Shieling people, cautioning them to avoid alerting any potential adversaries, for this matter must remain confidential. "Understood, Your Majesty," the shadow guards acknowledged before silently vanishing from the study. Reflecting on the actions of the Crown Prince, a dull ache began to throb in Emperor Jingwen's head. He exhaled a long, heavy sigh, grateful that this situation had been uncovered by Xiao Junmo. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Chapter 73. The Falling Blossom Pavilion. At present, the position of Crown Prince remains vacant, and several princes, having reached maturity, are subtly stirring with ambition. Emperor Jingwen has recently been silently weighing in his heart who might be the most suitable candidate for the Crown Prince. Exhausted, he leaned back slightly when a palace eunuch entered to report, "Your Majesty, the virtuous consort has arrived." "Let her in," he replied. The virtuous consort entered the study, gracefully holding a bowl of soup. "Your Majesty, I noticed you have been weary of late, so I have brought you this soup. Please give it a taste." Emperor Jingwen straightened in his seat. "Ah, you are thoughtful," he said, scooping a spoonful of the soup and savoring its delightful flavor. "I am glad you enjoy it. Have you been overly fatigued lately?" Your complexion seems much worse than before, she observed with concern. Setting down the spoon, the emperor's expression darkened slightly. There have been too many matters recently, each one troubling my peace. Noticing the emperor's troubled demeanor, the virtuous consort softened her tone and cautiously inquired, "Are you troubled by the issues concerning the eldest prince?" "Not entirely," he replied. She moved behind him, gently massaging his temples. "What has the eldest prince done to provoke your anger?" Emperor Jingwen closed his eyes in comfort and said coolly, "That is not for you to question." Sensing his displeasure, the virtuous consort fell silent, refraining from further mention of the matter involving Siban. "I spoke out of turn," she acknowledged. "You came today at the behest of the fourth prince to gather intelligence, did you not?" Her hands paused in their ministrations, a flicker of panic crossing her face. "No, I merely noticed you had not visited my chambers in several days and heard of your recent busyness, so I thought to see how you were." Emperor Jingwen seized her hand, his tone icy. "Return and tell the fourth prince to remain well-behaved. I have not yet reached the age of senility." With that, he forcefully released her hand. "That will be all. You may leave." The virtuous consort quickly knelt before him. "Your Majesty, I truly meant no such thing." The fourth prince would never entertain such thoughts. Turning his head away, the emperor did not cast her another glance. "If you do not depart, shall I have someone carry you out?" Seeing that she could not extract any further information today, tears brimming in her eyes, she exited the imperial study. Standing beside Emperor Jingwen, Eunuch Liang observed the consort's forlorn figure retreating and quietly remarked, "Your Majesty, the virtuous consort has left." Only then did the emperor turn his gaze toward the doorway, his eyes deep with contemplation. "She is rather impatient." Eunuch Liang, standing nearby, shrank his neck, afraid to respond. As it is now May, the wedding day for Xiao Junmo and Su Fu is set for June 26th. With each passing day, the date of Xiao Junmo's return to the capital draws nearer, as does the approaching marriage between Su Fu and Xiao Junmo. Su Fu gazed at the red bridal gown she had meticulously embroidered, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips as she envisioned the scene of her wedding day with Xiao Junmo. Perhaps due to her previous life's indifference towards this marriage, the memories of her wedding day with Xiao Junmo had become increasingly blurred over time. Autumn frost and autumn snow unfurled the exquisite bridal gown meticulously embroidered by Su Fu. The gown was crafted from the finest silk, its fabric soft and smooth. Adorned with intricate floral patterns on the collar, while the sleeves and bodice were embellished with delicate designs stitched in golden thread, which subtly emitted a faint glow, enhancing the gown's opulence. The hem was adorned with beads arranged in various shapes, which danced gently with each step, and the trailing skirt was embroidered with large, resplendent red peonies. Every stitch represented Su Fu's longing and reverence for this marriage, as she had completed the entire gown independently. Upon seeing the unveiled gown, both Autumn Frost and Autumn Snow were momentarily dazzled. Autumn Snow's eyes widened in awe. "Miss, this bridal gown is simply stunning. You will look absolutely breathtaking in it." At that moment, Su Fu's gaze softened, and she expressed her satisfaction. "Let's put it away for now." In the afternoon, contemplating the few days remaining before Xiao Junmo's arrival in the capital, Su Fu decided to venture out to shop for garments and jewelry. Having not left the estate for quite some time, she summoned Autumn Frost and Autumn Snow to accompany her. Upon reaching the entrance of the Su residence, they encountered the very servant who had previously barred Su Fu from leaving. The servant's face instantly brightened upon seeing her, in stark contrast to his earlier mockery. "Miss, are you heading out? May I leave today?" he asked with a sycophantic smile. "Of course. The master has instructed me that you may leave whenever you wish," he added eagerly. Su Fu cast a disinterested glance at him before continuing out the gate. As Autumn Frost passed by, she deliberately stepped on the servant's foot, feigning innocence. "Oh, my apologies, I didn't see." The servant grimaced momentarily, but quickly replaced it with a smile. "It's quite all right, Autumn Frost. Please take care." Su Fu arrived at the largest jewelry store in the capital, the Falling Flowers Pavilion, a favored destination for noble ladies, not only for its exquisite jewelry, but also for its fine garments. Just as she was about to step inside, she heard someone calling her name from behind. "Su Fu," Minju called out as she hurried towards her. Hong Yi, trailing behind, attempted to get her attention. Miss, please slow down. He Minju reached Su Fu, her face alight with surprise. It truly is you. I thought I must have been mistaken. Aren't you confined to the estate by your father? What brings you out today? Encountering He Minju was a delightful surprise for Su Fu, who replied, My father has lifted my confinement. Although He Minju was typically carefree, she was perceptive enough to understand the implications. She smirked slightly. Your father certainly is. At that moment, Hong Yi caught up, slightly breathless from the exertion, but mindful of the instructions given by the Duchess. Miss, you mustn't run in the streets. The madam has said that you must always remember your status as a lady of distinction. He Minju recalled the elderly matron who had taught her etiquette for several months in a manner. She extended a finger towards Hong Ye and said, I understand that you were overly excited to see Su Fu just now. You must not return to complain to your mother. Hong Ye nodded obediently, pleased by Hong Ye's response. He Minju turned her attention to Su Fu and inquired, What do you wish to purchase at the Falling Flower Pavilion? I wish to acquire a garment and a few pieces of jewelry. Then let us go together to have a look, He Minju replied, taking Su Fu's hand and leading her towards the pavilion. The proprietor of the Falling Flower Pavilion recognized He Minju and, upon seeing her, hastily set aside his current tasks to greet her. Missy, what would you like to purchase today? Allow me to personally assist you. Chapter 74. A long-awaited reputation, He Minju gently pushed Su Fu to the forefront, stating that it was she who made the purchase, and urged her to select appropriate garments and accessories. The shopkeeper, unfamiliar with Su Fu, inquired, May I ask which young lady you are? My father is the Minister of Revenue, Su Fu replied with poise. A flicker of surprise crossed the shopkeeper's eyes as she tentatively asked, Are you the eldest daughter of the Su family? Having seen the second daughter before, she concluded that the unfamiliar face must indeed belong to the eldest. Yes, Su Fu affirmed succinctly. The shopkeeper's heart raced at the confirmation, and she quickly assessed Su Fu with a sidelong glance. Her demeanor transformed, her smile widening, and her attitude grew significantly more sincere. Ah, it is indeed a pleasure to meet the esteemed eldest daughter of the Su family. I have heard much of your talents and beauty. Seeing you in person is truly a revelation. Surprised by the shopkeeper's warm reception, Su Fu pondered her own prominence. You flatter me, she replied with a gentle smile. Do not be so modest, Miss Su. In all my years here, few possess your beauty. Whatever you wear will undoubtedly suit you splendidly. Please, allow me to show you some selections. The shopkeeper beckoned Su Fu and He Minju to browse the garments. Once Su Fu had chosen her attire and accessories and was ready to depart, the shopkeeper personally escorted them to the door, her eyes narrowing into a crescent as she smiled. Ladies, do take your time. After watching Su Fu and He Minju disappear into the throng, she turned back inside. He Minju tilted her head towards Su Fu. Are you curious about the shopkeeper's demeanor toward you? Indeed, it was rather enthusiastic for our first encounter, Su Fu replied. In a hushed tone, He Minju leaned closer and whispered, That is because the Falling Petals Pavilion is owned by the Princess of Yongping. Soon, you will become the wife of the general's heir, and naturally, the shopkeeper must curry favor with you. Upon hearing He Minju's explanation, Su Fu swiftly grasped the shopkeeper's earlier attentiveness. So that is the case. The Falling Petals Pavilion belongs to the Princess of Yongping. Yes, such information is rarely known. I only learned of it by chance from my mother. Noticing the day was still young, Su Fu and He Minju meandered through the streets. As they turned a corner, Su Fu encountered someone she wished to avoid. Wu Yuan approached, gracefully fanning himself. Miss Su, what a delightful surprise to meet you here in this vast capital. Noticing Wu Yuan's gaze lingering on Su Fu, He Minju stepped forward slightly, shielding her friend. This is hardly a coincidence. We had no desire to encounter you, Mr. Wu. Her words were blunt, and she even rolled her eyes at him. Wu Yuan raised an eyebrow, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Miss He, your candor is truly refreshing. We shall not delay you from your pursuits, Mr. Wu. Farewell, He Minju declared, pulling Su Fu past Wu Yuan as they continued on their way. Wu Yuan's gaze lingered upon Su Fu, and as Su Fu passed by him, he could distinctly perceive a delicate fragrance emanating from her. He closed his eyes, indulging in a deep breath, savoring the aroma. How delightful! Reflecting on Xiao Junmo's imminent return to the capital, a shadow of gloom flickered in Wu Yuan's eyes. He spoke slowly, resolutely declaring, "I shall not yield." He Minju and Su Fu returned to the Duke of Zhen's residence. As they passed the main courtyard, they noticed the Duchess of Zhen engaged in conversation with another lady. He Minju initially intended to quietly retreat to her own quarters, but the Duchess spotted her. Upon seeing He Minju's return, the Duchess smiled and beckoned her, "Minner, come forth and greet the Princess of Jin." The Prince of Jin and the Emperor Jinwen were half-siblings, and since the ascension of Emperor Jinwen, the prince had proactively requested to depart the capital for his fief in Changzhou. His return this time was prompted by the impending marriage of Xiao Junmo and Siban. Realizing there was no escaping, He Minju approached with a smile, performing a respectful curtsy. This humble daughter greets the Princess of Jin. Observing He Minju's graceful and proper demeanor, the Duchess silently nodded in approval, pleased that her lessons in etiquette had not been in vain. The Princess of Jin, upon seeing He Minju, was momentarily captivated. Clad in a pale yellow dress adorned with entwined patterns, her oval face framed by thick brows, a high nose, and a pair of sparkling, water-like eyes resembling black pearls, she exuded curiosity and vivacity. The Princess of Jin mused internally. This miss, he does not appear as the rumors suggest. Indeed, one should not trust hearsay. The more she observed, the more her satisfaction grew. She smiled and said, "No need for excessive formalities. Please rise." She then added, "Indeed, how one transforms. After years apart, I scarcely recognize you at first glance." The Duchess of Zhen echoed her sentiment with a smile. Indeed, she used to play with the heir frequently in her youth, and now they have both matured. Upon hearing the Duchess mention the heir of Jin, an uneasy feeling stirred within He Minju. "Mother, I shall not intrude upon your conversation with the princess any longer. I shall return to my quarters." Noting He Minju's desire to depart, the Duchess, considering the nature of their forthcoming discussion, responded, "Very well, you may leave." As He Minju exited the main courtyard, she exhaled in relief and confided to Hongya, "I can't shake the feeling that the princess has been observing me closely. Do you think her unexpected visit could harbor some purpose?" Hongya scratched her head, recalling that the princess had previously maintained a good rapport with the Duchess during her time in the capital, suggesting perhaps she merely wished to visit. "Is that truly all? I sense there is something more at play." After graciously seeing the Princess of Jin out, the Duchess of Zhen swiftly made her way to He Minju's quarters. "Minner, mother, what brings you here? What is you in such high spirits?" The Duchess, her face alight with joy, ushered He Minju inside. "It's splendid news. The matter that has weighed on my heart has finally shown promise." "What is it?" "Your lifelong affair with your temperament. I find myself perpetually anxious about your prospects of marriage, and, subsequently, I fear that should you wed, a moment of displeasure could lead you to unleash your wrath upon your husband." "Mother, how could you speak of your daughter in such a manner? Surely, the individual you refer to cannot be the heir of the Jin Wang? Indeed, you have encountered him in your youth, and I share a close friendship with the Jin Wang Fei. Should you marry him, you need not worry about incurring the ire of your mother-in-law, for after your union, you shall reside in Changzhou, which is devoid of the rigid customs of the capital." The wife of the Duke of Zhengguo grew increasingly pleased with this match. She cast an appreciative glance at He Minju, remarking that your recent conduct was commendable, indicating that your lessons with the matron have not been in vain. Chapter 75. The One Who Captivates the Heart Mother. It has been many years since I last laid eyes on the Crown Prince of Jin. I am completely unaware of what he looks like now, and moreover, I do not harbor any fondness for him. You silly girl, affection can be cultivated over time. Look at your father and me. We had never met before marriage, yet our union has turned out quite well. He Minju, feeling obstinate, retorted, "I refuse to marry. The man I wed must be someone I truly adore." Seeing her daughter's unwavering spirit, the Duchess of Jingguo's tone grew firmer. "Most young ladies of your age have already become wives. Among the many noble sons in this capital, you hardly find one to your liking. You've finally encountered a suitable match, and he is not even from the capital. What more could you possibly desire? Who says I do not find any of the noble sons in this capital appealing? In a few days, he will come to propose." The Duchess of Jingguo paused mid-sip. disbelief flashing across her face as she turned to He Minju. What did you say? You have someone you cherish? He Minju had spoken in haste. But now that the words had escaped her lips, there was no turning back. She steeled herself, feeling a flicker of guilt, yet maintained a facade of calm as she replied, Yes, I have someone I admire. He shall come to propose soon, so please do not worry about my marriage any longer. Upon hearing this, the Duchess nearly spat out her tea in shock. Who is he? Which young man possesses such audacity to seek your hand? Her tone was laced with skepticism. Previously concerned about her mother's anger, He Minju now felt displeased. Mother, what do you mean? Do you truly look down upon your own daughter? The Duchess of Jinghua softened her expression. That is not my intention. My daughter is undoubtedly the finest. However, you have always preferred martial pursuits over poetry, music, and needlework. In the capital, it is rare for anyone to accept such a disposition. He Minju recalled the words of Si Beichen, who had once said to her that a woman's hands are not solely meant for embroidery, but can wield swords and guns on the battlefield. This sentiment resonated deeply within her. She felt she had finally encountered someone who understood her. After several more meetings with Si Beichen, she had to concede that he had become distinct from all others in her heart. She was not one to be coy or easily retreat. Having solidified her feelings, she would speak them boldly. He Minju fixed her determined gaze upon the Duchess of Jinghua. Mother, he is unlike anyone else. The Duchess sighed softly. Very well. I have presented you with numerous options, yet you disdain them all. As long as he treats you well, his status matters little. He Minju smiled as she embraced the Duchess. Thank you, Mother. Watching the Duchess depart, He Minju called for Hongye to bring her writing materials. Hongye remarked, Miss, this brush has gathered dust from disuse. Allow me to fetch a new one. After a moment, as He Minju gazed at the ink and paper laid out on the table, she found herself at a loss for where to begin. He Minju had written numerous drafts, yet none met her satisfaction. Hongye observed the crumpled papers discarded by He Minju on the ground, her brow furrowing slightly. After about an hour, He Minju finally produced a version she found somewhat acceptable, drying the ink before lifting it up. She inquired of Hongye, seeking her opinion on the piece. Hongye responded honestly, It's quite good. It is legible. He Minju playfully nudged her. Are you truly complimenting me? Hongye, feeling a bit wronged, retorted, I am merely stating the truth. Compared to the previous attempts, this one is significantly better. At least it is understandable. He Minju pouted. Very well then, I have done my best. She placed the letter into an envelope and handed it to Hongye, instructing her, You shall personally deliver this letter to the third prince's residence. Is it true that you intend to marry the third prince? Hongye expressed concern, fearing that He Minju was merely attempting to escape the matchmaking efforts imposed by the Duchess of the state. Understanding Hongye's worries, He Minju gently patted her on the head. After all these years by my side, do you still not know my disposition? No one can compel me to do what I do not wish. With that reassurance, Hongye felt a sense of relief and nodded firmly. Understand. For the sake of your happiness, I shall ensure this letter reaches the third prince safely. Meanwhile, within the third prince's residence, Si Beichen was listening to a report from his subordinate. Your Highness, news has come from the palace that the virtuous consort visited His Majesty's study, only to be dismissed shortly thereafter. It is said that His Majesty appeared to be quite angry at the time. Si Beichen's fingers lightly caressed the surface of the table, his gaze deep and contemplative. The virtuous consort and her son, upon witnessing the crown prince's downfall, must be feeling anxious. Her visit at this juncture is akin to walking straight into the lioness den. His attention shifted to a letter penned by Xiao Junmo, and he rubbed his temples in exasperation. Alas, these individuals are relentless in their pursuit of power. Is that position truly so coveted? I would prefer the leisurely existence of a carefree prince. He sighed, recalling how he had distanced himself from the intrigues of court over the years, harboring no interest in power or status, desiring only a life of freedom. Nonetheless, he found himself inevitably entangled in the web of political machinations, becoming an object of others' apprehension. In a low voice, Si Beichen instructed his subordinate, and Jean, convey a message to the Empress Mother, advising her to feign illness and limit her interactions with outsiders. And Jean clasped his fists respectfully, As you wish, Your Highness. Just as Jean prepared to depart, a gatekeeper entered, presenting a sealed envelope. Your Highness, this was just delivered by a maid, said to be from the eldest daughter of the Duke of the State. Si Beichun took the envelope, his mind drifting back to the day when he Minju had effortlessly subdued a thief with just 2 moves. Very well, you may leave, he said. Curious about why he Minju would write to him, he swiftly opened the envelope. Upon seeing the less than aesthetic handwriting on the paper, a smirk appeared on his lips as he muttered softly, Indeed, one of a kind. The letter merely stated a meeting at the tea house at 1/4 past the hour of the snake, without disclosing the matter at hand. Si Beichun carefully folded the letter and tucked it away, his heart unexpectedly filled with a sense of anticipation for his meeting with He Minju the following day. On the morrow, He Minju made a deliberate effort to arrive early at the designated tea house, only to find that Si Beichun had already arrived. Today, He Minju had adorned herself differently from her usual self. Upon seeing her, a fleeting glimmer of astonishment crossed Si Beichun's eyes. Miss He, I apologize for keeping His Royal Highness waiting. It is of no consequence. I have only just arrived. As they both took their seats, before Si Beichun could inquire further, He Minju boldly proclaimed, Would His Royal Highness consider marrying me? Her gaze fixed intently on Si Beichun's eyes, she sought to gauge his reaction to her audacious proposition. I am willing. Both seemed taken aback by the words exchanged between them. Si Beichun had not anticipated that He Minju's invitation was for such a purpose, while He Minju was equally surprised by the swiftness of Si Beichun's affirmative response. Chapter 76. The marriage of He Minju in a moment. Both individuals fell into silence. Si Beichun gazed intently at He Minju. Until this moment, he had never contemplated the notion of marriage, yet upon hearing the question leave He Minju's lips, he realized that deep within him, an answer had already been provided. Without forethought, he spoke in alignment with his inner feelings. Perhaps it was due to the extraordinary bond they shared, or perhaps it was because he had already developed an affection for this intelligent, courageous, and uniquely spirited woman. He Minju likewise regarded Si Beichun, surprised by his response. She had anticipated that he might hesitate or even decline, but never did she imagine he would agree without a moment's pause. After a brief silence, He Minju took the initiative to break the deadlock. If that is the case, then the 3rd prince shall come to the Zhen Gongfu to propose in a few days. As she looked into He Minju's shimmering eyes, Si Beichun felt compelled to clarify his circumstances to prevent any future regrets on her part. After laying out his situation, he concluded that if she still wished to marry him, he would accept her hand and treat her with utmost care in the days to come. Conversely, if she chose otherwise, he would take it as though he had never come here today. I hail from royal lineage, though I bear no desire for that position. There are those who regard me as a thorn in their side. My life appears splendid and comfortable, yet it is anything but. Countless eyes scrutinize my every action, seeking to uncover flaws in my demeanor. I cannot afford the slightest lapse. Otherwise, I risk falling into traps laid by others. As he spoke, a serious expression clouded Si Beichun's eyes. You shall marry me. Your future will not be devoid of turbulence. With this in mind, do you still wish to wed me? He Minju smiled broadly, her laughter growing more vibrant. I am not one who relishes a life of excessive tranquility. While I may not appreciate the intrigues and deceptions of the inner palace, I have been schooled by my mother in the ways of the household. I am not entirely ignorant, and with my skills in martial arts, I may even protect the 3rd prince in critical moments. Initially, Si Beichun had feared that He Minju might withdraw, but upon hearing her words, his unease dissipated. A smile appeared in his eyes, and his lips curled into an attractive arc. Then I shall visit the Zhen Gongfu in a few days to propose, and I shall rely on Miss He to safeguard me henceforth. Not a problem. On that day, Si Beichun entered the palace and made his way to the quarters of concubine Shi. Mother, your son has come today to discuss a matter of importance. Due to Si Beichun's recent instructions for concubine Shi to feign illness and remain secluded, she appeared somewhat pale. Nevertheless, her exquisite beauty could not be concealed, and despite her advancing years, time had bestowed upon her a distinctive charm. Concubine Shi waved her hand to dismiss the attendants, revealing a look of concern. Is there trouble afoot? No, Mother, there's no need for worry. I have come to discuss my marriage. Concubine Chi first expressed surprise, followed by a look of delight. Which young lady has captured your heart? As long as the identity aligns with yours, mother, please speak with father. The eldest daughter of the Duke of Jinghua? Indeed, her status is notable and seems fitting for you, yet her reputation in the capital is rather tarnished. The Empress Dowager frowned. I have met her a few times. Although she has a penchant for martial arts, she is not entirely as the rumors suggest. Observing her son fervently defending the eldest daughter of the Duke of Jinghua, the Empress Dowager realized that he had likely taken a liking to her. Yet, mother does not imply that a woman practicing martial arts is undesirable. Look at your eagerness. Upon saying this, the Empress Dowager paused slightly, her expression turning somber. However, while the Duke of Jinghua currently holds no military power, he is an elder statesman with a certain standing in the court. Marrying the eldest daughter of a duke may provoke jealousy among other princes, making your future circumstances even more arduous. This dilemma was one that Si Beichen had contemplated before entering the palace, his eyes dimming slightly. Mother, for these years, I have longed to distance myself from the court's conflicts, wishing only to be a leisurely prince, yet they have never spared me. Even without an alliance with the Duke of Jinghua, they would not let me be. Born into royalty, a smooth existence is not in my destiny. The Empress Dowager sighed softly, alas. You have borne much hardship. There is little I can do to assist you, but rest assured, I shall strive to fulfill your wishes regarding your marriage. I thank you, mother, for your support. A few days later, the decree from Emperor Jingwen, granting the marriage of the third prince Si Beichen to the eldest daughter of the Duke of Jinghua, He Minju, arrived at the duke's residence. The family of the Duke of Jinghua was still reeling from the sudden announcement when they heard the eunuch's distinctive voice proclaim, "Congratulations to the Duke of Jinghua. Congratulations to Miss He." The Duchess hurriedly retrieved silver from her sleeve to give to the eunuch who had come to deliver the decree, saying, "It is hot today. Please accept this for your trouble." Upon receiving the silver, the eunuch's smile widened. "You are too kind, madam. I shall gladly accept." Watching the eunuch depart, the Duchess immediately summoned He Minju to her chambers. "What is happening? You mentioned someone would come to propose. It cannot be the third prince, can it?" "Yes." Upon hearing He Minju's affirmative response, the Duchess's expression turned anxious. "Oh dear, you are accustomed to freedom. How can you marry into the royal family? The royal regulations are stringent. You may find it unbearable. Mother, even if I were to marry a commoner, can you guarantee my future happiness? You previously spoke of the heir of the Prince of Jin. I had someone investigate him, and he already has 3 concubines. What? 3 concubines? The Duchess was astonished. She had never heard of this, and the Princess of Jin had not mentioned it either. Indeed, if you do not believe me, you may send someone to Changzhou to inquire. Mother, I assure you, I merely spoke of it with the Princess of Jin. I did not hastily agree to anything. He Minju linked her arm with that of the lady of the Duke of Jin, playfully declaring, "Mother, rest assured. Your daughter will undoubtedly lead a good life in the future." The lady of the Duke of Jin fixed her gaze upon He Minju's face, meticulously examining her daughter's features, and spoke with earnestness. As the eldest daughter of the Duke's household, Minna must never allow herself to be wronged, no matter where she may find herself. Mother, do not worry. I am not one to easily endure grievances. Meanwhile, in the outskirts, still a day's journey from the capital, Xiao Junmo sat astride a magnificent warhorse. After days of relentless travel, a hint of fatigue was evident upon his countenance. Chapter 77. Arrival at the capital. Tsangyu, riding behind Xiao Junhe, glanced around before urging his horse forward to catch up with him. "Your Highness, the soldiers have endured much hardship these past few days, braving wind and rain. Ahead lies the nearest county. Shall we rest here for the night?" Xiao Jun, he shook his head. "No, our numbers are too great. Entering the county would only incite panic among the populace. I see a suitable place to rest just beyond that mountain bend. We shall stay there for the night. We will reach the capital in a day. We must endure a little longer." "Understood. I shall inform them at once." Song Yu replied, before turning his horse around to relay the message. The caravan halted at the foot of the mountain, and the soldiers busied themselves. Some erected tents. Others gathered firewood, while a few ventured up the mountain in search of provisions, hoping to secure some game for a hearty meal. As night fell, Xiao Jun he perched atop a large tree, withdrawing the pouch gifted to him by Su Fu. He held it in his hands, seemingly gazing through it at the one who had presented it, contemplating their imminent arrival at the capital. His dark eyes flickered with memories of last year when he returned from the northern wilderness and encountered Su Fu's radiant smile at the tea house. Surely, she would be there this time as well. Meanwhile, in Lanxiang Pavilion, Su Fu lay restless upon her couch, tossing and turning, disturbing the vigilant Xiao Shuang. "Miss, what troubles you?" Xiao Shuang inquired with concern. "I find it difficult to sleep," Su Fu replied, sitting up against the headboard, her tone laced with worry. "I cannot help but wonder about the young master's condition." "Fear not, Mississippi. With the antidote you provided, the young master should be safe. Besides, once he returns to the capital, there is still the esteemed Dr. Yu," Xiao Shuang reassured her. "Indeed, once he is back, we must seek out Dr. Yu to administer the antidote. Until the poison is resolved, it will undoubtedly harm him." Yet, the thought of Dr. Yu's unpredictable whereabouts troubled Su Fu. Since their last parting, he had not made another appearance. However, she held on to hope, believing he would fulfill his promise to assist Xiao Jun he with the antidote, perhaps even showing up once the young master returned. Yet, she pondered whether Dr. Yu had discovered a method to counteract the poison afflicting Xiao Jun he. Xiao Shuang helped Su Fu recline once more, tucking her in with a light blanket. The following morning, before Xiao Shuang could rouse her, Su Fu awoke on her own. As Xiao Shui entered with a basin, she was surprised to see Su Fu already awake. "Miss, you are awake." "Yes," Su Fu responded. Xiao Shui assisted her in her morning rituals, and once she was ready, Xiao Shuang presented a gown purchased from Luo Hua Pavilion. Su Fu changed into a delicate white gauze dress adorned with subtle floral patterns, the hem embroidered with pale pink and white lotus blossoms, the layers of leaves cascading like ripples upon water. Over it, she donned a light blue sheer overlay, intricately embroidered with silver thread in a cloud motif, complementing the gown and enhancing her ethereal elegance. Seated before the bronze mirror, she allowed Xiao Shuang to style her hair. With deft hands, Xiao Shuang smoothed Su Fu's long tresses into a simple bun, securing it with a jade hairpin. Subsequently, she retrieved the intricately carved orchid hairpin, purchased from the Falling Blossom Pavilion, from her jewelry box. With utmost care, she inserted it into her coiffure, the orchid appearing vividly lifelike, enhancing the ethereal beauty that enveloped Su Fu. Thereafter, Xiao Shuang commenced the delicate art of makeup upon Su Fu's visage. She first applied a subtle layer of powder, then meticulously traced the elegant shape of willow leaf eyebrows, followed by a touch of rouge to accentuate her cheeks. Finally, she adorned Su Fu's lips with a soft gloss. As Xiao Shuang put away the lip gloss, she announced, "Miss, you are ready." Su Fu gazed into the copper mirror, where a maiden with striking features stared back. Her brows were gracefully arched like willow leaves, beneath which lay a pair of profound yet indifferent apricot eyes, complemented by a high-bridged nose and slightly parted crimson lips. The hour was growing late. It was time to depart. Su Fu gracefully exited the Su residence and arrived at the tea house she had reserved in advance. Seated by the window on the second floor, a wave of nostalgia washed over her, recalling the first encounter with Xiao Junmo upon her return to life, which had also taken place in this very tea house, in this very room. Several months had elapsed since Xiao Junmo left the capital, during which Su Fu's emotions had undergone tumultuous upheavals. Initially, she felt a blend of concern and longing as he departed. Later, the heart-wrenching news of his supposed demise in the northern battles plunged her into despair, often revisiting their parting words, where he had promised to return and marry her. Those words pierced her heart like a razor-sharp blade. Subsequently, the unexpected tidings of his survival ignited a flicker of hope within her, and she longed daily for his safe return. At last, the moment had come. Xiao Junmo was to return. Su Fu sat poised within the room, her exterior calm. Yet her heart surged like a vast ocean, emotions swelling within her like a tidal wave. Her phoenix eyes sparkled with intensity, fixated on the city gates, as if willing them to reveal their secrets. She yearned to be the first to catch sight of him upon his entrance. Having arrived early, She waited nearly an hour before the army finally reached the gates of the capital. Xiao Junmo rode at the forefront of the procession atop a majestic black steed. His stature commanding and upright, with sword-like brows and piercing eyes that exuded a chilling demeanor. His thick eyebrows, sharp as blades, lent a resolute edge to his handsome face, while his deep-set black eyes seemed to harbor the very essence of the stars. Clad in black armor that shimmered with a cold gleam under the sun, his dark hair billowed in the breeze beneath his helmet. From a distance, Su Fu discerned his figure, and her heart began to race uncontrollably. She fixed her gaze upon the familiar silhouette, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts, her eyes alight with joy. Xiao Junmo appeared slightly more gaunt than before his departure, with his cheeks subtly sunken, yet his gaze remained sharp and luminous. Perhaps due to the toll of prolonged travel, his complexion bore a pallor, and his lips were slightly chapped. Nevertheless, these imperfections did not detract from his striking visage nor the aura of authority that surrounded him. Rather, they rendered him even more mature and composed than before. As Xiao Junmo passed by the tea house where Su Fu resided, an inexplicable sense of telepathy seemed to draw his gaze towards the room occupied by Su Fu. When their eyes met, he observed the joyful smile illuminating Su Fu's phoenix-like eyes, which also bore a hint of concern beneath the surface. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Junmo felt as though all the weariness that clung to him had been utterly dispelled. After days of relentless travel, he now perceived that all his fatigue and hardships had become trivial. Upon encountering Su Fu, only exhilaration and joy remained. Watching Su Fu's radiant smile, Xiao Junmo felt himself similarly uplifted. He could not help but curve his lips into a smile, his deep, dark eyes imbued with a tenderness he had never exhibited before, even softening his usual austere demeanor. Their gazes intertwined, laden with endless longing and care. In that instant, it was as if time stood still, leaving only the two of them in a world devoid of all else. In that moment, their hearts were inextricably linked, allowing them to sense the profound emotions each harbored for the other without the need for words. Noticing Xiao Junmo's unwavering attention towards the tea house, the curious Song-yu followed his gaze upwards, intrigued. Chapter 78. Knowing you would come upon spotting Su Fu by the window of the tea house, Song-yu's eyes flickered with recognition. Just as he was about to divert his gaze, he noticed Xiao Shuang standing silently beside Su Fu, her expression void of emotion. As Xiao Shuang gazed down at the bustling scene below, her eyes fortuitously locked with Song-yu's. For a brief moment, she was taken aback. Memories flooding back of the day she had heard of Xiao Junmo's demise, and the image of Song-yu asking her if she would miss him surfaced in her mind. Encountering Song-yu again stirred an unfamiliar sensation within her, a perplexing and somewhat unsettling feeling, leaving her uncertain of its origin and how to confront it. Song-yu, upon seeing Xiao Shuang, widened his eyes in astonishment, a look of joy immediately illuminating his countenance. He beamed broadly and vigorously waved at her, calling out her name. Despite the cacophony of the streets, Xiao Shuang discerned from his lips that he was indeed calling her. Flustered, she hastily averted her gaze and turned away, pressing her hand against her somewhat agitated heart. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Xiao Shui inquired, "Sister Xiao Shuang, what is the matter?" Quickly, Xiao Shuang lowered her hand from her chest, feigning to adjust her dress. "It's nothing," she replied. Su Fu had been gazing in the direction of the advancing army until their figures vanished from sight, at which point she withdrew her gaze. Seeing Xiao Junmo return safely, a sense of relief washed over her, and her typically aloof eyes softened. In the imperial palace, Xiao Junmo was kneeling in the grand hall. Seated regally was Emperor Jingwen, his demeanor imposing. He raised his hand, commanding rise. He commended Yuan and has successfully repelled the enemy forces of the Shieling nation, inflicting significant losses upon them and earning great merit. I had promised you, before your departure, that upon your triumphant return, I would personally arrange your marriage to Miss Su. With only 10 days remaining until your wedding, I shall certainly attend the banquet at the general's residence. Initially believing Emperor Jingwen's words to be mere formality, Xiao Junmo was pleasantly surprised to find the promise remembered. This reward brought him greater joy than any promotion could. In the capital, filled with nobility, the emperor's presence at his wedding to Su Fu would spare her from the ridicule of others regarding her humble origins after entering the general's household. Bowing once more, Xiao Junmo expressed his gratitude. "I humbly thank your majesty." Observing the flicker of joy in Xiao Junmo's eyes, Emperor Jingwen raised an eyebrow. "Very well. Your mother must be anxious at home. You should return promptly. Otherwise, I fear she may come to the palace in search of you." After a brief pause, the emperor added, "I will send someone to the general's residence to assist with the wedding preparations." Considering the Princess Yongping's impatient nature, Xiao Junmo realized that if he delayed any longer, she might indeed come to the palace herself. Once again expressing his thanks, he said, "I sincerely thank your majesty. I take my leave." Watching Xiao Junmo's figure fade from the hall, Emperor Jingwen's thoughts turned to Siban. The wedding date of Siban and Su Qing is 2 months later than that of Xiao Junmo and Su Fu. Contemplating sie beiden im Palais Jingwen's Gazadockend. Seeing how exceptional Xiao Junmo is, he could not help but feel a surge of anger at the thought of Siban's actions. As night fell, Su Fu sat alone by the window, having chosen not to have Qiu Shuang and Qiu Shue keep watch that night. She gazed up at the moon hanging high in the sky, her thoughts drifting far away. Just as she became lost in her reverie, she heard a sound outside, and quickly pulled her thoughts back as Xiao Junmo's figure appeared at the window. Clad in black, he almost blended into the night. "Are you waiting for me, a Fu?" Su Fu seemed entirely unsurprised by Xiao Junmo's arrival. She smiled slightly indeed. "I knew the heir would come tonight." Taking a step back, she made room for him. "Please enter, heir." With a leap, Xiao Junmo effortlessly entered the room. Looking at the face he had longed for during his days in the northern desert, his voice, deeper than usual, emerged from his throat. "A Fu, I miss you." "So do I. When I heard the news of your battle, I thought you might not return. I promised you, I will not easily perish until I see you in bridal attire, marrying me." Su Fu met Xiao Junmo's deep black eyes. "We are about to become husband and wife. Before you decide on anything, could you please inform me? Otherwise, I will worry." "A Fu, I apologize. This matter was urgent, and I feared that telling you would only increase your worry, so." Xiao Junmo's tone was filled with remorse. Su Fu interjected, "I understand, but when you withhold information from me, it only heightens my concern. Spouses should be honest with one another. I do not wish to learn about my husband through others. Do you comprehend?" Gently, Xiao Junmo took Su Fu's hand, clasping it against his chest, gazing into her eyes. A flicker of guilt and regret in his own. "A Fu, I understand now. Previously, I only thought of how to protect you in ways I deemed best, neglecting that you are not an ordinary woman. I promise you, from now on, regardless of whether the matters are good or bad, I will share everything with you." Feeling the warmth of Xiao Junmo's hand, a wave of warmth surged within Su Fu. "I know you wish to protect me, but I am not merely a delicate woman who can only hide behind you. I want to face the unknown risks of the future alongside you. No matter how many hardships lie ahead, I hope we can overcome them together." Hearing Su Fu's words, Xiao Junmo felt deeply moved. He tightened his grip on her hand, his throat quivering slightly. "All right, from now on, we shall confront whatever comes together." Their gazes locked deeply, as if in that moment they had pledged an eternal vow. Both understood that their journey ahead would be long, yet they firmly believed that as long as they supported each other and worked together, they could navigate through any adversity. Su Fu observed the slightly gaunt cheeks of Xiao Junmo. She moved closer, gently caressing his face, her heart aching as she remarked, "Your Grace, you have lost weight." Xiao Junmo allowed her to touch him, his tone indifferent. "It's nothing to worry about. Perhaps I have merely grown lean from the rigors of travel. In a few days, I shall regain my strength." He had not noticed it before, but now, with Su Fu so near, almost pressed against his chest, he caught a whiff of a medicinal scent emanating from him. Leaning in closer to discern the smell, concern etched itself upon her face. "Your Grace, are you injured?" Xiao Junmo silently chastised himself for his carelessness, having been discovered by Su Fu. He averted his gaze, hesitating to meet her eyes. "It's nothing serious, just a minor wound." Chapter 79. The dowry. Su Fu firmly seated Xiao Junmo in a chair, her expression grave. "No, I must see for myself, otherwise I shall remain uneasy. Surely that is unnecessary. We are not yet wed." Xiao Junmo protested. "I, a woman, do not mind. What is there for the young master to fear?" Su Fu retorted. "You just proclaimed that we must be open and honest with each other. Have you forgotten so soon?" Xiao Junmo, feeling helpless, wondered if Su Fu truly wished to see. He feared that the scars on his body would frighten her. Su Fu nodded resolutely. "Yes, I want to see." Reluctantly, Xiao Junmo removed his outer garment, revealing his robust torso, though the room was dimly lit, illuminated only by the moonlight. The sight that met Su Fu's eyes was nothing short of shocking. She gazed in disbelief at Xiao Junmo's upper body, which was marred by an array of scars of varying sizes and depths, forming a harrowing tableau. These intersecting wounds seemed to narrate the countless trials of life and death that Xiao Junmo had endured. While outsiders only beheld a youthful general, they were oblivious to the multitude of battles he had fought on the precipice of mortality. Su Fu's gaze lingered on his back, where new and old wounds overlapped, including one particularly deep and lengthy gash. This injury, once nearly healed, had reopened due to Xiao Junmo's vigorous movements, with fresh blood seeping slowly from the wound. Standing behind him, Su Fu felt a sting in her eyes, her heart heavy as she stared at the long scar in a trance. Noticing her prolonged silence, Xiao Junmo assumed she had been frightened. "Su Fu, have I terrified you?" he asked, hastily reaching for his clothing. Su Fu raised her hand to halt his movements. "I am not afraid." She placed her hand gently on his back, caressing each scar as if she could feel the pain he had once endured. "It must have hurt terribly, did it not?" Xiao Junmo paused momentarily, his eyes softening with tenderness. "It is not hurt, it is nearly healed. You are deceiving me. Such a deep wound cannot possibly be painless." Su Fu's voice quivered, betraying her emotion. Hearing the hint of tears in her tone, Xiao Junmo grew anxious. He attempted to turn and face her, but Su Fu pressed him back into the chair. "Do not move. Wait here. I shall fetch the medicine box." Determined not to let him see her tears, she turned and hurried to retrieve the medicine box from within the room. Su Fu felt grateful that Xiao Shuang always kept a well-stocked medicine box. She brought it forth, diligently cleaning the blood that had seeped from Xiao Junmo's back, then applied healing ointment to the wound. As she examined the gruesome injury, she could not help but inquire, "This wound was nearly healed. How did it reopen?" "I accidentally brushed against it while climbing over the wall," Xiao Junmo replied honestly. "Now that the medicine is applied, young master, do refrain from scaling walls in the future. We shall be wed in 10 days' time, and thereafter we can see each other daily. There is no need to rush." According to the customs of the southern Nansang Kingdom, the bride and groom are forbidden to meet in the days leading up to the wedding, as it is deemed inauspicious. "Very well, I shall heed your words. I fervently wish that time would hasten, allowing me to bring you into my home sooner." Su Fu smiled gently, saying, "I will not run away." Reflecting on the poison afflicting Xiao Junmo, she inquired, "How fares the poison within you? Do you feel any discomfort?" "Having consumed the pill you provided, I have not experienced any unusual symptoms thus far," he replied. "Nonetheless, the poison remains a danger as long as it resides within him. Now that the heir has returned, we must urgently locate Physician Yu. I shall send someone to trace his whereabouts," she assured him. "Excellent." As Su Fu rose to see Xiao Junmo off, he embraced her tightly and whispered in her ear, "Ah Fu, await me, for I shall arrive in 10 days with a grand procession to marry you." Su Fu reciprocated the embrace, her voice tender. "Yes, I shall await you at the estate." With the wedding date drawing ever closer, the matriarch summoned Su Fu to the Chengsong courtyard. Upon her arrival, Su Zhe and the Zhou mother-daughter duo were also present. After exchanging greetings, the matriarch said, "Dear Fu, your wedding is just a few days away. I have called you here to discuss your dowry." Su Zhe interjected, "Indeed, you are marrying into the general's household, and the betrothal gifts they have provided far surpass those of ordinary families. Your dowry must not be meager." Pausing momentarily, Su Zhe continued, "Your late mother left you a considerable dowry, and after conferring with your grandmother, We have decided to grant you the estate located in the eastern outskirts of the city as part of your dowry. He glanced at Su Fu, wary that she might be displeased by what they deemed a modest offering, and upon seeing her composed expression, he breathed a sigh of relief. The matriarch initially intended to provide nothing for Su Fu, still brooding over the dowry she had reclaimed. However, as a grandmother, she felt a sense of obligation to bestow something upon her granddaughter. Thus, she negotiated with Su Zhe to grant the estate located in the eastern outskirts to Su Fu. With a kind smile illuminating her aged face, the matriarch said, "This estate is the largest under the Su family name. As the legitimate daughter of the Su family, let this estate serve as your dowry. We hope that once you are married, you will not forget the kindness of your family. We shall always remain one." Su Fu found the situation amusing. She was well aware that the estate in the eastern outskirts was poorly located and devoid of a water source, yielding meager harvests. Each year, the income barely sustained the inhabitants of the estate. However, she was indifferent to the nature of her dowry, as she already possessed the substantial inheritance from her late mother. Since taking charge of her dowry, she had replaced those who needed replacement and made various improvements to the estate and shops, ensuring she lacked for nothing in terms of silver. "Thank you, grandmother and father." The matriarch reiterated, "Once you are married, do remember to support the family and assist your siblings." "Yes, grandmother." On the surface, Su Fu exhibited no change, obediently acquiescing. After discussing Su Fu's dowry, Su Zhe turned his gaze towards Su Qing, remarking that her wedding would occur 2 months later than her sister's, and that the date was drawing near. Today, he would also present her dowry. Upon hearing the word dowry, Su Qing sat up straight, her face alight with anticipation. "Thank you, father." He continued, "I am giving you an estate outside the city and the 2 shops in the western alley within the city. The rest will be prepared by your mother. These are additional gifts from your grandmother and me." However, upon hearing this, the once hopeful expression on Su Qing's face instantly transformed into one of disappointment. "Father, I am marrying a prince. Is this all the dowry you will provide? I will surely be looked down upon by the people of the Grand Prince's residence." Noticing Su Qing's dissatisfaction with the dowry, Su Zhe cast her a stern glance. The Grand Prince's current standing is not what it once was. To establish yourself within the Grand Prince's household, it is not merely a matter of dowry. It is your own capabilities that will determine your success. Chapter 80. My dowry must exceed Su Fu's. Noticing Su Zhe's evident dissatisfaction, Mrs. Zhou hastily interjected, "My lord, please do not take lightly what Qing'er has said." She spoke out of momentary impatience. "The dowry you and mother have bestowed upon her is indeed substantial." Su Zhe scoffed. "Umph. This is all your indulgence. Had it not been for the disgraceful fall from grace of Prince Si Ban, Su Zhe had originally intended to provide Su Qing with a far more generous dowry. However, under the current circumstances, he deemed what he had given her sufficient. Si Ban had offended Emperor Jingwen and lost his title, now confined within the residence of the eldest prince. Su Zhe believed that Emperor Jingwen would prefer the nuptials of Si Ban to remain understated and devoid of extravagance. Zhou Hong had also cautioned him that the marriage between Su Qing and Si Ban must be conducted discreetly, to avoid inciting the displeasure of Emperor Jingwen and inviting greater troubles. Su Zhe had long aligned himself with Si Ban, who possessed many secrets that could compromise him. Though Su Zhe appeared upright and incorruptible, having navigated the treacherous waters of officialdom for so long, who could genuinely claim to be free of compromise? If certain matters were to be scrutinized by the discerning and brought to light, not only would his prospects for advancement be jeopardized, but even his current position could be rendered precarious. He was well aware that Si Ban was no ordinary individual, despite his imprisonment at present. Su Zhe had received a warning from Si Ban not to entertain any treacherous thoughts. Though Su Qing harbored lingering discontent, she refrained from voicing it further, fearing that a few more words would provoke Su Zhe into withholding everything from her. Upon returning to Mrs. Zhou's courtyard, Su Qing expressed her grievances. "Mother, father, and grandmother are so stingy. Grandmother once claimed to dote on me the most, yet now she refuses to provide me with a more generous dowry. Your grandmother places far too much value on silver. Do not expect to receive anything of significance from her." Su Qing sulkily settled into a circular chair, declaring, "I care not. My dowry shall surpass Su Fu's." The mere thought of Su Fu claiming the dowry intended for her ignited a fierce indignation within Mrs. Zhou. Those items were originally meant to be reserved for Su Qing's dowry, yet they had been taken by that little wretch, Su Fu. Remembering this, Mrs. Zhou felt a dull ache in her chest. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she reassured Su Qing, "Your dowry will be adequately prepared by your mother. Although it may not rival Su Fu's, it will certainly be on par with those of other families." Though Su Qing still felt a pang of inequity, she had little choice but to acquiesce. Reflecting on Su Zhi's seemingly frosty demeanor towards Mrs. Zhou earlier in Nansang Courtyard, she asked, "Mother, how is your relationship with father at present?" At this mention, a shadow of sorrow crossed Mrs. Zhou's brow. "Since the incident with concubine Wen's miscarriage, your father's attitude towards me has grown considerably cold. He occasionally visits my courtyard, yet never stays overnight. I can sense his growing weariness of me. It's all that seductress concubine Wen's fault. She has ensnared your father's heart. Indeed, that vixen now goes to Nansang Courtyard daily to massage your grandmother's legs. And your grandmother seems quite pleased with her. Mother, this cannot continue. Father is always visiting her. What if, one day, she becomes pregnant again?" Zhou's gaze turned cold, her tone becoming somber. "After the last miscarriage, that enchanting vixen has been exceedingly cautious, and with your grandmother and father protecting her, it is not an easy task for me to do anything now." Su Fu returned to the orchid pavilion, observing the flowers and plants she had planted just last year. By now, some had already blossomed, filling the courtyard with their fragrance. Su Fu bent down to pluck a brilliantly blooming flower, bringing it to her nose, the scent penetrating her senses. As she contemplated her impending marriage, she felt no sorrow for the people of the Su household. If there was anything she would miss, it would be the garden full of flowers she had nurtured. Xiao Shui, watching the blooming flowers nearby, suddenly had an idea. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Miss, how about I pick a few flowers to make flower cakes for you to taste? You can do that?" Su Fu asked curiously, having never tried flower cakes before. "I've seen the kitchen maid prepare them before. It shouldn't be difficult. I can give it a try." "Wonderful. Then let's taste the flower cakes made by Xiao Shui today. If they don't turn out well, please don't laugh at me," Xiao Shui replied with a smile. Su Fu nodded enthusiastically. "All right." Thus, Xiao Shui gathered a few flowers and hurried to the small kitchen. It was only in the afternoon that she emerged, proudly carrying a plate of freshly made flower cakes. Eager to let Su Fu experience the delight of her creation, she presented the golden pastries. "These look splendid," Su Fu exclaimed, admiring the cakes. "Miss, you must try one," Xiao Shui urged, her excitement palpable. Su Fu took a piece, savoring its flavor, her eyes lighting up. "This is quite delicious. You should both try some as well," she said, glancing at Xiao Shuang and Xiao Shui. The two maids eagerly followed suit, each taking a piece. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room was filled with joy and harmony, punctuated by Xiao Shui's laughter. With the wedding date approaching, both the Su household and the general's residence were bustling with activity. At the general's residence, Emperor Jingwen had sent several aides from the palace to assist. The stone lions at the entrance were adorned with red cloth, and the eaves of the residence were festooned with red ribbons and lanterns. The path from the entrance to the bridal chamber was completely covered with red carpets. The general's residence appeared extraordinarily festive, given that Emperor Jingwen himself would attend the wedding. The general's house was particularly diligent and meticulous, fearing any mishaps on the day of the ceremony. Even a usually reclusive old master, Xiao, stepped outside to observe the bustling servants. Xiao Junmo stood in the courtyard of the bridal chamber, his typically stern countenance softened, radiating warmth. He surveyed the flowers and plants he had ordered to be planted before leaving the capital, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He mused, Su Fu should appreciate these blossoms, shouldn't she? Meanwhile, in the Su household, the servants were also busily preparing within the estate. Due to Su Zhi's timely warning and the fact that Su Fu is marrying into the general's residence, the Zhou family, despite their reluctance, must endeavor to arrange the wedding properly. Upon returning to the residence and observing the well-prepared arrangements, Su Zhi cast an appreciative glance towards Madame Zhou. He sat opposite her and remarked, "You have done well this time." As the mistress of the Su family, it is essential to recognize the bigger picture. Once Fu is wed to the general's household, she will undoubtedly support Ziyin in the future. Indeed, my lord speaks the truth. I was foolish in the past, but I have come to understand now, Madame Zhou replied. Seeing her compliant demeanor, Suja felt a deeper sense of satisfaction towards her. Reflecting on his son, Su Ziyin, who was studying at Hengqing Academy, Suja realized it had been quite some time since he last saw him, and thus inquired, when will Ziyin be returning? Chapter 81. Adornment. Upon mentioning Su Ziyin, a flicker of longing surfaced in Zhou's eyes. He had sent a letter indicating his return the following day, and it had been quite some time since she last laid eyes on him. She wondered how he fared at the academy. Was he eating well, sleeping soundly, and had he lost any weight? As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Observing her distress, Suja gently took her hand in his. As the legitimate eldest son, the future of the Su household would rest upon his shoulders. Now that he had matured into a young man, enduring some hardships would not be detrimental to him. The upcoming year would bring the imperial examination, and it was high time for him to apply himself diligently. Noticing Suja's willingness to draw closer, Zhou felt a surge of joy within her. Though her face remained a mask of concern, her voice tinged with a slight quiver. I understand, but as a mother, it is only natural for me to worry. Suja patted her shoulder with a sigh. If you are concerned for him, then upon his return, prepare plentiful, delicious dishes to nourish him back to health. To plump him up, Zhou, wiping her tears, managed a smile and playfully struck his chest. My lord, it is not as simple as you suggest. We mustn't allow him to grow too rotund. Seeing her spirits lift, Suja released her hand. Very well, I must take my leave. Zhou, feeling somewhat aggrieved, queried, Is my lord still upset with me? It has been quite a while since you dined with me. Will you not stay for dinner tonight? Reflecting on how he had neglected her company for so long, Suja paused before replying, I have some official business yet to attend to. I shall complete my tasks in the outer courtyard and then return. Upon his agreement, Zhou's face brightened with delight. Splendid. I shall instruct the servants to prepare your favorite dishes. Do remember to come back once you are finished. Indeed. As Suja departed, Zhou immediately summoned Xiao Tao, instructing her to inform the kitchen to prepare several dishes that her lord adored. Yes, madam, I shall do so at once, Xiao Tao replied, her face alight with enthusiasm as she hurried toward the kitchen. As twilight deepened, Zhou's gaze remained fixed on the courtyard entrance, yet Suja's figure did not materialize. A sense of anxiety crept into her heart. She surveyed the exquisite array of small dishes laid out on the table, all of which Suja relished. Yet his absence was palpable. Stepping outside, she found the night had fully descended, and with no sign of him at the entrance, her unease began to swell within her. She pondered, could it be that Suja was still preoccupied? Or perhaps he had become so engrossed in his affairs that he had forgotten to return. Calling out to Xiao Tao, she instructed, Xiao Tao, go to the front courtyard and see if my lord has finished his tasks. Yes, madam. Xiao Tao promptly took a lantern and made her way to the front courtyard. Zhou returned to her room, eyeing the now-cold dishes, and instructed her maid to reheat them. After approximately 15 minutes, Xiao Tao returned alone, her expression tense. Zhou, noticing her return, turned her head to peer behind her, only to find it empty. The anticipation in her face faded into disappointment. Where's my lord? Xiao Tao clasped her hands before her, lowering her head, unable to meet Mrs. Zhou's gaze. She spoke softly, Madam, the master. Xiao Tao appeared fearful of inciting Mrs. Zhou's wrath, hesitating for quite some time before she could utter the remainder of her sentence. Mrs. Zhou bellowed, do speak quickly. Where has the master gone? Xiao Tao bit her lip and replied, when I arrived at the outer courtyard, the master was already gone. I thought he had returned ahead of me. But on my way back, I overheard a passing maid say that the master met with concubine, went on his way to the inner courtyard and went to her. Mrs. Zhou's eyes widened in fury, her voice rising. What did you say? The master was called away by concubine when on the road? Xiao Tao recoiled slightly, stammering, yes. Mrs. Zhou's face twisted into a grimace as she glared at the food on the table, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. She abruptly stood, sweeping her arm with force, sending the freshly heated dishes crashing to the ground. The food scattered instantly, bowls clattering on the floor with a crisp sound, soup splattering, rice and vegetables strewn about, broken dishes and remnants of food littering the floor. Mrs. Zhou's expression darkened ominously, her lips pressed tightly together, her fists clenched, as if she were on the verge of an explosion. Her eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc, her voice dripping with malice. That concubine one, she must be doing this on purpose. Madam, what shall we do now? Xiao Tao asked timidly. Mrs. Zhou slammed her palm on the table, shouting in anger. The master is gone with her. What else can we do? Xiao Tao flinched at the outburst, shrinking back, too frightened to speak. The next day marked the grand wedding of Su Fu. Today, Su Fu instructed Xiao Shuang and Xiao Shui to meticulously prepare the dowry and items to be taken to the general's residence, ensuring that no detail was overlooked in the rush of the impending nuptials. Su Fu was quite occupied, as early in the morning, a wet nurse sent by Su Zhe arrived to discuss wedding arrangements, alongside some relatives from the Su family who came to assist with her makeup. It was only in the afternoon that the wet nurse departed. Shortly after her exit from Lanxiang Pavilion, He Minju arrived. Upon entering the courtyard, she called out, "Su Fu, I'm here." Su Fu's eyes sparkled with joy upon hearing He Minju's voice, and she hurried outside, exclaiming, "Minju, what brings you here?" "I came to help you with your makeup," He Minju replied, taking a small box from Hong Ye's hands and holding it up towards Su Fu. "Look." Welcoming He Minju into the room, Su Fu reflected on her past life, where she had no friends, and thus, on her wedding day, only distant relatives from the Su family had come to assist her. In this life, having met He Minju, she finally had a friend. A genuine smile graced Su Fu's lips as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Minju." He Minju crossed her arms playfully, feigning annoyance. "For what? We are friends. If you continue to be so formal, I might just leave." No. I was wrong." Su Fu laughed. He Minju placed the box on the table and pushed it closer to Su Fu, saying, "I don't know if you will like it, but I took a long time choosing this." "What is it?" Su Fu inquired with curiosity. "Open it and see." Su Fu slowly opened the box, revealing a pair of emerald green jade bracelets. The jade bracelets exuded a translucent hue, their texture warm and exquisite, unmistakably a rarity. Su Fu picked up one of the bracelets, and as sunlight streamed through the window, it cast a delicate, shimmering brilliance upon the piece. "What a beautiful bracelet!" exclaimed He Minju, her smile radiant. "If you like it, that's all that matters." Su Fu gently placed the bracelet back into the box. "I truly adore it." Reflecting on the recent decree from Emperor Jing, which arranged the marriage of the third prince to He Minju, Su Fu inquired, "What is the story behind your betrothal to the third prince?" He Minju took a sip of tea, and, after setting down her cup, she casually replied, "I like him, so I simply asked him to marry me." Chapter 82. The third prince's residence. Upon hearing He Minju's words, Su Fu paused, her hand clutching the teacup. "So it was you who took the initiative to ask the third prince to marry you?" "Indeed," Su Fu jested. "Who was it that claimed she had no desire to marry?" "Ah, that was only because I hadn't met anyone capable of appreciating me. It seems Minju is quite satisfied with the third prince. Does he have feelings for you?" He Minju rested her chin on her hands, pondering for a moment. "When I inquired if he was willing to marry me, he readily agreed. So I suppose he must have some affection for me." Su Fu recalled that the third prince was a close friend of Xiao Junmo, and in her previous life, she had never heard news of the third prince's marriage until her untimely demise. In this life, however, He Minju had surprisingly found herself intertwined with the third prince. Su Fu reflected, "Indeed, many things have changed in this life." After engaging in light conversation with He Minju for a while, a maid's voice echoed from the courtyard. "Second Mississippi." As the maid's voice fell, Su Qing's figure appeared at the door. She entered the room gracefully and was somewhat taken aback to see both Su Fu and He Minju present. "Elder sister," Su Qing greeted Su Fu, then turned her attention to He Minju. "Missy is also here." Noticing Su Qing's arrival, Su Fu maintained a calm demeanor. "What brings you here, second sister?" With a gentle tone, Su Qing replied, "I came to help you with your makeup." She presented a box to Su Fu. Receiving it, Su Fu thanked her politely. Noticing that Su Fu had no intention of inviting her to sit, Su Qing chose a spot for herself. She glanced at Minju. Miss He, are you here to assist elder sister with her makeup as well? Minju, displeased by Su Qing's coy demeanor, adopted a rather cold attitude towards her. Indeed, it seems elder sister has not made many friends, with only Miss He as a companion. How fortunate you are to have met her. Su Qing's words dripped with mockery, insinuating Su Fu's lack of friends, which did not escape Minju's notice. Minju fixed her gaze on Su Qing, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. Ah, a friend is not necessarily better in numbers. For instance, your former friends, upon learning that the first prince had angered his majesty, did any of them come to visit you? Minju did not allow Su Qing a chance to respond, continuing, no, I believe not. Thus, a sincere friend is sufficient. Wouldn't you agree? Su Qing's expression darkened, taken aback by Minju's sharp tongue. Yet, in the presence of Minju, she dared not be overly bold, for this was the eldest daughter of the Duke of Jinghua. She could only muster a forced smile. Missy speaks wisely. Watching Suing Hastidipart. Minju turned to Su Fu. Your sister is certainly not an ordinary one. Su Fu shrugged off the comment. No need to pay her any mind. She simply cannot bear to see me prosper. After sending Minju away, Su Fu received visits from the illegitimate children of Su Jia, who came to assist her with her makeup, to which she graciously expressed her gratitude. Later that evening, within the third prince's residence, in a serene pavilion, Si Beichen and Xiao Junmo sat across from each other, enjoying a drink. Si Beichen raised his wine cup, saying, tomorrow you shall wed. I toast to you, wishing you and Miss Su everlasting unity and a harmonious life together. Xiao Junmo also lifted his cup, replying, soon, I too will be marrying. I wish you and Missy a bond that lasts a lifetime. The two exchanged smiles and drained their cups, feeling a sense of exhilaration in their hearts. Suddenly, Si Beichen felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him as he gazed at the twinkling stars above. Time passes so swiftly. You once claimed you had no desire to marry, and I never envisioned such a fate for myself either. Yet here we are, both on the brink of matrimony. Xiao Junmo followed his gaze skyward, a smile gracing his dark eyes at the thought of marrying Su Fu the next day. Indeed, time does fly. We are no longer the naive, carefree youths we once were. Si Beichen withdrew his gaze and turned to Xiao Junmo, inquiring, how fares my elder brother now? Has he remained honest? Up to this point, no unusual movements have been detected, but Si Beichen suspected he would not relinquish his ambitions easily. Leaning languidly against his chair, he remarked, yes. Given his nature, as long as he draws breath and clings to hope, he shall not yield. At this juncture, Si Beichen recalled the matter Xiao Junmo had asked him to investigate before his return to the capital. By the way, you requested I keep an eye on the movements of the Shilling people in the capital. I have searched for quite some time, but have found no trace of them. They must have left the city some time ago. Si Beichen narrowed his eyes slightly, acknowledging the cunning of these Shilling individuals. Moreover, while I was tracking their movements, I discovered another group seemingly searching for them. Another group? Xiao Junmo pondered briefly, concluding, that must be the emperor's people. Si Beichen agreed, indeed. Few are privy to this matter. With the throne vacant, are not the other princes stirring restlessly? Xiao Junmo inquired. Si Beichen raised an eyebrow, a hint of danger flickering across his features. With our father holding the reins, they do not dare act too overtly. Yet, as he ages and his health wanes, some may find it increasingly difficult to restrain themselves. Since your highness is marrying the eldest daughter of the Duke of Jinghua, the other princes may indeed regard you with greater caution in the future. Si Beichen's earlier languor vanished, replaced by a profound intensity. Let them come. Should they dare to confront me, I shall stand my ground. Xiao Junmo hesitated internally, but ultimately voiced his concern, with the throne vacant, do you not wish to? Si Beichen fixed his gaze firmly on Xiao Junmo, the relaxed demeanor dissipating. Do you believe I would feign disinterest in that position? I trust you, as I have known you since childhood, Xiao Junmo replied. He understood that Si Beichen had always yearned for freedom, unencumbered by the trappings of power and status. A hint of enigmatic amusement played upon Si Beichen's lips as he gently patted Xiao Junmo's shoulder, speaking candidly. However, should anyone attempt to draw me into a struggle for that position, I would not shy away from the challenge. Xiao Junmo's heart stirred as she immediately comprehended Si Beichen's meaning. In the fierce struggle for imperial power, one must possess sufficient authority and status to avoid becoming a mere pawn in the ambitions of others. Such power is essential for safeguarding oneself and those dear to them. A fleeting shadow crossed Si Beichen's gaze. Might Yunan perceive a change in him? Xiao Junmo shook her head, reassured that he had not altered. He was merely taking measures to protect himself. The two exchanged a glance, each discerning understanding and a silent accord in the depths of the other's eyes. Chapter 83. The wedding ceremony. At this moment in the Su residence's Lanxiang pavilion, Su Fu lay restlessly upon her couch, unable to find slumber. She had initially believed that having been married to Xiao Junmo in her previous life, she would feel little anxiety this time around. Yet, as she lay there, sleep eluded her entirely. Su Fu recalled the night before her wedding in her past life, where she sat in her boudoir, surprisingly calm. She felt neither joy nor sorrow, but rather a subtle sense of confusion and unease about the future. In that moment, she understood that this was her destiny, one she must accept regardless of its nature, good or bad. She silently awaited the dawn, her heart filled solely with trepidation and apprehension about the unknown. Now, however, Su Fu's heart brimmed with joy at the prospect of marrying Xiao Junmo once more. Alongside this joy was anticipation, an eagerness for the future she would share with him. In her heart, Su Fu vowed that this time, she would cherish every moment. She desired to walk hand in hand with Xiao Junmo through every stage of life, no matter what the future held for them. As she gradually closed her eyes, she soon drifted into a peaceful slumber, a smile gracing her lips in her dreams. The following day, before dawn broke, Qiu Shuang and Qiu Shua entered with a basin and toiletries, gently rousing Su Fu from her sleep. Qiu Shuang pulled back the curtains and softly called, "Miss, it is time to rise." Su Fu opened her bleary eyes and glanced at the still dark sky outside before sitting up. Qiu Shuang assisted her in getting up and put on her shoes, while another maid fetched the basin to help Su Fu with her morning routine. Just as the two maids completed her grooming, Madame Zhou arrived with the woman responsible for Su Fu's makeup and hairstyling for the day. Madame Zhou smiled and said, "Fu, I have brought the woman to prepare you for today." Despite her lack of fondness for Su Fu, as the matriarch of the Su family, she understood the importance of maintaining appearances on such a significant occasion where numerous guests would be present, ensuring no one could claim she had mistreated Su Fu. Seated before the copper mirror, Su Fu allowed Qiu Shuang to dry her long hair. The wife of the Grand Scholar, having received word from Princess Yongping, approached Su Fu from behind, ready to style her hair. This woman, blessed with a pair of children, exuded warmth and approachability when she smiled. She picked up a comb and kindly stated, "Let me style your hair today." With a twinkle in her eye, Su Fu responded, "All right." Once her hair was styled, Su Fu donned her intricately embroidered wedding gown, which featured layers upon layers, the long train trailing behind her like a resplendent flower in full bloom. She returned to the copper mirror, allowing the woman brought by Madame Zhou to apply her makeup, while another maid fashioned her hair into an elegant updo. Finally, a maid adorned Su Fu with a lavish headdress, a treasured piece passed down from her late mother. The exquisite craftsmanship, clearly the work of skilled artisans from Jiangnan, was evident in its intricate design. Long tassels cascaded from the headdress, partially obscuring Su Fu's face, which appeared ethereal as it flickered in and out of view. Gazing at her reflection in the copper mirror, Su Fu noticed that while her makeup was somewhat heavy, it complemented her wedding gown perfectly, making her resemble a blooming peony, radiant and noble. The heavy makeup on her face appeared anything but extravagant. Rather, it accentuated the previously cool demeanor of her brows and eyes with an alluring charm previously unseen. The wife of the Grand Scholar could not help but exclaim with a radiant smile, "This bride is truly beautiful. Our young master Xiao is indeed fortunate." Su Fu feigned shyness and lowered her head slightly. The others in the room chuckled and teased her, "Look, the bride is shy." However, both Zhou and Su Qing wore smiles that belied their true feelings, wishing for an unexpected mishap to prevent Su Fu's marriage today. As Su Fu rose, Qiu Shuang and Qiu Shui helped her adjust her bridal attire. At that moment, a maid rushed in from outside, announcing to everyone in the room, "Young master Xiao has arrived to escort the bride. He is already at the gate. The master has sent me to inform you to hurry, lest we miss the auspicious hour." Upon hearing this, the room erupted into a flurry of activity. Xiao Shuang hurried to fetch the bridal veil, while Zhou placed the red veil over Su Fu's head, instantly dimming her vision. Observing the many relatives from the Su family present, and with the grand scholar's wife watching closely, Zhou squeezed out a tear, her eyes reddening. "Fuer, after today, you shall be a wife. In your new home, you must honor your parents-in-law and sir your husband, never behaving as you have in your maiden home." From beneath the veil, Su Fu's obedient voice responded, "Yes." Outside the gates of the Su residence, drums resounded and firecrackers echoed along the road leading to the estate. A crowd had gathered around the Su residence, as those accompanying Xiao Junmo distributed fruits to the onlookers. "Do not fight. There is enough for everyone. Today is our young master's wedding day. Let all partake in the joy." Xiao Junmo rode a magnificent steed, donned in crimson wedding attire, sunlight cascading over him, illuminating his handsome and resolute face with a gentle smile. This slight smile softened his previously cold demeanor, rendering him more approachable. Beside him rode Si Beichen, accompanying Xiao Junmo for the wedding. Behind Xiao Junmo was a grand red bridal sedan, followed by a large procession that completely filled the road in front of the Su residence. One keen observer in the crowd suddenly pointed at the wedding procession, exclaiming excitedly, "Isn't that the imperial guard from the palace? The palace guards are accompanying young Master Xiao for the wedding. The emperor must hold him in high regard." Upon hearing this, those who had not been paying attention turned their gazes toward the procession. Indeed, it is the imperial guard. The scale of young Master Xiao's wedding is astonishing. Young Master Xiao is a valiant protector of the frontier. It is only fitting that the emperor treats him well, indicating that our sovereign is a wise ruler. One onlooker, however, dismissed the grandeur, saying, "What is so surprising? I heard from my nephew who serves in the palace that the emperor himself will attend the banquet at the general's residence today." At this revelation, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Many could not help but reflect on the tremendous honor bestowed upon him, marveling at the magnitude of such an occasion. Suja initially intended to adopt the demeanor of a father-in-law, waiting in the estate for Xiao Junmo to pay his respects. However, upon receiving news from the servants at the entrance that the third prince was accompanying young Master Xiao to the wedding, and that the procession was led by the imperial guard from the palace, Suja could no longer remain composed in his seat. He wiped the sweat from his brow, inwardly lamenting the oppressive heat of the day. Hastily, Suja made his way to the entrance to greet them. Upon seeing Xiao Junmo and Si Beichen mounted on their horses, he quickly bowed respectfully, addressing both. "I have the honor of meeting His Highness the Third Prince and young Master Xiao." Xiao Junmo nimbly dismounted and stepped forward, saying, "Father-in-law, there is no need for such formalities. It is I who ought to pay my respects to you." Suja, flustered, waved his hands in modesty, insisting, "Nonsense. I could not." The individuals who had initially intended to thwart the groom's entry were now rendered speechless by the grandeur of the occasion, and none dared to impede the procession. Thus, Xiao Junmo was able to enter the gates of Su's residence without hindrance. As he crossed the threshold of the Su residence, Xiao Junmo felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. Previously, he had to scale the walls to enter this estate, but today, he could finally walk through the front door with pride. Moreover, from this day forth, Su Fu would be his wife. Chapter 84. The wedding. Those officials who were on amicable terms with Suja gathered at the Su residence to celebrate the wedding, each raising their glasses with joviality to toast to Xiao Junmo and Si Beichen. Today marked a momentous occasion, and Xiao Junmo felt a surge of joy, graciously accepting each toast with a smile. Suja summoned Su Zian, bringing him before Xiao Junmo for an introduction. "Esteemed son-in-law, this is Fuer's younger brother, currently studying at Hengxing Academy." Fuer shares a close bond with her brother. Suja understood well the esteemed position that the late Master Xiao held in the hearts of scholars, believing that should the opportunity arise for Master Xiao to offer guidance to Su Zian, it would be immensely beneficial for him. Su Zian, clad in a flowing azure robe, exuded an air of scholarly elegance, his bright eyes seemingly harboring boundless wisdom and talent. "I have met my brother-in-law," he said. Xiao Junmo merely cast a cursory glance at Su Zian, not wishing to appear overly enthusiastic, and responded with a soft acknowledgement. As Su Zhu engaged Su Zian in casual conversation with Xiao Junmo, the latter's thoughts were entirely with Su Fu, leaving him little inclination for idle chatter with the two men. Noticing the growing solemnity on Xiao Junmo's face, Su Zhu realized he had been too hasty. He offered an awkward smile in response. Finally managing to extricate himself from the throngs of revelers, Si Beichun approached Xiao Junmo and inquired of Su Zhu, "Sir Su, why has the bride not yet appeared? We must not miss the auspicious hour for the ceremony." "I shall send someone to urge her," he replied, supported by Qiu Shuang. Su Fu emerged from the falling flower pavilion. After bidding farewell to her family, her delicate, jade-like hand was enveloped in a larger palm. A soothing voice soon reached her ears. Xiao Junmo leaned slightly, whispering into Su Fu's ear, "Fear not, for I am here." The corners of Su Fu's mouth turned upward beneath the bridal veil. "I am not afraid." Xiao Junmo guided Su Fu out of the Su residence, personally assisting her into the bridal sedan chair. As the curtains fell, her vision was completely obscured, yet a sweet warmth enveloped her heart. With her hands clasped in front of her, she sat quietly within the chair, her face radiant with happiness. Meanwhile, Xiao Junmo had mounted his horse, his tall figure clad in a striking red wedding attire, exuding an air of grace and charm. Addressing Su Zhu and Madame Zhou, who stood at the entrance of the Su residence, he assured them, "Rest assured, esteemed father and mother-in-law, your son-in-law shall treat Ah Fu with utmost care." Su Zhu waved his hand, his eyes reflecting a complexity of emotions. Madame Zhou, holding a handkerchief, wiped away tears, embodying the sentiment of a mother reluctant to part with her daughter. Nearby, Su Qing observed the grandiosity of Su Fu's wedding and, glancing at the dashing Xiao Junmo atop his steed, couldn't help but ponder whether her own wedding in 2 months would be as splendid as Su Fu's. "Let's set forth." With Xiao Junmo's resounding command, a clear and melodious sound of Suona echoed, marking the beginning of the bridal procession as it commenced its gentle advance. The sound of firecrackers rang out in joyous harmony, accompanied by the resounding beat of gongs and drums, enveloping the entire street in a celebratory atmosphere for the wedding. The crowd gathered outside the Su residence followed the procession, casting their blessings upon the newlyweds. At the forefront, Xiao Junmo rode his horse, occasionally glancing back at the bridal sedan, his eyes radiating a gentle warmth. Though he could not see Su Fu, he was acutely aware of her presence. Inside the sedan, Su Fu listened to the lively sounds of the suona and silk instruments from outside. Although concealed within the confines of her carriage, she could feel the vibrant energy surrounding her. The journey from the Su residence to the general's manor spanned 4 or 5 streets, with the wedding procession advancing steadily along the thoroughfare. In front of tea houses and taverns, a group of elegantly dressed scholars observed the procession, engaging in animated discussions. It had been quite some time since such a grand and ceremonious wedding graced the capital. Some even took to their brushes and ink to capture this splendid scene. In a private room of a tea house, Wu Yuan gazed intently at the passing procession, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. This wedding had become a significant event in the capital. At last, the wedding party arrived at the general's manor, and with a joyful shout from the matchmaker, the sedan was lowered. As Su Fu felt the sedan come to rest, she quickly straightened herself and adjusted her veil. Just as Xiao Junmo reached out to lift the sedan curtain and assist Su Fu out, the matchmaker swiftly intervened, cautioning him against disrupting the established customs. Reluctantly, Xiao Junmo stood aside, adhering to tradition. The matchmaker, her face beaming with joy, gently lifted the curtain, extending her hand to assist Su Fu, announcing, "Bride, please alight from the sedan." Su Fu took the matchmaker's hand and gracefully descended. As she stepped down, several waiting maidservants scattered flower petals, creating a flurry of blossoms in the air. The matchmaker guided Su Fu across the ceremonial fire pit, murmuring incantations as they proceeded. Once the rituals were completed, the matchmaker entrusted Su Fu's hand to Xiao Junmo, who led her slowly toward the hall for their vows, deliberately matching his pace to hers. In that moment, Su Fu yearned to lift her veil and catch a glimpse of Xiao Junmo's expression. She gently squeezed his hand, causing his dark eyes to brighten, and a subtle smile danced upon his lips. He reciprocated her gesture with a soft squeeze, whispering, "Do not fidget," outside the general's manor. The onlookers marveled at the continuous stream of dowries being brought into the estate. "Miss Su's dowry is truly abundant," exclaimed one. "Indeed, last year, when I attended the marriage of a lady from the Duke's residence, I did not witness such a lavish display." Another chimed in, "Let us not forget, Miss Su's birth mother hailed from the prosperous Jiangnan region. It is no surprise she possesses such a grand dowry." True enough, the general's manor had laid out a banquet with 68 tables, all filled to capacity with esteemed guests, none of whom were absent. Given the knowledge that Emperor Jingwen would also be in attendance today, even those who historically had a tenuous relationship with the general's household had come uninvited. The capital's dignitaries and nobility were nearly all present. Xiao Yinghuai and Princess Yongping sat gracefully within the grand hall, where cushions had been meticulously arranged. Xiao Junmo held Su Fu's hand, guiding her to stand before the cushions. As the resounding chants of the ceremony reverberated throughout the hall, an atmosphere of solemnity enveloped the space, prompting both to kneel in reverence, accompanied by a final, passionate exclamation of "Ceremony complete." To the bridal chamber, the wedding was joyously sealed amidst the cheers of the assembly. Xiao Junmo gently led Su Fu into their new abode, where a pair of red candles flickered warmly. The furnishings within were all newly acquired, crafted from fragrant yellow sandalwood, permeating the room with its distinctive aroma. He assisted Su Fu in seating herself beneath the vibrant red canopy as the matron of honor approached with the ceremonial rod, announcing, "Young master, it is now time to unveil the bride." Despite having felt no anxiety during the earlier rites, Su Fu now found herself gripped by a flutter of nervousness. Her hands, which had rested calmly before her, instinctively clenched tighter, fingers pressing together as if to grasp at something tangible to ease her unease. Xiao Junmo accepted the ceremonial rod from the matron with anticipation, yearning to behold Su Fu in her bridal attire. This moment, long awaited, felt surreal. He had never imagined it would come to fruition. With utmost care, he grasped the rod, gently lifting the red veil that adorned Su Fu's head. As the veil gradually ascended, his gaze fell upon her face, partially obscured by delicate tassels, revealing a glimpse of her beauty. Chapter 85. The wedding wine with a hint of shyness adorning her features. Su Fu's cheeks had unknowingly flushed a delicate shade of pink, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. Vibrant and alluring, she blinked her bright phoenix eyes and gazed up at Xiao Junmo, standing before her, where she discerned a look of astonishment reflected in his eyes. The corners of Su Fu's lips lifted slightly, revealing a gentle smile. Xiao Junmo appeared momentarily entranced, his gaze burning with intensity. "Ah Fu, you look truly exquisite today." The matchmaker, noticing Xiao Junmo's captivated expression as he beheld the bride, stifled a giggle and approached with 2 wine cups. "Come now, it's time to drink the wedding wine. With this shared cup, your union shall be sealed." Receiving the cups, Su Fu lifted the tassels that obscured her face and, together with Xiao Junmo, drank the wedding wine. The matchmaker recited, "Having consumed the wedding wine, you shall be one flesh, never to part." Afterward, the matchmaker ushered everyone out of the room, leaving only Xiao Junmo and Su Fu together. He settled beside her, his throat tightening as he softly uttered, "Madam." Turning to him, Su Fu smiled in return, "Husband." The term husband stirred a tempest within Xiao Junmo's heart, deepening the intensity of his dark eyes. He lowered his head slightly, tenderly brushing against Su Fu's luscious lips. A fleeting yet gentle contact, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. In this moment, time seemed to freeze, enveloping them in an atmosphere of intimacy and affection. Recalling the numerous guests awaiting outside, Xiao Junmo inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumult within him. "You must be exhausted from today's events. I have arranged for warm water and a meal. Allow your maid to assist you in freshening up before you eat. I shall step out to attend to the guests." Xiao Junmo's thoughtfulness warmed Su Fu's heart as she gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Very well. I shall await your return, husband. Yet, he found himself reluctant to depart. However, considering the many guests present, including the Emperor Jingwen, he knew he could not linger. Observing the wistful expression on Xiao Junmo's face, Su Fu could not help but smile. Hurry along, husband. We cannot keep the guests waiting. Madam, wait for me, Xiao Junmo declared, as if summoning great resolve to finally take his leave. As soon as he exited, Qiu Shuang and Qiu Shui entered. Allow me to assist you in removing this headpiece, miss, Qiu Shuang suggested. Yes, please, Su Fu replied, feeling the weight of the elaborate adornment nearly strain her neck after wearing it all day. Meanwhile, Xiao Junmo made his way to the courtyard where the banquet was being held. Upon his arrival, Si Beichun approached him with a complaint. You've finally decided to show yourself. Do you have any idea how many toasts I've shielded you from? When it's time for your wedding, I'll return the favor. Si Beichun raised an eyebrow. Agreed. This is your promise. Grandfather Xiao was seated with Emperor Jingwen in the main hall, and after Xiao Junmo paid his respects to the emperor, he returned to the courtyard to host the guests. Despite Si Beichun's attempts to shield him from excessive drinking, Xiao Junmo still partook in a considerable amount. Due to the presence of Emperor Jingwen, the guests were reluctant to behave too recklessly. Once he departed, the attendees gradually began to leave as well. When Xiao Junmo returned to the bridal chamber, Su Fu had just finished her ablutions and was seated at the table, savoring the meal prepared by Xiao Junmo's servants. However, after a day of hunger, she found herself unable to eat much. Upon seeing Xiao Junmo return, she rose with a smile to greet him, exclaiming, "My husband has returned." Having consumed some wine, Xiao Junmo's cheeks bore a slight flush, and as the summer breeze wafted through, the scent of alcohol reached Su Fu's nostrils. Su Fu instructed Qiu Shui, "Please fetch the hangover soup prepared for the young master." Yes, Su Fu anticipated that Xiao Junmo would inevitably indulge in drink that day. Hence, she had asked Qiu Shui to prepare the soup in advance. Su Fu assisted Xiao Junmo in taking a seat and handed him the hangover soup. "Drink this, my husband. It will help you recover." Although Xiao Junmo had quite a bit to drink, his years in the northern deserts had fortified his tolerance, and this amount was insufficient to intoxicate him. Nevertheless, he obediently accepted the soup and drained the bowl in one go. Setting the bowl aside, he gazed at Su Fu, devoid of any signs of inebriation. "My lady, I assure you, I am not drunk." Su Fu was taken aback, pondering how Xiao Junmo possessed such remarkable drinking capacity, something she had been unaware of in her previous life. "Surely my husband has not eaten anything substantial with all that drinking. Would you join me for a meal?" Noticing the untouched dishes on the table, Xiao Junmo nodded in agreement. Very well. Throughout the meal, Xiao Junmo diligently served Su Fu, urging her to eat more. Despite her initial lack of appetite, Su Fu managed to consume a considerable amount. Once they finished dining, the maids from the general's residence began to clear the table. Su Fu helped Xiao Junmo remove his outer garments while he retreated to the adjoining room to freshen up. Having already tended to her own cleanliness, Su Fu merely rinsed her mouth. At that moment, a maid entered to prepare their bed. Sitting at the dressing table, Su Fu gazed at the lavish red canopy under which the bed had been arranged, listening to the sounds of water from the adjoining room as Xiao Junmo washed up, contemplating what was to follow. Despite having lived two lives, Su Fu still felt a flutter of nervousness in her heart. In her previous life, she had shared the marital bed with Xiao Junmo, but the details escaped her memory, save for the pain that had felt as though her body were being torn apart. The recollection sent a shiver through her. On that fateful night of their marriage, Xiao Junmo had departed for battle the following day. Su Fu sat quietly at the dressing table, seemingly lost in thought, oblivious to the fact that Xiao Junmo had emerged from the adjoining room. Autumn Shuang and Autumn Shui, standing behind her, noticed Xiao Junmo and were about to alert Su Fu when Xiao Junmo gestured for them to leave with a glance. Exchanging glances, Autumn Shuang and Autumn Shui stepped outside and closed the door. Xiao Junmo approached Su Fu slowly, having just washed. She wore a delicate nightgown that revealed her fair skin and exquisite collarbone, accentuated by the low neckline. "Xiao Junmo stud bien Su Fu." his gaze inadvertently falling upon the alluring expanse of her décolletage. This sight caused his breath to catch in his throat and his heart to quicken involuntarily, leaving him with a dryness in his throat. Leaning down, he whispered hoarsely in her ear, "My lady, it's time to rest." The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, igniting a tingling sensation, as if countless delicate feathers were caressing her skin. This peculiar feeling swiftly coursed through her entire being, prompting her to instinctively shrink back momentarily. Turning to face Xiao Junmo, Su Fu inquired, "When did you arrive, my husband?" As she turned back, her gaze met his, and her heart raced, as if she could hear the rhythm of her own heartbeat. Before she could await his reply, Xiao Junmo swept her into his arms, carrying her towards the grand crimson canopy. He gently laid her upon the bed, then leaned over, his handsome visage magnified before her eyes. Su Fu felt as though her heart would leap from her chest, her cheeks flushing deeper with each passing moment. Their bodies were pressed closely together, and Su Fu could distinctly feel the thunderous beat of Xiao Junmo's heart, as well as the restraint reflected in his eyes. A wave of tenderness washed over her. Was he concerned about startling her? Su Fu instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, gazing at him with eyes shimmering like water. At that moment, Xiao Junmo was strained to his limits, their bodies entwined, clad only in thin night garments. With each breath she took, the gentle rise and fall of her form sent tremors through him, and he could sense the urgency of her heartbeat echoing in the silence. Chapter 86. The bridal chamber of fine sheen of sweat broke out on Xiao Junmo's forehead as he felt Su Fu wrap her arms around his neck. Summoning the last vestiges of his reason, he hoarsely inquired, "Are you afraid?" In truth, Su Fu harbored a sense of trepidation, yet she gently shook her head, feigning composure, and whispered, "Not afraid." Xiao Junmo buried his head in the crook of Su Fu's neck, showering her delicate, fair skin with tender kisses. The unique fragrance that enveloped her was an intoxicating allure for him. The warmth of his breath sent shivers coursing through Su Fu's body, leaving her feeling somewhat weak-kneed under his affection, a sensation she found utterly irresistible, stirring within her a profound, indescribable emotion. Unable to contain herself, she let out a soft murmur, "Husband." His address resonated like a gentle breeze on a quiet night, plucking at Xiao Junmo's heartstrings and drawing him deeper into this sweet reverie. His hand caressed her cheek, moving to her exquisitely delicate chin, before tracing the contours of her luscious, blushing lips. "My lady, from now on, we are one," he murmured, his voice deep and husky, imbued with a mesmerizing charm. You." Before Su Fu could finish her thought, Xiao Junmo's cool lips descended upon her soft ones. This kiss far more fervent than the fleeting pecks of the past. It seemed he was finally unleashing emotions he had long suppressed, prying open her lips with a fervor that left her breathless. The kiss lingered on, until Su Fu was almost gasping for air, her small hands pressing against Xiao Junmo's back, prompting him to reluctantly withdraw from her lips. At last, Su Fu could breathe again, taking deep, ragged breaths as she cast an annoyed glare at Xiao Junmo. "Are you trying to suffocate me?" She pouted slightly, attempting to feign anger, though the expression lacked any real menace. Instead, it only made her appear more endearing, reminiscent of a petulant kitten, eliciting an irresistible urge in Xiao Junmo to tease her further. Her lips, freshly kissed, glowed a rosy hue, and her eyes sparkled with a playful glimmer, rendering her even more alluring, akin to ripe fruit beckoning for a bite. Xiao Junmo pulled Su Fu tightly into his embrace, almost deliberately breathing warm air against her ear. "My lady, I was wrong." Su Fu's ears, already sensitive, responded to his teasing, her previously hurried breaths becoming more labored, her body growing increasingly pliant, nearly collapsing into Xiao Junmo's arms. Her words tumbled out in a muddled whisper, seemingly unsatisfied. Xiao Junmo tugged aside the thin fabric of her nightgown, leaving her clad only in a delicate waistcoat. Gazing upon the youthful beauty of her tender form, a surge of desire coursed through him, the latent fire within him threatening to erupt at any moment. His once deep and rational black eyes were now tinged with shades of crimson and confusion, gently enveloping Su Fu's earlobe as he whispered something in her ear. Xiao Junmo's voice was hoarse, reminiscent of the delicate plucking of strings, causing Su Fu's legs to tremble ever so slightly. "A Fu, call me husband." At that moment, Su Fu's mind was clouded, feeling as though someone were nibbling at her, igniting sensations of both numbness and itchiness throughout her body. "Husband," observing Su Fu, who lay languidly in his embrace, seemingly surrendered to his whims, Xiao Junmo could no longer restrain himself. His usual composure had long been cast aside, and with a firm grip, he tore away the last remaining piece of clothing from her form. In the new chamber, the pair of red candles flickered, and within the crimson canopy, the embroidered quilt was tossed about, two hearts shining in mutual reflection. Su Fu felt a surge of pain below, yet Xiao Junmo continued to softly soothe her in her ear. "A Fu, do not be afraid." Gradually, her tense body began to relax. The night breeze rustled the leaves outside, and the breaths of the two within grew increasingly labored, merging as one. As the rain ceased, Xiao Junmo tenderly brushed aside the damp strands of hair from Su Fu's forehead, his eyes filled with affection. He gently placed a kiss upon her brow, fearful of waking her, and quickly withdrew his lips. The maid had already prepared warm water, and unwilling to disturb Su Fu's slumber, Xiao Junmo found an outer garment to wrap around her, carefully lifting her to carry her to the adjoining bath. At that moment, Su Fu felt pain coursing through her entire body, utterly devoid of strength. Though Xiao Junmo cherished her and exerted all his restraint, the inexperienced woman found it difficult to endure such an experience. She was not truly asleep. Rather, she was fatigued to the point where she could hardly lift her eyelids. Compliantly, she wrapped her arms around Xiao Junmo's neck, allowing him to carry her to the bath. The bathing chamber contained a medicinal bath prepared by the maid, as per the prior instructions of Princess Yongping. Xiao Junmo dismissed the attendants and gently placed Su Fu into the lightly fragrant bath, before removing his own garments to join her. The tub was spacious enough for both to fit comfortably without feeling cramped. As Su Fu inhaled the subtle fragrance emanating from the bath, she gradually opened her eyes, finding that soaking in the warm water alleviated her discomfort considerably. When she turned her head, she was startled to see Xiao Junmo smiling at her from within the tub. In a flurry, she attempted to rise in search of a garment for modesty, only to realize that standing would expose her to his gaze, prompting her to sit back down. Although she had been fully revealed to him moments ago in the dim light, her mind had been muddled then. Now, however, the situation felt entirely different. Noticing Su Fu's mix of wariness and shyness, Xiao Junmo could not suppress a smirk. "Madam is shy? Husband, you should step out first." Instead of leaving, Xiao Junmo drew closer to her. "Let us wash together. I will help you, madam." Upon catching a glimpse of Xiao Junmo's fervent gaze and recalling his robust physique, Su Fu hastily covered her chest in refusal, proclaiming, "No, no. Such matters do not require your attention, my lord. Simply have my maid come in." Noticing the tender, pale skin of Su Fu's neck adorned with marks of affection, Xiao Junmo suppressed the stirrings of his own restlessness, reminding himself that time was plentiful. "Allow me to assist you with a massage, my lady," he offered gently. Observing that Xiao Junmo did not advance further, Su Fu closed her eyes, finding solace in the medicinal bath that alleviated much of her discomfort. Chapter 87. This medicinal bath is a concoction prepared within the palace. You may indulge in it for a while longer. It will be beneficial for your body, remarked Xiao Junmo. Su Fu mistakenly believed that this bath was arranged by Xiao Junmo, and although her body still felt somewhat unwell, her heart brimmed with sweetness. "Thank you, my husband." Realizing that Su Fu must have misunderstood, Xiao Junmo clarified, "This was not prepared by me, but by my mother." Su Fu was taken aback. "Your mother arranged this?" "Indeed, my mother has a tough exterior but a kind heart. If she says anything harsh to you in the future, do not take it to heart." "I understand." The two lingered in the bath for quite some time, until the water began to cool before they finally emerged. Xiao Junmo intended to carry Su Fu back to their chamber, but she declined, insisting, "I can walk on my own." Although her legs felt somewhat weak, she was certainly not incapable of walking. Did Xiao Junmo perceive her as a child? Ignoring her refusal, Xiao Junmo effortlessly scooped Su Fu into his arms and proceeded to their bedroom, embarrassed by the presence of the maidservants tidying the bathing area. Su Fu buried her face in Xiao Junmo's chest. Seeing her easily flustered demeanor, Xiao Junmo could not help but smile wryly. Within the room, the maidservants had already replaced the bedding with fresh linens. Xiao Junmo gently placed Su Fu on the bed, and they embraced tightly. Lying in Xiao Junmo's embrace, Su Fu listened to the steady and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, gradually succumbing to slumber. She was indeed quite fatigued from the day's events. After a while, the sound of Su Fu's even breathing filled the air, while Xiao Junmo found himself unable to sleep. He quietly gazed at Su Fu's serene, sleeping face, feeling as though his heart had been filled with something profound. The following morning, as Su Fu opened her eyes, she found Xiao Junmo smiling down at her. For a brief moment, she was taken aback, but as memories of their shared moments from the previous night flooded back, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, prompting her to avert her gaze from him. "Is my husband not practicing martial arts this morning? Why are you still in bed?" "One morning without practice is inconsequential," Xiao Junmo replied, pulling Su Fu closer into his embrace. "Are you still feeling unwell?" Su Fu shook her head, though she still experienced some discomfort. The medicinal bath prepared by the Princess of Yongping had proven quite effective. Pushing gently against Xiao Junmo's chest, she insisted, "I must get up. I still need to serve tea." "Very well." Xiao Junmo rose first, donning his attire, then stepped outside to summon Xiao Shuang and Xiao Xue to assist Su Fu in getting ready. Upon entering, the two maidservants noticed the marks on Su Fu's neck and shoulders, and they shyly lowered their heads, unable to look further. Having been educated by the matron before Su Fu's marriage, they understood the implications of what they had witnessed. "Miss, does it hurt terribly?" Xiao Xue inquired. "Shall I fetch some ointment for you?" Last night, Xiao Junmo had already applied some medicine to Su Fu. It was a royal gift. After application, the area's mark felt cool and soothing, and though the pain had subsided significantly, it would likely take several more days for the marks to fade completely. As she gazed at the medicinal ointment casually placed on the table by Xiao Junmo last night, Su Fu spoke, "Please fetch that ointment for me to apply. Also, I am now married, so you shall no longer refer to me as Miss." Xiao Shuang and Xiao Xue responded in unison, "Yes, Madam Heir." Once Su Fu had completed her grooming, Xiao Shuang inquired, "Madam Heir, which garment shall you wear today?" Noticing the conspicuous love mark on her neck, Su Fu furrowed her brows. As a newlywed, it was inappropriate to dress too plainly on her wedding day. After contemplating, she replied, "Bring me the high-collared dark red satin dress with subtle patterns. I shall wear that today." Of course, after changing into the attire, Su Fu seated herself before the vanity, relieved to see that the neckline of her dress adequately concealed the love mark. Xiao Shuang produced a box filled with jewelry, and Su Fu glanced over it. Pointing to a phoenix hairpin, "This one, please." Xiao Shuang deftly gathered Su Fu's long hair into an elegant and dignified bun, quite unlike the usual style, and secured it with the phoenix hairpin. As Su Fu beheld her transformed reflection, her previously aloof expression now imbued with the softness and allure of a newlywed, Xiao Junmo entered, ready and composed. Upon seeing Su Fu in the high-collar dress that concealed the love mark, he leaned closer and whispered, "Isn't it rather warm for you to wear this in the height of summer, my lady?" Su Fu playfully pinched his waist and whispered back, "This is all you're doing." Xiao Shuang and Xiao Xue observed their playful exchange with delight, pleased to witness the affection shared between their young mistress and the heir. Xiao Junmo took Su Fu's hand as they stepped outside together. Watching them stand side by side, Xiao Xue beamed, remarking how perfectly matched the heir and his lady truly were. When Su Fu noticed the plethora of flowers and plants flourishing in the courtyard, she turned to Xiao Junmo in astonishment. "Husband, do you like them, my lady? I had them specially planted for you." He replied nonchalantly, "I noticed the garden at your residence was filled with flowers, so before I departed for the campaign, I had someone bring these plants here, hoping you would appreciate them upon your arrival." Su Fu's heart stirred as she recalled her previous life, when she had also been welcomed by a garden brimming with flora. unaware that it was Xiao Junmo who had instructed the servants to cultivate them. She looked into his eyes, her expression blooming with the warmth of spring. "Thank you, my husband. I adore them. Truly." They strolled along the pebble-paved path, turning through several corridors until they finally reached the main courtyard. Releasing her hand, Xiao Junmo asked, "Are you nervous?" "A little," she admitted, for she was about to meet the only princess of the Nansang Kingdom and its esteemed guardian general. Though Su Fu had spent years in the general's residence, following Xiao Junmo's demise, she had confined herself to her own courtyard, finding solace only among the flowers and plants. Xiao Junmo spoke soothingly. "Fear not, for I am here with you." Su Fu nodded. She was not truly frightened, merely feeling a touch of apprehension within. The young maid stationed at the entrance of the courtyard, upon spotting Xiao Junmo and Su Fu, promptly bowed in greeting to the two. "I have the honor of greeting the young master and the young mistress." Su Fu cast a leisurely glance around, her eyes taking in the spacious courtyard before her, which sprawled across an expansive area. The courtyard was divided into two sections. At the front lay a small corridor, and beyond the hall, 3 main rooms appeared. To the right of the courtyard stood an ornate rockery and an arched bridge. The several young maids within the courtyard, upon noticing Xiao Junmo and Su Fu, hastened to offer their courtesies. Chapter 88. Respectful tea ceremony. As Xiao Junmo and Su Fu passed by, the maidservants gathered to discuss. Yesterday, the young mistress had her face veiled, obscuring her appearance, but her slender and graceful figure was evident. Today, upon closer inspection, she proved to be remarkably beautiful. Standing alongside our heir, they truly embody the perfect match of talent and beauty. Yet, what use is mere beauty? With her status, if it weren't for His Majesty's bestowed marriage, how could she ever enter the General's residence? One maid hurriedly covered the mouth of the one who spoke, warning her, "Do not utter such words again. If anyone hears, prepare to face the consequences." Following Su Fu, Xiao Junmo stepped into the room. Su Fu slightly lowered her gaze, yet she could still feel the weight of the crowd's attention upon her. Within the chamber were not only Xiao Yinghuai and Princess Yongping, but also the rarely seen elder Xiao, along with Xiao Junmo's uncles and aunts. The matriarch of the Xiao family had long since passed, leaving behind 3 sons and a daughter, with Xiao Yinghuai being the eldest. The second son serves as the county magistrate of Jiangling and had moved there years ago with his family, returning only once or twice a year, sometimes not at all for 2 years. The third son is currently a scholar in the Hamlin Academy, while the daughter of elder Xiao and the late matriarch has married and followed her husband to another post, not having returned to the capital for many years. As they entered the chamber, Su Fu followed Xiao Junmo to pay her respects to those present. She received the tea prepared by a nearby maid and approached elder Xiao first. With both hands gracefully holding the teacup, she respectfully presented it to him, saying, "Grandfather, please enjoy this tea." Elder Xiao, clad in a pristine white robe without a single wrinkle, stroked his graying beard with aged hands, exuding an undeniable scholarly elegance. He did not immediately accept the teacup from Su Fu. Instead, he paused momentarily, scrutinizing her with his inscrutable gaze. He was curious about what made this woman so special that his grandson sought the imperial decree for their union. Feeling the weight of elder Xiao's discerning gaze, Su Fu remained composed, displaying no signs of anxiety or nervousness. On the contrary, she maintained the dignified posture of the tea ceremony, standing poised and calm as she awaited his response. Elder Xiao felt a flicker of surprise. He was adept at reading people, and it was rare to find someone who could withstand his gaze without flinching, remaining neither arrogant nor anxious. After a moment, his gaze shifted from Su Fu to the teacup she held. Smiling, he extended his hand to accept the cup she offered and took a slow sip. Setting the cup down, he nodded with a smile. "Ah, at last, I can enjoy tea served by my granddaughter-in-law." As he spoke, he retrieved an ancient book from his robe and handed it to Su Fu, saying, "I have little to offer you, so accept this ancient text left by Mr. Liu of the previous dynasty as a token of our first meeting." Su Fu's previously lowered eyes lifted in disbelief as she gazed at the ancient book elder Xiao had presented. She was well aware of this ancient tome, a renowned work by the illustrious Mr. Liu of the previous dynasty. The value of such ancient texts is immeasurable, and many of Mr. Liu's writings have long been lost to time. The book before her was indeed one of his creations, a coveted treasure for many scholars. Su Fu was also aware that Suja had been searching for this very volume, and now, unexpectedly, old Master Xiao had gifted it to her. How could Su Fu dare to accept such a generous offering? She hastily declined, saying, "Grandfather, this gift is too precious. As a granddaughter-in-law, I cannot accept it." However, old Master Xiao was unperturbed by her refusal. Once he decided to give, she would have to receive it. He thrust the book into her embrace, declaring, "Take it, for though this tome may not serve you now, it shall be a valuable inheritance for your children in the future." The onlookers exchanged glances, taken aback by old Master Zhao's gesture of presenting such a cherished collection to Su Fu. Beside them, Xiao Junmo encouraged, "Since grandfather has given it to you, you should accept it." Clutching the ancient book, its cover yellowed and imbued with a faint aroma of aged paper, Su Fu recognized its significance. "Thank you, grandfather. I shall cherish this book with utmost care," she expressed gratefully. Next, she proceeded to present tea to Xiao Yinghuai. Taking the teacup from a maid, she lowered her gaze respectfully, saying, "Father, please enjoy your tea." Although Xiao Yinghuai held the esteemed title of general, he often wore a gentle smile at home, exuding an air of humility. In contrast to his decisive demeanor on the battlefield, where he commanded respect and instilled fear, at home, he radiated a serene presence. He regarded Su Fu with satisfaction, not overly concerned with social status like many scholars. Accepting the teacup she offered, he took a sip and then handed her 2 banknotes of 500 taels each. Su Fu smiled as she accepted the generous gift, appreciating the general's straightforwardness and his lavish nature. Following this, Su Fu offered tea to the Princess Yongping. "Mother, please enjoy your tea." Today, the princess wore a gown of exquisite brocade adorned with intricate patterns, complemented by a golden phoenix hairpin that accentuated her dignified elegance. Though approaching 40, her visage bore no traces of age. Her skin was smooth and unwrinkled, and her bright eyes sparkled with wisdom. As she sat gracefully, she absent-mindedly toyed with the bracelet on her wrist, seemingly oblivious to Su Fu's words. However, when she cast a sidelong glance at Su Fu, the composed demeanor with which Su Fu handled the situation piqued her interest. Recalling their previous encounter at the Minister of Right's residence, the princess's impression of Su Fu began to shift. As the legitimate granddaughter-in-law of the Xiao family, such composure was indeed fitting. After a moment's pause, the princess finally acknowledged, "I was lost in thought just now and failed to catch your words." With a gentle motion, Su Fu felt the teacup lighten in her hand as the princess accepted it. Once she set it down, she advised, having married into the general's household, "You must serve your husband well and refrain from any actions that might tarnish the reputation of the general's residence. I observe that the members of your maternal family are all rather troublesome individuals. It would be wise for you to limit your contact with them in the future." I had expected Su Fu to react with anger and retort to this statement, yet to my surprise, her expression remained composed, and she showed not a hint of displeasure. "Yes, mother, the daughter-in-law understands." Even without the words of the Princess of Yongping, Su Fu would refrain from excessive interaction with the Su household in the future. The Princess of Yongping regarded Su Fu with a discerning gaze, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Not only does she maintain her composure in the face of challenges, but she also possesses the ability to discern right from wrong, proving herself to be quite perceptive. Chapter 89. The Third Lady Today. Princess Yongping had initially prepared 2 exquisite gifts for their meeting. She retrieved a notably more delicate and valuable box from the side. "This is a jade hairpin inlaid with rubies that I once wore in my youth. Now that I have aged and have no further use for it, I shall bestow it upon you. Rubies are exceedingly precious and rare in the kingdom of Nansang." Su Fu accepted it with both hands, astonished that Princess Yongping would present such a valuable item as a greeting gift. Remembering the medicinal bath she had prepared for her the previous night, "A genuine smile illuminated Su Fu's eyes." "Thank you, mother." Following this, she, alongside Xiao Junmo, proceeded to greet the elders within the residence. When they reached a round-faced woman, Xiao Junmo introduced her, saying, "This is third aunt." Su Fu quickly cast a glance at the round-faced woman and realized that this was indeed the third lady. Upon entering, she had sensed a rather unfriendly gaze scrutinizing her, which belonged to this very third lady. Considering that the third lady hailed from the family of the Minister of Rights and was the aunt of Qiru, Su Fu immediately understood the reason behind her scrutinizing stare. "Third aunt, please enjoy the tea." The third lady's expression was indifferent. She possessed a certain charm, which explained why our young master was so eager to marry her. Su Fu's brows twitched slightly. Was the third lady insinuating that she had used her beauty to entice Xiao Junmo into marrying her, and thus gain entry into the general's household? Maintaining her composure, Su Fu chose to disregard the opinions of others, content as long as she understood the truth herself. The third lady took a sip from the teacup held by Su Fu, then removed a white jade bracelet adorned with a twisted pattern from her wrist and presented it to her with an air of condescension, as if to imply that Su Fu, of humble origins, had never encountered anything of such quality. Su Fu's gaze flickered for a moment before she smiled and accepted it, thanking her third aunt. After greeting the elders, the next step was to exchange pleasantries with the younger generation. Su Fu had already instructed Qiao Shuang to prepare gifts for the younger ones. Suddenly, an 8-year-old boy with a fair complexion dashed from his seat, tugging at Xiao Junmo's sleeve, his large, curious eyes looking up at Su Fu. In a tender voice, he asked, "Brother, who is this beautiful sister?" Xiao Junmo patted his head and replied, "This is not a sister. This is your sister-in-law, Yin Chuan. Quickly greet your sister-in-law." Xiao Yin Chuan blinked his eyes and exclaimed, "Sister-in-law." Su Fu recognized him. He was Xiao Junmo's biological younger brother, Xiao Yin Chuan. Princess Yongping had 2 sons, and as there were no concubines in Xiao Yinghuai's household, he did not have any illegitimate children. Seeing Xiao Yin Chuan gazing at her with wide eyes, Su Fu found the child utterly charming. Unable to resist, she reached out to pinch his little cheeks. "You are so well-behaved, Yin Chuan." As she spoke, she took the box from Xiao Shuang and handed it to Xiao Yin Chuan. Upon seeing that he too had a gift, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed intently at the box. "I have one too. Thank you, sister-in-law." After greeting everyone, Su Fu realized that she could hardly remember many of the individuals she had encountered, especially the several illegitimate sons of the Xiao family. Most of them were unfamiliar to her. Despite her prior preparations, she felt somewhat fatigued from the previous night's events. Xiao Junmo and Su Fu returned to their new residence, the Wanzhou courtyard. Xiao Junmo noticed that Su Fu appeared somewhat fatigued, and he inwardly reproached himself for having exerted her excessively the previous night. "Are you weary?" he inquired. "A little," she replied, glancing at the welcoming gift she had just received, instructing Qiao Shuang to put everything away. Recalling the unfriendly gaze of the third lady directed at her, Su Fu remarked, "It seems that third aunt does not take a liking to me. She has always been that way. Though we reside in the same mansion, I seldom encounter her and have exchanged only a few words with her. It would be wise for you to keep your distance from her in the future," Xiao Junmo advised. Su Fu feigned curiosity. "I recall that third aunt hails from the Minister of Rights household. Could her disdain for me be related to Miss Qi?" Upon hearing Su Fu's words, Xiao Junmo's profound dark eyes turned toward her, and he hastily clarified, "My lady, I have no connection with Qi Yiru whatsoever. I cannot even recollect her appearance." Seeing Xiao Junmo's reaction, a radiant smile blossomed on Su Fu's face. No one understood better than she the depth of his feelings for her. "I know, my husband, that your heart belongs solely to me." Xiao Junmo extended his arm, gently draping it over Su Fu's shoulder. "As long as you understand, my lady." The maidservants in the room, witnessing the affectionate exchange between the heir and his wife, discreetly withdrew. Recalling the poison afflicting Xiao Junmo, Su Fu asked, "Have you found any trace of physician you?" "Not yet," he responded. A shadow of worry crossed Su Fu's features. Although Xiao Junmo's condition was safeguarded by her medicinal pills, the poison remained a lurking peril, and she feared a sudden outbreak at any moment. Xiao Junmo reached out, smoothing the furrowed brow of Su Fu. "Do not worry. If we cannot locate physician you, We shall seek another doctor to detoxify me. After all, the palace is filled with skilled imperial physicians. Su Fu pondered the places where physician you might be found. But despite her efforts, she could not conjure a single idea. She inwardly chastised herself for having led such a reclusive life in her previous existence, remaining largely oblivious to the world beyond her courtyard. Taking Xiao Junmo's hand, she declared, "We will find a way." Due to their recent nuptials, Xiao Junmo had a few days off, and today he chose to remain in the estate, accompanying Su Fu without venturing elsewhere. "Come," he said, taking her hand. "There's a pond behind our courtyard, filled with blooming lotus flowers, which are in full bloom at this time. I shall take you to see it." Su Fu was aware of the lotus pond. Observing Xiao Junmo's gentle demeanor as he held her hand, her heart swelled with joy, and a smile graced her lips. "That sounds wonderful." The lotus pond was quite expansive, surrounded by several willow trees, exuding an atmosphere of tranquility and beauty. Standing by the pond's edge, Xiao Junmo and Su Fu beheld the lotus blossoms flourishing upon the water's surface, their faint fragrance wafting in the air. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Xiao Junmo propelled himself upward, soaring like an arrow into the air, landing gracefully in the center of the pond. In the midst of the water, he reached down to pluck a fresh lotus pod, glistening with morning dew. With another leap, he soared back to Su Fu's side, peeling open the lotus pod and presenting a seed to her lips. "Try this," he urged. Su Fu smiled as she opened her mouth to savor the lotus seeds that Xiao Junmo had brought to her lips. Subsequently, she took the lotus pod from Xiao Junmo's hands and personally peeled a seed to feed him, urging, "Do try it, my husband." The two lingered by the lotus pond for quite some time, relishing this rare moment of tranquility and harmony. The maidservants dared not approach, remaining respectfully outside the lotus pond. Upon their return to the house, a maid came to report, "Young master, young mistress, Granny Ji from the side of the Grand Princess has arrived." Granny Ji entered the room, bowing respectfully. "This old servant has the honor of meeting the young master and the young mistress." Su Fu's heart brimmed with joy at the sight of Granny Ji, for in her past life, it was she who had been sent by the Grand Princess Yongping to accompany her after marriage, and now the situation remained unchanged. Chapter 90. Fleeing in disarray, Su Fu turned to Mama Ji and inquired, "Is it that my mother has any instructions for you?" The princess, considering that the young mistress had only recently entered the residence and was unfamiliar with many matters, had dispatched the elderly servant to the Wanzhou courtyard to assist her in the days to come. Beside them, Xiao Junmo, upon overhearing Mama Ji's words, felt a pang of anxiety that Su Fu might take offense. He cast a furtive glance at her. To his relief, Su Fu readily replied without hesitation, "I am indeed quite new here and have much to learn. I will be grateful for your guidance, Mama Ji." Mama Ji, having come from the palace, was adept at reading expressions. She surveyed Su Fu's countenance and discerned no signs of discontent or resentment, prompting her to bow deeply once more in acknowledgement. Su Fu then called for Qiu Shuang, instructing, "Please arrange for a guest room for Mama Ji. Considering her age, it would be wise to provide her with a quieter chamber." "Yes, I shall make the arrangements immediately," Qiu Shuang responded dutifully. As Mama Ji followed Qiu Shuang out, she remained in the Wanzhou courtyard. Su Fu noticed that Xiao Junmo was still casting sidelong glances in her direction. She turned her head to meet his gaze, pondering if her husband was concerned that her mother's sudden decision to send someone to accompany her might displease her. "My dear," she began, interrupting him before he could finish, "I harbor no dissatisfaction. I know my mother cares for me. As I have just joined the family and am still unfamiliar with the household, I am grateful for Mama Ji's presence to assist me." Xiao Junmo's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze softening as it landed on Su Fu. He spoke gently, "Ah Fu, to have you as my wife is a fortune beyond my wildest dreams." With a smile gracing her lips and her lovely almond-shaped eyes crinkling with joy, Su Fu replied, "To be wed to you is also my greatest fortune. Surely, heaven must have seen my plight and granted me such a wonderful husband." That evening, as the maidservants laid the table with their evening meal, Su Fu stood to serve Xiao Junmo, only to be gently pulled back in her seat by a strong hand. "Stay seated. I am capable of serving myself," he insisted. Su fu esse brau farod in distress. But husband, it is customary for the wife to attend to her husband during meals. Xiao Junmo's expression turned serious. That is for others. It was rare for him to display such solemnity in her presence, and Su Fu complied, refraining from further insistence. Su Fu, whose appetite was already modest, found herself eating even less in the sweltering heat, observing her eat as if she were a delicate kitten. With her bowl of rice still largely untouched after quite some time, Xiao Junmo placed a piece of fish in her bowl. Eat more, you are far too thin. Suddenly, Su Fu was reminded of the previous night in the tent, when Xiao Junmo had caressed her waist and remarked on her slenderness. A blush crept across her cheeks, and she hastily averted her gaze, too shy to look at him again. She focused on her bowl of rice, resolutely avoiding any further glances at Xiao Junmo. Puzzled by her sudden change in demeanor, he inquired, "My dear, what troubles you?" Su Fu still did not raise her head to meet Xiao Junmo's gaze, murmuring, "It's nothing." Xiao Junmo furrowed his brows, still perplexed, for this hardly seemed like a trivial matter. After the two had finished their meal, the maidservant began to clear away the dishes. Having had a bit too much to eat, courtesy of Xiao Junmo's persistent urging, Su Fu took his hand and led him for a stroll in the courtyard. Upon returning to the room, the maidservant had prepared warm water for washing. As Su Fu was about to step into the bathing chamber, she sensed Xiao Junmo's unwavering gaze upon her, prompting her to quicken her pace, as though she feared he might follow. Witnessing Su Fu's panicked retreat, a smile involuntarily crept onto Xiao Junmo's lips. Today, the maidservant had prepared the medicinal bath from the previous night. Su Fu exhaled softly, closing her eyes in comfort, while Qiu Shuang gently massaged her from behind. Once she finished bathing and emerged, the maidservant had replaced the water, allowing Xiao Junmo to enter for his turn. Seated before the vanity, Su Fu watched as Qiu Shuang wrung out her damp, lengthy hair. When her hair was halfway dry, Xiao Junmo stepped out of the bathing chamber and gestured for Qiu Shuang to leave. Understanding his intent, she set down the towel and exited with the other maidservants. Xiao Junmo approached Su Fu quietly from behind, taking the towel that Qiu Shuang had placed aside, and continued to wring out her still wet hair. Unaware that the person behind her was no longer Qiu Shuang, Su Fu called out, "Qiu Shuang, I'm a bit thirsty. Could you fetch me a cup of tea?" At her request, Xiao Junmo complied, pouring a cup and presenting it to her. "Madam, please enjoy your tea." Startled to see it was Xiao Junmo, Su Fu exclaimed, "Husband, what brings you here?" "I have been here for quite some time. It is you who did not notice," he replied, flushing with embarrassment. Su Fu quickly reached for the tea, chastising herself for allowing her husband to serve her. "I can manage that myself." Xiao Junmo picked up the towel once more, continuing to wring her hair, saying, "What is there that you cannot accept? You're my wife." Awaram surge corsid trusufu in Nansang. Women held a lowly status, and upon marriage, they were expected to serve their husbands wholeheartedly. For someone of Xiao Junmo's stature, it was likely a first to engage in such domestic duties. A man so typically composed and aloof was now assisting her with her hair. What a tale it would be if shared with others. As night deepened, the two lay within the canopy of their bed, Xiao Junmo enveloping Su Fu in his embrace. Savoring the warmth radiating from her body and the delicate fragrance that enveloped her, filling him with a profound sense of contentment. Feeling somewhat weary, Su Fu nestled into his arms, on the verge of slumber, when she suddenly felt something pressing against her. Realizing what it was, she reflected on how, prior to their marriage, Xiao Junmo had no concubine in his chambers, and how difficult it must have been for him to endure this long at such a passionate age. If he must continue to endure after their marriage, then she, as his wife, would indeed be remiss in her duties. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a blush crept across Su Fu's cheeks, and she instinctively shrank back. Lifting her gaze, she met Xiao Junmo's restrained eyes, which glistened with beads of perspiration on his forehead. Though she still felt somewhat unwell, she took the initiative to place her hand on Xiao Junmo's waist. With a hint of shyness, she softly called out, "Husband." Xiao Junmo's throat rolled as he emitted a low, hoarse voice, "My lady, I do not wish to cause you any harm." Su Fu's eyes flickered slightly, and her voice became tender and soft. I do not wish for you to hold back. The medicinal bath prepared by my mother is quite effective, and I am already much improved. Upon hearing this, Xiao Junmo could no longer restrain himself. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the curtains fell. Chapter 91. The return gift. The following day, Su Fu, who was not accustomed to sleeping in, broke her routine. Upon opening her eyes to the brightening sky, she hurriedly sat up. Glancing at the space beside her, she noticed the absence of Xiao Junmo. Calling out to the outside, she shouted, Xiao Shuang. Xiao Shuang, who had been waiting just outside the door, stepped inside upon hearing her call. My lady, you are awake. What time is it? Why did you not summon me to wake you? It was a young lord's instruction for me not to rouse you, replied Xiao Shuang. A look of urgency crossed Su Fu's face. I must pay my respects to my mother. Hurry and assist me with my grooming, or I shall be late. There is no need for haste, my lady. I have already sent someone to inform your mother that you are unwell today, so you need not pay her respects. Xiao Shuang reassured her. Just then, Xiao Junmo entered the room, a hint of sweat clinging to him, clearly just returning from his martial training. Su Fu continued her movements without pause. This cannot be. On the very second day of our marriage, I cannot neglect to pay my respects to my mother. Even if she does not mind, what will others say about me? Xiao Shuang, assist me quickly. Seeing Su Fu's determination, Xiao Junmo said, there are matters in the army that require my attention. I must visit the Xuanjia army camp today and cannot accompany you to pay your respects. Will you be all right on your own? Su Fu responded with a radiant smile, assuring him, do not worry, my husband. You attend to your duties. I can manage by myself. As Su Fu stepped into the main courtyard, she found Princess Yongping practicing martial arts. Clad in a simple yet elegant pleated dress adorned with subtle floral patterns, her hair was neatly secured with a jade hairpin, devoid of excessive ornamentation, presenting a clean and refined appearance. This was Su Fu's first time witnessing Princess Yongping engage in martial training. Watching the princess wield her whip with vigor, the weapon slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh, admiration gleamed in Su Fu's eyes. She halted 10 paces away, hesitant to interrupt. The princess remained focused, seemingly impervious to her surroundings. After approximately a quarter of an hour, she retracted her whip, causing petals and leaves to cascade to the ground where the whip had passed. Handing the whip to a nearby maid, she turned and was taken aback to see Su Fu quietly standing aside. What brings you here? Did Yunnan not mention that you were unwell today? Though the princess understood the pretense of illness, she could empathize with the newlywed situation. Despite her royal lineage, she did not overly adhere to such customs. Su Fu stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Princess Yongping. I have come to pay my respects to my mother. I am quite well now. Even though Su Fu was dressed in a high-collar gown, the princess's keen eyes caught sight of the marks on Su Fu's neck. Raising an eyebrow, she thought to herself how thoughtless her son was. She recalled that before their marriage, Xiao Junmo had not even kept a concubine, and despite her mentioning the matter, he had insisted he did not want one. At that moment, she had wondered if he might be afflicted with some hidden ailment. Upon witnessing Su Fu's current state, Princess Yongping realized that her previous concerns had been unfounded. Although Su Fu was not lacking in height, her figure appeared rather frail. Reflecting on her own robust and towering son, Princess Yongping couldn't help but furrow her brow. Internally, she resolved to instruct Mama Ji to employ the palace's methods of nurturing to bolster Su Fu's health. Otherwise, given Su Fu's delicate constitution, she feared she might not endure. As Princess Yongping observed Su Fu's expressions, sometimes furrowed, sometimes relaxed, Su Fu felt utterly perplexed, unaware of the princess's thoughts. Come inside, the princess commanded. With that, she stepped toward the room, and Su Fu followed closely behind. Seated on a chair, Princess Yongping looked toward Su Fu and said, tomorrow marks your return home. I have prepared a list of return gifts for you. Please review it and see if there is anything to add. As she spoke, she handed the list to Su Fu. Upon opening the list, Su Fu noted that the return gifts were predominantly rare and valuable items. Slowly closing the list, she turned to Princess Yongping and said, Mother, there is no need to prepare so many gifts. A modest selection, akin to that of an ordinary family, will suffice. The princess was somewhat taken aback. Did not most women hope to bring back as many precious gifts as possible when visiting their family? Are you not concerned that your family might think less of you due to the simplicity of the gifts? Not at all. I'm indifferent to their opinions. Su Fu replied, not wishing to take such fine items to the Su residence for those individuals to use. Upon hearing her words and catching a fleeting glimpse of indifference and detachment in Su Fu's eyes, Princess Yongping surmised that Su Fu must have endured hardships in the Su household. It was understandable. A girl who had lost her mother at a young age could hardly expect kindness from a stepmother. Originally, Princess Yongping intended to prepare a lavish set of return gifts for Su Fu, ensuring she would not be looked down upon by her family. The wealth of the general's residence rendered such matters insignificant to her. However, since Su Fu had expressed her wishes, she would prepare a more modest selection instead. Very well. I shall prepare another set, Princess Yongping stated calmly. Su Fu recognized the princess's good intentions and, with sincere eyes, expressed her gratitude. Thank you, mother. The princess averted her gaze from Su Fu, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. Now that you are wed into the general's household, I merely fear what outsiders might say about your treatment there. Stealing a glance at Princess Yongping's demeanor, Su Fu couldn't help but stifle a laugh. The princess, despite having spent years away from the palace, still exuded an innate air of nobility and pride. Upon returning to Wanzhou courtyard, Su Fu had scarcely settled when a visitor arrived. The maid at the door greeted the newcomer, acknowledging her as the fourth young madam. Mama Yi, who was beside Su Fu, softly explained, Madam, the visitor is the wife of the fourth young master, Jiang. Su Fu was aware of Jiang. The fourth young master was the eldest son of Master Xiao and had recently married. Su Fu possessed little understanding of the Jiang family. Having been confined to her courtyard in her previous life, with no intersection of fate between them, the Jiang family had never sought her out. What, then, brings her here today? As Jiang gracefully lifted her skirts and stepped over the threshold, her gaze immediately fell upon Su Fu, who sat composed within the room. With a smile, she called out, Elder sister-in-law. Though Jiang's face bore a smile, and her demeanor was ostensibly respectful, Su Fu discerned a fleeting glimmer of disdain and contempt lurking in her eyes. Maintaining a gentle smile, Su Fu inquired, What brings you here, dear sister-in-law? I had some leisure time and thought to visit you, elder sister-in-law. It is indeed essential for us, sisters-in-law, to cultivate our bond, Jiang replied. Indeed, you speak wisely. Su Fu responded, then directed her servant, Qiao Shui, Please, pour some tea for our dear sister-in-law. Chapter 92. Incitement. Madame Jiang shifted her gaze to the furnishings within the room, quickly scanning her surroundings with a sidelong glance. She thought to herself that this grand house was indeed opulent. Just look at the exquisite vase placed by the window, adorned with